In a dark cave, a young man sat in shock and repeated that what had happened to him would be the end of him. His palms were clutching his blood-red forearm, and his thoughts were spinning around death because he didn't know whether he would go to hell or heaven. He was sitting on a flat rock, and in front of him was a virtual neon yellow sign offering to see the end of this world, while the guy himself was still thinking about hell and heaven and what the creatures in hell thought about heaven. The sign that said he was going to see the end of this world continued to hang motionless in the air in front of his face. The boy looked down at her and then back again, continuing to wonder what he would see and whether he would see the end. He leaned back against the stone, exhausted, closing his eyes from fatigue and falling into memories. His name was Kyle, and he was being asked about Becca, who was his sister, and someone's adult voice was advising them to rest, since it was a long way to go home, while Kyle himself was sitting in the backseat of the car and carefully holding his little sister's head. The bright light from an oncoming car suddenly illuminated the entire interior of their car. Kyle came to his senses in the same cave on a flat stone, realizing that it was several years ago, because when he woke up he was already in this cave, and there was some kind of book nearby in the purple light. The book was called The Celestial Harmony of Pure Art, and that was the only thing Kyle got there. He took this book because it was the last clue to get back home, and it had a single message telling him that he needed to see the end of this world. And Kyle didn't know if he would be able to return to his family if he followed this instruction. When his strength and endurance were running low, a new neon sign announced that he had completed his training. Tired and exhausted, Kyle was surprised by this news. All this time he remained in the cave, tormented by sad thoughts. So the bright light of freedom struck him, because he could not believe that it was all over, and he would be able to see his parents and sister Becca. Kyle walked out of the cave towards the light and immediately fell to his knees in disappointment. He was not at home. He was not in his home world, and the place outside the cave turned out to be another world of martial arts called Murim. Kyle hit the ground with his fists in disappointment and anger because he had hoped that by leaving the cave he would get home, but he found himself only at the beginning of another long journey. The guy couldn't understand why someone he didn't know was doing this to him, since he had been in the cave for at least 10 years. Kyle stared into space in front of him, wondering what he would have to do to see the end of the world. Suddenly a stranger called out to him, saying that he had a nice outfit, and that Kyle had been making so much noise that the man had heard him. The man said that he would not have done anything to Kyle without reason, but his family was now starving. The stranger was ecstatic, looked shabby and resembled a bandit, pointing a sword and threatening with the question of whether the guy would become their food. Kyle was shocked by this situation, because he still hadn't recovered from leaving the cave. The bloody sword fell to the ground with a dull sound. Kyle backed away from the dead stranger, whose body lay lifeless on the ground. He was sure that it wasn't his fault, not understanding why everything turned out this way, and a lot of thoughts about how he killed a person for the first time, that it was the only way out, and he had no choice, as well as the fact that he couldn't do anything else, with doubts about how anyone would do it, and he didn't know what to do because a stranger attacked him, and Kyle was not sure if this was not a dream, and whether he really became a killer. A neon yellow sign suddenly appeared in front of him, informing him that Kyle's external level had increased. The guy hesitantly stood up, stopping near the corpse and thinking that apparently he really did kill someone, and this led to an increase in his level. The first nervous chuckles escaped his mouth as he came to his senses. Through laughter, nervous tension was released, and it became easier to accept the surrounding reality, because this message allowed him to intuitively understand what needed to be done. That book, The Celestial Harmony of Pure Art, taught him everything. And the levels that were written about there, increasing with each kill, they should help Kyle return to his original world, which means he needs to reach the maximum level. Therefore, in the present time, Kyle has become an invincible warrior, inviting the enemy to demonstrate his skills in another fight. He threatened the head of the demonic sect with his sword, while his assistants tried to somehow change the losing situation. Now in this world, Kyle was called the Immortal Sword Emperor, and he couldn't remember which sect leader was in front of him. The leader of the demonic sect claimed that he was also an Immortal Sword Emperor, but Kyle looked at his clothes and realized that he was the 8th head of the sect. The guy began to count on his fingers how many previous leaders of this sect had died at his hands, and it turned out that it was already 6. Kyle said out loud with a carefree smile that the guys from this cult were strange, because he met them every 10 years. However, his carelessness was deceptive, because in just an instant he was able to summon his sword and his magical power, which illuminated his face with a blue light. 1 second was enough for Kyle to cut off the head of another leader of the demonic sect with one blow of his sword, and the guy himself said that, overall, it was fun for him to meet them again. The same cult acolyte who had tried to help his leader at the very beginning once again jumped on Kyle with a sword, shouting that he would avenge his master by killing the demon-like bastard he considered Kyle to be. Kyle easily dodged the blow, asking if the acolyte was serious and if he was really a member of the demonic sect too. The guy easily caught the stranger's face with his palm, because he had unlimited strength. Using his magic to fill the surrounding area with blue light, Kyle said that he liked the fighting spirit of this acolyte. He couldn't object, because due to Kyle's magic, his body stopped obeying its owner. But Kyle didn't stop there, as his magic created an entire wall that divided the world around them into two parts with a large border. And behind this wall, the novice saw not that simple smiling guy Kyle, but an otherworldly demon with a frightening face, surrounded by blood. Just a moment later, Kyle released the boy, telling him that such fighting spirit was normal for his age, and that he should learn something new and come to Kyle again. He added that if he came back, it could cheer him up. Leaving the disciple alone in the gorge among the corpses, Kyle advised him that he should become the next head of the sect. In the evening, the guy threw his sword aside in disappointment, upset that the head of the sect he had killed during the day was a dud. He leaned against a tree, wondering out loud how he could now entertain himself in his life. He put his hands behind his head and thought about how maybe he should create a new sect himself, much stronger than the one he had defeated today, and wondered why everything had become so boring. Opening his eyes tiredly and looking at the sky, he thought about the time he had spent in this world. In the light of the full moon, he said out loud that a whole 140 years had passed since he had arrived here. 140 years since it all began. Since that car ride, the accident, and the fact that he was ready to see the end of this world for his family, but now he couldn't even remember their faces. If heaven did not exist for him, then this world became hell, and life day after day became hellish. But Kyle wasn't going to indulge in long reflections and sad thoughts about the past, because he remained alive in this strange world. Suddenly, his peace was disturbed by a new yellow board with new information. The first tablet said that his outer and inner levels were equal to 50, and this was the maximum to achieve, and therefore he was congratulated on this achievement. The second sign stated that Kyle had completed the unlock conditions, and in particular the final level, Heavenly Emergence, had been unlocked. But the most unexpected thing was the last sign, which said that Kyle would be returned to Earth. The boy had no words to express his emotions, except for the question of whether the return would happen now. More hysterical laughter was his first reaction, after which he admitted that he had already given up, and therefore, having received such permission to return, he must look pathetic. But the next thought made him come to his senses and fill with anger and madness, because such a proposal could also be an attempt to insult him. Kyle reached the maximum level, and after releasing his power, he asked the void if he could be considered a god, although it was a strange question on his part. He also believed that in order to become a god, he must cast aside all worldly desires. But when he thought about his family, his emotions were always running high, and he tried to figure out if he had ever felt like that in his life. Seeing the sign asking if he wanted to return to the original world, Kyle knew that his family had probably already died, because many years had passed, and he only wanted to return home because of them. But now he wanted only one thing: find the creature that drove him to this and take revenge on it. A huge desire for revenge and death for the one who was to blame for Kyle being here filled the guy. It didn't matter to him who was involved in this, or where he was. Kyle swore that he would definitely kill the one responsible for his presence in the alien world. All the guy's strength fell to the ground like one big avalanche. It was such a powerful release of magical energy that it could be seen from a great distance around. After all, the immortal Sword Emperor Kyle was finally ready to leave this world. He remained in the world for 140 years, raising his level and developing his abilities, so that in one instant, he could turn into a simple stream of information and be transported back to Earth, to his home world. On the day of Kyle's car accident with his parents in 2011, another event happened. The blonde girl, dressed in the robes of the goddess, and also accompanied by the obstacles of movement, knew more about this day than Kyle. After all, on that day a portal opened, and that day was supposed to bring horror that would threaten everyone very soon. And the goddess will do everything possible to ensure that humanity evolves to counter future threats, to stand against the horror that will come from the opening portals filled with many red eyes of huge monsters, because the goddess believes that people should not waste the blessing in vain. At this time, somewhere in another corner of the parallel world, someone's triumphant voice was heard in the silence. The chained man was glad that the alien path had finally begun, because he had waited so long for what happened, and he knew Kyle. In the real world, it was already the year 2025, and in Korea, in the dungeon of the Red Wolf, a girl, using magic, shot a bow. She shot at the huge red mutant wolves that were chasing the guy in the wasteland. The wolves were huge, had 4 eyes and huge fangs, and were intent on killing anyone in their path. But then the girl fired another arrow filled with blue glowing power using her archer skill, Power Arrow. And instead of hitting one wolf, the spell-filled arrow hit many of the creatures chasing the boy, allowing him to survive. The girl masterfully used her skills to deal with the monsters. And it was Kyle's sister, Becca, the leader of one of the groups of people fighting the monsters. She jumped down from the heights towards her rescued comrade, saying that it was not too late and they would be able to get out, while the rescued guy praised her skills. The guy was so distracted, forgetting about safety, and a huge wolf attacked him from behind, biting him fatally. Becca turned at the sound of the scream, surprised to see more wolves. The rescued man fell to the ground, quickly losing strength and life. The girl was left to watch as a huge pack of red wolves killed every person from her group before her eyes. She assessed the situation realistically, realizing that there were too many monsters and they weren't going to go anywhere, while her mana was slowly running out. She could also die if things continued at the same pace. But then she saw someone who, having barely run out into the clearing, immediately turned around and rushed into the forest. This was a young guy who clearly had no intention of helping his teammates and was going to save himself. Becca screamed his name, calling him Gray, hoping he would come to his senses. But her attempts were in vain. But she attracted the attention of the wolves, who immediately began to approach her. The girl tried to cast magic on the arrow, but her mana was spreading too slowly to use it quickly, and the situation was approaching the catastrophic point of failure. Meanwhile, Gray, with hysterical thoughts, ran from the clearing as fast as he could, realizing that he had been too reckless. As he watched his teammates being overtaken by the wolves, he mentally called them insects, thinking that he should never have joined their group, and if he lingered, the same fate would befall him. He saw a portal ahead, hoping that he could escape, as he had to do so. Becca was still able to fill her bow with power and release an arrow engulfed in blue flame. She stuck herself into the ground right in front of Gray's feet, preventing him from running any further. The girl immediately appeared behind him, addressing the disoriented guy. She was all engulfed in a blue flame of anger, calling Gray a damn dog and asking where he was going. The guy tried to act surprised, saying that he was glad that she, their leader, survived, and addressed her as mistress, while he began to justify himself that she had misunderstood the situation and they should all calm down. Becca, not listening to his chatter, simply grabbed the guy by the collar of his clothes. She was angry and repeated what she had already told Gray about the dangers of the battlefield. Becca was very angry, accusing Gray of being a weak coward who ran away in the face of danger, and their entire team died because of him. Gray just gritted his teeth in anger, openly saying that this was true, but he was not going to die here. At the same time, the guy pushed away Becky's hand that was holding him back, asking what difference it makes if he is a coward, since he is not obliged to sacrifice his life. Becca, not too surprised by his confession, laughed, saying that he was right. Turning away and about to leave him alone, she told herself that she shouldn't have expected more from Gray, because the guy was trash, and now he should have gone back to his father so that he could console the whiner and pat him on the head. But she doubted whether such a handsome father could turn a blind eye to his son's escape, and suggested that they watch what would happen to the Dawn organization, of which his father was the head. Becky's blackmail worked, making Gray very angry. The girl was about to go in the other direction when the guy called out to her. Gray was not going to let her go so easily because now she could ruin his reputation with her knowledge of his meanness. He activated the Rockbreaker fighter skill, concentrating his mana into red power to strike. A bolt of magic hit Becca, who didn't expect it, right in the chest. The force of his attack was so great that it sent her flying back several meters, causing her to drop her bow. With a cry of pain, Becca flew towards the distant tree, hitting the trunk hard. Gray stood frozen nearby, enjoying his victory over his defeated opponent. The angry guy grabbed her by the hair, angrily calling her names and pressuring her that no one needed her, because she didn't even have any relatives. Coming close to her face, the smug Gray mocked the girl, saying that even though she was strong and famous, she could not even imagine what would happen to her in his hands. The embittered coward intended to denigrate her by glorifying her, but in a bad sense with the help of his words. He intended to tell everyone that it was the leader Becca who had let everyone down and led to their deaths. And as a result of the raid into the dungeons, her entire group had died because of her. Gray concentrated the mana in his fist again, confirming with the girl that his story was quite plausible. Becca didn't have the strength or energy to respond to the traitor. Gray swung his arm to finish her off with a final word about how well the leader Becca had done. Lightning bolts of blue magic lit up everything around them with a loud roar, splitting the skies and striking the ground behind the shocked Gray, distracting him and preventing him from finishing off Becca. In the swirl of dust and wind, a familiar dark silhouette appeared at the sight of the blue energy lightning strike. It was Kyle, finally transported to his homeworld. The boy looked exactly the same as he had in Murim, with long hair, loose clothes, and no trace of the age he had spent there. Two signs in front of his eyes informed him that he had reached the maximum outer and inner 50th levels, and that he had returned to Earth. Kyle slowly realized what had happened, beginning to rejoice that he was finally back. He started laughing hysterically again, thinking that returning to Earth was a reward for reaching the maximum level. It wasn't serious, as if everything that happened to him was some kind of joke. But despite such a joyful event, Kyle did not forget about his desire to kill the one who was guilty of his disappearance. His desire for revenge was as strong as it had been the first time he had thought of it. Gray, not understanding who was in front of him, called Kyle sick and said that he was talking to himself. Gray felt uneasy about someone suddenly appearing out of the thunder and screaming about murder. And if the stranger could teleport, then he was probably a mage. The traitor brazenly tried to appeal to Kyle, ordering him to tell where they were now. But Kyle ignored him, simply walking past him as if he were an unimportant bug. Gray was starting to get angry that the stranger was ignoring him, while Kyle noticed the girl who was unconscious. Kyle asked if Gray had a duel to the death with her, since she was dying. Gray didn't like this, because now there was one more extra witness. As Kyle leaned over the girl, the traitor realized his mistake. Gray realized that he had made the wrong choice again, because the stranger could see what had happened to Becca, which meant that he couldn't just let him go, but it would be better to get rid of him. The traitor tried to understand what the stranger was doing, but he was too afraid that he would understand what happened or find out the truth, so he activated his power again, filling his fist with red magic, and he didn't care what the stranger was doing, since he should just be eliminated as another obstacle. Gray called out to the stranger, but Kyle was busy examining the girl in front of him, including experiencing shock as he recognized her necklace. Kyle gently touched the girl's cheek, peering into her exhausted face. During this time, Gray lied that he and Becca were enjoying the fight to the death, and pretended to lie that he wished the gods would bring the girl back. But the traitor did not experience these feelings, but only distracted the stranger with conversation in order to reduce the distance. After all, he had already concentrated enough power to attack Kyle from behind, shouting that he would follow the girl to meet his death. Kyle's blue magic power gathered around him at that very second. Strong and energetic streams of blue magic stopped Gray. Kyle had too much control over his power, which was now all around them, closing them off from the outside world, and suppressing everything around them. And the stranger's aura was frightening and deadly. Gray didn't expect such strength from his nondescript opponent. Kyle was too powerful and angry, and his raw power swirled the air around the boy floating above the ground. Gray could only watch everything around him in fear and amazement. Kyle, using his full power so that even his eyes glowed blue, asked if Gray knew who he was. Concentrating his powers into stable blue lightning, Kyle called Gray a young man, ordering him to state his name. But Gray didn't know him, so Kyle introduced himself, saying that he was the immortal Sword Emperor. He said his name, Kyle, and his power was so great that his eyes glowed with blue energy. The angry mage loomed over the frightened boy, telling him that even if he had named him, it would not have helped him. A small ball of bright neon blue light emitted from the finger that Kyle touched to the traitor's forehead. It was a charge of energy that in the next moment blew away everything in its path with a large and powerful beam, burning through space for many meters ahead, sparing neither stones nor trees. And from the outside, it was clear that the energy explosion born from the small ball reached colossal dimensions, leaving its mark for many meters around. When the energy of the blow was exhausted, only a charred spot remained of Gray's head, as well as behind it, along the trajectory of the blow. Remembering his name was very easy for Kyle, because he was in his homeworld. He stood behind the still unconscious girl, coming to his senses. Covered in blood and with a half-mad smile, Kyle informed her, addressing Becca by name, that her older brother had returned. Becca thought back to her childhood on that fateful day in 2011, when her parents told the upset girl, not for the first time, that it was time for them to leave and they couldn't stay where she wanted. And if Becca really wanted, she could be left alone. Her parents walked to the car, saying that it was getting dark and she should still go with them. Only her brother Kyle stayed by her side, asking if she really enjoyed the amusement park that much. He smiled, because he was worried about her, instructing her that if Becca still decided to stay in the park, then their parents could have big problems. Becca didn't want to agree with him, only hugging the bear tighter. She wanted to stay at the amusement park not because it was nice, but because if she went home, she didn't know when she would see her brother next, since her mom said that Kyle wouldn't be visiting them that often, since he was starting school. Kyle touched his sister's hair, calling her name to get her attention. He asked if Becca knew how much Kyle loved her, and then followed up by saying that even after school he would come and visit her. Becca listened with tears in her eyes to these words, and to the fact that Kyle suggested that next time they also go for a walk in this park to spend time together. She would never refuse Kyle, so she immediately pulled herself together and answered with a yes and a bright smile. So when Kai asked again if everything was okay and if she was ready to go home, Becca agreed and asked her brother to carry her to the car on his back to enjoy these moments fully. And Kyle replied that although he would carry her this time, he would not be able to do this every time because Becca was heavy, which caused his sister's feigned indignation, and she asked him to carry her every day. These were the last bright moments of her memories before the car accident that happened on the highway that same day. Becca blamed herself for the accident, thinking that it was because of her stubbornness and desire to go for a walk in the park, since their parents died in the accident. And when Becca came to in the wrecked car and called out to her brother, she received no answer. The place where Kyle had been sitting and wearing a seatbelt was empty because her brother was gone. In the real world, not the girl's memories, Kyle used his power to heal her. Becca came to with a scream, opening her eyes and taking a deep breath. She immediately tried to get up but felt pain, while Kyle informed her that he had healed her with spiritual power. But since the wound was deep, she would not be able to move painlessly right away. The girl looked at the guy with distrust and without a grain of recognition, asking who he was. To which Kyle, with a short pause, replied that he thought she would recognize him. The guy reached his hand towards her pendant, which she immediately grabbed and covered with her hand, while the stranger told her that he was happy to see her again, and that he had grown so much and had become much heavier since their last meeting. But that didn't stop Kyle, and he took Becca's hand with a smile, saying that he must have changed too. Becca was shocked by how much the stranger reminded her of him, her older brother from the bright memories of the past and the day of that terrible accident. After all, it was Kyle who gave her that pendant with a photo of their family and told her that even if he was not there, she should never give up and should always be strong. Becca swallowed her words, realizing who was standing in front of her. She started crying with happiness because her brother was such an idiot. He suddenly disappeared, and now he appeared. Kyle put his arms around his sobbing sister, holding her comfortingly, telling her that he understood how hard it was for her. But Becca came to her senses, pushing her brother away with a sharp movement and getting into a fighting stance, as she remembered that Gray should be somewhere nearby. Kyle turned serenely towards the crater where the body lay, asking if his sister was talking about this guy who tried to kill her. Becca was shocked to see both the crater and the corpse inside it. The body showed no signs of life and did not move. Becca asked Kyle why he killed Gray, and her brother, after confirming the traitor's death, asked what was wrong with the situation. The girl suddenly grabbed his hand, pulling him towards her. She spoke fearfully about how they needed to escape from here as quickly as possible. Becca lived in one of the high-rise buildings in an ordinary city in their previous apartment. While the girl sat on the sofa, her brother looked around, making sure that over the years the house had remained in the same condition as it was. Becca, meanwhile, was pondering the situation, informing her brother that they were in for a big problem, as Director Khan was due to arrive soon. Kyle didn't know who it was, so he asked his sister again, and she explained that it was the director of the Dawn Guild, and also Gray's father, and since he was a local mafia member, he was known for his cruelty and ferocity. Director Kang was one of the 11 highest-ranking hunters in Korea. Becca looked at her watch, noticing that it had been a long time since she had been unconscious, and most likely Director Khan had already been informed of her son's death. She said out loud that she was the only one who survived that raid, which meant that she would definitely be suspected of something. Kyle couldn't understand why this could cause so much trouble. The guy asked with slight arrogance that since it was causing so many problems, why couldn't it be easier for him and his sister to just get rid of this group by killing their leader? Becca immediately brought Kyle down to earth with a familial slap on the cheeks, not allowing him to pompously say that he was the immortal emperor of the sword. Although the girl agreed that her brother's words made sense, she noted that Mr. Kan's level was higher than 50th, and he also held a fairly high position. And then Becca flared up, yelling at her brother for calling himself the immortal sword emperor, wondering who even said that, what it meant, and if her brother had been gone for 14 years and now he was saying that. Was he okay? Kyle was just surprised that she said it so bluntly, while the girl was complaining that she didn't know what to do, because there was no father, mother, or brother nearby, and asked if Kyle understood how hard it was for her. She continued speaking, stopping at the fact that Kyle had appeared so unexpectedly when the guy himself froze in front of their family portrait. He upsetly clarified that her words meant that the parents had already died. Kyle asked his sister with some confusion if he had said something strange or if his tone had been too harsh, while the girl tried to understand what he was talking about. The boy reluctantly explained that he had been to a place called Murim, but the reason he had ended up there was not important to the conversation. Kyle turned to his sister, asking her to tell him everything that had happened while he was gone. He was interested in who the hunters were, what kind of guilds had appeared, and whether there was a concept of level in this world that she had mentioned. Becca stopped him, asking him to wait, as everything was too complicated to explain, and her head was threatening to explode from the amount of events happening. She stood up, getting ready to leave, saying goodbye that she would tell him everything later, since she had one urgent matter and needed to leave. Kyle asked where she was going, and Becca, showing the car keys, said that she was going to Dawn, asking Kyle to stay here and not do anything. Kyle walked away, opening the door and deciding to wait for her in his old room, where everything remained untouched, as if he had been there yesterday. The guy remembered his sister's indignant reaction to his words, realizing that he had been traveling alone for a long time and reaching the heights. And now he was about to become an older brother again, and it had been so long ago that he remembered almost nothing. Kyle was determined, remembering what his sister had said, including about Mr. Kane, and the boy decided that he should find out more about him. Then the sounds of bangs shook the front door, disturbing Kyle's peace. Several strangers were near the apartment with ill intentions. One of them used a magical purple seal, channeling his power through it. He grinned bloodthirstily, clearly planning a crime. So these three, with the help of the seal and the purple power, broke down the door to Becky's house. Kyle saw them from the hallway, hearing the question of where his sister was. The girl's older brother guessed who the guys were who smashed the door to their family's house. It was the group's director, Dawn Can, who was looking for Becca. At this time, the girl got to the business center in her car, where the second largest guild headquarters in Korea was located, the Dawn Guild. Becca was worried that she just walked away, leaving Kyle alone in the apartment. She hoped that Director Kang hadn't had time to do anything, and that he could grab her as soon as the girl entered the building. Wondering who to ask for help, Becca stood by her car when another girl called out her name. It was Alice Labora, the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, who was asking Becky what she was doing here. Becca asked the girl where the head of their guild was, and learned from her in response that Mr. Can had gone somewhere with the head of the raid, John. Alice asked the dejected Becky what had happened to her. Becca looked at the deputy guildmaster of Dawn thoughtfully and resolutely, mentally thinking about her position and status. Alice Libera was one of the 4 strongest hunters, and although everyone around her knew her strength, few understood it. Becca didn't think about it for long, because her situation was hopeless, and there was no one else to turn to for help. So she clenched her fists tighter, preparing to tell the girl in front of her the whole truth. At this time, 3 members of the Dawn Guild froze on the threshold of Becca and Kyle's house. Kyle was angry at the invaders for coming without warning. He asked if the most impressive thug among those who came was that very Khan, and whether his parents hadn't taught him to knock on doors instead of breaking them down, to which one of the guild mockingly clarified that maybe they should go out and then knock politely so that he would open the door, indignant that they hadn't come here for a housewarming party. The same impudent guy asked Becky's brother who he was, and Khan left the guy, pulling him up and forcing him to stop arguing. The guild leader said that nothing matters and that he only cares about where Becca is now. Kyle wasn't going to make things any easier for them by asking if they were really looking for Becca or the one who killed Gray. And if the latter, then he was the one who killed Khan's son, which left the guild leader in an angry shock. Mr. Can screamed in despair and anger, releasing his powerful red magical energy into the world around him. But Kyle was not embarrassed by this, and the guy said that since his title from Murim sounds so strange in this world, then he should be called Mr. Kyle Bennett by his family's last name, and since everyone understood everything, then they can begin, and activated his blue magical energy, concentrating it in his hands. The boy allowed Kanu to start as he wanted to see his skills, and the man concentrated all his power into the hammer to deal heavy damage to the impudent boy. They prepared for the clash, each using their accumulated energy, which in Khan's case was red and concentrated in a hammer that transformed into a sword, and in Kyle's case was blue and looked like lightning around his hand. Meanwhile, Alice, having heard from Becky the story of what happened during the raid, enthusiastically said that she wanted to see the girl's brother and that they should hurry. A fight was breaking out in the Benet house, and a sharp blast of red energy left a large, noticeable mark in the space. Khan unleashed his full force on Kyle with his blow, who was able to easily dodge the blow. The guy watched with interest that the Tao also had mysterious powers, and in this case they were similar to the spirit of the sword or its energy. Only Kyle saw that the source of these powers was different, wondering if this was the hunter power that his sister Becca had spoken of. The boy remembered how, at the moment he returned to this world, Gray, who attacked him, used the same strange power. Kyle found it funny and unusual, and he told himself that it was worth studying. Meanwhile, Lord Kan, overcome with anger and despair, prepared for a new blow, concentrating all his power into the sword. He swung his sword left and right, jumping towards the enemy and using his warrior skill called sequential attack. This allowed him to quickly and presumably unexpectedly approach Kyle. The guy just stood there and didn't move, completely unafraid of what was happening and not paying attention to the red flashes of magic. Kan swung his sword at him with concentrated force, intending to cut him in half. But nothing happened. The red magical energy did not cause any harm to Kyle, slowly dissipating around him. The guy told the embittered and futility-stricken Khan that it was enough, and Kyle saw everything to understand what the director of the Dawn Guild was capable of with his amazing and incomprehensible power. It turned out that the guy managed to block all of Khan's powerful attacks with his bare hands, and they didn't even push him away from his place. The guy was so strong. Kyle, with his blue eyes glowing from the magic he was using, ominously asked Mr. Kan if there really were 10 more people as strong as that one in Korea. At this time, Mr. Kan's assistants became active, preparing to attack Kyle from both sides, while he blocked their boss's sword with his hand. They tried to simultaneously unleash their attacks on Kyle, but were met with a blue glow that countered their attacks. The boy brushed them off like annoying flies, saying that they were just in his way, as another of the henchmen prepared fire seals to attack Kyle. The guy only had time to feel the heat from the fire directed at him. Several seals hit him directly in the back, exploding dangerously close in an attempt to damage and destroy him, because the owner of these seals, one of the minions of the guild leader, used a mage skill called fireballs. Director Khan and the others watched as the flames exploded right next to Kyle, and one of the henchmen cried out triumphantly that they had succeeded. Several more of the guild's henchmen rushed at Kyle's figure, which was blazing with magical fire, with swords, intending to pierce him through and through. Only now, Becky's brother, still engulfed in magical orange flame, once again stopped the blade aimed at him with his bare hands, in addition to reporting that the attackers had exceeded all his expectations. True, with the next phrase he doubted his words in anger, also easily breaking the attacker's sword, as if it was made of plastic. The guild's henchman's eyes widened in horror, as he had not expected this. Kyle activated his power again, which immediately engulfed his body in blue magical fire, dispelling the orange flames and throwing back the attackers. The minions couldn't understand why he was so strong and what he was doing at all. Kyle was simply shaking off his clothes, as if he was shaking off not the consequences of someone else's attack, but light dirt. He glanced briefly at the calendar, finding confirmation of his sister's words that he had only been gone 14 years, although he had been in Murim much longer. But now, when he assessed the abilities of the minions of the Dawn Guild who attacked him, he realized that their level was quite good, but their abilities were similar to innate talents that had been developed over the course of 1,000 years. And looking at the guild leader, Kyle did not understand how people were able to overtake Murim in 14 years, and such as the guild leader and his minions could only be found a couple of people in each generation, which was absurd and did not fit with reality. Kyle also remembered that he himself was a similar mismatch, as in Murim he had a low cultivation level, but he was much stronger than many. That is why he was able to defeat a huge number of opponents when he fought in Murim, and the reason was that the hierarchy of Murim's power did not affect him, and the power of those around him was just words for him. He then took advantage of the idea of rebuilding his abilities and becoming the pinnacle of power, so Kyle defeated everyone in Murim who was even the least bit interesting or dangerous to him. Alice and Becca hurried across the bridge to Benna's apartment. Becca herself, while driving, could not believe that the deputy head of a large guild wanted to see her brother. The girl glanced furtively at Alice, wondering why such an influential girl as Labora needed her unremarkable brother, and the difficult question remained whether Alice was their friend or enemy. Then, in the parking lot, Alice asked Becky for permission to meet her brother, Kyle Bennett, promising that in return she would report the incident with Gray as an accident. Libera also promised that she would talk to the guild director, and Becca thought that this was an excellent and generous offer that she shouldn't refuse. And now, when Becca is driving Mrs. Labora to her home, she thinks only about whether Alice is her brother's enemy or not, and does not understand why the girl in her car is silent. As if reading her mind, Alice Libera took up the words, reminding her that Becca had said that her brother Kyle had been missing, and asking how many years, to be exact, he had been missing. Becky's words confirming her brother's absence struck Alice with their timing, because Kyle had disappeared in 2011 and had been missing for 14 years. It seemed that Alice understood perfectly well where Becky's brother was, since she, like Kyle himself, translated 14 years into 140, which in reality passed in Murim, and Libra was even afraid to imagine in her mind how strong the guy would turn out to be. Therefore, the deputy head of the guild Dawn asked another question, asking Becky what kind of person her brother was, to which the girl hesitantly answered that he was sweet and kind. Remembering his former self, Becca was pleased to talk about her brother, and she also noted that he was smart, and Alice asked if he had studied, meaning higher education institutions. Kyle's sister named the university where her brother studied and remembered that he also helped her with her homework, and Alice was surprised by the name because it was difficult to get in there, noting that the girl's brother probably studied very well. Becca just chuckled in response to this, saying that he was just very persistent, explaining that once Kyle took on something, he did it to the end, and did not stop until he reached the end. At this time, in the Bennett family's apartment, Kyle pointed his finger at another henchman of the Dawn Guild leader, standing at a short distance. Becca's brother, completely ignoring the swordsman who was furiously attacking from behind, asked the guy he pointed his finger at to use his strange aura again, because he had never seen such power in Murim. Having deflected the swordsman's attack from behind with one of his right hands, Kyle sternly asked not to interfere with him, since this attacker did not interest him. The guy Kyle had pointed at earlier had no choice but to activate his blue circular rune diagrams, which immediately produced ice crystals that he sent towards the stranger. Kyle repelled them with a simple shield, so that not a single shard of ice reached its target, and the guy himself commented that he liked the coldness of the minion who attacked him. And in Murim, such a one can only be found in the Ice Palace, which is on the North Sea. Remembering the ice dragon, Kyle brought his hand to his face, using magic to cause a fine frost to appear around his palm. In an instant, he turned this frost into huge ice dragons that were summoned to attack the guild minion who attacked him with ice crystals. The dim-witted Ice Lord was immediately frozen by the ice dragons, unable to withstand Kyle's power. The henchman with the shield only managed to shout for help in an attempt to escape, but Kyle noticed his escape as soon as he turned around at the sound. It turns out that the henchman couldn't leave the apartment after encountering a bluish magical barrier created by Kyle, and no amount of punching or appealing to the leader could help him. A bright blue beam pierced the head of the shield-wielding henchman, killing him instantly. Khan called out to the shield guardian who had fallen to the ground, while Kyle noted that the warrior with the shield should stand in the vanguard and stop the enemy's attacks. But this one had cowardly fled, showing his back. Kyle appeared behind Guild Director Khan, announcing that it was now his turn. He asked the man with a grin that he hadn't expected something like that, and asked if everyone here was that cowardly. At this time, the man tried to feverishly figure out who was in front of him and why such a young guy owned both ice magic and protection, and could emit a strange beam from his fingers, not understanding what it was, and doubting whether it was magic, and not understanding how the magician could stop his attacks. Khan noticed that if he looked at the world around him, despite the large scale of their battle, there was absolutely no damage to the house, wondering if it was an accident. Khan called Kyle a bastard, asking what he had done magically to the place, and if he had prepared for their arrival. Kyle grinned and told the man that he simply used the soul of his sword and covered the entire space around him with it, since he had not been home for a very long time, and he could not allow the guild members to destroy everything around him. The guy remembered the past, realizing that he would not be able to explain it in more detail, since it was difficult. But he explained that as soon as the invaders entered this house, they immediately found themselves in a world ruled by Kyle. Guild President Dawn became angry at this response, activating his power again and preparing to attack Kyle, considering him a monster. The man didn't intend to die in this place, so he gained enough strength to activate the Berserker skill. He used up most of the red magic power swirling around him, and used the next skill called Fury. Kyle, as always, calmly watched what was happening, generally agreeing that for someone he might be a monster. But the red flashes of someone else's magic did not frighten him at all, and he only thought out loud that the aura around Khan had increased. And for now, Kyle did not know what the man was going to do next. The guild leader once again prepared his magic-infused sword to attack Kyle in rage mode. He used the same technique, making many strong and fast strikes in an attempt to hit the guy, but Kyle dodged them without any problems, as if he saw all the movements in advance. Bart Becky replied that this didn't make Khan any better, but rather, it was as if he had lost his mind and become crazier. Kyle directed his power into the sword lying on the floor, broken at the end, filling it with blue magical energy and lifting it from its place, calling it to him. He no longer had any desire to stand on ceremony with the guildmaster who had disturbed his peace, so he simply prepared for the blow, adding more of his power to the sword. One precise swing of the blade was enough for Kyle to strike the man, fatally slicing his body. The guy himself simply passed his opponent without receiving a single scratch. Khan only had time to try to call Kyle a monster again, to which Becky's brother said that he should know his place. Turning around covered in blood, he noticed that Khan was nothing compared to the immortal sword emperor that was Kyle. Soon Becca brought Alice to her apartment, inviting her to come in and walk through, but was surprised that the front door was open and looked inside in shock. Her brother was diligently cleaning someone's blood from the floor, and nearby there were bodies piled on top of each other. And when his sister indignantly asked what had happened and why the front door was open, he only said that she was late. Wringing out a blood-stained rag, Kyle simply said that his sister shouldn't be surprised because they were guests he had invited to their housewarming party. But Becca didn't understand anything, indignantly asking what kind of housewarming party it was and how it could turn into a bloodbath. The sister insisted that she had just arrived and this had happened, and insisted that his brother explain himself. But Kyle only replied that he liked his sister's determined look, and that in the world of Miriam, she would have become much stronger. Alice casually noticed that the apartment looked cheerful, and Kyle only noticed her, mentally asking who she was. After all, he felt how the heavenly harmony of pure art resonated next to her. Alice in turn looked at Kyle, wondering who he really was. She looked at the boy smugly, mentally noting that he probably thought he was the only one who had been to Miriam, and that it was a big surprise for him to meet someone who might know about the place where he had been missing for 14 years. On a sunny day, the world around the Bennett house was quiet and calm. Becca slept peacefully in her bed, undisturbed. Suddenly, the girl woke up, sweating from one thought that frightened her. She jumped out of bed and headed deeper into the apartment to make sure she was just having a nightmare. Stopping at the threshold of one of the rooms, she hesitantly called out to her brother, realizing that she could not find him. Standing in the rays of the morning sun, Kyle, already with a short haircut and in clothes familiar to this world, noted with surprise that Becca had gotten up very early. The girl turned around, not expecting to find him at the window. Kyle smiled carefreely as he stood by the open window, slightly worriedly asking his sister if she thought he had disappeared again. Becca was glad that she hadn't dreamed it all and that her brother was really with her now, so she asked why he didn't sleep a little longer. The sound of an incoming message caused Kyle to be distracted, asking his sister for a break in the conversation, and Becca agreed. Kyle read the text carefully, taking the message seriously. It was a message about an important call, and the guy went into another room to answer it, leaving Becca alone. The girl saw him leaving the house from the window, worried that a week had passed since his return, but everything seemed unreal to her. That meeting between the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, Alice Labora, and Becky's brother was not particularly fruitful, as they did not talk about anything, and the only thing Alice said then was a promise to meet again. What was also strange was that after some time, people from the Dawn Guild arrived and took away the bodies of Director Khan and his subordinates. A news report the following day informed the townspeople of Gray's death and Director Khan's resignation, and numerous news articles were filled with speculation about the motives behind Director Khan's abrupt choice. Alice Labora kept her promises, and the Bennett family was not harmed. Becca, watching from the window as her brother talked to the driver of a car that had just pulled up, recalled that she, as the only survivor in the Red Wolf's dungeon, was given a long leave. The girl knew that at the time of the call, Alice Labora was talking to her brother and invited him to her place, so she wondered what the deputy head of the Dawn Guild wanted from Kyle. Looking at Kyle leaving, Becca quietly said that he should return from his meeting with Labora unharmed. Alice sat at a table in an authentic Chinese-style cafe alone. She was enjoying tea from a small light-colored bowl when her guest disturbed her, stating that she had nothing better to do at the moment. It was Kyle, who had come at the girl's invitation, who clarified that his small family with Becca had been under 24-hour surveillance since his meeting with Labora, and wondered what could be interesting about that. Alice smiled innocently, pretending to be embarrassed that her surveillance had been discovered, and said that it was for the safety of their family. But Kyle, sitting down at the table across from her, waved it off, saying that the situation could be left out. Kyle took a sip of tea from the bowl, immediately recognizing the variety. Labora was glad that the guy recognized the type of tea called Chinshan Silver Needle, and she shared that she often goes to this particular tea house to taste this rare tea. Alice didn't intend to drag out the small talk for long, getting straight to the point and asking Kyle to tell her about his arrival in Muriam. Kyle replied with a smile that meeting Muriam left him with bad memories and he didn't like it too much, so he suggested that the girl be the first to tell about her experience. She placed the cup back in the saucer, reporting that at the moment there were only 3 repatriates, those who had returned from Muriam, 2 of whom were she and Kyle himself. The third to return from Muriam was the head of the Twilight Guild, Max Paxville. The Twilight Guild was as influential and powerful as the Dawn Guild and had the same huge number of hunters. But at the moment, both guilds had disagreements and did not get along with each other. At the same time, Elisa reported that she and Maxim once compared their stories of their stay in Murim and discovered something in common. They disappeared together in 2011 and both ended up in an unfamiliar cave. Each one had a mysterious treasure on one side called the Heavenly Harmony of Pure Art, which was a book engulfed in purple magical fire. And on the other side of the cave, there was an exit to a world called Murim. Alice reported that this was a similar experience with Max and asked if Kyle had the same. The guy remembered how, after leaving the cave, two signs appeared in front of him, asking if he wanted to return to the original world. And if his desire to return is great, then he needs to see the end of this world. Kyle confirmed that in his case, everything was the same. And Alice continued that they were able to return to the ordinary world only after several years. And when they returned, here, in their homeworld, the era of hunters and dungeons began. And about Murim, in which they spent some time, she still did not find anything, noting that the changes in their real world are connected precisely with Murim. Alice asked the guy if he knew when the hunter and dungeons conditions appeared, and Kyle replied that it was 14 years ago, after the revelation of the goddess. It was that girl in light clothes who was worried about the fate of this world. Alice confirmed that this was true, and after the revelation of the goddess, dungeons, monsters, and hunters suddenly appeared, and with them classes and skills, and all together it began to look very much like RPG games. The girl finished her story, asking Kyle if he had any questions, and he asked how exactly he and Max returned to Earth, whether they reached the end, to which Alice easily answered that they returned as soon as they died there. She asked if that was how Kyle had come back, and seeing his depressed and upset state, she asked what had happened and if maybe she had said something wrong. The cup in Kyle's hands cracked with the realization that he had no need to disappear in Murim for so long and could have simply left. The guy was smiling on the outside, but inside he was experiencing a storm of negative emotions from the realization that he could have just ended up back. In his mind, the boy asked the goddess if she had sent him there, while hundreds of notice boards were in front of the chained stranger's face, and Kyle continued to ask why all this was happening. The stranger in chains smiled ominously, while Becky's brother continued to lament that his reward for 140 years in Murim was only reaching the maximum level for which he was sent to Earth. And Kyle believed that this was a small reward, and he deserved to be given a greater one. Enraged by such realizations, Kyle loudly complained that the reward should have been at least an answer to his question, because he achieved everything with sweat and blood, and the goddess did not even give him answers. Alice, who Kyle was looking at that moment, looked at the guy with fear and confusion. The guy quickly switched over and asked why the girl invited him and what she wanted from him. Taken aback by her guest's sudden change of mood, she looked away, asking if he would like to go for a walk. Alice started by calling not only Guild President Max Paxville and his entire Twilight Guild an enemy to Dawn, saying that they already had a tense relationship with them, and frequent conflicts day after day, and now after Director Khan's death, it will only get worse. Since Kyle was the one who killed Mr. Khan, who was one of the main forces of Dawn, he must take responsibility. Alice invited Kyle to join the Dawn and promised to give him a high position, provide him with fame and fortune, and she was sure that he should not refuse such a good offer. Kyle looked away, noting that it was difficult for him to ignore the remark from his sister's boss. However, when the guy looked straight at Alice, she said that despite the circumstances, he still refused her. He turned around and was about to leave when the girl stopped him by asking why he was refusing, and Kyle had to explain that he was going to be on his own. He took a few steps, turning around to clarify his answer. Kyle smiled, asking if she would agree to submit to someone weaker than herself, hinting that his strength was greater than the entire Dawn Guild. Alice looked at the smug boy in front of her with distrust, assessing his capabilities. It didn't take her long to make her next move, inviting them to test who was weak. Kyle thoughtfully asked Alice if she knew that 1 year in their world was equal to 10 years in Murim, and once again reported that he had been there for 140 years, pressing that this alone should be enough in their argument. Alice rightly noted that age is not proportional to skill and strength, and the guy agreed with her, adding that any person who lived in Murim for 300 years would not become stronger than Kyle. Alice asked the guy if he was sure about this and, activating her power, created a small purple magic ball. Having spoken the command to open the barrier, she sent a stream of energy forward. He raced across the grass towards Kyle, leaving a purple trail behind him. Having drawn a border across the clearing, the magic ball almost reached the guy. The ball stopped at the end of the clearing and hung several meters above the ground. A moment later, it burst into a bright flash because Alice activated her origin skill called Shadow Play. Kyle was currently assessing the effect of the spell that outlined a limited space around them. Noticing that some of his feelings had left him and the space around him had become darker, he also estimated that the radius of action was 50 meters, and in Muram, it would take a lot of time and effort to create such a form. Alice, watching with the guy as the ordinary world was left behind the curtain of the spell, explained that this was her origin skill. She said that what was happening could be considered the creation of a new space that imitated the real world, and from the outside it looked like they just disappeared. Alice stepped forward and noted again that such a skill was called Blood Plum Blossom in Muram, and she had never failed an assassination mission using it before. Kyle noted with a grin to himself that now it was clear why she could kill easily, and also clarified that their fight now would be comparable to a fight against water with tied hands. The girl, having activated first one and then the other sword with her magic, which enveloped the weapons in bright crimson flashes, said that it was easy to get out of this space, and all that was needed was to kill her. Alice looked scary as she swung her blades, adding that the second way to exit the illusory world was the death of Kyle himself. Kyle took her words too lightly, noting that it was quite funny that she was trying to kill him, and noting that such a skill could be used for more than just locking. The girl didn't have enough self-control to stand on ceremony with the guy, and she made a sharp lunge, trying to reach his neck with the blade. Approaching Kyle, Alice agreed with him, continuing her attack. Only all the attacks and attempts to get Kyle remained unsuccessful, and the guy easily dodged, not allowing himself to be harmed. Alicia took a step back to swing for another blow. She used all her strength and skills to attack the enemy with lightning speed from many sides at once. But this was not a problem for the guy, and he easily repelled all her attacks with his hand. Kyle kept an indifferent expression on his face, as if the girl's blows could not even theoretically cause him any significant harm. Alice took a few steps back in order to gather her strength and approach the enemy with a new attack. She crossed her blades to direct a new stream of attack magic at Kyle. The boy had to jump back to avoid the blow, noting that he found it interesting that Alice was able to change the direction of the daggers with one hand, and that it was a unique form of weapon. Kyle said that only the best assassin in Muram, called the Dark King, had such a technique, who had the special skill, Moonlight Blood Path, and Alice was surprised that Kyle recognized her at first sight. Becky's brother smiled, saying that he had already met the boy who claimed to be her successor, but Kyle himself was young then. While finishing off the girl morally, he says that this is why he instantly killed him. Alice froze in shock at this news, not expecting such a denouement. Kyle stood to the side, saying that he would give the girl 3 tries to use her Muram skill to try to get him, and if she could hurt him, he would agree to join Dawn. The guy asked her to start, and Alice tightened her grip on her dagger. She began to concentrate mana around herself again, creating a dark red cloud of power, agreeing to begin attacking. Kyle, observing not only Alice but also his own feelings, noted that in the world Labora created, it was as if the feelings disappeared, as if there was nothing there, and he even slightly felt like a lost kitten in a huge hostile environment, wondering if this was the effect of her skill and power. Meanwhile, smoke swirled in the dark red fog, creating whirlpools within which purple magical flashes were born, clearly posing a threat to Kyle in the future. The guy watched this with a relaxed smile, as if he saw nothing new in this kind of technique. Meanwhile, the magical clots soared upward, uniting into a large whirlwind not only from the air, but also from the stones. For a few moments they hung high above Kyle, and then, filled with magical energy, they gained strength and chose a direction to strike. In an instant, they all rushed down to attack the guy who had jumped to the side, gaining speed and trying to inflict significant damage on him. Kyle extended his hand, quickly summoning his blue magical energy and concentrating it in one place. He fired a multitude of magical charges to the sides, smashing all the projectiles flying at him with his blue energy fire. The guy jumped to the side, watching as his mana easily destroyed the hostile red flashes. He raised his hand in a defensive gesture, commenting on his opponent's attack as not bad. His outstretched hand was a shield for Alice's next attack, which Kyle easily calculated, parrying without the slightest loss to himself. He chuckled and informed the girl that she was quite far away, noting that it was her second attempt, causing the girl to be displeased with his reaction. She jumped to the side to maneuver, noting that she knew about it. Having retreated a short distance for the next attack, Alice reported that in the world of Muram there was the strongest man named Shaolin, and he lived there for 150 years. And since Kyle lived there for about the same amount of time, he was most likely comparable to him in strength. Kyle, who did not attach such pathos and significance to this, and even after Alice's words that most likely in the world of Muram he was the strongest person, only nodded, disinterestedly agreeing, striking the girl with his indifference. Alice activated her energy streams, which immediately raised pillars of stones from the ground nearby, showing their power. The girl, surrounded by dark, bright streams of her energy, spoke out loud about her desire to kill Kyle, wondering what would happen next. Will she become the strongest of Murim, while surrounding her with streams of powerful dark energy mixed with Kyle's stones? The guy, who was calmly watching what was happening around him, chuckled, saying that she was most likely right. He continued to watch as Alice lifted many large rocks from the ground with the energy streams of her mana, concentrating the small streams into one large one, and wondered if she had enough strength and power to actually kill him. The girl did not listen to him, completely concentrating on using her power, which filled everything around with magical strands, lifting everything up. Alice used all her power, using an assassin skill called Shadow Daggers. The large pillar of energy and stones that formed behind her easily obeyed her when she used the skill, and the girl, with a cross-shaped swing of her arms, directed all the magical daggers towards her opponent in a deadly attack. Kyle stood in one place on purpose, watching as the magical energy wrapped around the stones turned into deadly tendrils heading straight towards him. The boy used just one skill called Sword Soul to create a small beam of energy and protect himself. But its power was so great that the force of the explosion from even a small energy ball was colossal. This energy and power was enough to dispel all the dark red magical strands that were meant to kill him in an instant. Alice could only marvel at the strength and power of this guy. True, following the flash that almost blinded her, a huge stone flew at the girl, which she did not expect at all. She tried to move to avoid it, but realized it was impossible. Something was holding her back, not allowing her to move even a centimeter from the place where the huge stone had attacked. Someone's hand swung forward with force to strike. Kyle stood between Alice and the huge stone, shattering it into 100 small pieces with one blow of his fist, which flew in the opposite direction from the force of the blow, thereby saving her life. Alice looked at his hand, which was completely unharmed by the blow, as if enchanted, and Kyle himself said with a smile that this was her third attempt, but if she wanted, they could continue. The girl, trembling from the horror of imminent death, answered with a short pause that no, she would not continue, admitting that she had lost. The pink curtain that separated their illusory world from the real one slowly dissipated. Alice promised Kyle that this would not happen again and asked permission to ask one thing. The girl was slightly wounded, while Kyle didn't have a scratch, and she wanted to know what the guy had done, because for a moment it seemed to her that she was fighting an invincible creature whose capabilities were beyond this world. The boy slowly lowered himself to the ground, crossing his legs, to tell her in detail why this happened, starting with the fact that he assumed that this would happen if they fought in that illusory space, and that if there was an ordinary person there, he would be killed immediately, even if his strength was beyond the pale. Alice listened to the guy's words in shock, surprised by what he was saying, because she was able to survive. She tightened her grip on her dagger, asking one simple question to find out just how strong Kyle was. He noted that the girl was very effective in combining her martial arts with her skills, and that was the answer. And the guy also noted that he would like to return to their previous conversation. While Alice was hiding her twin blades in her magic pocket, he said that he would still like to accept her previous offer of cooperation, but on his own terms, which consisted of material support for Kyle and his family, as well as providing them with information, for which the guy himself would help the Dawn Guild. The only condition was that he still had no intention of becoming a member of the guild, intending to maintain his status as an outsider. Kyle suggested that Alice evaluate this as an alliance, since the guy did not want anyone to command him or help him. The girl, having listened to him thoughtfully, after a short pause replied that she agreed to his conditions, but asked him to promise one thing. Alice asked Kyle Beckett that he would not support any other guild except Dawn, including Twilight. The guy stood up from his seat with a smile, saying that she shouldn't even swear off something like that. Extending his hand to Alice, Kyle introduced himself once again, stating his title as the Immortal Sword Emperor, and stating that he would not betray his word. In his mind, he added that this was generally part of his plans, since he was going to fight the strongest of this world. And out loud, he asked the girl to remove all the security and surveillance that she had put on their family, saying that he tolerated them only because of his sister's work. But now, he did not know what could happen to them, hinting to the girl that she should understand what he was warning her about. Alice did not answer directly, once again reminding that she was not going to harm their family, and Kyle thanked her for understanding this situation, hoping that she would remove the surveillance voluntarily, meanwhile drawing attention to the girl's injury. And the next moment, the guy tore off part of the sleeve of his top shirt. Kyle handed the piece of cloth to Alice, asking her to forgive him, and she could only look at him in confusion, asking what he meant. Becky's brother explained that he had provoked the girl into attacking her with his talk of 3 attempts, stating that his true goal was to see her prowess as one of the strongest people in the world. So he felt embarrassed that she was injured as a result of the battle. Alice replied with a grin that, of course, she thanked him for his kind words. But there was nothing terrible about her wound, since thanks to his power, she was able to gather the determination to kill Kyle, to which the guy sheepishly noted that the girl herself had been aiming for vital organs from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Kyle wanted to ask one more thing, clarifying why in the world of Murim, Alice chose the path of a killer. The girl just chuckled, noting that she didn't think that Kyle was thinking about something like that. Because in that first cave, where all the people who ended up in the training world ended up, she almost went crazy, and she had a crazy desire to kill someone, so she stopped on this path. Kyle took note of the girl's choice without responding. He again remembered the system messages popping up, asking if he wanted to return to the original world. And if he really wanted this, then he needed to see the end of this world. Kyle answered himself that he had hoped that Alice would be able to understand him, because the guy had been thinking about such a message the whole time he was there. A business-class car stood at the edge of the forest waiting for its passenger. The driver looked impatiently at his watch, as his boss was late. He heard the sound of the back door opening, and through the rearview mirror, he finally saw the one he had been waiting for so long. The driver immediately turned to the passenger, seeing her injury and asking if everything was okay with the deputy guild leader, clarifying that she even used shadow play and wondering how strong her opponent was. Alice only noted that even such a powerful technique did not allow her to touch her opponent with a dagger, and he exceeded all her expectations. She had used up too much energy, which eventually ran out, which the driver couldn't believe. Thinking back on the fight, Alice realized that Kyle had never even attacked her. Moreover, the girl had no idea how he blocked her daggers. Her mood was too depressed after the fight, especially when she admitted complete defeat. The driver said he thought it would be best if Kyle Benet did not join the Twilights, and asked if the clan's deputy leader had thought about sending the boy to the Feast of the Sun. Alice, her shoulder bandaged with her former rival's shirt, said that to stop Max Paxville they definitely needed Kyle Benet, and she was willing to do anything to get it. The girl remembered the frightening feeling of danger and Max's instruction that wisdom was with him and she had to follow his will. He claimed that the girl was obliged to submit to the heavenly warrior, and Alice, either following those precepts or choosing her own path, told the driver that they should do everything they could to help Kyle Benet. Kyle returned home after meeting with Alice, informing his sister of his arrival. Becca rushed excitedly into his arms as soon as she saw him. The guy didn't expect his sister to be so worried, asking what happened. But his sister was not only happy to see him back, she was also angry at Kyle. After all, she was beside herself with excitement while he was gone, asking him next time not to go anywhere, not to take risks, and just stay at home. Becca was haunted by memories of the past and shared her worries with her brother, saying that every time he left, she felt like he would never come back. Kyle touched the girl's head, saying that he understood her feelings. At the same time, he warned her that he wanted to become a hunter, which contradicted his words about caring. This news upset Becca, and she asked Kyle if he really wanted to die that much that he chose this way. The guy showed her a small cube that shimmered in all shades, saying that Alice had given it to him, calling it a mystical cube. Kyle said that Libera said that only with this cube can Kyle get the hunter status window, to which Becca, skeptical, also wished her brother luck without due joy. Her attitude did not dampen Kyle's determination, and he took the cube, preparing to begin his journey. The mystical cube in his hands glowed, activating and beginning the process. Bright multicolored lights illuminated Kyle in the entire room. Gradually, the glow of the cube began to fade, as did its integrity. The cube began to float at the edges, as if it had melted. Eventually, the light coming from the cube finally died out, leaving the guy with the remains of the cube in his hands. Confused and slightly upset, Kyle asked his sister if Alice Libera had tricked him, but Becca said that was how it was supposed to be and advised him to shout out status window. The brother listened to his sister's advice and said the cherished phrase, immediately after which 2 different information boards opened in front of him, one of which was blue and the other yellow. The yellow one was a status window from the Murim world, and Kyle had never seen it before, and it showed his strength from that world, telling him that his level was 100, which was the maximum, and all his other skills were also developed to the maximum level. When Kyle looked at the blue sign trying to figure out what it meant, he was met with empty meanings. The blue plate symbolized the hunter's status window, characterizing Kyle, stating that he was level 1, his health bar was full, and he had 1 attribute point available that he could use on strength, endurance, agility, intuition, or spirit. The thing that interested Becca most about her brother's sign was what grade he was in. But when she saw the necessary line, she froze in shock, because the sign said that Kyle had no class. Delighted with the negative result, she told Kyle with a joyful smile that the hunter was definitely not his, and he should just forget about it. And Kyle looked at her in confusion, asking why she decided so. Becca asked if she had told him about the hierarchy of hunters, and realizing that she had not, she said that hunters were divided into 6 classes, the first of which were warrior, priest, and mage. Then came the priest and the assassin and the archer. But there were many more classes, if you include the higher ones, and these 6 were considered the main ones. For example, Becca was from the archer class, and her highest class was a sniper. And the girl also added that the main classes are innate and cannot be changed in any way. And Kyle has no class at all, which means he never had a chance to begin with and never will. Kyle, defeated by this knowledge, sat there dejected, while Becca continued, informing him that it was possible to become a hunter in general without a class, and the whole problem was only in skills, hoping that in this way she would be able to completely demotivate her brother, and hope that he would give up. To increase his level, according to Becky, a hunter needed experience, and points could only be obtained by defeating a monster, but this required skills. And unlike hunters with 6 main classes, hunters without a class did not have these skills, and they could only be obtained through the skill cube. But the cheapest cube with hand-to-hand combat skill cost 20 million, and fencing cost 25 million, which were huge sums. Becca frowned, turning her gaze to Kyle. The sister asked him with a demonic smile if he had any money, causing Kyle to turn away. A sudden thought struck Kyle, keeping his spirits up. He had Alice Labora, and the deputy head of the Dawn Guild must have a lot of money. And this thought encouraged Kyle and made Becca turn away in annoyance, upset that she could not dissuade her brother. Kyle took a breath, mentally noting that he might have had problems without this alliance with the Dawn Guild, but then he remembered that it wasn't his biggest problem. Thinking back to his life in Murim, he wondered why he had no class, since he was a genius, which he thought would never be seen in Murim history. And here, he had no talent as a hunter, since such a discrepancy was impossible. Mount Chia, located in the training dungeon of the Dawn Guild, was calm, and strange rabbits were jumping around. Up close, they looked like cute little animals with red fur collars. But this was a deception, because the rabbits were actually skill training monsters. And because of them, this dungeon was called the Rabbit Dungeon. Becca just destroyed one of them with a well-aimed shot of a fire arrow from her bow. The girl turned to her brother, asking if he had seen it, and Kyle, not too impressed, stated that yes, they had caught a rabbit, without understanding what it meant. Becca reproachfully replied that with such an attitude, all novice hunters come to a bad end, and before their eyes the defeated rabbit turned into a red gem, and Kyle said that this would not happen to him. Picking up the gem from the ground, he asked Becky if it was a monster stone, and if it was exchanged for money, which she confirmed, adding that the gem was an environmentally friendly natural resource that generated a huge amount of energy when processed, and it was because of such stones that nuclear power plants disappeared one after another. At the same time, Becca warned her brother to be careful, because no matter how strong Kyle is, he does not know what can happen in the dungeon. At this time, the guy killed many rabbits at once with a series of light blows, causing his sister to look at him in bewilderment. Annoyed that he wasn't even listening to what she was saying, Becca watched her brother from the sidelines while Kyle realized that using normal attacks to defeat monsters wasn't giving him any experience. His blue hunter stat plate was completely unchanged. Taking a closer look at her, he noticed that she had fencing skills. He decided to ask his sister about this skill. While the sign said that this skill was a class skill, was passive and used without spending mana, had a rarity of D, which meant that it was available to everyone. Also, the mastery level was D, indicating the lowest value. And it was also a warrior class skill. It was possible to improve it, and it was activated automatically when using a weapon, which was a sword. Becca patted her brother on the shoulder, telling him not to worry and that they had a whole dungeon to themselves, and he would be able to master the skill in no time, while Kyle was shocked to see that the rarity and skill level were very low. The guy had never had a D level before, which didn't make him happy at all. His sister was trying to get through to him at the time, arguing that although she didn't know what kind of contract Kyle had with Alice Labora, the deputy head of the Dawn Guild was an unusual person, and Becca was sure that she would try to get the most out of Kyle's presence in the clan. But looking at her brother, she realized that he was not listening to her at all. Becca called Kyle again, seeing that something strange was happening to him, as if he was using his power, and his eyes were glowing blue. The girl called out to him in confusion, wanting to attract his attention. She already wanted to touch him, but he himself intercepted her hand. He turned around with a happy smile, announcing that he had found a better place. They moved there quite quickly. Becca froze in shock, looking around, unable to utter the question the first time, stopping only at the word, "How much?" This part of the dungeon was outwardly no different from the previous one, but there were so many rabbits here that Becca couldn't ask exactly how many there were the first time, finally asking the cherished question, to which Kyle calmly replied that there were exactly 337 of them, specifying that he counted them along the way. The siblings were standing on a raised platform, and even from here Becca could tell there were too many rabbits, so she reached for her bow, telling Kyle her thoughts and that he was still at a beginner level, but he assured his sister there was nothing to worry about. The amazed Becca only had time to call out to her brother, who was frivolous in her opinion, seeing how he, smiling serenely, jumped off the cliff. Kyle, while flying down the cliff towards the rabbits, was thinking that he had never experienced such shame. He, being an immortal sword emperor who had trained with the sword for several hundred years, ended up being a D-level swordsman here, and without a class. As he flew down, Kyle easily drew his sword from its sheath. He swung, making a circular pass and twisting in the air. He landed on the ground with great force, leaving a mark on the soil and a large energy wave spreading around. Because in fact, Kyle was very angry. He found himself down in a clearing full of rabbits. His sister, who remained on the hill, angrily called him an idiot, saying that she almost fainted from surprise. But Kyle only complained about her constant scolding. Then he turned to the angry rabbits, asking if they were ready. At that very moment, a multitude of blue signs with a warning exclamation mark appeared in front of him. They all contained a warning from the swordsmanship skill, insisting that Kyle should attack in lines. But the young man, not deciding whether they were trying to help him or harm him, simply cut them down with his sword. He didn't have time to deal with these notifications because they only got in his way. He was determined, and some incomprehensible notifications were just an unnoticeable hindrance. As soon as Kyle got rid of the signs, many rabbits immediately rushed to attack the frozen guy. They bared their powerful and sharp teeth threateningly, wanting to finish off the guy. Kyle tightened his grip on his sword, swinging it back to strike and activating his skills. His eyes glowed blue and his sword strikes were filled with the blue energy of his skill, striking down his enemies. This world didn't need to teach Kyle how to swordsmanship, because in Murim he was already a master of the skill. All his blows hit their target and the rabbits were defeated. The guy continued to reflect on the fact that skills appeared in this world 14 years ago. Only 14 years, while Kyle spent 140 years in Murim, which means this world needs at least another 100 years to teach him how to use the sword skill with its pop-up tablets. Another set of signs appeared in front of Kyle, blocking his path. He stared at them blankly, trying to figure out what they wanted from him this time. He read another warning, looking at the text with shock and confusion. This time, unlike before, the sign said that he had reached level A+, and Kyle turned around, asking his sister who had come up to him what that meant. Kyle poked around at the notifications, not understanding how to close them or how to change the settings. Becca stood back in shock, asking what her brother had just done. Kyle waved it off, saying that he didn't understand it, and saying that all of his swordsmanship should be displayed in the system, and that the fact that he couldn't find it was probably a mistake. The girl still couldn't understand where Kyle got such speed from, and how he was able to instantly reach level A+. Kyle finally found what he was looking for and called out to his sister. He asked if she mentioned that you could get experience points even with a passive skill that didn't use mana, and the girl confirmed it. Kyle smiled as he looked at the divine power skill he was able to open on the tablet. A window opened up for him, informing him that he had the ability Divine Power, which granted a special origin skill. Kyle's characteristics of this skill in terms of rarity and mastery level were at A+ level, which meant that he possessed the highest ability of mysterious origin and could freely transform his cultivation. Kyle enthusiastically checked his fists, explaining that he simply wanted to make his life easier in the future. The guy picked up speed and then swung sharply. His next strike, using hand-to-hand combat techniques, had devastating power, destroying everything around the epicenter of the strike. Becky reported that he can now use his martial art to gain experience. He didn't so much ask as simply inform his sister that the other strongest hunters of their world, Alice Labora, who was the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, and Max Paxville, who was the head of the Twilight Guild, most likely received their origin skills in the same way. Becca, stunned, was again speechless. She just clutched the bow in her hands, looking at it and feeling empty, because her brother used a normal stream of air to strike. The girl called out to her brother hesitantly, attracting his attention. Becca stood at a distance behind him, but she had a serious expression, saying that she wanted to know something. She gripped her bow tighter, giving herself confidence, and spoke, saying that she had guessed about it since his victory over the head of the Dawn Guild, Mr. Khan. But today she saw his strength with her own eyes, saying that it was amazing. The girl remembered what happened in the Red Wolf's dungeon, how her friend was bitten by the Red Wolf. She remembered how she herself was in danger, realizing that something like this might not happen again in the near future. But the case of betrayal of one's own fighter can be repeated, and there is no guarantee that it will never happen. And after all, it was Becca who led the team at that time, and she blamed her own weakness for their deaths. With tears in her eyes, the girl raised her bow, unable to look anywhere else and saying that she did not want to regret this anymore. She looked up at her brother, continuing that she knew she couldn't become as strong as her brother, but she still asked if he could teach her at least something in martial arts. Kyle placed a reassuring hand on his sister's shoulder, reassuring her that she shouldn't get upset and that he would tell her everything. The guy was happy to help her, although he warned her that he had never had any students and that he would be a strict teacher. Touched by her brother's consent, Becca looked at him with delight. While Kyle thought that there was nothing wrong with his sister's request, because Becca would not always be with him, and she should learn to stand up for herself, because no one knows what might happen in the future. The guy himself said that there was a point in her training which meant they should move on to another point, and the girl could only ask in surprise when he had managed to put the dots around. They used their powers to make quick jumps to move around the dungeon. During their journey, Becca asked Kyle what he would do next, since he had already mastered the skill of fencing. Oblivious to the danger above, she asked if Kyle was going to use his warrior skills. The guy was more attentive and he noticed the hostile rabbits. Swinging and activating his skills, he informed the girl that he could level up using his powers. With his next blow, he sent a blast of energy-charged air into the attack, hitting the target squarely. Becca shielded her face from the dirt caused by the explosion of her brother's powers at the target point, agreeing that his situation wasn't so clear on how to proceed further as a hunter. Kyle gestured to stop her from going any further, noting that he could now use his martial arts to develop himself. But to become a strong hunter, it is not enough for him to just be strong. He needs to learn certain class skills, and they just happened to be in a clearing full of rabbits. Kyle remembered Alice Labora, who was also in Murim, and upon her return was able to become stronger. She combined her skills and martial arts to do this, and Kyle needs to find skills that are compatible with his martial arts in order to increase his strength. A sudden realization struck Becky's brother, causing him to open his eyes in surprise. The guy jumped far ahead, leaving his sister alone and causing her confusion. Kyle rushed towards the place where there were most rabbits. He filled his fist with strength again and swung it forward to strike. The guy remembered that he had already managed to combine any skill with his strength. At the same time, in this world he also saw those skills that would be difficult to combine with his powers. For example, the magician's skill called Fireball, and all magic in general. Kyle aimed the balloon filled with his energy at the rabbits, once again exploding the final target and achieving his goal. Becca called out to him, warning him not to continue like this. But Kyle interrupted her, calling her name in warning, because he had just chosen the area of hunters that he would be able to combine with his martial arts. Sitting on the grass in a hail of gems that fell around him, left over from the dead carcasses of rabbits, he told the girl that he had decided to become a magician. Becca, as in all previous times, did not appreciate Kyle's choice, because she had already told him that since he did not have a class, it would be very difficult for him on the path of a hunter, and since he also chooses the path of a mage, it will be many times more difficult, because it was even more difficult to get the cubes of mage skills. The girl sighed heavily, turning away from the jubilant guy, deciding that she would leave everything as it was. Kyle opened 2 tablets with his characteristics again, one of which characterized him in this world and was blue, and the other transferred all his characteristics from their Murim and was yellow. And the guy noted that he had already become familiar with these 2 systems enough, and could confidently say that there was a very big gap between the Murim system and the hunter. Becca, who was collecting the gems in her bags, remarked out loud that they could stop worrying about waste, while Kyle was thinking about how Muris's stats window only showed the own body stats, and there was nothing but the internal and external levels. But even that little knowledge would be very useful to him while he was in Murim. But when looking at the hunter stats board, it showed everything from strength to mana, and it was more flexible in settings and had many features. Kyle noted that the nature of the emergence of systems is different, as if they were created by different people with similar abilities, and the hunter system gave experience and resources from killed monsters, and the reward was received instantly, which provided a reliable basis for strengthening, and with it, anyone could become stronger with a little effort. While in Murim, the path of cultivation was much slower and more dangerous. And to achieve a breakthrough there, one had to spend a lot of time practicing. And to improve one's skills, one had to risk one's life. True, sometimes there could just be luck. And according to legends, the hero of the past, who was called the Heavenly Warrior, became a god and wrote that magic book, The Heavenly Harmony of Pure Reason. Kyle remembered that this book was an ancient treasure that many had fought over in Murim, and it was in the cave with this book that he woke up when he got to Murim, not understanding where exactly he was. As he and his sister walked on, the boy continued to reason that at the moment when he found himself in Murim and considered everything that was happening to be self-evident, he had overlooked one circumstance. If for his homeworld, the being that gave people the hunter system was the one who calls herself the goddess. Does this mean that the being that sent Kyle to Murim was her enemy? That guy in chains who calls himself Heavenly Warrior? These thoughts made Kyle angry, because he hated the one who sent him to Murim. Time passed, which gave Kyle the opportunity to get used to everything. Thanks to the support of the Deputy Guild Don Alice Labora, Kyle became stronger. For a whole month now, he had been quietly wandering through the dungeons, raising his level, and at some moments, meeting with particularly strong and atypical for the earthly world opponents, it seemed to him that he was no longer in his native world. During this time, the guy reached level 22, and when fighting monsters that resembled livestock, he always joked that he would like some freshly cooked chicken. He did not forget about his promise to his sister, teaching her the 365 vessels in the human body. He also learned to speak in a normal way so as not to stand out. Looking at Becca, Kyle knew that for her age it was too late to study martial arts, although there was one way out. And here was Becca, sitting in front of him, asking him what happened. He carefully held her back, wanting to prepare her a little for the implementation of his idea, asking his sister not to cry or scream, even if she started bleeding. This kind of address slightly frightened Becca, because Kyle said it unexpectedly right after their joint meditation. The next moment, she screamed so loudly that it could be heard not only in their house, because her brother pierced his sister's vessels and directly injected his power into her. This allowed Becky to advance and her skills to improve. She could now pierce stones with her arrows, although she almost burned Kyle's hair during the procedure. The next time Alice and Kyle met, the Deputy Guild Dawn asked if everything was okay in their family. She didn't intend to be polite for long, however, and asked if she could get straight to the point. Kyle noted that Alice usually didn't stand on ceremony, saying what was needed right away, and the girl agreed, simply saying that Becky's brother should consider this a unique trait of Libera. The guy asked her what the girl was up to, since she hadn't called them for a long time and offered to meet. Alice agreed, smiling as she closed the distance between herself and Kyle and addressed him by name. She extended her hand to him with a serene smile and asked if he would like to go on a date with her. Kyle, not expecting such a question, stared at her in surprise. It took him a moment to cross his arms and reply that although this kind of invitation was new to him, he would refrain this time, to which the girl asked him not to refuse so quickly. She said that a new dungeon had opened in a town not far from them, with a 10th level of danger, and a recommended level of 45 to 50, and such a dungeon was usually only allowed to high-ranking hunters, and of course, it was not the best place to go with someone of level 20. At the same time, Alice looked at Kyle with a smile and clarified that if it was him, then his low level would not be an obstacle to such a trip. The guy asked again, confused, if the girl wanted to go there together, and if so, why? Alice reported that high-level dungeons have a hunter number control that prevents large groups from entering them, and she wants Kyle to quickly gain strength as a hunter. The guy chuckled, picking up the bowl and clarifying that the deputy head of the Dawn Guild wanted his improvement to speed up. The girl indignantly pointed out that he was using terrible and outdated wording, even though he had lived for over a century, to which Becky's brother irritably replied that he understood, but he didn't look old. Pushing his cup away, he noted that whatever their union, he only supported her, and he doesn't understand why Labora needs to make him stronger and worry about it. Alice asked if Kyle had heard about the Festival of the Sun. She explained that it was an annual event held between the Dawn and Dusk guilds that helped show off the strength of the strongest guilds in Korea, but it was only a facade, and everyone around would think that they were strengthening their relationship. But in reality, these competitions were determining positions of power. The Festival of the Sun can be compared to a small war. Right now, there is a fight between the Dawn and Dusk guilds for the rights to the dungeons, and most of the fights will take place inside the dungeons, so the general public will not know much about their differences. But all this will resemble the beginning of a major war, comparable to the situation when small matches are thrown into a powder magazine. Kyle asked the girl, confused, what the guilds were fighting for at all, because if it was a fight over interests, then it was completely stupid. Pouring tea into her cup, Alice explained that the head of the Twilight Guild, Max Paxville, was to blame for everything, since everything had been stable before. But at some point, the guy had chased after power like a madman. Libra replied that Max had become subservient to the one called the Heavenly Warrior, which amazed Kyle. He stood up from the table with determination, immediately attacking Alice with questions about Max Paxville's relationship with the Heavenly Warrior. But the girl said that she knew nothing about the Heavenly Warrior and only heard that Max Paxville received a message from the Heavenly Warrior in the Murim characteristics window. Kyle returned to his seat, wondering what kind of message that could be as the girl continued to speak, saying that she couldn't confirm whether it was true or not, since the stats windows weren't visible to anyone. She also said that even if Max had received an order from a Heavenly Warrior, she still couldn't understand why he was doing this, since they had been friends before. After all, they were the only ones who experienced the horror of Murim. Kyle thought about her words, looking at the girl seriously. Alice looked up at him and asked Kyle to participate in the Sun Festival as an ally of Dawn. It was a beautiful day outside when they finished their conversation. The driver was waiting for Alice again in the car not far from that cafe. Returning to the car, the girl continued to explain to Kyle that the balance of power between the guilds had recently been on the side of the Twilight, and all because they captured all the dungeons and carried out frequent raids. If this information becomes known at the Festival of the Sun, it will be the end of the Dawn Guild. The girl gently reminded them that at such an important moment they had lost their leader, Mr. Can, who was their main strength. And after these words, Kyle began to feel tormented by her conscience. The guy brushed off his worries, saying that he understood the situation in general, but he still hadn't heard from Alice the reason why his growth was useful for their guild. The girl closed her eyes, turning away to the window and reporting that the Sun Festival would be broadcast to the entire world, and there would be a lot of foreign press there. Pointing her finger at Kyle, she asked if the guy still planned to show martial arts around the world, and that it would be difficult to do so without public confirmation, because few would believe just by words that he came from Murim, and on the part of other hunters, it would simply cause envy. Once again, Alice asked him if he was ready to confront the World Hunters Association, to which he refused, although he added that he still planned to fight them all. Once again turning away from him, the deputy of the Dawn Guild informed him that he needed to use only the skills of hunters at the Festival of the Sun, to which he agreed, since Katzel owed Alice in general and therefore could not object. Pleased with his answer, the girl was glad that he agreed and asked the driver to give her the suitcase, which surprised Kyle, who did not expect that he would need anything else. Alice opened the suitcase, revealing 6 magic cubes with the Maya skill and 1 magic skill each for the wizard and sorcerer that the guy had asked her for earlier. Bribed by this, Kyle began to take his decision to participate in the Sun Festival as an ally of the Dawn Guild more lightly, since he was planning to meet Max Paxville anyway. But besides the cube, Alice also gave him paper. And not just one paper, but several that began to fall on him from the sky. Finding himself surrounded by huge stacks of documents, the guy didn't understand what it meant. Alice explained that, unlike Murim, there were legal processes on Earth, and all these official documents were needed in order to confirm their alliance, to agree not only on the guild's assistance to Kyle, but also on Kyle's assistance to the guild. And the other document that the guy was holding in his hands was an official document of registration of a hunter and a guild. But Kyle did not understand why he needed to register a guild, and the girl explained that for mercenary hunters, the registration process for the holiday is very difficult, and because of this, there will be problems in processing the documents confirming their alliance. Waving a suitcase in front of Kyle, Alice asked if he knew how much all these cubes cost, and said that any of them were more expensive than the house, and therefore even because of them, it was necessary to sign a contract. To which the down-to-earth Kyle said that this should have been discussed from the very beginning. While signing another paper, he whined that there were too many papers. There they were asked to come up with a name for the guild, and Alice suggested that this was just a formality and that they could write anything. Kyle, after thinking for a moment, wrote, "Guild, Martial Arts," agreeing to everything the girl offered him. So after the paperwork, he went with her to a completely different place, the Wyvern dungeon of a town not far from them. The blue light of the energy that had transported them to a dungeon full of flying dragons, wyverns, quickly dissipated, and the boy noticed that he felt like he was running between home and the dungeon every day, as if he was going to school. Alice, looking at the sky, warned the boy to be careful, as the creatures were one at a time and were not too strong. But they reported that there were an awful lot of them around. Kyle confirmed her words, reporting that he sensed more than 3,000 monsters. He activated his power while looking forward, as he acted according to a certain pattern in any dungeon. He directed the stream of electrified destructive energy at the flying wyverns with joy, because the more targets there were, the better for him. Taking a couple of steps back to gain some leverage, Kyle prepared for the next attack. He swung his air whip, filled with deadly energy, preparing to crush the targets. In one blow, he managed to hit many targets at once. As always, Alice watched in amazement as the dead wyverns fell to the ground, turning into gems, and was surprised how Kyle was able to master the skill so quickly, since she had given him the magic cubes just a couple of hours ago. The guy explained that magical energy and energy management were very similar, so he had no problems, and Alice only noted with disappointment that she would not have been able to do that. Looking at how many opponents he defeated, the girl noted that he should not overdo it, otherwise his mana points will run out. But Kyle told her not to worry, because he is a martial artist. Alice still couldn't believe the number of monsters the guy killed at once, clarifying that he wasn't acting honestly. Kyle ignored her question as he collected his gems, then asked if the monsters in the dungeons were always the same type. Alice said that he was right, but Kyle then noted that this fact was quite strange. The girl began to explain that the dungeons appeared 13 years ago and then filled the entire world. But while she was saying this, she didn't notice that a monster had appeared high in the sky. This monster was descending rapidly, but even the wyverns couldn't notice it while Alice was talking about how there wasn't a single dungeon where there was more than one type of monster. Meanwhile, the claw of an unknown creature, a huge creature, dealt with one of the wyverns, and another low-level wyvern was thrown straight into the rock by a powerful force. It was a huge dragon, a different type of monster in this dungeon, which contradicted Alice's words that this could not happen. At this time, in a completely different place, a man scooped some grain from a bucket into a plate. He threw this food to the fish, which jumped out of the water with a desire to eat. It was the villa of Max Paxville, the head of the Twilight Guild in Seoul, the capital of Korea, and behind the man feeding the fish, there was a secretary guy in a suit holding a folder with a lot of notes, addressing the one who was feeding the fish as the head. The secretary's name was Sam Brudeau, and he was a subordinate of the Twilight Guild, who informed the man on the shore that they had received information about the suspicious whereabouts of the Deputy Guildmaster of Dawn, Alice Libera. Sam also reported that the Dawn Guild had a newcomer who was supported with all their might, and people said that it was with him that Alice went to clear the dungeon. The man asked again whether Alice had gone to personally clean the dungeon, throwing food to the fish once again. Sam confirmed that as a result of an internal investigation, they were able to find out that this hunter, with whom Alice went into the dungeons, was the brother of one of the leaders of the Dawn groups, Becky Bennett. The guy's name was Kyle, and there was one oddity in his biography. He disappeared for 14 years but recently reappeared. The secretary continued to report, saying that his appearance coincided with the resignation of Mr. Khan, who was the director of the Dawn Guild. But the man stopped Sam, asking where Kyle had been for 14 years. No matter how much Sam dug through his papers, he still couldn't find any information about this, since their intelligence still couldn't figure it out. But Sam said that they were able to find out something else. Mr. Khan did not resign, but simply disappeared. And the last thing he managed to do was go to Becca to teach her a lesson for killing his son Gray. The man who was feeding the fish took off his straw hat, putting it aside, and saying that it meant he was dead. He explained this again to Sam, informing him that Mr. Khan was definitely dead, and the secretary noted that this was not bad news. The man turned out to be the leader of the Dawn Guild, Max Paxwell, and he informed the secretary that Kyle Beckett was most likely in Murim. Kyle, meanwhile, used all his strength to continue fighting the monsters in the dungeon. His attack was successful, and all the monsters in his path were defeated. Kyle pumped his fist with a happy smile, noting that this was exactly the kind of pastime he considered fun. Alice, who was watching him, reminded him of herself, stopping his delight and informing him that she understood his state. She noticed, however, that a whole hour had already passed since Kyle had started testing his new skills. And having defeated such a large number of wyverns, the guy felt great, and the girl did not even notice signs of depletion of his health points. And during this time, Kyle practically cleared the entire dungeon, to which he said that he was already finishing. Kyle closed his eyes like a sage, noting out loud that he didn't know how to explain everything quickly. He asked if Libora remembered that suitcase with cubes and one of the ones inside, which was called the Life Exchange Cube, to which Alice agreed that she remembered and replied that it was an emergency skill that could exchange health points for mana points, clarifying if everything was okay with that cube. Kyle replied that in Murim, where he and Libera were, after reaching the 35th external and internal level, an ethereal body was created, which, as the energy increased, developed and strove for infinity. and after reaching the 40th level, the hero acquired immortality, and at the same time, his state was supported precisely by the energy of this ethereal body. And since this energy was infinite, then life became immortal, and therefore now, using this skill, he could draw infinite health. Alice did not expect such a complex chain, feeling empty from the excess of information. Kyle tried to simplify things again by having her focus on the concept of mana amounts. He asked her to imagine the source of infinite energy that Kyle had brought with him from Murim, and then to imagine that, thanks to the cube, he was transforming this infinite energy into an inexhaustible source of energy. And he was able to do this simply because even if these martial arts were different types, having reached the limit of one, it is much easier for him to reach the limit of another. And therefore for Kyle now, there is nothing unattainable, because he has already reached the limit in one. Alice only had time to ask how this was possible, but Kyle didn't answer, preparing to jump towards the remaining monsters to defeat them, because he wanted to destroy all the little things that were left in the area before the boss fight, leaving the girl perplexed. Deputy head of the Dawn Guild noted to herself that Kyle's strength was not his only advantage, because he had a very strong character, and now Alice considered herself an idiot, because she not only tried to use Kyle before, but also wanted to kill him. But now she realized that she did not have to worry about the Sun Festival with such an ally. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't pay attention to the remaining monsters attacking her, because she was on guard. With another blow, she struck down the attacking monster, continuing to think about Kyle and his example. Inspired by his example, the girl wondered if she could reach the same level, and the monsters continued to attack and their numbers did not decrease much. But the girl was on guard, and her strength and the power of her energy-filled blades were still enough to hit the flying wyverns. True, such a battle had its downsides, because Alice could not fly, and therefore during the fall, only with the help of her blade, which she caught on the rock, she was able to keep herself from falling. Only when she was hanging over the abyss with one hand could she appreciate how high she and Kyle had climbed in this new dungeon. Gathering her strength, she pushed off with her feet, making a big jump back up. The girl professionally planned her trajectory so as to defeat many monsters at once. Alice confidently landed on the ledge after another attack, looking back down into the gorge again. There were a lot of gems that the fallen monsters had turned into lying there, and she wondered when Kyle was going to take it all away. Labora hid her blades in the magic storage while thinking about what she had learned about the dungeon, and thinking that when she came back here next time, she should raise the level of the dungeon, since the characteristics inside were much higher than they should have been. And since there were flying monsters here, dealing with them in general was much more difficult. Looking around, she considered what kind of raid would be best for this dungeon, and that next time, she should have a team of 5 hunters, a tank, a mage, an archer, a priest, and a melee fighter. But, thinking about the future, she missed the changes happening in the present. Someone very large flew right over her head. Alice looked up with a question, not understanding where someone so big could come from in this dungeon. It was a monster of another level and larger size, and it was the first time she had encountered one like this. She barely managed to jump to the side, saving herself from the attack of this creature. But an equally large dragon, on the other hand, flew towards her, intending to kill her, although Alice was not going to give up so easily. She took out her blades from the magical spatial storage again, preparing to fight. Only the loud noise of huge wings right behind her ruined the girl's plans. The huge monster could not only attack her, but with its wings it created air currents filled with magic, which were much stronger than the usual attacks of monsters. And Alice, who did not expect this, was unable to cope and repel this attack. Thrown from her place by this energy wave, she fell, frightened, thinking that only a demonic force could manifest itself like this, and the girl did not understand where it came from in the dungeon. The monster attacking her had no intention of giving up and pursued the disoriented girl, who believed that such appearances of monsters from other levels could be a mistake in the dungeon system. But then someone caught the girl who was serving and preparing to die. It was a joyful Kyle, smiling as he informed Labora that the monster had finally appeared. Alice, picked up in her arms, was surprised by Benny and asked him if the guy was really waiting for this particular monster and knew about it. Kyle only smiled and explained again to the one he had already said that when the entire dungeon was captured, stronger monsters would appear in it. At this time, many demon-level monsters filled the dungeon, while Alice clarified that it was Kyle who allowed such a monster to wander here, and the guy replied that he was just waiting because the bosses need to be dealt with at the end. Holding the girl in his arms, Kyle carefully informed her that even if such monsters were new to her, she should not be distracted, but she should not worry either. At the same time, he suggested that the slightly annoyed girl discuss the details later, but for now they needed to stop somewhere. Having landed with Labora on the ledge, the guy thoughtfully noted that it was time for dinner and asked what she would like and if she liked grilled food. Alice, not taking the hint, replied that she thought it was not a good time for dinner. At this time, Kyle concentrated a whirlpool of fiery vortices in one hand and golden electrical energy in the other. Raising 2 fists above his head and crossing them, he was able to fully appreciate his own power. Opening his eyes, he directed his gaze forward, telling the girl that she should wait for him, because today they would have fried chicken. And the giant monsters that were about to attack the guy standing on the hummel were considered a wonderful dinner by him, because with his strength, he was going to fry these flying monsters. Alice could only watch in amazement as all the monsters in the sky died from the enormous power Kyle put into his strike. A moment ago, she watched as Becky's brother first used fire and then pure energy, wondering if the boy even heard what she was saying, since he said he would use magic. At the same time, she could say with certainty that his technique was more reminiscent of regular strikes. Alice immediately pulled herself up, because these were not simple blows, since each of them was imbued with pure power, and it was incredible. But what happened next made her freeze in place, looking at the sky in disbelief. The air above began to swirl, creating a distortion of the underground space. A huge green portal opened right in the center of the sky, from which even more frightening creatures immediately began to fly out. And Alice had no choice but to scream at Kyle to get out of there immediately. The girl couldn't believe that the monsters just started appearing from the suddenly opened portal, because there were too many of these flying creatures. And she also wasn't sure that Kyle was going to continue further, so she was going to save him by rushing off the ledge. But already in the air, she realized that it was even more dangerous next to Kyle, so she shouted at the guy again that he should run. The girl, confident that Kyle could not hear her due to the distortions in space, gathered all her strength for the blow. She needed to save the boy, even if it meant destroying everything in her path. But monsters endowed with demonic power also did not fly in the sky just like that. It was they who took the brunt of the girl's blow. Alice was shocked, because it turned out that the monsters in the dungeon were smart, and now the small ones were taking the hit, that Alice could not help Kyle. Shocked by this news, she could only continue to call out for Beckett and watch as the dungeon monsters formed a sphere. All the small and large monsters in the dungeon actually flew in a circle, creating a ball in the air. Alice, observing their behavior, realized that she was right, and judging by their movements, the small monsters moved involuntarily, and the big ones, who appeared later, commanded the smaller ones. And so when she tried to attack the big ones, they ordered the small ones to shield themselves. It was the death of some for the life of others, and now, in order to win, they would first have to defeat the big ones, although she had no idea how to do that. The girl wanted to get to Kyle, even though she didn't know if he was okay. Yes, she saw him, but the guy looked like he stayed there on purpose. Exhaling regretfully, she noted with disappointment that she did not understand what he was thinking, because he could have told her everything via mental communication. Noting what was happening around, Alice realized that she had encountered such anomalies for the first time, and no matter how strong Kyle Bennett was, it was dangerous. So she had to help, but since the creatures were in the air, she had no idea how to get there. Looking up, the girl noticed a small wyvern flying above her, which gave her an idea. She jumped on the monster's back, deciding that she could use the little one as a means to get to Kyle, since all the monsters were focused on him, although she should not let her guard down and press herself against the wyvern so that she would not be noticed. Alice sincerely sympathized with Kyle, wishing him to hold out longer, and thought that it would be easier if there were no abnormal monsters, not noticing the danger. One wyvern, noticing Alice on the back of another, crashed into her with force. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild did not expect this, so she could not hold back and fell down. At the same time, Alice was determined, and at the moment of falling she turned over, immediately choosing another Vivrena on whose back she could land. It was true that she was unable to jump onto it softly, and only her blades saved Alice, with the help of one of which she clung to the monster's body. The huge monster flying below noticed her maneuver and was about to attack. But Alice was more cunning, because the girl was already prepared for an attacking jump on this giant. In a one-on-one fight, none of the monsters could be a real threat to her, because it was not for nothing that she followed the path of a killer, and so the girl used her ability, Shadow Play, to open a barrier to the same space in which she fought Kyle the first time, only now it was a trap for the monster. But Labora didn't have time to complete her maneuver, because behind the demonic monster, there was a whole cloud of bodies of equally large giants who weren't going to give up their comrades so easily. Alice had to retreat, because she did not expect such coordinated actions from the dragons. A sudden beam of blue magical energy flashed past her face just a few centimeters away. It was Kyle who, finding himself in the midst of the monsters, finally began to act on his potential. Alice had to shield her face with her hands from the blinding magical light of Kyle's energy. The amazed Deputy Guildmaster of Dawn turned around, surprised to see that Kyle was able to summon a sword without a source of power. But he summoned not just one, but many swords, all of which he controlled single-handedly. Benet was indeed surrounded by a dozen swords created from his energy. While Alice couldn't understand how much energy was in this guy's body, Kyle held out his hand, indicating that he thought it was time for him to stop pretending to be a hunter. One movement from him was enough for all the swords to attack the monsters, and not one of them missed, reaching their target and killing everyone hostile to the couple in the dungeon. Since the guy attacked in all directions at once, he was able to hit all the flying targets. A moment later, all the monsters turned into gems, which rained red dots down to the ground as Alice watched thoughtfully. The girl understood that it was only thanks to Kyle Benet that they managed to cope with this, remembering how the monsters began to fly out of the portal. She wondered what she would do if the same situation happened in other dungeons. Would she and her weaker staff be able to handle such portals, let alone destroy such high-level monsters as easily as Kyle? Alice was deep in her thoughts about how she was currently too busy with the Sun Festival, and she should have immediately investigated the situation that happened in this dungeon, not noticing Kyle, who was twirling an unusual blue gem in his hands. Deputy Guildmaster Dawn knew that if she started investigating, Guildmaster Twilight Max Paxville would also find out about it. And then the Twilight Guild will be able to use the information and destroy her Dawn Guild. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't know what she should do in this difficult situation. Kyle showed her the blue gem again, bringing it closer to her face to break Alice out of her thoughts. The guy noticed that she was clearly thinking about something, and suggested that she take a break, telling him what kind of blue gem it was, because it was different from the stones of other monsters. Alice wasn't surprised by the blue gem in his hands, explaining that it was a monster skill stone, and such stones weren't common. So Kyle was lucky. However, she was not surprised that such a huge monster dropped such a small stone. But that wasn't what the girl was interested in right now, so she turned to Kyle. Alice, taking into account everything new that she learned today, wanted to have a serious talk with him. A month later, passers-by on the street were discussing the list of participants in the Festival of the Sun, speculating about what would happen this time. They had already heard many rumors about the sensational newcomer, Kyle Beckett, about whom there was a lot of information on the internet, part of which said that the guy became a hunter only a month ago, and at that time this conversation was heard by the secretary of the Twilight Guild, Sam, who was in a worried mood because of what he heard. The man, sweating, stood up from his seat, because he didn't like at all that the notorious newcomer supported the rival guild Dawn, since for the man it threatened to turn into problems. Sam looked up at the top of the tall skyscraper, sadly noticing that he would soon be a corpse, and he turned out to be right, because at an emergency meeting of the leaders at the Twilight Guild headquarters, one of the directors angrily smashed a glass over his head. This aggressive man was screaming and accusing Sam of the fact that a rookie hunter was chosen as a member of the Dawn, and Sam could not report on the level, skills, or even the location of Kyle Beckett for the past 14 years. The guild leader, Max Paxville, stopped the angry man by simply calling him by name. The leader of the Twilight Guild himself did not look as worried or angry as his colleagues, but calmly enjoyed the golden drink with a smile while looking at those around him. But his calm and friendly smile were deceptive, as one look and commanding tone were enough for the angry director to sit down in his seat. The man moderated his ardor and meekly sat down in his place. Max stood up from his seat, telling his colleagues that all this information about the newcomer was a mistake, and the Dawn Guild was hasty, revealing its cards earlier than expected. Looking at Kyle's photo, Max said that since their competitors had shown their fighter, they should also show their cards, because no one knows whether the opponent is bluffing, or, on the contrary, has won the jackpot. Guildmaster Twilight had confidence in his guild, telling his subordinates that they should destroy the sprouts of the enemy's power before they sprouted. After some time, the secretary of the head of the Twilight Guild found himself in a cafe where he was waiting for someone at a table. Sam was a little nervous looking at his watch, and there was only a cup of coffee on his desk. The man once again turned his attention to the dial, noting that the time for the meeting had already arrived. Finally, the one he was waiting for appeared in the hall, so Sam jumped up from the table, greeting the man. He thanked the man for accepting the invitation and showing up at the meeting. His guest turned out to be Kyle Bennett, the same rookie hunter who became an ally of the Dawn Guild. Kyle took in the surroundings with a practiced gaze, trying to figure out if there were any potential threats in the cafe. Sam distracted him again, doing his best to keep his guest focused on him and extending his hand in greeting. Kyle turned his emotionless gaze to the secretary's hand, making him nervous, but he did not refuse the greeting and shook her hand with his own. Kyle knew the man's name was Sam, but he asked again to make sure, mentally remembering that his sister had asked him to change his tone of voice, as after his stay in Murim, Kyle often chose the wrong words and used rude constructions. Sam confirmed that he was indeed a representative of the Twilight Guild and said that it was an honor to meet Kyle, mentally noting that Kyle's address sounded rude. Sam's thoughts made it clear that he was not so much offended by Kyle's rude formulations, but on the contrary, they would help him not to forget about the purpose of this meeting, because he had to find out as much information as possible, and the secretary of the Twilight Guild suggested that they move on to the purpose of this meeting. But first, Sam said he wanted to use a device, frantically rummaging through his bag, which Kyle watched with an emotionless face, mentally noting that if everyone in the Twilight Guild was as slobs as Sam looked, then should Dawn even bother with them? The secretary meanwhile placed a small device on the table, and when Kyle asked what it was, he said that it was a magical instrument called a soundproofing barrier. And when Sam pressed the button, a barrier formed around him and Kyle, blocking out outside sounds, and the Twilight representative noted that their voices would not leak out either, and such a device was ideal for private conversations. Kyle chuckled at the last definition of their meeting, and the secretary asked if the guy had any idea what they were going to talk about. Sam, in a serious mood, informed Bennett that the Twilight Guild wanted to form an alliance with the Boys Guild. Kyle asked if Twilight hadn't seen the Sun Festival participants, saying that he already had a partner in the Dawn Guild. The secretary confirmed that he knew this and said that he was aware of the fact that the guild was putting all its efforts into developing Kyle Bennett. Sam's next argument was that the Twilights also knew about the incident with Director Khan's disappearance, and they also knew about the joint raid of the Deputy Guildmaster Dawn into the dungeons. At the same time, the man noted that Kyle never joined Dawn, and according to the Twilight Guild, Kyle created the Martial Arts Guild only in order to enter into an alliance with the Dawn Guild. Sam, who had rhetorically asked whether Kyle was interested in how Twilight had figured this out, adjusted his glasses pathetically and answered himself, saying that it was all about the guy's close relationship with Dawn. Sam directly offered Kyle to join the Twilight, saying that he would promise him much better conditions than in Dawn, causing only a smile from Bennett, who thought that the representatives of the Twilight Guild were much braver than he thought, and it would be hard to ignore something like that. And Benny also liked the secretary's insight, and the offer was generally not bad, except for one but. Sam pulled out some papers, intending to discuss the specific terms of Bennett's support from the Twilight Guild, but Kyle rose from the table, saying that he had had enough of this conversation, and the secretary could continue no further. Kyle turned around and left, throwing a last word to the man that he only came to find out why the Twilight Guild invited him. But it turned out to be a waste of time, to which Sam objected that the guy was refusing without even hearing the offer. The secretary stood up from his seat, shouting that the Twilight Guild was willing to offer Kyle an amount that was twice what Dawn had promised, mentally nervous. Benet replied that he had promised Alice Libera that he would not accept the offer of the Twilight, and noted that he was not the kind of person who was so interested in money. Sam tried to stop Kyle, but he wasn't going to listen to him anymore, leaving the restaurant. The secretary was in despair, not knowing how to keep Bennett. Suddenly, a visitor in a cap, taking off his mask, called out to Sam, asking how long he was going to stand frozen in the middle of the restaurant. This guy turned out to be the disguised head of the Twilight Guild, Max Paxville. He addressed Sam by his last name, overwhelming him with his intimidating aura, and informing him that he seemed to have given his instructions clearly. All that was required of the secretary was to continue the conversation as long as possible. After all, if the conversation ended quickly, there was no point in eavesdropping on it, since Sam had a microphone on, and the head of Paxville had an earpiece. The Twilight secretary was very sorry that he was such a loser and couldn't carry out this task, but Paxville quickly let the situation slide. At the same time, Max noticed that Kyle seemed very strange to him. Paxville didn't understand what Bennett wanted, since he came to this meeting and didn't agree to the money. At this time, in a completely different place, a conversation was taking place between those Max was thinking about. Alice Libera listened with interest to Kyle's summary of the meeting with the Twilight Guild, noting that Paxville might be upset. Kyle on the other end of the line noted that most likely the head of the Twilight Guild already knows that he is from Murim, but when they met in the cafe, the guy's skill, heavenly harmony of pure art, did not resonate. Benet recalled that when he entered the cafe, he felt someone's energy, and Alice's assumptions came true. Max himself was there. The girl noted that the head of the Twilight Guild was quite cautious, and he was not one of those who sat and waited until the last perfect moment. So for now, he would most likely not touch Dawn and Bennett. And Kyle asked how the investigation of the dungeons was going, but the girl replied that so far there was no other information about the same anomalies as they had seen. With a smile, Alice especially noted that there had been no anomalies since their last visit together. She remembered that when she asked Kyle for a serious conversation in the dungeons, she had asked him for help with the investigation, and thanked her once. Benet asked if there were any other questions, and Alice replied that that was all she wanted to discuss. Labora only noted that Bennett's tone was too gloomy when asking if the guy was okay. At this point, Kayla's sister called out to him, asking if he was finished. After all, Becca was waiting for him to be free, and it was time for them to go. Kyle ended the conversation with Alice, agreeing with Becca, and turning his attention to her. And the reason for his gloomy mood was that they were standing in front of the cemetery they had come to. Becca led him to the place where their family's remains were buried. Touching the camera with the memorial photograph, the girl, with tears in her eyes, informed the deceased souls of their parents that her brother had returned. Kyle stood gloomy against the opposite wall, considering his presence here a bad idea. His whole appearance was detached and closed, in contrast to what was happening. He looked at the camera with his parents' things, realizing that from the moment he disappeared and returned back, he had changed a lot. And even seeing the ashes of his parents, he felt nothing. Turning around, he headed for the exit under the gaze of his crying and grieving sister, realizing that he shouldn't show this callous side of himself to Becca. After all, she had not forgotten how to experience emotions and sincerely grieved over the loss of her loved ones. Turning away from the ashes of her loved ones, Becca called out to Kyle, hesitantly asking if he was okay. After all, the girl noticed that he didn't look sad or upset. But Kyle had nothing to answer her, because he didn't want to upset her. Becca turned to Kyle, who had moved a short distance away with a fake smile, asking why he was silent. She was insightful in asking if he really didn't feel anything in that place. And Kyle had to apologize. He asked the girl to forgive him, because for her he remained the same brother he had been, although in reality he could not show her what he had lost during the time he had been absent. These emotionless and detached words angered the girl. In anger, she shouted that the strangest thing now was Kyle's apology, since that was not what she wanted to hear. Having caught her breath, Becca turned to him more calmly. Remembering their past, she asked him for not so much, as it might have seemed to the guy. Crying again, she asked why Kyle had changed so much, noting that even now he looked too normal. But she just wanted to see the brother she once knew. Kyle slowly reminded her that it had been too long for him, and he would never be the same again. But Becca said she didn't care because she didn't feel like she was living with her brother now. The girl angrily stepped aside, leaving Kyle alone. The guy once again thought that he shouldn't have come to the cemetery. Remembering everything that happened to him in Murim, he thought about the fact that he did not know the answer to the question of why he had changed, why this had happened to him. At that moment, a yellow table with Murim's characteristics opened right behind him. It was a status window with a slowly appearing question, the first word of which was why. The one trying to contact Kyle was the celestial warrior who was now imprisoned in multiple chains. The next line in the status window asked if Kyle still considered himself human, shocking the guy. It was this question of why he still considered himself human that was unexpected at the moment. Kyle stood frozen in front of the status window, unable to understand why this window had appeared. He reread the question, emphasizing that someone doubted that he was human. The guy clenched his fist out of anger at the nonsense written in the status window. The next bulletin board called on him to stop his senseless resistance, and the new one said that if Kyle needed help, he could contact the sender of the messages. Benet noticed that the unknown person continued to talk to him one-sidedly and asked who he was. The thought that struck him made him smile, and Kyle asked if the one called the Heavenly Warrior had spoken to him. Then his interlocutor got angry, saying that he would take everything from the guy again and that he should just wait. But Bennett called him crazy. The guy said he didn't know who he was or why he needed it, but he suggested that if the Heavenly Warrior really had enough strength, he should try to do it, just as he had already taken away his parents. Only Kyle said that if he couldn't, then Bennett himself would tear him to pieces. The last sign from Murim's window said that the guy should just wait. After that, the information window in front of him closed as if nothing had happened, leaving him alone. Only small yellow sparks of residual magic were carried by the wind around the guy. Only Benet was not frightened by this, because he was determined not to give up his own anymore. The sounds of Beck's footsteps could be heard in the silence as she went to look for her brother. The girl, her eyes full of tears, looked back uncertainly, certain that he must have been nearby. But there was absolutely no one around, and the place where she expected to find her brother was empty. She noted with disappointment that Kyle did not follow her or look for him, and she resentfully called him an idiot. A couple of days later, the long-awaited Sun Festival began, the broadcast of which was led by a very cheerful girl presenter, greeting all listeners and viewers. There was a lot of enthusiasm in her, because the public was going to see heroes today who would explore dungeons and hunt monsters. And the girl knew that many were waiting for this holiday, and her calm colleague could only dream that she would calm down and calmly agree. But she was not so easy to stop, and in a fit of emotion she rose from the table. She asked the audience not to worry, as everyone had been waiting for this day with the biggest event in Korea. It took place in a large sports arena that could accommodate many people and was about to begin. The girl, while everyone was shown the happy faces of the spectators, continued to talk about how this holiday was not only entertainment, but a place for strengthening ties between guilds and duels between hunters. And people could attend it with their whole family, since something like this could only be seen at the Festival of the Sun. Kyle, who was in a special room at the time and heard everything that was happening outside the arena, noticed that the Sun Festival was more like the Olympic Games. Alice Labora, who was sitting opposite him and sipping tea from a mug and saucer, said that no, and that there was a big difference between the two events, since the public was most interested in the hunters. They found themselves in the office for the participants of the holiday, furnished cozy and comfortable, and the girl continued to tell, saying that the interest in the event is also connected with the fact that the hunters' strength is similar to that shown only in the movies, and their fights look much more interesting than competitions of ordinary people. Elisa also added that such events help improve the image of hunters. Only the girl noticed that her friend's thoughts were occupied with something completely different, and he was not listening to her too attentively, so she called out to Kyle. The guy didn't answer, and she looked at him again carefully, putting the cup of tea aside. Kyle seemed suspiciously silent, and Labora assessed the situation and assumed that he had had a fight with Becca. Watching the two, Libera wondered why there had been a strange atmosphere between the brother and sister ever since their arrival. Alice was perceptive, immediately realizing that Kyle could be to blame for this, and asking the guy what happened between him and Becca, clarifying what exactly her brother did wrong and where he made a mistake, surprising him with her insight. Benet gave in, asking Labora for help in finding a home, and saying that he wanted to live in a quiet and secluded place, causing Alice to be confused. Kyle confessed to the deputy head of the Dawn Guild that he received a message in Muram's status window, which shocked the girl. Benet said he didn't know the goals of this sky god, but Kyle was definitely his target. That's why he took care of his sister, because he didn't know who exactly his enemy was. And Becca was his only weakness, and would definitely come under attack. It took Labora a moment to process this information, as she couldn't believe that Kyle had received a message from a heavenly warrior, and so suddenly, at the same time, Alice was sure that even if the heavenly warrior chose Kyle's sister as a target, it would be better for the guy to stay with her, because living separately for the good of his sister would be unsafe. Kyle frowned and remained silent at the words of the Deputy Guild Dawn. Benet, watching the happy family on TV, said that Becca doesn't need a brother like him. He looked at the child in the frame and said that this was not his opinion, but his sister's position, because the person she once knew was not him. So, upset, Benet continued his reasoning, reaching the point of thinking that his sister might be better off if he simply disappeared without waiting for a blow from Alice. And Labora, without warning, hit him right in the chest with her fist, silencing him. Without looking the guy in the eye, she said that she didn't like to interfere in other people's affairs. But if her brother had said that to her, she would have been offended by him and would never have forgiven him. So she turned to the shocked Kyle, who knew more about his sister Becca than Labora, and was about to say something about his sister. But the door to the room opened and Alice's assistant appeared, asking for the deputy head of Dawn. The man caught Alice and Kyle in a strange, threatening pose, and awkwardly announced that the party was about to begin, cautiously apologizing. Labora pretended nothing had happened, asking if her assistant had been trained to be in the door, and telling Kayla that they would talk about it later, and asking the guy not to go anywhere until she returned for him. So Kyle Benet was left alone in the room, able to process what had happened. The guy certainly didn't expect Alice Labora to be so angry with him, and now he had something to think about. At this time, before the start of the fights, an opening ceremony was to take place at the stadium, which the host announced to everyone. She announced the event's organizers, first introducing the Dawn Guild and its leader Richard Fraz, whose hunter class was Crusader. And then she announced the representatives of the Twilight Guild, on whose behalf the ceremony was to be opened by the deputy head of the guild, Sylvester Driggle, whose class as a hunter was an assassin. The presenter at this time asked her colleague if he thought it was true that Alice Labora and Max Paxwell were from the same guild, and he answered that it was true, wondering how the friends who started life as hunters together felt now that they met at the very top. An old acquaintance extended his hand to Alice Libera, who was standing on the stadium platform surrounded by a crowd, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. It was a peacefully smiling and well-dressed Max Paxville, and the girl had to make a lot of effort to contain her negative emotions. She smiled sweetly back at him, asking him how he was doing. She noted that the guy standing behind Max, his second-in-command Sylvester, now working for Twilight, had risen quite a bit. True, such words of hers offended Driegel, and he immediately grabbed his sword, but was stopped by the leader's gesture. Paxville, without changing his expression, responded by reminding him that he knew that Alice was working on raising the level of the newbie, and Max especially noticed that she must have been doing this since she loved helping the weak so much. Alice was mentally angry, remembering the past and seeing Max as a terrible monster. The girl wanted with all her might to get rid of him with her own hands, since in the past he had brought a lot of pain to her and her loved ones. And Alice was determined, confident that no one could stop her from such a massacre. But that was in her thoughts. And in the real world, she had to maintain decency. So she answered with a confident smile that she would take Max's words as a compliment. And Paxville was pleased that his challenge had been accepted by a worthy opponent. Former friends and now enemies, they shook hands as the hosts announced that the Festival of the Sun was beginning. A guy in a dark uniform attacked his opponent in the ring with a scream. His magic formed dark red strands, which he used to use a warrior skill called sequential attack to fight the blonde girl who was using a shield. The blonde couldn't handle the force of his blow, and her shield couldn't withstand the power of someone else's magic. The brunette filled the spear with his dark red power, swinging it for the finishing blow. He easily defeated his opponent, crushing her defense. The girl lost this brutal fight, which was part of the competition. The hosts announced that this was the 5th duel, and with the girl's defeat it was over, because the winner was Gideon from the Twilight Guild, using his incredible strength, which he was able to show even with a weapon specially blunted for the competition, causing such enormous damage to the girl. The heads of the guilds, Dusk and Dawn, who were sitting in a special box, watched the fight, and Max Paxville, the head of Dusk, happily reported that he expected Dawn to be defeated, since their fighter had not lasted long against his Gideon. Alice, listening to Paxville's arrogant speeches, could not object, and he continued to reason that if everyone in Dawn was like that, then Twilight had nothing to worry about. Max rose from his seat, announcing that he would be stepping away for a moment. Finally, he told Alice that he hoped that in the next battle, the representatives of Dawn would be able to entertain him. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild, Alice Libera, only looked at him with displeasure, holding back her displeasure. Max Paxville, meanwhile, disappeared into the corridors of the collision where the competition was taking place. Under one of the arches, one of his closest and most loyal people, his deputy Sylvester Driegel, was waiting for him. He, having barely noticed Max, immediately called out to him and, drawing his dagger, he asked the headman for permission to answer a very sensitive question. While playing with the dagger, the boy casually asked if he could kill the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, Elisa Liber. Max, turning to his charge with a serene smile, asked his deputy to relax and not rush into this matter. Paxville noted that everything has its time and asked if Sylvester knew Becca Bennett, to which the understanding deputy replied that he understood the gentleman's hint and would send his regards to the girl. Meanwhile, the celebration continued, and the next location looked like the streets of an ordinary city, and the hosts announced that this was the arena of the Battle of Archers, where the first actions would now take place. The location had many houses with open terraces and rooftops, which would be the perfect place for spectators to take advantage of the rare chance to see all the guild's expert archers. The excited presenter announced that the fights would begin any minute, asking her colleague if he had anyone in mind. The man replied that there would be many outstanding participants in the arena this time, but he would be rooting for Becca Bennett because she was achieving great results at such a young age. Becca was currently looking around the arena she would be fighting in while the hosts continued their dialogue, revealing that Becca had recently had an accident, dubbed the Red Wolf Dungeon Incident. The girl herself recalled the conversation that she had heard before in the locker room when her guild colleagues were discussing her participation, because in the Red Wolf's dungeon the girl had destroyed the entire group, fearing that if they were with her, a catastrophe would also befall them. Becca wasn't going to tolerate that, so she asked her teammates not to whisper about it, and if they had any questions to speak up and discuss it directly. This statement made the gossips embarrassed and hushed up the topic of conversation. And then he would leave altogether, leaving the angry Becca alone in the locker room. The annoyed girl crossed her arms over her chest in displeasure. She sighed heavily, But it wasn't the gossip she was worried about. Since the day of their quarrel with her brother, she has not spoken to him. And she was still angry about their conflict, because it was Kyle's fault that she was sad. But the girl was interrupted by an assistant who said that she should look into the waiting room because there was someone there who was waiting for her. Becca looked at her assistant in surprise, not immediately understanding what she meant. And then she was glad because she thought that it was her brother who had come to talk to her. But it wasn't him, but Alice Libera, who came to see if Becky was okay. Benet didn't believe that Libera had come just like that, immediately asking what Alice wanted, but the deputy head of the Dawn Guild said that she had come simply to support the guild's promising recruit. Alice also said that she was looking for Kyle, but couldn't find him. This news did not please Becca, because she did not want to talk about her brother. Alice was unaware of what had happened between Kyle and Becca, but she sincerely advised them to resolve it all and clear up the situation between them. Becca got angry, asking, "Since when does the vice leader of the guild interfere in family matters?" Alice immediately raised her hands in a surrendering gesture, asking the girl not to get excited, and said that she should just worry about both of them. Becca laughed insincerely, clearly not believing Libera's intentions. Kyle's sister looked straight at Libera, honestly telling her that she didn't like Alice because Becca felt that she was increasingly influencing her brother. Benet voiced her thoughts that Kyle decided to become a hunter precisely after meeting Alice, and it had been very little time since his return, but he was again moving away from his normal life. Becca was annoyed because she didn't want her brother to become a hunter. She didn't understand what he wanted by becoming even stronger, and she didn't know what he was aiming for because Kyle didn't tell her. Alice didn't expect such frankness from Becky. Shocked, she looked at the girl who was getting more and more upset. Becca burst into tears as she was very worried about her brother, because he was now completely different from the one she knew before, and seemed so unfamiliar and distant from her. At this time, the voice of the festival administrator came from the speakers in the corridor, announcing that the battle of archers would soon begin, and the participants needed to go to the arena. Becca tried to calm down, telling Alice that she had not intended to show herself to her like that and asking for forgiveness. Alice tried to cheer the girl up, noting that she thought her brother didn't want to change so much. However, Libera understood Kyle, which she told his sister, because the deputy head of the Dawn Guild herself experienced the same suffering. After all, Kyle returned from hell where he could die at any second. And after such an experience, no one would remain the same. But for Becky's sake, according to Alice, Kyle tried to be his old self, and he hid from Becky exactly what he didn't want to show. Benet noted with surprise that it was very strange to hear about her brother from her boss. At the same time, Becky's mood noticeably improved, although she noted that Kai could only behave like this because he considered her unreliable. While with the deputy guild leader Dawn, Kyle clearly feels on equal terms. Alice watched the calmed-down Becca leave for the arena with a neutral gaze. Then she looked back as she felt that she was not alone in the corridor. She noted out loud that she kept thinking about the disappearance of the one who had now overheard their conversation. It was Kyle, and he had told Alice before that he was going to distance himself from his sister. But now he was there, and he never left his sister alone, and Libera asked if Bennett was really that worried about his little sister, to which Kyle pretended that he was there by chance and was just passing by. Alice said understandingly, pretending to accept his lie. Libera noted that the guy now looked very much like the head of Twilight, Max Paxville. Alice, without any bows, closed the distance between them, grabbing the guy by the collar. The girl was outraged. Why couldn't Kyle just tell his sister the truth because not only he had changed, but Becca too, and she was no longer the same as before, and Bennett only managed to ask in shock what happened to the calm Libera. Alice asked if Kyle thought it was better for him to hide his intentions from his sister, and then she answered that no, because if he wanted to say something to Becca, he should say it directly. Libera's fit of anger passed suddenly, and the girl, leaving the guy alone, simply called him to follow her so that he could see the side of his sister that he had never even suspected. The shot marked the beginning of a new competition in the arena. A large, bright flare signaled to the participants that their competition had begun. A multitude of fast-flying objects swooped down into the archer location. These were representatives of the Dawn and Twilight guilds, who, under the cheerful voice of the hosts that the archers' battle had begun and the teams would soon meet in a duel, took their places in the arena. Among them was Becca Bennett, representing her guild, and the girl was determined. Max Paxville took his place in front of the observation deck. The head of the Twilight Guild was looking forward to the competition, hoping that Becca would like the gift he had given her. Becca looked a little sad, not even suspecting what was waiting for her ahead. The members of the Dawn Guild were talking to each other on the headphones, and some of the girls' colleagues had already met their opponents, while others were following them to help. The enemy was spotted ahead, just 200 meters in the 2 o'clock direction, but Becca paid no attention. She remembered the conversation with Libra about Kyle and how he hid himself only in order to be his past self for his sister. This memory angered Becca, and she, calling Kyle a stupid brother, slammed her fist into the wall in anger, leaving a solid dent. Talking to herself, the girl thought angrily that her brother had decided that if he didn't talk to her, he would hide a part of himself, and she believed that he should be honest with her and tell her everything, like Elisa Labora does. Becky's earpiece perked up, telling her that an enemy hunter had been spotted at the entrance to an alley in Area 3, and one of the targets was out of range and another squad had to wait for reinforcements. And she was still angry that Kyle still thought of her as a child, and he was wrong in thinking that he was the only one who had changed in the intervening time. Dawn's communications again reported a new enemy very close, 300 meters away, and warned against using bows and arrows in competitions without reason. The team asked to wait for Becca for backup, but she resolutely stepped out from the edge of the roof, reporting that everything was fine and she would figure it out. The girl activated her abilities and pulled the arrow, aiming. Becca used her sniper skill, targeted shooting, to shoot an arrow covered in magical light using a master sword-level martial art full of energy. The magic-filled arrow flew straight towards the designated enemy. The blow hit its target, hitting a member of the Twilight Guild. The player table showed that the Twilight Ranger had been defeated and would no longer be able to continue the fight. Becca, looking down from her perch at her fallen enemy, reported over the radio that the shot had been successful and was praised in return. Recalling her conflict with Kyle, Becca noted out loud that her stupid brother shouldn't look down on her. The girl remembered her childhood, when her parents died, and how she was forced to hear the sympathy of relatives who did not know what to think about her, and thought that the heavens did not care about her, because she lost her entire family in one day, and now there was no one to look after her. Little Becca clenched her little hands into fists, hearing about how her brother's body had never been found. She was already sure then that her brother had not died, and that he was alive somewhere and would soon come for her. Around the same time, changes occurred in their world. The goddess contacted people, warning them of impending danger. This bright woman called on all of humanity to evolve so that they could survive. The revelation of the goddess, monsters, dungeons, hunters, all this in one moment turned the world of ordinary people upside down. Then, Becky's belief that her brother would return did not become empty, but on the contrary, it became stronger, and the girl passed the test to determine the abilities of a hunter, immediately after which she was assigned the class Archer. She herself grew up on state welfare and continued her studies at a hunting academy, where she was bullied by her classmates. After all, she was an orphan, and there was no one to stand up for her, which gave those around her the opportunity to make fun of her. But Becca wasn't weak, so in one of those incidents she was ready to fight back. While those around her laughed, considering her harmless and worthless, Becca remained herself. Even then she was a fighter, and therefore the offender received a strong blow to the face with a tray. Becca suggested to all those who envied her that she was an orphan and was on government support that they go and become orphans themselves, which lessened the ardor of the offenders. Benet would not tolerate insults, inviting anyone who was capable of simply wagging their tongue to follow her to sort this story out. But the offenders didn't have the courage, and Becca, meanwhile, graduated from the academy as the best student and got into the Dawn Guild, which she had dreamed of so much. And every time she encountered obstacles, even those as scary as the blue, red-eyed wolf monster, the girl did not give up. During one of the missions, such a creature cornered her against a tree with the intention of killing her, and was serious about it. But Becca was not going to give up, always finding a way out of difficult and impossible situations. After all, she had not gone through all the suffering in her life so that some little dog could defeat her. Her strength of spirit and intentions were strong, which gave her additional strength. And she defeated all opponents, be it a huge monster or someone else. This is how Becca met Alice Libra personally, who came to her aid on one of the missions with Sylvester, who was then still in Dawn. But they found only Becca, covered in blood, who had already defeated the monster, making sure that the girl did not need help. Alice then asked the name of the persistent newcomer, and Kyle's sister introduced herself, realizing that this could be a turning point for her. Libra then noted that Becky's gaze looked like she was chasing someone, and remarked that Bennett would become stronger and Alice would remember her name. This is how Sister Kayla caught Libora's attention and became the youngest leader of the Dawn Guild group, which greatly annoyed Libora's assistant at the time, Sylvester, but he was not the only one who felt annoyed. Becca actually enjoyed being a group leader for a guild like Dawn, because she just wanted to become as strong as possible. She trained hard, improving herself to last until her brother returned, and did not allow even the slightest weak thought. She brought herself to perfection, spending a lot of time in the training halls. And now, standing on the roof of one of the buildings of the archery arena, she felt a little sad. She remembered her family, looking at the medallion, thinking about how her life had turned out. And then she resolutely closed it, realizing that she wouldn't get a compliment from her brother, because people like her always remain behind the scenes. She understood that from the perspective of her older brother, who studied martial arts, it might seem like she was still lacking a lot. But she couldn't forgive Kyle for treating her like a child, which is why the girl screamed angrily into space. True, she later realized what she had done and felt embarrassed. And then she noted that it had become too quiet around her, and the communications could no longer be heard. Becca activated her earpiece, indicating that she wanted to change the location to a new one, and repeated that she was waiting for a response. And then a premonition made her realize that danger was approaching. A hail of arrows hit the roof, and where Becca stood, pursuing her escape step by step, forcing her to move even faster and change her position. But no matter how she ran and tried to hide from the attack, one of the arrows, filled with red magic, wounded her in the left shoulder. The command to cease fire was immediately given, and the strangers who had appeared on the edge of the roof where Becca had just been relayed to someone that the target had been found. Becca looked at their faces, a little relieved that the arrow that hit her arm hadn't hit the muscle, but the fact that it had pierced the skin indicated that the rules had been broken. All arrows for the competition had to have a blunt tip, and this could not happen, which meant that her opponents had combat arrows. The first enemy jumped down onto the platform in front of the girl, thinking that she was scared and discouraged, telling her that she shouldn't expect anyone to come to her aid, saying that they had taken care not only to block the radio waves, but also to ensure that the broadcast cameras wouldn't illuminate the area. Becca just laughed, surprised that her rivals thought she would need help. She easily pulled the arrow out of her hand, stating that she couldn't remember ever hoping for something like this in her life. Becca tossed the bloody arrow aside, noting that she had no idea why the guys who had attacked her were making such a fuss just to catch her. And then she drew her bow again, preparing to attack 3 arrows at once and filling them with her blue magical power. Becca firmly stated that all her rivals would come to an end today, inviting these scum to attack her. The leader of the attackers wasn't going to wait for her to shoot them before giving the order to kill Becca. A hail of arrows instantly headed straight for the girl, as if this was the only order the enemy was waiting for. And they immediately sank into the ground, leaving no room for thought. But none of them hit Becca, as she dodged the attack with a deft spinning jump, quickly changing her position. In flight, the girl pulled the next arrow filled with magic, using the archer's skill. It was called the Precise Arrow, and one shot was dangerous enough as the magic was a complex spell seal that spread to more than one point. The Precise Arrow hit several opponents at once, immobilizing them with a precise blow and leaving only the leader. This happened because of the arm injury, because if Becca had not been injured then, she would have hit everyone at once, while the Twilight representative was shocked that from such an unstable position the girl was able to hit 3 at once. He couldn't believe that a girl using competition arrows could wield such destructive power at such a short distance, not understanding how it was possible. The sniper class of archers typically specialized in ultra-long-range shooting. The shooters were able to strike enemies at long range, and the ranger class had speed, which gave an advantage in hand-to-hand combat. And these 3 classes of high archers were usually, and there was a very big difference between them, since each had its own weakness, and a team of only rangers would give an advantage to Becky, whose class is a sniper. Benet, however, thought that the pain in her arm was not too severe yet, and she was quite capable of coping with the rest. At that moment, one of her undefeated enemies appeared from the side, taking aim at her. The girl was forced to take a stance in order to be able to jump further. It was in the jump that she once again put her sniper shooting skills to use, and her attack seemed successful until the last moment. Her opponent was not the easiest one, as the guy dodged at the last moment and the arrow flew past, without touching him and allowing him to relax for a moment. But the arrow Becca fired was not an ordinary one, because the girl used the circulating arrow skill, and it, not reaching the target, filled with magic, simply turned around in order to hit its target anyway. Becky's opponent jumped to the ground with a curse, landing not far from her. He called Becca an impudent girl before rushing to move the arrow out of the way. But his maneuver failed, and the girl's arrow reached its target, hitting him right in the back. Becca jumped down to the raised area nearby to make sure her blow hit its mark. She was not helpless and she was not harmless, representing her guild with dignity. And now she found herself one-on-one with the leader of the enemy group, and their bows were pointed at each other. Both Becca from the Dawn Guild and the attacker from the Twilight Guild were serious and determined, and neither of them were going to retreat. Suddenly, one of the already defeated, the very first Twilight fighters, whose body glowed with red magic, stood up on his feet. He took aim with lightning speed and released an arrow filled with red magic. She, not encountering any obstacles on her way, quickly rushed forward. And she aimed straight at the unsuspecting Becca, who was aiming at a completely different opponent. Becca managed to notice this sneak attack at the last moment and froze in shock. It was at that moment that the image of her brother appeared in her head, advising her to use the power of martial arts. And this mental support brought her to her senses, allowing her to calm down and feel her strength. She followed her brother's advice and used the martial art he had taught her, filling her healthy arm with golden energy. The next moment, she caught the enemy's unaccounted red magic-filled arrow, surprising him with unprecedented technology because no one had ever shown such results. At this time, Becca closed the distance between herself and the attacker, gathering blue magical flame into her fist. With one precise blow, she hit the head of her barely recovered enemy. Having knocked him out completely, the girl turned to the last enemy. Pointing to the fallen Twilight comrades, she asked him what he would do now that he was alone. She even generously offered him to say his last words, if he had any, and to do it as quickly as possible. After all, she was going to finish him off, and he asked her to stop because he was going to give up. The girl's earpiece was finally restored, and her colleagues from Dawn said they could help her. A blue magic-infused arrow killed Becky's final opponent. 3 of the Dawn appeared on the building next door, and Becca was commended over the comms for doing a great job. The girl confirmed the re-establishment of contact, asking if it was too late for reinforcements, and her colleagues had to apologize, saying that they had no excuse. At that moment, the live broadcast was restored in Becky's sector, and the hosts began animatedly discussing what had happened, while simultaneously reporting that the Dawn Archers had won the 6th survival competition. On the general broadcast screen, Becca's colleagues were seen approaching her. The presenters noted that in the blind spot where there were problems with the broadcast, 4 members of the Twilight Guild were lying in front of Becca. And those 2 gossips who were discussing the girl in the locker room now changed their opinion, saying that her skills were wonderful and she did an excellent job. At this time, Benet was mentally having a dialogue with her brother, noting that she would very much like to cope without his help. She used her sniper skill, vigilance, and looked up at the sky above her with a smile, noting that it was thanks to her brother that she survived. In the sky where she was looking, an ambulance helicopter was circling. And in it sat a smiling Kyle, who had seen everything that happened in the arena live. Alice Labora, sitting in the seat next to him, asked with a smile whether he had seen everything that had happened. Kylie had no choice but to admit that yes, he had seen everything. But Benet wasn't going to give up, pretending that he saw how his sister avoided defeat with the help of the martial arts that he taught her. But Libera interrupted him, shouting that she didn't mean that. Kyle chuckled, reassuring the girl and saying that he was joking, and admitting that Alice was right, and there was a lot he didn't know about his sister. He thought back to their childhood, wondering when Becca had become so strong. He had to accept that his sister was no longer the child from their shared past that he remembered her as. The guy didn't lose his smug look, telling Alice that he shouldn't have expected less from his sister, and Libra had to agree that this was certainly true. But Kyle himself had suggested Becca to use martial arts. Alice could only be glad that it wasn't broadcast, because if the head of the Twilight Guild had seen it, they would have been in trouble. Unaware that Max Paxville had his own broadcast channels and a special Twilight drone was filming everything that happened to Becca. At this time, a shocked Max froze in front of the screen with a glass of drink, trying to comprehend what had just happened in the archery arena. It turned out that he recognized Becky's moves, and now he was amazed to wonder if this was really martial art. The ceremonial event dedicated to the Festival of the Sun continued. In the park not far from the arena where the fights took place, Becca, glowing with joy and pride for her victory, settled down in the company of her brother, asking how he liked her strength. Kyle didn't want to acknowledge her victory and merits, so she pretended that everything was within the usual framework, sipping coffee, to which his sister noted that he should have taken the lid off the cup since he was pretending to drink something. Becca couldn't help but mention that in the eyes of her brother, as the strongest immortal in the universe, she probably lacked a lot, and admitted that she used the power of martial arts to win, noting that her internal energy was also running out. But Kyle interrupted her monologue, saying that she was wrong. The guy returned the glass to the table, continuing to talk about how his sister was strong, and that she had all of this thanks to her hard work, which allowed her to master both martial arts and gain high skills as a hunter. Kyle looked down, asking his sister to forgive him for hiding so much from her, because he wanted to be her brother like before he came to Murim. Before this fight, the boy did not realize that he considered her the same little and innocent sister as in their childhood. But now he finally saw how she had grown up and become much more mature. Kyle and Becca were sitting at a table surrounded by other families with children, and the girl shared with her brother that lately she wanted to find the person who caused the disaster that destroyed their family, and admitted that this was the reason she became a hunter. The girl thought that if she reached the highest level, the one where the goddess was located, she would be able to get at least some kind of hint. But during this time, she herself did not notice how she plunged into the games of hunters and dungeons with her head, forgetting about the primary goal. Becca admitted that everything that happened to her did not seem particularly difficult to her, and that is why she got to this point. But she had no desire to remember the past, so she told her brother that everything was in the past, and holding out her little finger to her brother, as in childhood, she asked him to promise only one thing: never to leave her again. Kyle replied that it was obvious that he was not going to leave her again, but Becca disagreed. Continuing to extend her little finger, she shared that in the last month she felt as if he was hiding something from her, and therefore the girl felt very lonely. So now she asked him not to hide anything from her in the future. Kyle looked at his grown-up sister with a smile and warmth. Extending his little finger and sealing their vows, he confirmed that he was never going to leave her alone again. After the vows, Kyle turned to his slightly confused sister, saying that there was something else Becca needed to know. With a slightly condescending smile, Kyle corrected his sister on how she called him, repeating once again that his title sounded like Immortal Sword Emperor, and she should remember that well. Becca looked at her brother at first, confused, thinking he was talking about something serious. But when she realized that that was all, and he didn't want to tell her anything else, she felt annoyed. Meanwhile, an announcement from the festival organizers came over the loudspeaker to the spectators, informing them that the great battle was to begin in an hour, and everyone was called upon to hurry to the start. Kyle stood up from the table, telling Becca that he had to go, and she wished him luck, asking him if he was serious about going in the clothes he was wearing. The guy just shrugged his shoulders in slight surprise, clarifying that she was comfortable and he liked everything, and then asked Becky if the last guys who attacked her seemed strange to her, because from the outside it seemed as if they were there on purpose and were targeting her specifically. Becca wasn't surprised by her brother's question, nor by the idiots who were going to set a trap for her, explaining that if both the Twilight and Dawn guilds were in the dungeons at the same time, then such skirmishes happened often, and although this time everything looked like a normal skirmish, what was strange was that they attacked her openly. But the girl didn't feel particularly worried about this. On the contrary, she proudly replied that it happened because she was considered a pro from the Dawn Guild, and that was why they wanted to get rid of her faster. To which Kyle cautiously and mentally noted that his sister was definitely a pro at kicking her interlocutor's ears. But Becky's answer didn't give him confidence, nor did it reassure him, so he continued to think about it. He remembered the sign warning that a chained heavenly warrior was going to take everything from him, and hoped that these events were not connected. Kyle made it to his third locker room, where they were already waiting for him. Richard Fraza greeted Kyle with Alice Libra standing behind him, saying that he had heard a lot about Kyle from the latter. He shook Kyle's hand vigorously, declaring that he would be taking the lead in the great battle and he looked forward to it, also mentioning that it was a pleasure to meet the hunter. But his attention didn't stay on Kyle for long, and the head of the Dawn Guild turned to the other hunters, asking how they were doing, leaving Kyle and Alice puzzled by his behavior. Benet mentally asked Alice if this was really the chapter she told him about, and Libra asked him not to look down on him, since Richard was level 60. The head of the Dawn Guild himself was talking to other hunters at this time, encouraging everyone, although Kyle mentally noted that even if he was level 60, he was still weaker than Libra, and she had nothing to say. Richard, meanwhile, managed to talk with the other participants and said goodbye, leaving the locker room, and wishing all the hunters good luck in preparing for the competition, while Alice continued to conduct a mental dialogue with Kyle, who said that he would not use martial arts during the battle, and the girl should have understood this herself. The other hunters at this time bowed respectfully to thank the guild leader for his support, and Kyle reminded the deputy leader of Dawn to forget that highly advanced martial arts were indistinguishable from magic. But Kyle had one more message for Alice, thanking her for pushing him to talk to his sister and making peace with Becca. Alice smiled, happily accepting this news and saying that she was glad about this development of events. The girl sincerely wished good luck to a pleased Kyle. The other hunters from the locker room called out to Kyle, asking if he was an ally of the Dawn Guild, saying that they had already heard a lot about him from the deputy guild leader and asked him to take care of them as the vanguard. But these hunters were not interesting to Kyle, nor was their admiration, so the guy quickly lost interest in them, thinking about what happened to his sister. He came to the conclusion that no matter how hard he tried to explain the actions of the Twilight group, he could not give up the idea that the attackers did not act by chance, but followed someone's instructions. And just when Kyle decided that there was only one person who could give such an order, he appeared in their locker room. A guest came to the hunters of the Dawn Guild. It was the head of the Twilight Guild, Max Paxville, along with his secretary Sam, who brazenly asked if he had disturbed the boys. Kyle wasn't surprised by this, although he remained wary, thinking that if that threatening message had been sent to him by a heavenly warrior, then he couldn't rule out the possibility that Max Paxville, who was under the Heavenly Warrior's command, might have been involved. Meanwhile, Max explained that he came because the fight between Dawn was friendly, which meant he could just drop in to say hello. The other hunters generally agreed that it was possible, although they recalled that the relationship between the two guilds was not friendly. Max Paxville merely chuckled at the remark, not intending to pretend any further. With his arms outstretched, he asked as if he was the master of the situation if he was really pretending so badly, and agreed that the Dawn Hunters were right, and he came here because he heard that a great man would be with them, and Max came to spy, which made the boys feel uncomfortable. Max, meanwhile, approached Kyle, extending his hand and saying that he had heard a lot about Beckett, and it would be nice to meet him. Paxville put on an innocent and happy expression, clarifying that they were seeing each other for the first time. Kyle, who had been keeping a close eye on the man from Twilight, didn't buy into such hospitality, remaining on guard. He agreed that this was their first meeting and shook the hand of the Twilight Guildmaster with a serene smile. Paxville was listening carefully to the space and the guy in front of him at this time, noting that he did not feel the heavenly harmony of pure art. This worried the head of the Twilight Guild very much because he was sure that it was Kyle who taught Becca martial arts. But if it was not Bennett, then how could a girl who was definitely not in Miram learn the technique that helped her win? Kyle noticed at this time that although he didn't know Max, he knew his worker Sam, who was standing at the door, and the guy greeted Kyle with an embarrassed smile. Benet admitted to Max that he wanted to meet him through Sam, but remembered that the conversation didn't go well then. Also, Kyle was not going to keep silent about what happened to his sister, mentioning that Becca had caused enough trouble for the Twilight Hunters in the Archer battle. But this did not affect Max, and he, on the contrary, mentioned that he himself wanted to say this, summing up that Bennett's sister had, as expected, excellent skills. Kyle went into an open threat, telling Max that Paxville should remember that Bennett would not forget what happened, and the head of Twilight would pay for what happened. But he was not at all afraid of this threat, saying that he would look forward to their meeting. Bennett had no intention of continuing the conversation any further, as it was time for him to go, so the boy turned to leave, leaving a final comment that Paxville really should wait. In his mind, Kyle was prioritizing, deciding for himself that whether the attack on his sister was related to the Celestial Warrior or not was only the second most important fact, while the first was the incident of the attack itself. So Kyle promised that he would give Max an interesting show that would definitely not disappoint him, because Bennett was going to erase the Twilight Guild from this world. In the central arena, everything was just ready for the beginning of the next stage of the Sun Festival. The presenter turned to the audience with anticipation, announcing that the moment they had been waiting for was approaching, while her colleague was again less emotional and skeptical about her. They announced that the main event of the Sun Festival, which does not require words, should begin right now. It was the Great Guild Battle of Dawn and Dusk that was finally about to begin. In the center of the large stadium, where all the events of the holiday took place, a special arena was prepared, and hundreds of thousands of spectators eagerly awaited the representatives of the guilds. The first one to appear on the field was Kyle, and the hosts announced that he was the hunter who would represent the Dawn side, and he was a super rookie who had attracted a lot of attention due to the personal offer of partnership from the Dawn Vice Guildmaster, Alice Labora. He was announced as the leader of the Martial Arts Guild, Hunter Kyle Bennett. The first emotional host told the audience that the appearance of a hunter from outside the guild in the Great Battle was the first time at the Festival of the Sun, and she, like other viewers, wondered who he was and why he was invited to Dawn. The second calm host responded that the level, class, achievements, and all information about this hunter was hidden, mentally thinking that he wanted to file a complaint against his colleague, and out loud continuing to say that since nothing is known about Kyle Benny, this could psychologically affect the enemy. Meanwhile, Kyle's enemy was also announced. It turned out to be the leader of the Twilight Advance Squad, who, upon Kyle's approach, immediately informed him that the rumors about the hunter were true, and that he really did have an impudent face. It was a genius mage of the Twilight Guild, named Flame Charisma and Flame of the Fire Dragon, a young guy whose name was Stephen Gore, who immediately informed Kyle that he was going to incinerate him to a crisp. Kyle looked at his opponent with a sneer, mentally wondering if he was ashamed to use such a strange name as Fiery Charisma, and out loud noting that all of his names, including the Flame of the Fire Dragon, could sound absolutely normal in Miram, but looked strange here. The hosts announced once again that it was Kyle Benny who would fight Stephen Gore, and the first match of the Great Battle would begin right now. Max Paxville, who was watching the hunters, smirked smugly. The head of the Twilight Guild was mentally glad that his protege Stephen knew exactly what he needed to do, namely to never leave his opponent alive, while trying to reveal all of his abilities as much as possible. As if sensing the attention of the guild leader, Stephen turned to the podium, remembering what the leader had told him. But turning to his opponent, he noticed that Kyle had already soared into the air, and the fire mage was surprised at what kind of show was happening in front of him, just as the presenters were surprised by Kyle's behavior, because Bennett immediately revealed his class, flying quite high. Levitation was a skill of sorcerers, and the Dawn Guild Hunter openly revealed his top class, which was unexpected by everyone. The hosts noted that Hunter Bennett also demonstrated his high control over magic by maintaining such a height, wondering if this was his strategy, and Richard asked Labora the same question, asking if Bennett had any plan at all. Alice, who was looking at the arena with concentration, was not happy with this turn of events, answering the guild leader that she did not know if Kyle had a plan, assuming that he just wanted to do it, and that was all. Kyle, meanwhile, assessed the opponent in front of him with a careful gaze. He had already realized that Stephen's level was 50th, which meant that he was approximately the same as the previous head of the Dawn Guild, Mr. Khan. Therefore, if he immediately uses martial arts, then the mage will not make a normal opponent, but if he only uses hunter skills for battle, then the fire mage will be good for something. Kyle realized that he was currently at level 53, and although he was rapidly increasing his power level, he had no real experience as a hunter. Kyle also turned his gaze to the podium with the guild leaders, realizing that not everything was so simple. And he was right. Max Paxville was watching him closely, and now Kyle had to take that into account when choosing his actions. But overall, this did not upset the hunter, and he was amused that Max so much wanted to know more about Benet. Well, Kyle was ready to give this opportunity to the head of the Twilight Guild, saying out loud that he could watch for at least 100 years until his eyes dried out, while he concentrated blue magical power around himself. Sending this magical flow towards his opponent, Bennett finished his thought by saying that he still wouldn't show the head of the Twilight Guild what he wanted to see, meaning the power of martial arts. The hosts continued to comment on what was happening in the arena, noting that a large number of energy spheres created by Kyle were literally raining down on the enemy, but he was trying to protect himself from them with a fire barrier. They also note that this kind of technique, using mana spheres without attacking, is a base-class mage skill, and Steven is surprised by this, and he assumes that such an attack from the opponent is an attempt to test the waters. Steven gathers his magic, and under the comments of the hosts, he transforms it into a flaming whip, waving which he tries to reach his opponent. The Twilight Guild hunter was not overconfident, and he understood that since Kyle was a mage, he definitely had to come up with something to win. He remembered that mages were divided into 3 classes, and those who were engaged in non-combat activities, making skill cubes and items, were called craftsmen. Mages who specialized in combat and endowed mana with special attributes were wizards. And the last class was called sorcerers, and they were the embodiment of the phenomenon and concept of magic, as they were closer to people with supernatural abilities than to magicians, and could use teleportation or flight. In combat, these usually took up positions in the rear rather than the front lines, and were responsible for supporting roles and also had some kind of secret weapon. Steven jerked forward, deciding to attack. After all, it was not in his nature to stand and wait for the enemy to attack him. The Twilight Mage used his power to gather a lot of hot flames into a huge sphere in a short time. On his next move, he sent the flaming ball towards his opponent, urging him to bring out his trump card if he had one. Or Kyle would have to experience the hellish flames of his magic, which was approaching with terrible force. Kyle only had time to cross his arms in front of him in a defensive gesture. A huge fireball caught up with him, immediately exploding into a bright flash of fire in the arena, with the hosts commenting that this was exactly what was expected from the flame of a fire dragon. It was not just a fireball, but a magnificent connection between the fire flame magic and Steven's physical strength, and the explosion made the head of the Dawn Guild worry about the condition of the hunter who represented them, while the hosts added that Steven was the kind of hunter who was known for his fighting style, which was so pronounced in close combat, completely untypical for the mage class. Kyle, meanwhile, was unharmed, noting that he thought he was the only mage from Murim. It was clear that where Bennett had stood in the arena, there was a whole crater from the explosion, but Kyle himself was not hurt, continuing to note out loud that Steven's thinking was somewhat similar to his, Kyle's, and this fact slightly spoiled Bennett's mood. But Kyle's words had no effect on Steven. On the contrary, the magician again gathered his power into a fiery whirlwind around himself, completely concentrated on his task. Gathering the magical flame into a ball in his hands, the Twilight representative again addressed Kyle with a warning that he would be crawling around on the floor in vain. After all, Steven was going to use his special skill of mastering flames. Urging Kyle to show everything he had, Gore sent a huge blast of fire made with the skill March of the Fire Dragon straight at his opponent. And this skill was very spectacular, since all the flames that obeyed the magician concentrated and materialized the figure of a fire dragon, which was now rushing towards Kyle. But this attack did not frighten Benet. On the contrary, he smiled contentedly, saying that Steven had surprised him, and since he had asked for a trump card, he would get it. And the next moment, Kyle simply extended his hand with a clenched fist and an extended thumb forward and turned his thumb down. The dragon, meanwhile, had no intention of stopping and continued, demolishing everything in its path to approach Benny. Only when the fire magic reached Kyle it couldn't break through the barrier that formed at the guy's outstretched hand, and all the fire simply split into 2 parts, passing by him and not touching him at all. Steven looked at the boy in shock as his attack did absolutely no damage, not understanding who was in front of him. And why was Kyle able to stop such a powerful attack with just one humiliating gesture, which was usually used to demonstrate the defeat of an opponent? The presenters stood frozen in amazement on the podium, not understanding what they had just seen in front of them. After all, what happened was incredible, as Kyle was able to avoid the fire dragon attack using, in their opinion, fast movement, although it remained surprising to them that he was still able to survive. The audience was also confused and shocked, as they did not understand how the hero managed to survive, because it looked like he was fried. And while everyone around was perplexed, they did not notice the great magical potency the guy used to protect himself, continuing to assume that he had used magic perfectly by simply snapping his fingers. Even the head of the Dawn Guild turned to Alice in bewilderment and asked what had happened in the arena, not understanding what they had all seen. Alice remembered Kyle's words about how no one could really tell the difference between his power and magic, wondering how he had managed to fool so many people right now, but answering the leader that she didn't understand what was going on either. Max Paxville remained outwardly cool after Kyle's show, but it was a deception. In fact, the Twilight Guildmaster was furious that his man couldn't defeat Kyle. Steven himself was also shocked by what happened, because now the hosts, as well as all the viewers, knew that his most special move, March of the Fire Dragon, was completely useless against Kyle Benet. The Twilight Mage couldn't believe that it didn't work and his special move failed, while that cheeky guy remained unharmed. So, calling upon his magical power again, Steven rushed towards his opponent with a cry, intending to attack him again. Kyle taunted him, blocking his punch with one hand, not understanding why he was so worked up, and offering to show him something as consolation. But the Twilight Guild hunter refused to listen to him, gaining momentum and pushing off the ground in a jump. Steven aimed straight at Kyle, wanting to crush him and also shut him up, but he easily dodged such an attack. The Fire Mage became so angry and furious that he went mad with rage, launching a series of vicious attacks, hoping to reach his opponent. But Kyle easily ignored them, dodging and easily not giving in to his opponent. The hosts were happy to comment on such an exciting and completely atypical battle for magicians, because in fact, Steven switched to hand-to-hand combat, which, however, did not give him an advantage, and this type of battle was atypical between magicians. The Fire Mage abruptly closed the distance between him and Kyle, but missed Bennett's maneuver, not understanding where his opponent had disappeared to, while Kyle informed him that Steven had held up well, but had made one important mistake, spoiling his mood, and this mistake would cost him dearly. So Kyle wasn't going to stand aside and found the magician's weak point while he was open. Plus, Bennett noticed that Steven was clearly too young, since he had completely forgotten about his legs, which in hand-to-hand combat should have been the center of gravity, and he so stupidly lifted them off the ground. Therefore, Benet was able to deliver his blow, from which the Fire Mage flew back several meters without much difficulty. And Kyle noted that he should correct his stupid habit of raising his shoulders too high when striking, and concentrate more carefully on his opponent. Steven, lying in a cloud of dust on the ground and recovering from the last blow, still couldn't understand how he got it, asking how Kyle did it. Kyle closed the distance between them, stopping and hovering over his opponent who was sitting on the ground, blocking the light, smiling as he said that he had studied martial arts for a long time. Benet leaned over to Steven, who was sitting on the ground, admonishingly noting that the Fire Mage had too little experience. In an instant, Bennett's smiling and good-natured face turned sinister, and he threateningly asked if the Fire Mage had understood everything from his words, also asking if he still thought that abilities alone were enough to win. Steven felt that the hunter fighting for Twilight was mocking him, because Bennett also noted that his words clearly hurt the pride of the Fire Mage, showing that the techniques of the mage, who considered himself the strongest, were not enough and that he was, in fact, a weakling. These words angered Steven, causing him to feel furious, and he shouted that he was going to incinerate Bennett, causing Kyle to be surprised at his stupidity. Benet jumped away from the enraged guy, who had surrounded himself with a fireball, to a safe distance with great speed and incredible ease. Steven turned his magic into fire with no intention of stopping, because his rage and anger also gave him strength, and he, even having exhausted his mana, was going to burn Kylo to ashes. The Fire Mage summoned the fire dragons again, only this time there were many more of them, and they all formed into a large fiery avalanche as he once again used his true power to attack Kyle. This skill was called the Fire Dragon's Fury March, which was completely in keeping with his state of anger and desire to destroy Kyle. And now all these dragons were heading towards Benet in a furious attack, intending to deal with him once and for all. Kyle admired Steven's attack with a slight grin, but the guy didn't look scared or shocked. Even seeing the mouth of one of the fire monsters in front of him, Bennett only noted to himself that in order to repel this attack, he would need to put in a little of his own strength. Meanwhile, the hosts and spectators watched as the fire dragons surrounded Kyle from all sides, enclosing him in a burning cage. In addition, there were so many dragons, and they were flying all over the stadium, which caused concern that they could burn the entire stadium to the ground. The female host suggested that since the flames, almost like an explosion, covered the entire stadium, Kyle would have to sweat to cope with such a strong blow. Alice Labora, who was watching the fight from the guild representative's box, did not take her eyes off the arena. In the words of the host, that such a strong attack from Steven drove Kyle into a corner because no one knew what could be done to counter such a merciless attack. But then the hosts were able to see something in the tongues of flame. What all the viewers were able to see was amazing, because in the epicenter of the attack, under the blue dome, Kyle stood unharmed, and the presenters were surprised and admired Bennett's resilience, because even such a powerful attack from Steven could not break the barrier of the magic of the hunter from dawn. Kyle just smirked at Steven's latest attempt to get to him, noting that he was irritating him, and that such attacks weren't too hard to fight off. His hand waves easily dispersed the flames, and the guy himself said that while his body was immortal, he was not afraid of either heat or cold, and it would not be easy to deal with him. The fire dragons began to lose their power, dispersing into the air. Kyle was once again able to handle Steven's attack without putting in any effort, and the arena was filled with the sight of the fire dragons failing to cope with their task. And the next moment, the barrier around Kyle burst, and with a gust of air and magic it dispersed around, extinguishing the surrounding fire. Benet stood in the streams of his magic, tinged with a life-giving blue, his arm outstretched again, his palm clenched into a fist, his thumb pointing downwards, promising Steven defeat, and he reported out loud that the fire mage's pathetic attack had failed to touch him. The presenters were amazed, because Kyle easily dealt with such a terrifying force in an instant and simply took and easily defeated all the fire dragons. And now everyone wondered what kind of power he had and what it was, assuming that he controls gravity. The Twilight Fire Mage fell to his knees in shock, not understanding how this had happened or why it was even possible. Kyle loomed over his stunned and unresponsive opponent as the hosts continued to ponder whether his power was truly gravity, and if so, they had no idea that this type of magic was so powerful, and for them, as seasoned observers of such competitions, it was something new. They admitted that his power was beyond imagination and did not understand how a man could use gravity so skillfully, doubting that Kyle was a beginner while Bennett prepared his own attack, as the boy had already concentrated his power into a blue magical ball in his palm, telling Steven that their battle was more fun than Bennett had imagined. Kyle surrounded his opponent with his magic, grabbing him in order to deliver another crushing blow. A full-force punch from Bennett to the stomach knocked the wind out of the fire mage. He was thrown several meters across the arena after Benet's melee attack. Kyle looked at his defeated opponent with a smirk, saying that it was time to end their fight. Guildmaster of the Twilight Guild, Max Paxville, asked his deputy Sylvester in the lodge who would be next from their guild, and he said that it was Dustin Hammer, and this answer pleased Paxville. Max was angry about losing his fire mage, so he ordered Sylvester to pass on his words to Dustin that he should use it. Dustin Hammer was a knight called Twilight Spear. This knight was practically invincible, and his weapon, which was a spear, always struck down everyone from the Dawn Guild. The hosts were delighted to see Dustin Hammer enter the arena, introducing him not only as the Spear of Twilight, but also as the Mage Killer, and the knight truly seemed invincible in his shining steel armor. The female presenter asked her colleague if Dustin Hammer, judging by his nickname, had never lost, and he said that in general the warrior class has a higher percentage of victories compared to mages. At the same time, the presenter noted that this does not mean that knights are stronger, because magicians may have more techniques that remained secret and were not known to anyone. Kyle, who heard some of the words voiced by the hosts, grinned and flexed his fists in front of him, saying that he would be looking forward to their duel, because Mage Killer sounded like a challenge to him, and Bennett also appreciated his opponent's knightly costume. Max Paxville, who was watching the opponents in the arena with his deputy, noted with a grin that Kyle was too relaxed, but in vain, because this time everything would be different. Because while Bennett belonged to the magician class, he could not defeat Dustin Hammer. The hosts announced that the second duel of the Great Battle of the Sun Festival was beginning, and Dustin immediately called upon his power, distinguished by the color purple, and directed it into the spear. He used his knight skill, which was called enhancement, and his weapon immediately became several times larger and more powerful, and the knight himself rushed to attack. The spear written with magic was indeed a deadly weapon, which Kyle was able to dodge at the last moment, and the place where he stood was destroyed. The hosts shared with the audience that Dustin activated all possible upgrades for his spear and immediately went on the attack, while Kyle was assessing the situation, clarifying whether his opponent was going to break through his front and noting that the knight was quite fast. But Benet himself wasted no time either, using his power to form a magical blue ball in his hand, while saying that his opponent's strategy actually didn't matter to him. The Dawn Guild Hunter also attacked without warning, like Dustin, firing 3 energy blasts at Hammer at once, telling him that he considered him to be as much of a dud as his previous opponent. All of Kyle's shots hit their target, hitting Dustin straight away. But this did not cause him any damage, and through the dust from the previous blow, he again rushed to attack Bennett. Kyle didn't expect such a dash from the knight, so he was surprised when he almost collided nose-to-nose with him. The Dawn Mage had to use his signature move of fast movement to jump away from the knight who had closed the distance so quickly and unexpectedly. Kyle was pleased to note that his current opponent was not only fast but also tough, and had a will of steel, deciding that aerial combat would be the best choice for this battle, so the mage took to the air again. But Dustin wasn't that simple, as the next moment he used a knight skill, pushing off the field with his spear. This was enough to provide support so that Hammer could also easily rise up, even higher than his opponent. This allowed Dustin to quickly attack Kyle, who was not expecting a trick, from a completely unexpected side, from above. Hammer's skill was called a jump attack, and Kyle managed to put his shield up against the knight's spear at the very last moment. But Benet didn't expect that the strength of his shield wouldn't be enough. The protective layer in front of him began to crack, not saving the magician at all. The residual force from the Twilight Knight's attack sent Kyle flying back onto the field, and the hosts reported that the attack was incredible, as Dustin simply didn't give Bennett a chance to fly, attacking the Dawn representative without any hesitation. The hosts also took pity on those responsible for the ring, because after the battle they will have to fix everything, while Kyle, who left a dent under himself and was slowly coming to his senses, tried to remember the last time he felt something like this, and someone actually slammed him into the ground. Dustin Hammer wasted no time in rushing towards Kyle, not intending to give him a break. Benet was clearly uncomfortable as he rose from the ground, while thinking that if he were allowed to use martial arts, he would have finished his opponent in a second. Hammer stopped in front of his opponent, preparing for another attack, to which Bennett called him a stubborn bastard. This angered Kyle, so he used his magic and his signature gesture of defeat, asking if this was what the knight wanted to see. Immediately, a huge magical force fell upon the knight, not allowing him to stand on his feet and pressing him and his spear to the ground. At the same time, Max Paxville was calmly enjoying a drink in the box, completely unconcerned by what was happening on the field, and not paying attention to the words of the presenters that Benet had used an unknown skill again. Guildmaster Twilight, on the contrary, grinned, as if his knight's defeat made him happy, while the hosts noted that Dustin Hammer, who had not stopped since the start of the duel, was now unable to move. However, this was a temporary effect, and now the knight was able to raise his spear and thrust it into the ground. Overcoming the power of magic, he slowly moved, trying to raise his head. And soon he succeeded, and the knight's eyes glowed with a red, magical flame. And around the knight himself, a cloud of his magical purple energy appeared, which helped him rise, which delighted both the spectators and the presenters, not believing their eyes. Kyle was as amazed as everyone else that the knight was able to do it under such intense pressure, and Dustin asked if Bennett really thought he could stop him with gravity, and then said that it was his turn now. Purple strands of magic enveloped Hammer's entire body, which advised Kyle to prepare for his next strike. But such phrases and effects did not make the desired impression on Benet, and he asked what he was talking about. Kyle concentrated his magic on the tip of his index finger, waving it in front of him, clarifying when he even said he was using gravity. Knight Dustin Hammer felt Bennett's next sudden blow at the same moment, completely not understanding how it happened. The Twilight Guild hunter was dragged across the arena floor with great force, leaving a huge crack in the floor behind him, and he was only able to stop when he crashed into the wall. Hammer let out a huge groan as he tried to comprehend what had happened, and the force of the impact even cracked his helmet. Alice Libera and Richard Fraza stared at their own hunter in shock, clearly not expecting this. Max Paxville also finally took the fight seriously, looking up from his drink and watching with his mouth open as his knight was simply kicked around the field. Both the spectators and the hosts of the Sun Festival did not understand what had happened. Kyle stood calmly in place while his opponent was dragged not only through the ground but also along the wall of the arena, and was now sitting on the ground with his head down and coming to his senses. The presenters again wondered if it was gravity or some other ability, wondering what skill Benet had used. Hammer, having received such a blow, realized that his opponent, although very young, was also very strong, so now it was not surprising that he lasted until this moment. Benet at this time closed the distance, approaching the knight frozen in the wall, reporting that his power was not gravity, as everyone around believed, but attraction and repulsion. Kyle calmly shared this information, saying that this was his main skill that he had obtained with sweat and blood, and it was related to the conductivity of yin and yang, and it could be either a main or passive skill of the highest rarity, a plus, the highest treasure that even makes one doubt its existence, and the mastery level was B-, which meant that it could only be used without being affected by external factors, and this skill itself was related to magical properties, adding an attribute of attraction or repulsion to magical power. So Benet pulled a small stone that had rolled away from the wall towards himself, saying that if his opponent knew the basics of physics, he should know that gravity is the force that attracts an object to something, and repulsion is the repulsive force. Kyle threw a pebble with just a small movement of his finger right into the knight's crumpled helmet, saying that it was difficult to explain in detail and that he should understand the essence. The guy continued to explain to the knight that he used force in the direction he wanted, and that's why the enemy flew there. But Dustin interrupted Kyle, saying that the magician was wrong and causing him to question. With some effort, the knight climbed out of the crack in the wall and rose to his feet, filling himself with the purple power of his magic once again. He was once again enveloped in a cloud of power, and his eyes glowed red, and he explained that Kyle shouldn't have told, and explained his weakness to the knight, and Dustin used his true skill, pointing his hand at Kyle. Max Paxville, sitting in the box and knowing about Libera's abilities, mentally addressed Alice, asking if she knew why Dustin Hammer was called the Magician Killer. The girl did not expect such impudence from the head of the Twilight Guild, but she was even more shocked by the answer because Paxville said that Dustin had a special skill, the very one that Max ordered him to use, and told the girl that if Bennett had nothing but magic, he was finished. At this time, Kyle, amazed by the knight's speed and strength, stared in shock at Hammer's approaching magic. Dustin's hand, filled with purple magical power, seemed to block out all the light, rising like a bright shadow above Kyle's face. Max Paxville saw no point in hiding, triumphantly declaring out loud that Benet would die right there in the arena. Alice Libera turned to the arena in shock, not believing the words of the head of the Twilight Guild. Kyle Benet was thrown back by the knight's power, and a blue information board immediately appeared in front of his face, shockingly written, as Dustin Hammer cast a counterspell. The blue sign in front of the Dawn Guild mage's face was a system notification that informed him that he was prohibited from using magic for the next 10 seconds due to his knight abilities. Kyle, sitting on the ground with a system notification in front of his eyes, tried to understand what was happening because he found himself under a direct blow from the already swinging Twilight Guild knight. Before the fight, it was this counterspell that Mac Paxville gave the order to Dustin through Sylvester. Hammer also noted that it was not a skill he wanted to use in public and questioned why he had to go that far. Sylvester replied that the leader of the Twilight Guild, Kyle Benet, believed that he was hiding something, and none of them knew what it was, but a mage who had the power of attraction was too dangerous. That's why the head of the Twilight Guild gave the order to his knight to kill Bennett. And so Kyle found himself in this situation, where the counterspell blocked his magical abilities, as reported by the system notification, and the knight swung for the finishing blow to kill the guy. Benet looked at the blue information sign with confusion, not understanding what it was. Twilight Guild. Knight Dustin Hammer attacked the mage, intending to carry out the leader's order. Kyle miraculously managed to jump to the side as a terrifyingly powerful spear strike fell on the spot where he had been standing a few seconds ago. Dustin noted that he could see Kyle was very surprised and informed him that his true skill was the counterspell, and that it was what temporarily disabled the ability to use magic. Kyle had to quickly dodge the next blow, while Hammer continued to talk to him enthusiastically, noting that without magic he had no chance of winning. Spectators and presenters watched the events in the arena closely, noting that the moment the fight ended unexpectedly changed the opponents' places, and the mysterious skill used by Hammer suppressed Bennett's power. While the hosts were wondering what kind of skill it was, Guildmaster Dawn was seriously worried about the balance of power in the arena, and Guildmaster Twilight smugly commented that his knight was stupid and honest by nature, and could not hold back his anger in front of someone who had secretly attacked him with magic. Max Paxville, under Labora's frightened cry, continued to state that his fighter himself could not even dream of such a skill. But Alice wasn't distracted by this chatter, but was worried about Kyle, and mentally tried to contact him, conveying information that he should run away from there, and that the competition no longer mattered, urging Bennett to give up. Kyle heard her, as well as the fact that she asked him not to use martial arts, but Bennett was not going to run away or give up. Dustin heard these words spoken by the guy and immediately pointed his spear at him. Hammer informed him that he would neither be able to escape nor surrender, and activated his skill, increasing his attack power first to 2, then 3, and then 4. He concentrated a huge amount of power on the tip of his spear, which could destroy an entire house, increasing it to 5 points, and this was a full charge of magic, and then Hammer asked if Kyle could withstand such a blow without magical power. And without giving Bennett a chance to think, the knight jumped up. He accompanied his attack with a cry of death for Benet, attacking the motionless guy. Kyle only calmly and rhetorically asked whether he could really die. The knight's spear, filled with purple magical power, was unstoppably directed towards the magician. Benet was able to easily summon his true power, bewilderedly noting that wishing him dead was nonsense. The entire space around Kyle began to vibrate with a blue magical field. Both Alice Libera and Max Paxville, who visited Murim, immediately felt a response from this energy. Guildmaster Dawn, seeing that his deputy was unwell, immediately called her excitedly, asking if everything was okay with her, and asking why she suddenly screamed, while not only Alice but also Max Paxville was experiencing unpleasant sensations. Only the Guildmaster Twilight immediately realized that it was the heavenly harmony of pure art that suddenly began to resonate, although he could not recognize the energy itself. Mac felt not only the power from Murim, but also large and frightening streams of energy that he had never felt before, as his knight continued to advance in his attack on Kyle. Only Dustin didn't feel any power that could come from Kyle, so he didn't change anything in his strategy. Until Kyle used it on him, catching the knight off guard. Hammer suddenly stopped, not understanding how this could be possible, thinking that it couldn't be magic. After all, his counterspell was still in effect, but he was stopped by a multitude of chains that locked him in place. The knight found himself wrapped in chains and suspended in the air, indignantly trying to understand what kind of skill this was. Kyle, who had risen into the air again and was hovering in front of Hammer, explained that this was not a skill, but martial arts, and if Dustin was interested in what it was, he should just ask the head of his guild later. A smug Benet felt in control again, and said he almost reverted to his old self of running and hiding, which was exactly what Alice had suggested he do, and Kyle hated it. The magician noticed that Dustin was very surprised and explained that only Hammer could see and feel his power now. Benet also said that the energy that bound the knight's body was a type of sword skill called the Spirit Sword, and it could only be used if one reached the 40th inner level, called the Phenomenon of the Spirit Sword. Kyle explained that although both names contain the word sword, it does not symbolize a bladed weapon but human will, and if you reach such a level that just by thinking you can kill people or separate heaven from earth. The mage waved his finger again, as he had done the previous times he attacked Hammer, and noted that the sword use he had described was too boring. The magic and chains that bound Hammer transported him straight to Benet in an instant. He just swung his sword, about to make the next blow, informing the knight that he must teach the younger ones a lesson. Kyle put in enough magic power, hitting the knight right in the chest. Dustin Hammer was defeated because Benet's powers were not comparable to the knight's capabilities. The body of the Twilight Guild's defender flew into the sky from Bennett's blow, and Kyle himself rejoiced, wondering if Paxville was watching this, because the head of the Twilight Guild had been watching him the entire fight. But Kyle didn't care, and Max could watch as much as he wanted, because what the magician had just shown was true martial arts. Benet then activated his power for a new swing, since he had not yet defeated his opponent, and now used a whirlwind strike. The magician soared into the air and dealt another blow to the knight, slamming him into the ground of the arena. It was a complete victory of the magician over the knight. The leader of the Twilight Guild was shocked by what had just happened before his eyes. The hosts, as well as the viewers, were also perplexed because everyone was sure that Kyle's magical skills were stopped. But literally in a second the situation changed, and Dustin Hammer was now unable to resist, and everyone wondered if this was related to the power that they could feel. The hosts also announced that the duel was over and that the medical team should hurry to the defeated Twilight Knight. And Kyle felt inspired and happy, as he had not used martial arts for a long time and missed the power he felt from them. The hosts announced that Dustin Hammer was out and Kyle Bennett was the winner of the second match of the Great Battle of the Sun Festival. Later, the news report said that after the fight, Kyle Bennett refused to continue participating, saying that his mana was depleted, and in the continuing battles, the Twilight Guild lost 3-2, and the Sun Festival came to an end, and reporters reported that this time, neither Twilight nor Dawn could capture the Sun Festival, but the Martial Arts Guild unexpectedly took first place. Kyle Bennett became a star among the hunters, and the discussion about his level continued on social media, and people assumed that his level was above 60 and wondered where he came from, how strong he was if he was a newbie, and considered him a secret weapon of Dawn, assuming that he was stronger than both the head of Twilight and the head of Dawn, and the prestige of the Twilight Guild dropped significantly. Paxville's secretary stood frozen in front of his office, fearing him and at the same time worrying about him. Sam plucked up the courage to ask if Max was okay, but only strange sounds from behind the closed door of the office were his answer. The head of Twilight himself sat in the middle of the office, destroyed in rage and laughter. He experienced a whole storm of feelings, noting that what happened was funny. He remembered what he had experienced at the Sun Festival, when he had felt Bennett's enormous power. But in addition to the fear he had experienced then, his guild had also been ridiculed. Yes, Paxville had felt Kyle's power for just a moment, but it wasn't at a level Max could handle, assuming Bennett was implying that the head of Twilight was no match for him. Guildmaster Twilight put on his jacket, agreeing and acknowledging the fact that Kyle was stronger and that it was not Paxville who would be able to defeat Bennett now. But this state of affairs, on the contrary, gave the head of the Twilight Guild the opportunity not to hide his means and methods. Paxville left the office and was immediately met in the foyer by Sam. When the secretary asked where he was going, Paxville chuckled, saying that he was going to see the Heavenly Warrior. A week had passed since the Festival of the Sun, and the headquarters of the Dawn Guild was besieged by hundreds of phone calls, which the workers, exhausted by the constant siege, were forced to answer. Representatives of the Dawn Guild answered the callers time and again, informing them that the head of the Martial Arts Guild was not on the territory of Dawn, repeating this to the callers time and again. But not everyone could cope with such a load, because many were already tired of this and were ready to go crazy from the number of calls. Many employees were on edge, and those who had been working for a long time were dying of exhaustion, while some were holding on by the last of their strength and were one step away from falling into hysterics. At this time, in the office of the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, Alice Libera, there was a small meeting with Kyle Bennett and the secretary of Dawn, and the silence against the background of the continuing phone calls in the room was oppressive. The secretary read out general information regarding what had happened since the Sun Festival. Kyle and Alice listened quietly to the fact that the Dawn Guild had received a total of 328 calls and 800 emails addressed to the Martial Arts Guild, or more precisely to Kyle Bennett, and the recipients were mostly reporters and those who wanted to join the Martial Arts Guild, not counting 8 requests for cooperation, 43 requests for advertising, and 29 filming proposals. The chief secretary also reported that, as Ms. Libera had requested, all but one of the proposals had been rejected. At that moment, there was a knock on the other side of the office door and requests from the staff to the chief secretary that he needed to come out and help them. as something had happened again that required his attention, and he quickly finished his report. The man, depressed and frightened, clearly having no idea what else could have happened, slowly left the office. Alice Labora placed her cup of tea on the coffee table in front of her, smiling as she noted that this was exactly how things were, and asking Kyle what it was like to be a superstar. The head of the martial arts guild did not look depressed or smug, as he was not against fame, but he was against the hype that was unpleasant to him, and he only clarified whether the head secretary's name was Chris, and he should be thanked for the work he had done. Alice Labora did not react to this in any way, being lost in her thoughts. The girl raised her head, saying that she was a little late, but was asking Kyle for forgiveness, and when he asked why, she explained. This was the situation when Alice asked Kyle to surrender and revealed his identity, because she didn't take his opinion into account then. Deputy Guildmaster Dawn bowed her head in an apologetic bow, acknowledging that the situation she had put Kyle in could have been dangerous if she had done something wrong. The head of the martial arts guild stood up from his seat, drawing Alice's attention to himself, and confidently telling her that she was just winding herself up, immediately asking if she really thought he would suffer because of such a trifle. Kyle admitted that, of course, such an incident was unfortunate, and he himself did not want to use martial arts, but it was not a problem. And what could Max Paxville do with this information? Benet believed that Paxville's limit was to realize Kyle's superiority over him, and for the foreseeable future, the head of the Twilight Guild would clearly be inactive. However, the mere thought that Max might target his sister Becca made Kyle feel angry and wanted to strangle him. Alice Libera, who had been listening to him attentively, only smiled at his last word. Rising from her seat, she noted that the external activity of Twilight after the holiday had indeed decreased, and she assumed that after the holiday, Paxville would put pressure on Dawn. But apparently he was too shocked, since according to current information, Max locked himself in his house and did not go anywhere, and the veteran hunters who had previously maintained neutrality were now knocking on the doors of the Dawn Guild. Alice pointed her hand at Kyle. They say that it was his victory that gave their guild an advantage, and everything that happened thanks to him. So now she would like to officially, on behalf of the Deputy Guildmaster of Dawn, say thank you to the Martial Arts Guildmaster Kyle. Kyle listened to her words with a smile, feeling a little smug. He shook the girl's hand, telling her that she had finally become normal and that he would now rely on her in the future. The guy noticed that enough time had passed and it was time for him to go, as Becca was waiting for him. Alice couldn't help but ask why Kyle only accepted one invitation to cooperate with the Hold Island Guild, and why he rejected the rest. Kyle headed out of the office, reporting that he was simply tired of the capital's dungeons, and their level was not rising either. But the main reason that Kyle told her was that Hold Island was a popular vacation spot, meaning it would be an ideal place for family travel. Kyle said with a smile that he would return back to the capital in about a month, and then he and Libera would see each other. Alice Libera saw him off with a gentle smile, but Kyle from the future, assessing the situation after everything that was about to happen to them, understood that he believed in the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, or rather, he believed in himself too much, and if he had known in advance what would happen then, he would not have gone to the Hold Islands. Meanwhile, in the current, Kyle and his sister Becca had already arrived at Hold International Airport, and she was very happy to be there. She walked ahead with her yellow suitcase, turning to look at her brother and not believing that they had actually arrived here. Becca admitted that it was her first time on the island, immediately asking what they would eat, saying that local delicacies included black pig meat and macaw grouper. Kyle followed his inspired and joyful sister, smiling at her behavior, but he didn't forget to remind her that the main purpose of their appearance here was work. They were walking carefree through the airport when someone called out to Kyle very loudly, so the brother and sister turned around in surprise. It was the Tamra Guild Representative Office, the representative office of the very same Hold Island Guild with which Kyle had signed a cooperation agreement, which was waiting for Kyle's arrival with a joyful banner, balloons, and hearts. The young red-haired man smiled sweetly and said that they were very happy to see Bennett, and Becca was shocked and amazed by this. The guy, as soon as he realized that he had attracted Bennett's attention, immediately took a welcoming pose, folding his hands into a heart. The Benet family ignored the boy, turning away with impassive faces, and Kyle remarked that it would be nice to rest. Only the red-haired guy wasn't going to give up so easily, and he blocked the couple's path, thereby slightly scaring Becca. He grabbed Kyle's hand in his own, trying to hold it while greeting him. The guy pushed Becca aside and started waving Kyle's clenched hand confidently in a welcoming handshake, saying that he was the head of the Tamra Guild and his name was Johnny Yugas, and he was glad that Kyle accepted their invitation, while Becca was thinking that Johnny looked too young. Johnny meanwhile said that he really enjoyed Kyle's fight at the Sun Festival, and although it may be embarrassing, Yugas said that he had become a fan of Beniet, and at these words his eyes lit up with a fanatical gleam, and the guy himself continued, asking for Kyle's autograph, saying that he bought merch with his image on it and asking him to sign it, and this behavior made Kyle think about whether they should go back. When Johnny left him alone, Yugas turned to Bika, clarifying that she was the leader of one of the Dawn groups, immediately asking if she was on Hold Island as an escort, and immediately answering that she was Bennett's sister and saying that he was pleased to meet her. One of the guild members called out to Johnny, saying that they were running out of time, to which Yugas replied that he had completely forgotten about it. Guildmaster Tamra immediately took both Bennett's and, directing them in the right direction, replied that they all needed to go somewhere first, explaining that he would tell them the details along the way. Kyle and Bika were not too happy about this state of affairs, and Bennett even said that they understood everything, and Johnny could already let them go, but he continued to insist on a tight schedule. Yugas continued to lead his brother and sister towards his car, saying on the way that since they were on Hold Island for the first time, he would later give them a tour of all the establishments here, when a dark shadow appeared behind them, at the other end of the airport. It was one of the people from the Twilight Guild who reported via radio that Kyle had arrived on the island, although he used Chinese as a disguise. It turned out that he was talking on the radio with a guy who looked very much like Paxville, who helps the Twilight Guild, who advised him to speak Korean so as not to reveal himself. At that time, he was lying in his mansion on a sun lounger by the pool. He got up from the lounger and walked slowly, thinking that the sweet rest had come to an end. Many of his loyal subordinates bowed before the boy when he said it was time to work. Smiling smugly, he said words of greeting to Kyle, noting that he had come into the trap. Meanwhile, on Hold Island in the Rivoli district, another meeting was taking place in one of the mansions. In front of the Benet sister and brother stood a tall, athletic man in the uniform of the Tamra Guild, introducing himself as its leader, Klaus Yugas. He also joyfully and emotionally shook Kyle's hand in a handshake, welcoming him to the island and saying that he was glad to meet him. Turning to the red-haired guy, he noted that their guests had come a long way, which meant they probably wouldn't mind a special treat, and asking the guy to bring something, while Kyle was cradling his hands, which had suffered from the handshake, and Becca only had time to follow the situation. And from this conversation it turned out that Johnny was Klaus's nephew. Soon, her nephew brought a special treat from Hold Island, and an inspired Bika was looking forward to the delicacy that would be served to them. Both members of the Yugos family were smiling as they waited for the dish to be served, and Johnny remarked that once the guests tried this delicacy, they would never forget its taste for the rest of their lives. Becca was already leaning towards the dish in anticipation, for she was eager to see what was under the lid, and she was wondering whether it would be the meat of the black pig or that bass, while Johnny continued to speak, proudly presenting to the guests a first-class, fresh, and carefully selected mandarin. At the last words of the guy, his uncle lifted the lid, and on the plate there really was only one tangerine. Becca was very disappointed, while Kyle just held back. At the same time, the brother understood his sister's emotions, and when she reached for the bow, he was forced to stop her, asking her to simply be patient for a little while. As Becca frustratedly peeled a tangerine, Klaus got down to business, apologizing for having to discuss work immediately after their arrival, noting that it was important due to the current situation on the island. He said that their guild Tamra is really the only one on the island, but they do not forget that there are two large hunter organizations, Dawn and Twilight, and the Yugos family decided to create their own and independent one. Klaus reported that, judging by the tense situation, it may happen that Hold Island will be captured by one of the groups, because they have been looking towards this place for a long time. Guildmaster Tamra said that their organization had played a key role in governing the island up until now, but that was before. And now, many high-risk dungeons of a level higher than 11 have started to appear on the island, appearing in 5 different places just this year. And such dungeons can only be cleared by veteran hunters of a level higher than 40. Klaus said, upset and depressed, that their guild was currently unable to participate in clearing these dungeons because they did not have such veteran hunters, and that was why they really needed a high-level hunter to start clearing these dungeons. But all such hunters belonged to either Dawn or Twilight. Kyle took the floor, saying that he couldn't understand what the problem was with the dungeons appearing, since they could simply be ignored, since it was unlikely that monsters would be able to break out of the dungeons. Klaus interrupted the guy, saying that there was no way they could do nothing, because if they couldn't clear these dungeons as before, then in the future they wouldn't be able to manage the dungeons at all, and because of this, the right to the dungeons would completely pass into the hands of Dawn and Twilight. And if these rights fell into their hands, then the Tamra Guild would never be able to return them, to which Kyle had no choice but to agree with the man, who was half mad on this issue. Klaus didn't stop there, going into an emotional narrative about how the Tamra Guild had to go through a lot to prevent the other two major guilds from gaining a foothold on Hold Island, and if they continued to do nothing, they would be able to completely take over Hold Island. Elder Yugos said that they thought they could not be saved and fell into despair. But then Kyle appeared like a ray of light, their last hope, the high-level hunter Benet and his martial arts guild. Klaus and his nephew Johnny looked at Bennett's idealized image with idolizing, admiring eyes, saying that they were very lucky that he was not affiliated with any of the guilds and was a high-class hunter who took a neutral position. So Bennett was their saving ray of light, because thanks to him, the Tamra Guild would be able to save itself and preserve its territory on Hold Island. Kyle continued to listen to the men with an emotionless face as they continued to praise him, saying that he was from the third generation and would be able to outshine other hunters around the world, thinking that the Yugos family was crazy. The delighted uncle and nephew continued to thank Kyle for accepting their invitation and coming to Hold Island, and they promised to never forget his kindness for the rest of their lives, while Bennett asked not to thank him, honestly saying that he came to Hold Island to raise his level and earn money. Kyle considered this clarification of relations as the end of the conversation, rising from his seat, suggesting that they quickly move on to the dungeons, when Becca stopped him. The girl looked serious, angry, and determined, saying that there was a problem that needed to be solved. Kyle looked at his sister in confusion, asking what kind of problem they had. The girl with an innocent expression on her face reminded him of the black pork and base, which she would really like to try. Meanwhile, in one of the dungeons on Hold Island called Seongsan, the surrounding area looked like an ordinary forest, in which explosions and sounds of battle were heard. Two guys representing the Tamra Guild tried to attack someone, but their opponents were too fast and deftly jumped from place to place, dodging the blows. One of the warriors noticed that their attack power had no effect on anything, and the fire-poisonous monkeys called Ilmo here are too fast. One of the Ilmo monsters opened its mouth, in which a purple ball quickly formed. One volley of such a magic ball could have been enough to kill the guys, but they managed to put up a fire shield, which barely held up under the onslaught of the attack. The Tamro Guild fighters diligently held the shield, but the onslaught was stronger, so the wise choice was to retreat. But as soon as they took a couple of steps back, they stepped into a green bubbling liquid. It was the poison of these Ilmos, for they did not wait for the boys to give up, but slowly poisoned the soil behind them. Although the Ilmo were called poisonous, no one had ever encountered them in real life before, and the guys did not expect these monsters to be so strong. Their power in reality turned out to be much more dangerous, and it was unknown how long the fire shield could hold out under the pressure of the flame, not to mention the fact that the poison interfered with the fighters on the other side. The situation was getting worse with each passing moment, because the monkeys were not sitting idle, but continued to attack the guys. Both representatives of the Tamra Guild understood that if the attack did not stop or help did not come, they would definitely be killed by poison or flame. The situation continued to deteriorate, and they no longer hoped that they would survive when a yellow lightning bolt appeared very close, somewhere in the space above them. It turned out to be Kyle, who used his powers and struck all the monsters around the Tamra Guild representatives with lightning, thereby saving them. He was again disappointed that the monsters in front of him were not strong enough for him. They were just ordinary. The warriors of the Tamra Guild were surprised to thank Kyle for jumping down from a nearby tree to them. Becca and Johnny immediately came to Kyle, who started shouting from afar that Kyle, as expected of him, was able to deal with the monsters in an instant, and began to thank the guy for saving their guys. And Bennett's sister wondered why she had to drag Yugos around at all. Johnny immediately apologized to the girl and thanked her, explaining that if he had gotten there himself, then he would not have been able to save his power, and he would not have been able to ask Kyle about it. But if he had used magic, he would have completely spent his power. Guild leader Tamara's nephew activated his powers, once again thanking the Bene family, and saying that thanks to them, he did not waste a single drop of his power, meaning he would have enough to complete his work. And at that time, the red magic seals he created united all the affected Ilmo. Johnny earnestly asked the two remaining fighters to be ready, and they nodded in confirmation that they heard his word. As Yugos used his seals to lower all the monsters to the ground, both fighters rushed to attack the upper seal, allowing the two seals' restrictive planes to connect and all the monsters to be destroyed. Johnny meanwhile turned to Kyle with his naive delight, asking if he used lightning, and clarifying that apparently Kyle also learned magical skills, which however was expected from such an amazing leader like him. But these words did not disturb Kyle's thought, who only vaguely agreed, in response clarifying what level of magical power the guy himself had. Yugos' nephew smiled naively, saying that in a little while his level would be 40, to which Becca stared at the guy in shock, because his level was higher than hers. Kyle noticed that the other hunters were also around level 40, as he had watched them fight and showed themselves to be skilled. Johnny laughed, agreeing that it was only natural for them to be that level since they were in charge of these dungeons, and it would be a shame to have a level lower. Benet asked Johnny about his teleportation magic, noting that the seals that collapsed looked like he had killed the monsters, but that was not the case, and Johnny admitted that he had to kill a lot of time training, as such a power is complex and difficult to use. Then the guy froze in shock, covering his mouth with his hand and staring at Kyle in shock. And then, as usual, he rushed to Kyle with an admiring look, extolling his ability to evaluate the magic of others and asking how he was able to understand that Johnny used teleportation, but Kyle at that moment was only thinking about the fact that Johnny was too clingy in his desire to stick to him. Kyle, meanwhile, noted that he had received an answer to his question about what to invest points in. He mentally recalled his stats chart in this world, because the names there gave little idea of how to use them, and the skill of intuition was characterized by the fact that it allowed you to see things as they are. And now in Kyle's chart, it was indicated that his level was 53, the class was absent, health was equal to 100%, and mana was equal to 106 out of 106 available, while the stat point remained 0, and all 53 available were invested in intuition, leaving parameters such as strength, endurance, agility, and defense equal to 0. Kyle understood that thanks to his martial arts skills, he didn't need to invest in other characteristics except intuition. And no matter how talented he was in martial arts, he couldn't do without intuition, because it was very important to see the essence of things. Benet said out loud that he thought it was time to shake up the local monsters even more, but he didn't mention that after he was able to understand all the intricacies of using teleportation magic just by watching, he could confidently say that he could master it. To the shocked look of his sister and the admiring Johnny, Kyle announced that he would now be able to demonstrate the magic of teleportation. Benet asked them not to be too surprised, holding out his hand with his index and middle fingers extended. Only a moment later, absolutely nothing happened, and the three of them remained standing in the middle of the clearing, surrounded by forest. Johnny sincerely asked again if Kyle really still hadn't used teleportation, and then asked his comrades to pretend that he had succeeded, so as not to embarrass him, because he was just a person who didn't understand how the world works. Kyle opened his eyes in surprise, asking how Johnny activated the teleportation magic. Several Ilmos were sitting and going about their business somewhere in the dungeon. Suddenly, Johnny appeared behind them in a flash of red light, asking what the fire poison monkeys were doing there. Yugos waved his hand at the animals, greeting them and provoking them to attack, which failed because he used his magic and applied it to the Ilmo. They found themselves between two seals, and Johnny said goodbye to them as he used his magic again. The Ilmo moved high into the sky, found themselves without support, and began to fall into the forest. Kyle, who had been watching from the sidelines, admired Yugos' skills as he materialized next to him, explaining that this was how he used his magic. Johnny explained that he simply directs a stream of magic at the monsters one by one, and then makes them fly up, and in the same way throws them from a height. And another important addition was to use his powers on the object, and then everything should work out. Yugos admitted that there are also limitations to strength, and he can lift objects up to a height of 150 meters, but monsters without wings, falling from such a height, will definitely die. To which Becca thought that this guy is a creepy guy. Johnny continued to tell, reporting that the range of teleportation can be adjusted in empty space within the line of sight, and within that range, the magician can move the desired object in any direction. After that, Yugos asked why Kyle asked him to show and tell about his skill, asking if it could be useful to him. And at that time, Kyle disappeared in a blue flash of magic, and even Becca did not have time to notice where he went. Kyle appeared high above the couple, and Johnny was surprised to note that the mage had managed to use the teleport, again admiring Bennett's abilities. And Kyle said that after examining the use of magic in detail twice, and then listening to the explanation, he understood how to activate it, for which he immediately thanked Johnny. Admitting that this wasn't enough for him yet, as he got stuck in a tree during his teleportation, admitting that it would clearly take him some time to learn how to use magic properly, to which Johnny stared in shock at the stuck mage. After the experience, they had the opportunity to walk around the dungeon and take a break, during which they could have a snack. Kyle and Bika just landed in the clearing next to the Tamra Guild boys, and Johnny thanked them, because they wouldn't have been able to find a moment for a break without Bennett's help, and the boys confirmed that it was very difficult for them. Beka condemned their carelessness because there were dangerous monkeys around, and they decided to eat so carelessly, even knowing that the Ilmo could attack. But Johnny admitted that they didn't have much of a choice, since Kyle and Becca had given them some time to eat. Yugos offered the girl a treat, instructing her that it was very important to eat, because without food, they would not be able to replenish their energy. But the girl only became more angry, since the food turned out to be absolutely ordinary without those delicacies that she so badly wanted to try. Johnny turned back to Kyle, noting that his skill in using teleportation was getting better and better with each attempt, and noting that Bennett was at a different level than other people. Benet chuckled smugly, saying that if you mastered at least one skill to the limit, then learning another would be much easier, noting that if Johnny continued to train hard, he would one day be able to reach Kyle's level, keeping silent about the fact that it would take several hundred years. Johnny immediately took out a notebook, writing down every word of the smug Kyle. And looking at their interaction, Becca understood that even though Bennett was her brother, looking at his behavior, she felt only disgust and a desire to give him a kick in the ass so that he wouldn't get cocky. The girl joined the conversation, saying that if people around her decided to blindly follow her brother around in the hopes that they could learn something, then they should give up on this idea, since Kyle mastered his skills in a special way that only he could use. Johnny continued for her, agreeing that it was unlikely that they would learn anything that way, but he was the leader of his guild, and these words struck Beka as a shock. Yugos continued that he believed that it would be wrong if, with his status, he stopped there and did not continue to develop his skills, especially since the guy recently felt that he had reached his limit. His notebook had the steps for using teleportation written down, and the guy continued to say that he understood everything, but he sincerely wanted to learn something new from Kyle. Looking at his people, Johnny agreed that, of course, it cannot be ignored that the team members believe in him and follow him, but he understands perfectly well that he needs to become even stronger and not let them down, since they trusted him. While Johnny was talking about how he thought that if he could become stronger, he could protect his comrades himself, Becca recalls her failed dungeon expedition when her entire group died. Yugos returned to his carefree demeanor, putting a piece of food into his mouth and apologizing for bringing up such a sad topic. Becca intercepted his food, sending it into her mouth and saying that Johnny won, and she would eat some local food, since it would not hurt her, and noting that the food of Hold Island was also quite tasty. Johnny was touched by the girl's words and stars of adoration appeared in his eyes. Becca had to push him away with her hand to prevent him from hugging her, while the guy was whining about how happy he was to hear that she liked the food, and he could bring a whole truck. And Becca was saying that was unnecessary, while Kyle turned away from them, noticing that they were very noisy and asking how much time they had to catch these animals. Yugos said that the Ilmo are very fast and their number is very large, so it is difficult to calculate the time. Besides, the guy has a limit on how many times he can use the teleport, and if they on the island knew that such a situation with the dungeons would happen, he would try to properly develop the duration of using magic. Becca approached Johnny with her fist, clarifying that what he just said was very dangerous for them, because if Yugos was crushed by a monster while they were distracted, who would be able to take responsibility for what happened? But Johnny only raised his urki in a surrendering gesture, asking her to calm down and slow down, while Kyle thought about the situation. Benet decided to look at what skills and abilities he had to see what could help him. While Becca continued to raise Yugos, she did not immediately realize that Kyle was studying something again and called out to him, asking what he was doing, to which the older brother replied that he was trying to find a way out of the current situation, sorting through the tabs of the information plates. Finally, he settled on one of them called Sovereignty, noting that he never thought he would need this skill, while the characteristics said that this skill is a monster type and does not consume mana points. The skill is very rare, and only a few can master it, and the level of mastery was as if Kyle had recently obtained it. The description itself said that whenever he uses this skill, other monsters will naturally sense the aura of a high-level monster in him, and there they will show him respect and trust, which can turn into worship or blind obedience, but the effect will be different depending on the target. It was the skill of that monster skill stone that he had obtained in the dungeon while fighting alongside Libera, and he then decided to use it, thinking that he could learn the monster's skills. When Kyle used the stone, all the monsters, which at that moment were mad squirrels, bowed before him in fear, and it turned out that the stone worked differently, and as the description said, it was a powerful skill. What was interesting was that he was able to control the target's mind using his own will. And the guy got to experience this when another mad squirrel decided to attack him. And instead of aggressive monsters, using this skill and modifying it by merging with the control sword, he was subsequently able to force controlled monsters to perform certain actions. Kyle now understood that even though he had only used this skill a few times for fun, he didn't know if this effect would be effective against larger monsters, assuming that it should be more difficult to take over their minds. Kyle closed his eyes and decided that he could test this out right now. Opening his eyes, the guy could only hope that everything would work well since he had used this skill. Now this skill was called telepathic submission, and it looked like in the darkness of the world, one figure of Kyle, surrounded by yellow flashes of magic, in complete darkness sent scanning, subjugating waves around the guy. The magical hands with chains of subjugation made their way through the dungeon world, finding victims to subjugate, and Kyle was just getting used to the new feelings, because it was the first time he used this skill at a long distance. When he was able to select a target, he used his magic and skill to reach out to his monster victim and use mind control to give the order. His order sounded like a wish for all the monsters to immediately appear before him. At that moment, the guy opened his eyes in the real world, trying to understand if something had changed in the dungeon. Bennett grabbed his head, and a worried Johnny and Becca immediately began to bombard him with questions, asking if everything was okay and where it hurt. Kyle just waved it off, asking Yugos if he had any mana left for teleportation, and he replied that it should be enough for about another 5 minutes. Kyle removed his hand from his head, saying that was great. After all, a huge crowd of monsters are rushing towards them from all over the dungeon. The clearing shook as if an earthquake was happening, and no one could understand how this was possible, because no one had ever heard of natural disasters in the dungeons before. A terrible thought occurred to one of the fighters of the Tamra Guild. After all, only monsters could cause something like this in the dungeons back then, and he turned out to be right. The first poison fire monkey fell from the tree next to them, and everyone was surprised not only by its presence but also by the fact that there was only one. But that was just the beginning. And when everyone relaxed, sharing their thoughts that the earthquake was quite strong, and they only came across one elm. One of the guys turned around, saying that they expected to see a whole horde of monsters, which was actually true, as all the other Ilmo hid in the trees and surrounded the group of people, flashing their devilish red eyes from the darkness. Johnny jumped in surprise, wondering where so many of them came from, and Becca also didn't understand why everything happened so suddenly, while Kyle called out to Yugos. He gestured behind him, saying that they had left the rest to him, and asking them to take the rest of the group of comrades and leave the dungeon immediately. Johnny was able to read his gesture, realizing that the boy was showing that he was going to use his abilities, answering that he understood him. While Yugos was dealing with his comrades, Becca didn't understand what her brother was saying, asking in a panic if he was really going to leave everything to himself and fight all the monsters on his own. After all, there was a huge number of elm trees and they all froze dangerously close to them. She had no intention of leaving Benny alone, despite Johnny asking her to leave with them. But Yugos didn't leave her a chance, using his spell with a red magic seal, and the teleportation worked, taking the girl away from the dangerous place. So Kyle was left alone in the clearing, surrounded by monsters, while the pattern of the magic seal behind him slowly disappeared. But this didn't frighten Kyle, and he only hesitantly replied that everything had worked out fine. He turned around on the spot to get a better look at everything around him. Now he was satisfied and activated his blue magic, preparing to calmly fight all the monsters in the area. A huge magical flow was gaining momentum in the middle of the dungeon, and another pillar of blue magic fell somewhere in the thicket. From Johnny's high perch, he could see Kyle's latest strike coming into effect. Yugos watched the magic flashes with admiration, repeating out loud that he thought Benny was amazing, while Johnny's guildmates, amazed by his strength, were shocked and tried to figure out if he was human, since his powers were too much for a high-level adventurer, and thinking that the rumors about Benny being over level 60 were true. Johnny turned to his comrades, noting that he believed Kyle had summoned the monsters to himself. Becca did not join in the general merriment, and Yugos noticed that she was biting her nails out of nerves. Johnny thought with sympathy that no matter how strong Kyle Bennett was, he also had a family, and now he was the only one left to fight a large number of monsters. Yugos understood that the girl had good reason to worry, so he put his hand on her shoulder in a reassuring gesture. Having attracted Becky's attention, Johnny told her that he understood why she was worried, but he was sure that Kyle was a strong person, and therefore there was no need to worry. Yugos noted that she knew her brother better than anyone else, and perhaps she should trust him a little more. Johnny's admiration and faith in Kyle surprised Becca, but she was not impressed enough, saying that Johnny had completely misunderstood her feelings and was talking complete nonsense. After all, she wasn't worried about him, but she was worried that he was now collecting a colossal amount of experience alone, and she just wanted to stay there with him, and her words surprised and a little scared the shocked Yugos, because he thought that she was worried. Becca just turned to Johnny in surprise and confusion, not understanding why she should worry about her brother. She was absolutely certain that Kyle might be the one person she didn't have to worry about. Kyle was enjoying the use of power at this time, commenting that the skill was not bad, and now, as soon as he ordered it, the skill worked on everyone in this dungeon. Combined with his strength and this sovereignty skill, he was able to easily gather all the monsters in one place. Benny was pleased, as this discovery would make all his dungeon runs much faster, as the sovereignty skill was finally activated. Kyle stopped in a new clearing, activating his new skill. His command was to wish for all the monsters in the dungeon to come to him. And his contented laughter from the feeling of his power and new ability was very strong. So much so that even Alice Libor, who was drinking tea in the capital at the time, heard it. Her secretary anxiously checked to see if she was okay, asking if she was comfortable in the office, and the girl had to justify herself that everything was fine. She turned around, slightly embarrassed, to the sky outside the window, noting that she had simply imagined someone's abnormal laughter. The secretary pretended not to hear the strange last phrase and returned to her report. The latest data confirmed that the head of the Twilight Guild was still inactive, as were all his people, as a result of which the Dawn Guild got the rights to the disputed dungeon without much difficulty. The secretary said that he did not think that the Twilight Guild should be considered as a strong opponent at the moment. Libra just stared thoughtfully out the window, thinking that such a reaction was too much even for Max Paxville after what happened. He was quite the schemer, and his inaction only indicated that he was plotting something bad again. The girl was worried about his activity behind his back, because it could not lead to anything good. The secretary placed a mortar of papers in front of the thoughtful girl, drawing her attention to what was the most urgent task. It was a stack of materials that required her close attention. Information about a dangerous dungeon that was recently discovered in the mountains. The dungeon was unusual in that its climate was desert-like and its risk level was 13, while the recommended levels for passing were 60. Monsters could suddenly appear from the quicksand of this dungeon. And they were huge, dangerous worm-like creatures that easily dealt with people. In this deserted dungeon, which was called Bexan for the time being, there was a terrible sun, which incredibly exhausted the fighters. And the monsters, despite their enormous size, were able to appear suddenly, catching hunters off guard. So they turned back when it was already too late to run away. The size of the monsters was close to the height of a 10-story building, and these insect monsters were hiding somewhere underground. The secretary continued his report, stating that although the number of monsters was small, they were strong enough to fight against high-level heroes, and the investigation was conducted by their leader himself, so the information was reliable. Alice put the report aside, acknowledging that while it was good, it wasn't enough information and they would have to raid again to get a clearer picture. The girl didn't say it out loud, but at such moments she felt sad. If Kyle were around, a dungeon like this wouldn't be a problem for their guild. She remembered how he saved her in the last dungeon they went through together. She was pulled out of her thoughts about the past by the secretary's call, asking what she was thinking about. He noted, embarrassing the girl, that she was apparently not in a good mood today, and if she was feeling bad, then she should rest, not believing Libra's excuse that everything was fine. And then, refuting her own words, Alice touched her cup of tea with her elbow. It crashed with a loud sound, frightening both Alice and the secretary with its suddenness. The broken cup was the final proof that something was wrong with her, and the secretary immediately asked the girl not to touch the shards, assuring her that he would clean everything up himself. Alice understood that her nervousness was not caused by the news, but by the fact that without Bennett she did not feel confident, worrying about him and wondering when he would return. A month had passed since Kyle had arrived on Hold Island, and Kyle watched as his companions attacked the monsters. When they managed to knock down the couple, the hoof of one of them appeared right with the head of one of the fighters. The monsters they were now fighting looked like maddened horses, one of which was about to attack the fighter. But the monster was immediately struck by blue magic right in the head. It was a shot from Beck's bow, which Johnny immediately praised for its accurate shot, and you were glad that you were able to take out the monster with one shot. Kyle, watching them, understood that during this time he was able to combine his two skills, sovereignty and the spirit of the sword, and get used to the skill of telepathic submission, and now he could calmly summon monsters of the dungeon and consider himself a kind of master of monsters, while Becca scolded Johnny for the fact that for some reason, in her opinion, he talked to her like a child, and Bennett believed that she was simply excited, while Yugos himself denied all her attack. Kyle, however, had a better understanding of how dungeons worked, and now he knew that the system would distribute points based on the damage dealt to monsters, and it usually gave points to everyone who attacked, so Bennett might not have to interfere with the fight. Here he sensed danger from one side, losing his relaxed state. Right in front of Benny, one of the fighters was being chased by a whole herd of monster horses, from which he ran away in fear. So Kyle activated his magic, knowing that he would have to intervene after all. Using his magic, he appeared right behind the fleeing fighter. And the next second he disappeared into thin air, leaving the monsters confused. Together with guild member Tamro, they found themselves high up in a tree where the monsters couldn't reach them. Johnny once again enthusiastically praised Kyle's skills. While Becca was angry that the guy decided to ignore her, Kyle noted that during these trips he completely mastered the teleportation magic that the guy learned from Yugos. At the same time, he even surpassed Johnny in mastery of the skill, but it will still take him a little more time to master it completely, and he has not yet reached the heights of teleportation that he desired. After the raids, they finally tried the local cuisine, which Becca was glad about. They spent their next evening in one of the signature restaurants on the seashore, and Becca was offered all the delights of Hold Island. The girl seriously considered the restaurant to be quite good, but she was not happy, because after getting drunk, she realized that she should increase her level in order to become stronger and surpass those idiots who sat in front of her. And during her stay on Hold Island, she raised her level by 3 notches and was now a level 38 hunter. Johnny, laughing nervously next to him, noted that she had clearly increased her level well, and that they, as a guild, had also been able to learn a few things from him, while Kyle did not understand what his interlocutors were talking about. Becca, drinking another shot, noted that the alcohol on the island was excellent, while Kyle reflected on the fact that the reason for this trip to the island was family, and he was afraid that training with his sister would make her overwork herself. However, this trip did help her, while Johnny picked up the sheets with their schedule for the next raids, reporting that a new request had arrived from the Samdado Guild. The request stated that the dungeon's risk was 11, and that creatures called werebats appeared there, which had a wolf's face and a bat-like body. This news didn't exactly make Kyle happy, but he clarified that if the monsters were bats, what did the location look like? And Johnny realized that he had forgotten to clarify this point. He looked at the papers and, having confirmed his data, reported that the next dungeon was located in the cave location. Kyle didn't like this. He tensed up and even clenched his hands into fists. Johnny looked over the papers again and reported that the request also mentioned that I could send reinforcements, and they also wanted to send the leader of one of the groups on this mission. While reading the description, Johnny also stated that due to the terrain, the caves will be narrow and dark, making arrows and teleportation useless. Becca simplified his vague explanations by summing up that teleportation and arrows would be useless there, and asked if her interlocutors felt like those who had sent the request were making fun of them. Kyle didn't take her words seriously and noted that he was determined to win, and since Becca and Johnny looked like they were tired, they should get some rest, to which Johnny tried to resist. However, Kyle didn't let him finish, telling him that he could handle it and that they shouldn't worry because he would try to finish as soon as possible. At this time, the guy thought to himself that the cave could become a problem, since just from the idea, bad memories from Miriam came flooding back to him when he had just begun to comprehend the basics of martial arts. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the required dungeon, representatives of the Samdado Guild were already waiting for him, and a pleasant-looking man extended his hand to him, introducing himself as Liam Vuk, the one who would be in charge of their raid. Kyle shook the outstretched hand as he was briefly briefed on the upcoming raid and the dungeon he should have already known about, prompting him to begin the raid. The passage to the dungeon was in the middle of the park in a special fenced area and looked like a swamp green portal, through which Kyle saw the outlines of the location ahead for the battle. Benet gritted his teeth, not thinking that he would guess so right, because until the very end he had hoped that the dungeon would not be a cave, and looking into it now, he understood that although he could be wrong, some strange feeling of anxiety did not leave him, although for now he attributed everything to the fact that it was his rich imagination. However, he was determined, and whatever had caused his feelings, he was going to quickly end it and go back. The location of the dungeon really turned out to be a real cave. The whereabouts were easily and simply struck by the flashes of blue magic, unable to resist the mage who attacked. The assistant watching Kyle and the leader of the Samdado squad, Liam Vuk, were talking among themselves, noting that their progress was going faster than planned, and the assistant was asking what they should do. At this point, Kyle turned back to them once again, informing them that he was done and asking what was next, while Liam and the assistant were caught off guard, informing them that Bennett's speed and abilities were truly incredible. Liam pointed to the map, indicating that they were just a little further away from reaching uncharted territory. Kyle, hearing this, walked past the men in the right direction, saying that they should hurry, while the guys and the Samdado guilds remained behind him, looking at the hurrying hunter with incomprehension. Liam noticed that Bennett's face was pale, but he waved it off, saying that everything was fine, while inside, he did not feel this calm. Even after so many years, those memories of the cave still troubled him. And now he could not easily control himself, because his feelings were not calm. And when Chief Vuk approached and placed his hand on his shoulder, offering him a rest for once, he did not expect resistance from Benny. Kyle's reaction surprised and even scared Liam a little. Benet was on edge and had a terribly strong aura around him, and his eyes were glowing a deadly red. Liam had to back off and apologize, immediately turning to his assistant for a restoration potion and apologizing to Kyle for being so annoying, persistent, and generally bothering him. Kyle clenched his fists tightly, realizing that he needed to leave the dungeon as quickly as possible, otherwise he would simply kill these people. Their exploration of the dungeon continued, and Liam pointed to the map and said that the road was a bit confusing, so they would have to sweat. But they were already finishing the exploration and Kyle should not worry. The leader of Samdado waved his hand invitingly, and everyone around was so friendly that Kyle suspected something was wrong, since Liam said that they themselves would clear the road, and everyone should form up so that they could move forward. With every step, Kyle's suspicions grew stronger, but he mentally ordered himself not to get worked up. However, around the next turn they came to a fairly spacious place, and Liam began to chat with Kyle, warning him about the obvious darkness, and then asking if he had ever been to Sakaram Grotto, noting that it was much better than this gloomy cave. The head of Samdado also advised Kyle to visit all the local attractions later, but this idea did not cause an emotional response from Benny, and Liam admitted that the guy's face frightened him. Benet wondered how much longer they had to go when he felt something was wrong. He stopped where he was before his companions noticed his hesitation and stared into the cavern's ceiling. A huge, unusual structure with a magical design in the middle was right on the roof of the cave. Benet knew what it was, but he couldn't believe that the thing called a system, which was capable of confusing a person, was located here. Although this design does not cause damage, it can confuse all the senses of a person. Kyle immediately felt his companions being affected by his actions, wondering why the road was repeating itself and whether they were really going the right way, since the formation was forcing the man to walk in circles. Only Benet saw that, judging by the energy flow, they were being led to a certain place. A sharp, painful spasm almost twisted Kyle, because the formation was from Murim, and in a normal dungeon it could not appear on its own. So he wondered if this was another of the paths to the world of Murim, or if they were standing in this place from the beginning. Besides, whatever it was definitely connected to Murim, and Kyle didn't want to see that world anymore. Benet had to take several deep breaths to control his emotions and calm down, knowing those days were in the past. This allowed his body to relax and his mind to come to its senses completely, having conquered the ghostly fear. Kyle took the next step by accepting the rules of the game and making it known that she would not be fooled into accepting an invitation, no matter who left it. Benet moved forward confidently, intending to see who or what wanted to see him. At this time, in the dungeon near the mountains, which was called the Sand Dungeon, life continued to boil. The huge worm monsters continued their battles with the hunters. One of the fighters shouted the command for everyone to get ready. It was Dawn's guildmaster Richard Fraza who was encouraging his fighters, telling them that there was still a little bit left and they should hold on, while he used the skills of Crusader, Divine Blessing, and Team Defense Up. The defeated worm hid underground, escaping the attacks of the Dawn Guild. This encouraged the fighters, although they understood that the situation was getting tense, and some of them were almost exhausted. Another worm that appeared nearby acted atypically and opened its mouth and began to concentrate magic in it, increasing its power. Richard called for everyone to calm down, saying that this was most likely the monster's strongest skill, meaning they were close to victory. Taking his sword out of its sheath and attacking the monster, he shouted that without victory they would not go anywhere. The force of his blow was so crushing and great that the worm was pulled to the side by it, and an excellent chance for a finishing attack was presented. So Richard turned to his men, shouting that they needed to attack right now. And Alice Libera followed his order, activating her powers and attacking the monster. The girl focused on the strike, activating her assassin skills, and her eyes glowed pink. The killer's series of perfectly timed strikes was executed superbly. Alice dispatched the worms with ease, landing next to her comrades and noting how hot it was in the dungeon, while her comrades happily celebrated the end of the raid and how great their deputy leader was. Richard immediately approached the girl, not at all gently, patting her on the back with his heavy armored hand in approval, noting that she was a good girl and worthy of being his deputy, because she could have killed the worm on her own, while a couple of simple guild employees thought that the head should have been stopped in order to save Alice from his heavy hand. The girl smiled sweetly, saying that there was no need to praise her so much because for the leader, the same battle would not have cost more effort, and they only dealt with 3 monsters, which meant that the team was not in the best condition. She turned to one of her comrades, recommending that they find shelter in the shade and rest for half an hour, to which they all happily agreed. The guild leader, meanwhile, noted with a smile that she should be ashamed to go on a raid with him, to which Alice asked why he decided so. Richard remembered her going on raids with Kyle, asking if they weren't in a close relationship, since he thought they were serious and something like a date, to which Alice gave a forced smile and pretended that the leader was joking, hitting him hard in the chest with her elbow. She had hit him hard, so it took Richard a while to recover, although he was glad that he had managed to make the girl laugh, who had already said more sternly that next time he should keep his mouth shut, and then switching to the fact that she did not understand why the other directors, the heads of small groups of hunters within the guild, were absent, because with them the raid would have been much easier. Richard said that they had some urgent matters, thereby surprising Libera, who did not understand what matters could be more urgent than the entire guild raiding the dungeon and clearing it out. Meanwhile, the directors named by the head of the Dawn Guild were indeed busy being near the entrance to the Sand Dungeon. And they looked completely unfriendly towards their comrades, activating the skills of a knight and an archer. The fighters guarding the entrance to the dungeon that Alice and the guild leader were currently clearing were chatting and snacking in a relaxed manner, discussing that this dungeon would be easier to explore if there was a martial arts guild with him, because their leader was incredibly strong. To which the second fighter responded with doubt, not thinking that his partner had seen Kyle's strength. At that moment, the secretary appeared next to the guys, asking if they had really come here just to chat. The fighters noted with slight grins that they didn't think anything could happen at the gates and offered to join them for a snack, since there was nothing else to do anyway. But the secretary was adamant, not allowing them to relax too much, noting that although the Twilight Guild was not very active right now, they should not forget about security measures. How could they not be taken into account? And at that time, something in the sky attracted the chief secretary. It was a whole series of attacking arrows that were flying straight at them. The bright glow of alien magic in the sky was approaching too quickly for a peaceful action. The explosion reached its epicenter on the ground, at the point where the entrance to the dungeons began. The battered secretary of the Twilight Guild struggled to rise. He knew that the archer's skill was called meteorite hail, but he couldn't figure out who was to blame for it, because no one knew about the raid except the top brass. When a man engulfed in magical flames appeared from the shadow of dust and explosion, the secretary couldn't believe his eyes. He did not recognize the person who approached, deciding that this was the work of the Twilight Guild. But one of the directors that Labora had mentioned in the dungeons belonging to the Dawn Guild appeared before him, surprised that the chief secretary was there and asking if he was okay. The secretary mentally breathed a sigh of relief, glad that it was one of his own, asking out loud what was going on here and who had attacked them, to which the newcomer explained that it was the work of the Twilight Guild, since they had resumed their work. The secretary turned around with distrust, losing sight of his comrade out of anger, and cursing that the crazy competitors had sat in silence for so long and now had carried out an unexpected explosion. The secretary understood that the head and deputy would need a couple more hours to go through the dungeon, deciding whether he should stay or leave and bring reinforcements. But the man didn't have time to make a decision, as he was struck by a sudden guess. He turned to the director who had arrived, asking how he had learned about this place, since the secretary had heard that he had not been informed because of some business. And at that very moment, the man was fatally pierced by someone else's blow. He had no chance to survive, and blood was pouring out even from his mouth. The former comrade who activated his magic turned out to be a traitor, admitting that he was finishing the business he had right now, mockingly asking how the secretary was getting on with it. After the last witness to the attack was killed, the traitor simply took out his phone and, as if nothing had happened, began calling someone. He reported to his interlocutor that he had already finished cleaning, and his second comrade, also one of the traitors to the commanders, should arrive soon. On the other end of the line, he was praised, and the employer was pleased with his work. It was the head of the Twilight Guild, Max Paxville, dressed in armor, along with his loyal knight Dustin Hammer, who had arrived somewhere in helicopters. Max continued to praise the traitor with a happy smile, saying that they had tried hard. It turns out that the head of the Twilight Guild arrived at the same dungeon that Libera and her guild were currently clearing. He noted how the traitors had done a good job of killing their own. Max praised them again, saying that he liked them and wished them further advancement, to which both traitors bowed in gratitude. Paxville meanwhile recalled the past, noting that Libora, as usual, was too naive and soft. After all, back at the Sun Festival, he recruited these two when he went to the locker room of the Dawn Guild. And now, humming with joy and completely oblivious to what was going on over the bodies, Paxville approached the entrance to the dungeon. Looking at the entrance, he remembered that this was the same dungeon that he had cleared out with Alice 7 years ago, when they were still friends. And this was right after Max returned from Murim, and he had just become a hunter, and his comrades called him and Alice sister and brother when they all went out to clean up together. Their comrades discovered a new dungeon then, which no one had entered yet, and Alice happily followed them while Max already did not understand why they were wasting time on it. He called Alice aside to talk. Wondering how long they would go on like this, he reminded them that because of these untrained comrades, they had to coddle them and put their adult training on hold. Max didn't understand why Alice was bothering with the little ones, asking if she had forgotten Murim, because they needed to become stronger as quickly as possible. Max then asked Alice if she had thought about their previous conversation, and again showed her the jade he had received from the Heavenly Warrior, Paxivil reminded that from him the power of martial arts increases several times, showing the girl the stones on the pendant. Carried away by his thoughts and ideas, he again suggested that she follow the heavenly warrior, repeating that it was with him that they would become much stronger, until Alice asked him to stop. Her words made him freeze in shock and amazement. The girl said that she understood his fears and worries, but reminded him that they were no longer in Murim, which meant no one would take their lives, so she saw no point in becoming even stronger. She pointed to their comrades, smiling as she noted that she simply enjoyed looking after these children, and so she asked him to forget Murim's burdens for at least a little while. And when her comrades called her, she turned away from Max and simply walked on, leaving the astonished guy alone. It was then that Max realized that despite the fact that he believed that the only person in the world who understood him was Alice, because they had gone through the same thing, everything turned out to be wrong. However, Max was left behind, and Libera traded him for pathetic beetles, which infuriated Paxville beyond belief. While fighting another monster, Max easily cut it in half. It was no problem for him to fight such simple monsters, so he considered the kids to be weaklings. Alice rushed towards the wounded girl in their group with a shout, filled with the desire to help and save the poor thing. Max turned around to assess the situation for his next steps, not rushing to help anyone. Of course, he saw that the children were hurt by these weak monsters, and Libera could not stay away, rushing to that girl, while in Paxville's head, instead of sympathy, gloating and cruelty grew. And when a guy called out to him, asking him to help pull out a wounded girl, Max did not experience any bright feelings, immersed in his dark thoughts. He only gripped his sword tighter as his comrade noted that they couldn't stay here any longer, as the monsters were too strong for them, calling out to Paxville once more. The boy called out to Max again, asking for help because they needed to hurry to save their friend. Only Max didn't hear the child's voice at that moment. All his thoughts were covered with a bloody veil, and the voice of the heavenly warrior noted that everything was happening as usual, and Paxville was helping Libera and following her faithfully, and yet she had rejected him because she was weak. The voice of the heavenly warrior continued to take over Max's consciousness, saying that she had simply forgotten about the despair she had experienced in Murim. The heavenly warrior spoke to him through the ill-fated jade necklace, ultimately ordering him to get rid of the trash. He ordered Paxville to destroy everything that made Alice Libera weaker, amounting to nothing. So he killed all their comrades in that dungeon, taking the side of the heavenly warrior. And he continued to follow this thought until now, convinced that Alice Libera would understand him, as the heavenly warrior had inspired him. Paxville was sure that by killing everyone near her, he would free the girl. And even now he continued to follow this order, confident that in this way he was freeing her from the weakness that surrounded her. Returning to the present, Max found himself frozen in front of the entrance to the sand dungeon. He woke up from his thoughts as if he couldn't understand how he ended up there, so carried away by old memories. When the traitorous directors of Dawn called out to him, they wanted to know what to do next. Nighthammer answered them, saying that they must guard this place. Without turning around, he ordered those to catch anyone who tried to escape from the dungeon from the Dawn Guild, and kill them on the spot without mercy. The Dawn traitors were clearly frightened by his tone, but all they could do was nod. Hammer approached the chief, distracting him from his thoughts, to which Max immediately asked how things were with Kyle Bennett. He wondered if everything was going smoothly on Hold Island, and Dustin assured him that there was nothing to worry about there. The same man that the Twilight guy who was following the Bennetts at the airport was giving information to turned out to be a Twilight supporter named Galen. Hammer reminded that Max himself knows that no one can escape from this accomplice's trap, hinting that they will finally defeat Kyle. Dustin also said that he was informed that the squad with Benet was moving faster than expected, but everything was going according to plan, and he was about to say what was happening to Benet now, but Paxville interrupted him, saying that he simply believed what caused his knight's attentive look. Hammer called out to his two other henchmen, telling them that they would be going into the dungeon with him. These turned out to be the same fighters that Kyle had defeated during his fight at the Festival of the Sun, the fire mage Stephen Gore and the knight, and Hammer smugly said that he would kill Elisa Libera himself, but his fighters should deal with the rest. This phrase initially shocked Paxville. However, it only took one breath for him to come to his senses. With a smug smile, having regained control of himself, he said that Hammer should do as he promised, and then allowed them to do whatever they wanted with whoever fell into his hands. After all, Max wanted to make amends for his guilt, although he didn't specify to whom. In a good mood, he said that they should all start, realizing that they were at a significant advantage. Looking at the portal to the sand dungeons, he noted that they were hunters, and hunters usually hunt prey. Therefore, this time their prey will be the Dawn Guild, or rather all of its people who were in the dungeon in front of them. At this time, in the underground cave, Kyle could not understand what was happening. After all, he fell for the trick and accepted the invitation of his enemies, but nothing happened. He heard the conversations of his escorts, who brought him to the right point and themselves thought that someone would be waiting for him there, but nothing happened. Kyle wasn't going to pretend he couldn't hear them anymore, so he let them know he knew, asking about who was supposed to be waiting for them here, causing the escorts to shake in fear. He approached the head of Samdado, Liam, ordering him to tell the truth and tell what they were up to, while he hid the map in his jacket, pretending nothing had happened. But Kyle grabbed him by the head, cutting off the oxygen. Benet's face looked scary, because he was tired of pretending to be a nice guy, which he told those around him, because he turned a blind eye to many things. But did they really all think that he would remain silent until the very end? This phrase scared Liam, but he couldn't answer. Kyle activated his magic, lifting Liam off the ground and telling him that if he wanted to leave here alive, he had to tell them everything he knew. But at that moment, one of the other guys distracted Kyle, noticing something on the other side. Kyle noticed it too, freezing in shock. Jalen took off his glasses, smugly noting that Benet was fast. But that was good, because now he wouldn't have to wait. Other people told him that the target was in place, and he grinned smugly, confirming that this was good. Kyle noticed a red light in the wall, thinking that those they were waiting for had finally decided to show up. But it turned out to be some kind of device, which Bennett called a welcome gift, which he did not expect to see here. Kyle even laughed when he realized how crazy his opponents were. It was an explosive device that exploded at the same second, filling the cave with fire, rocks, and dust. At this time, in the sand dungeon, Alice Libera felt something. Only it was a distortion in her dungeon that caused the girl an unpleasant, strange feeling. Deputy Guildmaster Dawn decided that it looked like she was overheated and needed to relax a bit. She was just looking around the dungeon further and noticed two more worms, the first of which was 400 meters to the east, and the second 700 meters to the west, and she saw them because she was located on a ledge, noting that they had a chance to finish everything in one day. Only some terrible sound attracted her attention, and the girl turned around sharply. From her high place, she noticed a huge explosion of fire in the same direction where their entire group had caused the explosion, which frightened and amazed Libera. From this place, she could not understand what was happening there, because she did not have the necessary abilities for this, immediately rushing to the place where her comrades were parked, which was blazing with a bright fire. Guildmaster Dawn. Richard Fraze swung his sword for another attack with a menacing cry. But the strength of his blow and accuracy were not enough to hit the fire mage Stephen Gore, with whom Kyle fought first during the Festival of the Sun, while around them there was also a fight between the fighters of the Dawn Guild and the fighters of the Twilight Guild who had attacked them. At this time, the Twilight Knight Dustin Hammer snuck up on the head of Dawn from behind, unexpectedly attacking him. Richard Fraza did not expect such a series of blows from Hammer, which he could not even block. He was so fast and skillful. But the head of the Dawn Guild was not so simple, so he clenched his teeth and gripped his sword tighter. Dragging it along the ground for the next swing, Richard prepared to attack. Hugo's blow was filled with power and yellow magic, but Dustin Hammer easily dodged this attack, as he was lighter than the clumsy knight. Richard had no more strength left, and from fatigue he knelt down, leaning on his stove in front of his swift opponent. Looking at the fighters lined up in front of him, the fire mage who had activated the magic ball, the assassin who had already wounded him several times, and the knight who knew no defeat and could block the enemy's abilities, the head of the Dawn Guild understood that he did not have the strength to deal with even one, while all three stood in front of him in combat readiness. But it was also worth remembering that they had not come here alone. After all, their leader was found very close by. Guildmaster Twilight Max Paxville sat nearby on a ledge with a slight smile, looking down smugly at his fighters frolicking. And Richard Fraze, who could barely cope with one fighter, could not even imagine how he would fight with the head of the Twilight Guild. Max Paxville, watching the suffering and overcoming of the head of the Dawn Guild, generously gave sarcastic applause, stating that Richard Feza truly deserves to be the Guild Master of Dawn and insincerely apologizing for not taking him into account. The head of Dawn, catching his breath and preparing for a new attack, grinned evilly, answering that he himself could not imagine such a meeting with the head of the Twilight Guild himself. Looking up at Max as he sat on the cliff top, FaZe asked how he got there and what happened to his hunters at the entrance. The head of the Twilight Guild looked away with a grin, as if trying to remember what Richard had asked about, and clarified whether he meant those guys. Casting aside his naivety and looking sternly at Richard, Max asked what the head of Dawn himself thought about this, since the Twilight representatives were already in their dungeon, and what could have happened to the hunters on their way out. Richard sighed heavily, realizing that nothing good could happen to his people, and asking another important question about how Paxville discovered this place, because no one knew about this raid. Raising his sword to swing, FaZe realized that there were likely traitors among the Dawn representative. The enraged man, preparing to strike again, did not give in and did not lose heart, saying that he would erase all the traitors from the Twilight. Fire. Twilight Mage, Stephen Gore watched the enraged Richard with a grin, commenting on his actions that strengthening the knight was a great move, but they also had their hidden trump cards, so the mage suggested that his guild members speed up. Richard couldn't keep up with the speed of the more agile representatives of the Twilight, only noticing that someone flashed in front of him. The next moment, one of the girls from the Dawn Guild was wounded in the chest. Tears began to flow from her eyes and she looked pleadingly at the head of Dawn. She pleaded with him, repeating that she did not want to die and asking the man for help. Knight Dustin Hammer, standing behind Richard, mockingly offered to ease the suffering of his ward. All this drove Richard crazy, because even though the man was a strong warrior, he was powerless alone against such fast opponents. Max Paxville continued to mock the incident, sarcastically commenting on the sad spectacle, claiming that he could not watch it without tears. He raised his half-mad eyes, looking at what was happening, and declaring that now everyone present could see how the bugs were a burden at times like these, meaning by bugs the weak and incapable members of the Dawn Guild. At this moment, Alice Libora, who had covered a huge distance and finally reached the Dawn camp, attacked Max from behind, hoping that he had made a mistake in defense. Her dagger rushed quickly and inexorably towards its target. But when there was only a small distance left before hitting the target, Alice encountered an invisible barrier that prevented her from killing Max. It was Sylvester Dreigel, one of Paxville's loyal assistants. Libera greeted the meeting with a smile, calling Sylvester baby and saying that she was glad to meet him. Max turned to Libora and Dreigel, who were frozen opposite each other, mockingly asking if Alice wanted to greet him. His crazy look and expression on his face spoke of his abnormality when the guy said that he missed Alice. Libera frowned at these words of the head of the Twilight Guild. The girl stamped her foot angrily, telling Paxville not to talk nonsense. Getting into a fighting stance, she urged Max to understand that they had long been enemies, not friends. Max, completely unafraid, turned to Sylvester, ordering him to deal with Libera. The first series of blows flashed through the air, filling the space with the sounds of combat. It's Sylvester and Alice who are locked in a fierce battle, trying to get each other, and Alice is not going to give up, confidently attacking the guy. Sylvester effortlessly repels the girl's attacks, as if he was prepared for such a turn of events. Libera has no trouble dodging his blows, even when they fly right in front of her nose. She only improves and complicates her technique by attacking the guy in response. Her series of dagger strikes are powerful enough for Dreigel to block defensively. He has to use his strength and take the hit on his bracers. Libora is so strong that even in a defensive pose, the guy is thrown back several meters. The girl laughs mockingly, noting that Dreigel has become slightly stronger while following Max Paxville. She remembers their past, when in their fight the guy couldn't even hold the dagger in his hands during her attacks. These words awaken rage in the Twilight Boy, and he immediately attacks the girl, and although she notes that it happens quite quickly, in her opinion, Sylvester is too hasty. The angry guy dreams of getting her and destroying her, and Alice mentally notes that it looks like the fight will be harder than she initially thought, but she has no doubt in her victory and that she will deal with Sylvester. Taking a look back at her guild squad, the deputy leader of Dawn thinks about what she should do next after defeating Sylvester. She sees how the leader Richard holds a dying girl in his arms and, angry to the limit, invites the opponents to attack. Alice is confident that Richard will be able to hold out against the Twilight opponents for some time. While dodging another attack from Dreigel, she reflects on the fact that it is not the powerful mages and Twilight Knights who are attacking the party now. Looking at the head of Twilight sitting on the ledge, the girl understands perfectly well who will become their main problem. Max Paxville, chilling on the mountain, is really Alice's big concern and problem. The girl is sure that this madman will not just sit in one place and watch all the time, but she has no answer to the question of what Paxville wants. Watching Libera and Dreigel fight, Max notes that Alice herself has also become much stronger. Paxville looks away thoughtfully and notes that the operation on Hold Island, where Kyle was now, should have come to an end. He is sure that everything should have gone smoothly. And in his opinion, Kyle Benet should be dead now, under the rubble. Only the stones in that tunnel do not lie quietly, but glow with strong blue magic, breaking through from somewhere in their depths. And then they fly apart, as if someone had hit them very hard, or there had been another explosion. Kyle Benet, engulfed in a blue glow of magic and covering his face with his hands, laughs sarcastically and notes that this is the second time. In fact, the guy is angry to the point of pure rage, so even his eyes begin to glow with his blue magic, and he himself asks if those who attacked him once again are really so eager to die. Meanwhile, in the same cave under the rubble, the members of the guild that accompanied Kyle slowly began to come to their senses. The men looked around in confusion, coming to their senses and complaining about damaged body parts, trying to understand what had happened. But then one of them noticed an unharmed Benet standing near one of the walls. There was a frightening aura of anger and magical power around Kyle, and the guy himself replied that what happened was not funny at all. Lost in his emotions and the realization of what had happened, he concluded out loud that apparently his haste with the monsters had forced everyone around him to show up earlier than planned, and he wondered that even if everything had not gone according to plan, were his enemies really that stupid that they had decided to kill him with ordinary explosives? The former Allied Guild representative pretended not to understand what Kyle was talking about, asking if he was injured. The man said with a naive smile that he didn't know and didn't believe that anyone could have even thought of planting explosives in such a place. But his words had no effect, and the next moment a wave of an unknown feeling overtook him. In an instant, he was twisted by flashes of blue magic, bending so that his body felt terrible pain. He fell to the ground as his men tried to figure out what was happening to their leader when Kyle turned around, taking a menacing step towards the men and asking if they had anything they wanted to tell him. Enraged with anger and suppressed fury, surrounded by his magic, Kyle loomed over the man, ordering him to tell him what was happening in the caves. And when he replied that he knew nothing, Kyle said that he was lying because they controlled the entrance to the dungeon, and planting explosives in such a deep place would take many days. Continuing to hover over the man, Kyle clarified that it was impossible for the guild leader not to know all of this. Enraged, Benet, his magic and powers turning a frightening red, warned the man not to expect him to believe them. This behavior frightened the man, but he continued to remain silent. And instead of saying anything, he chose a different path. He became hysterical and screamed that he really didn't know anything, and if it weren't for Kyle, the explosion would have killed them all. And in general, they were all almost killed precisely because of Kyle. The last statement made Benet close his eyes silently, holding back his emotions for a moment. Kyle smiled insincerely, noting that the man hadn't said anything that Bennett had asked, and he had given him plenty of time, so the boy used his new skill, using the magical chains of subordination and turning them on the head of the former Allied Guild. Kyle admitted that this was the first time he had used it on a human as the magical will suppression arms extended around him. It was the absolute submission skill that Kyle had used on monsters before, but now that he was forced to use it on humans, Bennett noted that even if a man's consciousness was completely destroyed, it was the man's own fault, and Kyle's would not be at fault. Guildmaster Samdado didn't yet understand what Kyle was talking about. But his mind slowly became empty, and his consciousness lost touch with reality. Soon he was completely submissive to Kyle. Benet learned that the Samdado Guild had been supported by the Twilight Guild since its inception, And Samdado's main task was to maintain the authority of the Twilight on Hold Island. But everything changed quite recently, when someone broke into the head of Samdado's office without asking, and despite the security. A guy came to them, very similar to the head of the Twilight Guild, saying that their office was rather poor but cozy, and asking if this was really the Samdado Guild. The man asked if they had been contacted and announced that he was a death warrant from Max Paxville. Chief Samdado had no idea how this guy was connected to Twilight, but he introduced himself as Galen. The man felt an incredible aura emanating from him, and he immediately began to command, saying that he needed Samdado's help, and first of all, he demanded a car. At this time in reality, the head of the Samdado Guild froze in place like a limp doll, continuing to kneel, and told about everything that Kyle asked. While his henchmen did not understand what was happening to him, he told that after they received an order from the Twilight to unquestioningly fulfill Jalen's requests. Their next task was to get Galen and his friends to the dungeon within the specified time frame, and it was assumed that they would do all the work on the death sentence themselves. Kyle mentally reasoned that no waves from the outside could pass into the dungeon, which meant that his opponents at the moment had to be somewhere in the dungeon to detonate the explosives. Kyle concentrated, scanning the area around him with his magic, trying to figure out if they had already escaped. Benet chuckled, realizing he couldn't wait to meet his new opponent. He ordered one of the guild's henchmen, Samdado, to step aside while he could decide whether to stay with the leader or carry out Benet's order. Kyle meanwhile concentrated magic in his hand, preparing to strike, and warning the one he was blocking. The guy from Samdado introduced himself as Vicky and shouted that he would defend the chief to the end. But he still dodged Kyle's magic attack, covering his head with his hands, only then realizing that Bennett wasn't aiming at him and had no intention of killing the head of Samdado. A large blue magic ball flew towards the exit of the cave, which was blocked by stones. A huge explosion thundered throughout the cave, so that the ordinary guys were forced to cover their ears with their hands. The explosion cleared a passage in the rock-strewn tunnel, freeing up the road, and the desperate supporters of the Samdado Guild were overjoyed to realize that now they too would be able to escape. And as Kyle walked down the aisle, one of them wondered what kind of magic Bennett had used, until the other said it didn't matter, because they were free now. The guy named Vicky was happy that they could now return and live, while the other guy tried to bring the guild leader Samdado to his senses. Hearing this, Kyle calmed them down by telling them that they would not be able to get out and that they would all remain there. The man, enraged by their actions, said that they had to pay for their sins, and did they really think that he would forgive them? Kyle began to accumulate his power into a magical sphere again, which began to send vibrations throughout the cave, causing the members of the Samdado Guild to become worried. Kyle's manipulations caused the vault to collapse again. The stones slowly closed the formed exit from the cave under the pleas of the traders with their unwillingness to stay in the cave, attempts to shout to the unconscious head of the guild, and cries that Kyle should save them because they did nothing. But Benet didn't care about their screams because he himself had lived in the cave for 10 years, and now he was offering the traders the opportunity to experience this. Kyle grinned as he thanked the Samdado Guild for the opportunity to destroy them, noting that before doing so, he should also say hello to the one who had caused this whole situation, a guy from the Twilight Guild who was called Jalen. At this time, in the Dawn Dungeon, the confrontation between Dawn and Twilight continued, and Alice Libera, dodging another blow, answered her opponent that she did not expect this from him. Right in front of her, the number of Sylvester Dreigel's physical bodies increased. The guy used the assassin skill called cloning, and Alice again noted that the training had benefited him, and now he was really good at fighting. Sylvester smirked smugly, thinking that he could defeat the girl this way, and noting that despite her praise, she continued to underestimate him, so she should wipe off the blood and start fighting him seriously, using her key skill, Shadow Play. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild was momentarily speechless, looking at her opponent with incomprehension. And then, realizing his words, she laughed, surprised at what nonsense he was talking. She used her hands to push herself up, surprised that Sylvester was asking her to use that skill now. The girl made the guy shut up in confusion and anger, explaining that this skill was too valuable, and she did not want to waste it on a rook, a small fry, her enemy. Alice explained that even without the shadow game, Sylvester would not be able to defeat her, because he was just a boy, The last phrase angered Driggle so much that he immediately sent all his clones to attack the girl from all sides, wanting to destroy her. Libera summoned her magic, entangling her body in red light, using the Dark King's Poison Kiss skill, calling on the boy to watch carefully as true assassin-ranked representatives fought. The serious-minded Alice was going to show this upstart her true skill using the Blood Path Moonlight. The Dawn dungeon chosen for clearing was quite peaceful outside of the battlefield. There weren't many flying monsters, and the scenery remained peaceful and calm without hunters. But then several figures rushed at great speed between the rocks, raising dust and disturbing this peace. Alice used her powers to run away from Sylvester's clones faster and faster. The power of her magic allows her to literally push off the air without using the ground as support. She gracefully and confidently dodged the clones' attacks, ignoring Sylvester's attempts to hurt her. Driggle also did not relax, closely watching her actions because, no matter how much she underestimated him, he remained one of the strongest fighters of Twilight. Trying to predict Libera's actions, he cloned himself again in a new attack on the girl. A huge explosion tore through the space where Libera had been a moment ago, lighting up the sky with a red flash and sending hundreds of pieces flying in all directions. Although the girl expected an attack, she was not fully prepared for something like this, and it slightly affected her flight path. Turning around, she saw the number of spears increase again, rushing to attack along her new trajectory. As she prepared to strike again, she noted that Sylvester was indeed a rabid fan of Max Paxville, swinging her daggers. Despite the fact that many clones were attacking her, the girl did not lose her spirit, noting that Sylvester was similar to Paxville in that he was just as persistent and annoying. A bright pink flash of magic cut through the space of the dungeon. Alice Libera was a top-notch assassin, so her series of dagger strikes instantly destroyed all of Driggle's clones, causing them to turn into nothing. Some sound caught the killer's trained ear. She turned around to see Sylvester rapidly approaching her with his weapon at the ready, because despite the fact that she had defeated most of the clones, she had not managed to get the guy himself in the last attack. Instead of attacking with his blade, the boy cupped his hands, activating his magic and using the Origin skill. He slashed his magic-filled hand straight at Alice, who barely managed to block it using her poison spear skill. The purple poison magic was not stopped by Alice's block, and the poisonous fumes began to attack the girl's steel blade. Struck by the unusual attack, the girl jumped back as far as she could to understand what had happened during the last attack. Moving away to a safe distance, the girl saw how the daggers affected by magic were simply corroded, something that had never happened before. Stopping in place to concentrate, Ashlisa looked around. Drygle's attack showed that the stakes had been raised and the games were over. She had no right to make a mistake, because then she would simply die. And at this time, new copies of the enemy appeared in front of her again. But Libera did not feel fear, but on the contrary noted that she was having mad fun, asking Sylvester when his style had changed so much and throwing away her damaged daggers. Looking at the guy in front of her, she noted that she would probably have to change her weapon after all. Sylvester thanked Libera, and the girl looked at him questioningly. Sylvester, looking at his feet, explained that it was she who once showed him how to become stronger. Alice didn't remember what exact moment in the past Sylvester was talking about now, taking new blades out of his spatial pocket and thinking not about the dialogue, but about the fact that she should be more careful with this poison, and she shouldn't hesitate, wondering where the enemy's real body was. One of the Dryggle clones froze, sadly noting that she couldn't even remember. The serious-minded guy replied that he would help her with this matter, once again indicating that this was the last time he was giving her a chance to use the shadow game. Libera got angry, taking a belligerent pose and asking if the Twilight minion was tired of it, since she had already said that she would not use it in battle with him, adding silently that she would save this ability for someone else. The girl smiled confidently, repeating once again that she had already told him that the skill of shadow play was not for him, mentally understanding that she should not use shadow play under any circumstances, since she still needed strength for the battle with Maxim Paxville. This arrangement angered Sylvester Dryggle, so the guy experienced a wave of rage. He crept up on the girl from behind, unexpectedly attacking from behind, which Libera, confident in her own safety, did not expect. The girl turned to him too late to do anything. With a scream of wanting her to die, the boy pierced her chest so completely that everything around was stained with blood. At that moment, Sylvester remembered the past, when Alice mockingly suggested that he look at himself because he tried to copy her technique of 2 daggers. A terrified and tearful Sylvester was then forced to sit on the ground, frozen in horror, while Alice asked if he was the one Max Paxville was trying to replace her with in his ranks. Alice then turned again to Driggle, who was looking around fearfully, not knowing if he had a chance. They were in one of the dungeons and Alice defeated everyone who tried to get her. And with Sylvester, they were left alone surrounded by corpses when Labora told him that Paxville was her bastard. She took a few more steps forward, causing Driggle to try to crawl away from the girl in fear, while she was saying that he was pathetic. His existence was a hindrance to the girl, and he irritated her with his whole appearance. She knelt down on one knee in front of the frightened guy, and the blades gleamed dangerously in her hands. She put the blade to the throat of the frightened and trembling boy, thoughtfully deciding whether to give him advice. It was then that Alice said that for Sylvester, as a killer, to become stronger, he needs to sincerely try to kill someone, and if Driggle really wants to become stronger, then he needs to hate someone so much that he wants to kill them, just like Labora herself does. Then Driggle was saved by the fact that reinforcements appeared in the forest nearby, and their cries that they were looking for Driggle made the girl disappointedly change her plans. Then, she left Driggle alive, saying that he should have understood what she was talking about, and the girl admitted that most of all she wanted to kill the man who arrived here, so Sylvester's death would have to be postponed for later. Already standing up and getting ready to leave, the girl decided to tell Sylvester one last time that he had absolutely no talent, and he should give up his business as a killer and just start life from scratch. The frightened and humiliated boy looked up at her, trying to comprehend what she had said. Alice crushed his self-esteem with the phrase that he was simply not cut out for this, completely destroying him. In the present, Sylvester, looking at the hand with which he had mortally wounded the girl, honestly admitted that at that moment she had crushed his pride so much as if she had denied the very fact of his existence. And he, after all this insult, had begun to learn from the very beginning, completely changing his fighting style. And she did all this with only one goal, to kill Alice Libera. Driggle continued speaking, saying that even though she was from an enemy guild, he respected her, and he was asking the now wounded and barely alive girl to imagine how he felt back then, because that was the situation when he was disgraced by the person he admired so much. Sylvester tightened his grip on his dagger, raising it to strike, and saying that she was right. With a mad and hateful smile, the boy filled the dagger with magic, telling the girl that it was precisely because of the desire to kill her that he became much stronger, intending to finish her off. At that moment, the entire space around was colored with flashes of Alice's crimson magic, and the girl said with a grin that she remembered that moment from the past, while the uncomprehending Sylvester watched as her body dissolved into a mirage, as if it had never been there. He looked around in amazement, trying to find Alice as her voice sounded around him. The girl, surprised, clarified that apparently the guy had wanted to surpass her so much that he had apparently learned her lesson. Alice, unharmed and completely healthy, was floating in the air behind him, saying that he had missed one very important point in her speech then, because the last thing she had told him was to stop trying to kill her, and with a slight smile asked if he didn't think it was rather dark in here. Sylvester attempted to dodge her attack, immediately realizing that she was using shadow clones in another attack on him, as the dark clots nearly caught up with him. While the dark magical fetters were entwining the uncomprehending guy, since at that very moment he was unprepared for her attacks, Alice said that she would give him one more piece of advice. Directing some of her power at the immobilized guy, the girl admitted that the killer shows his true face only once. The dark shackles of Libra's magic were enveloping the boy more and more, when she said the key thing about this one time happening when the killer kills his opponent. The next moment, the girl's magic, having completely twisted the guy, destroyed him, with a cry of Alice Libora's name on his lips. The girl, without looking back, walked away from the battle site, noting that he was enjoying his victory too much. Dark shadows tore through Sylvester's body, and Alice confirmed that her injury was just an illusion. Taking one last look at what was left of Driggle, she called the killer an idiot. But there was no time to relax, and the girl stopped warily, looking around. Max Paxville finally deigned to jump off his ledge, landing not far from Alice, noting that the fight had been pretty good, and his charge had become quite strong. Libera turned around with an evil grin, noting that he had finally gotten off. It was Max Paxville who was the bastard she wanted to kill, and now he stood before her with a smug grin. The head of the Twilight Guild slowly approached the girl, asking if she liked the performance he had performed. Drawing her dagger and pointing it at Paxville, Labora replied that she remained in mixed feelings, determined, and immediately added that Max should not expect an easy death, since she planned to torture him for a long time and painstakingly. This remark only elicited a smug smile. Paxville activated his green magic, creating a spatial pocket that he reached into with his hand. He pulled out a huge sword, clearly preparing to fight Alice and saying that her attitude was exactly what he wanted to hear. Both hunters were enveloped in spheres of their magic, and while Alice was surrounded by bright crimson magic, Max was surrounded by a sphere of rich green. Alice and Max were determined, and the girl was finally ready to use her shadow play skill to fight the head of Twilight. At this time, Kyle tried to call Alice Libera. He had just left the dungeons, and it was not the first time he had dialed the number of the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, while the operator answered again and again that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable, offering to leave a message after the signal. Kyle continued to look at the phone with doubt, thinking that perhaps she was busy, because now Kyle urgently needed to tell her about the situation with the Samdado clan. Someone distracted Kyle with a question about whether he had tried to contact the deputy head of the Dawn clan, Alice Libera. Kyle emerged from the portal and found himself surrounded by unknown, warlike hunters who informed him that she was unlikely to respond, as her dungeon was about to be attacked. One of the fighters noted that Kyle himself should understand that the mobile signal does not reach the dungeons. It was Galen, dressed in a bright cloak and sunglasses, who noted that Cal should now be wondering how he knew all this, to which he himself immediately replied that for them, who had come from Mirim, all this was commonplace. Reflected in the glasses was Kyle, whose face was neutral, while Jalen said that most likely his previous answer satisfied his curiosity, calling Kyle Benet by his full name. Kyle opened the spatial pocket where he hid his mobile phone, addressing the interlocutor with the words that he did not really look like an expert, and clarifying that he also had a couple of questions left, and one of them was whether he was really from Mirim. But the more important question would not be that, but how he knew about the attack from the dungeon. Jalen chuckled, noting that he was interested in the guy's train of thought, saying that he could have said something, but Kyle was so impolite to him. Taking off his glasses, Jalen asked with impudence if Kyle could ask more politely, but Kyle replied that he could already see that Jalen was in no hurry to speak and had no great desire to share information with Kyle, but Bennett was not too bothered by this fact. Kyle was still furious, so he went into rage mode in a flash, calling on his magic and saying that he would now force him to tell him what he needed. Jalen, feeling Benet's powerful strength, was joyfully encouraged. Watching Bennett, engulfed in magic, close the distance between them, the boy enthusiastically awaited their clash, believing that Kyle was amazing, and that the rumors were not lying, and Kyle was able to control magic at such a high level, and knowing that he was from Mirim, he assumed that he could also combine magic with martial arts. But Galen had no intention of waiting, crossing his arms and calling upon a magic seal. Kyle found himself in the center of a glowing golden pentagram, not expecting such a turn of events. Kyle was truly unprepared for what he saw, immediately asking if it was a gravity trap. Jailing, enjoying his magic, replied that this pentagram was like a gravity trap, but as it worked, the opponent would be forced to realize that it was completely different from the one that Kale had seen before, and that it was the greatest creation in which Jailing combined the gravity trap and his magic into one. Clenching his hand into a fist and summoning all his magic, Jailing commanded the activation of the heavenly golden seal. At that very moment, the hunters who had been standing idle until then rushed to attack Kyle. Benet thought that what was happening was a cheap trick, preparing to attack. But he was shocked and amazed that his expectations were not met. He felt the radiation of magic affecting him from several directions at the same time. One of the hunters charged towards Benet, but Kyle felt his body become much heavier than usual. He was able to parry the attacker's attack, striking straight at the sword that was blocking him. Only, unlike previous battles, nothing critical happened, and the blow had no effect on the opponent at all. In an instant, Kyle realized that he could no longer use his internal energy. The battle continued as Benet continued to try to come to terms with the fact that he could not fully use his power. He had to use the maximum of his abilities to repel the attacks of his enemies. Kyle looked around at his opponents, trying to figure out why things weren't going his way. Looking at Galen and the fighters hovering around him, Bennett was struck by an unexpected thought. He had the feeling that they were all from Murim together. Jailing smiled happily and said that he was very pleased to see Kyle's despairing face, asking how he was without internal energy. Benet, who was fighting off his opponent's attacks, listened as Galen explained that his golden seal was absorbing all of his energy. But it doesn't go into space but is transmitted to those fighters who are now attacking Kyle. Jailing, confident in himself, his strength and victory, continued to talk about how no matter how strong Kyle was, he couldn't defeat them. Twilight's ally was encouraged by his trap because now the stronger Kyle is, the stronger his enemies are, and there will be no chance of victory. At this time, all three of Jailing's fighters attacked Kyle with renewed fury, while the man himself continued to shout that the power accumulated here would kill Kyle. But Bennett wasn't going to give in, and he noted with a grin that he was talking too much. The boy took a decisive step, as he did every time he accepted a challenge and was going to deal with his opponent, saying that he was already tired of listening to Twilight's ally. Concentrating his power, Kyle replied that he would now show why he was called the Immortal Sword Emperor, intending to show his opponent how pathetic he was in front of true power. After his words, Galen remembered the basics he had learned in Murim about the true law. It was created by natural objects or amulets, placed in the correct order, which became similar to a new space. The Twilight representative remembered an old man from Murim, who was a legendary formation master who could summon wind and lightning with his octagonal method, and they could destroy an entire army without leaving anyone alive. This old man was a very powerful man, comparable in strength to a god. Galen admired him, and the boy honed the old man's skills even after returning from Murim. That's why he was so confident in himself and his abilities. After all, he believed that since he had mastered this technique to perfection, he too could now be compared to a deity. Another blow from the attackers cut through the air at the site of the battle. Kyle managed to dodge the blow, escaping with the same ease as before, leaving his opponent confused. In an instant, Bennett was able to move behind his opponent, signaling that he finally understood everything. Kyle realized that the golden energy that created the space of the magic seal was just a play on words, because it was a heavenly golden seal. At this moment, the other two opponents combined their forces and attacked Kyle from behind. By ordering the attackers to stand still, Kyle managed to make them simply freeze in place, and not just stop. Saying that Bennett was almost finished, he moved to the other side of the seal, asking them to wait a bit. Jalen watched the battlefield with a shocked and slightly scared expression, realizing that Kyle had created a new law that the Twilight ally had never seen before, wondering where he had found the weakness in the formation. Kyle Bennett, however, had already begun to be entangled by his native blue magic, creating its own area around him, dispersing the golden halo of Jalen's magic, while he mentally screamed that this was impossible, since the guy himself did not notice any adjustments and could not understand how Bennett changed his seal. Kyle found himself on the other end of the seal while his opponents froze paralyzed at different ends of the seal, and Bennett, praising their skills, asked them to answer his question, as he was very interested. Kyle asked if they were part of a special cult, and one of the attackers froze questioningly, even more confused about what was happening. Bennett admitted that he didn't know it very well either, but the energy he felt during the battle was very similar to the magic of that cult. In addition, Bennett said that all three, although they have martial arts, are definitely not the ones who returned from Murim. As the three of them attacked him, he was able to appreciate their mediocre skills, and the way they executed their techniques was too crude for someone who had been to Murim. But the most important thing was that the harmony of pure art did not resonate with them, and this was the key point that confirmed that they were hoaxes. Jalen joined the conversation with a wide, sinister smile, reporting that Kyle had a keen eye. Twilight's ally confirmed that his fighters were different from them, ordinary people. Those guys who attacked Bennett so fiercely and used martial arts were artificial people. Kyle looked at his opponents with doubt, noting that when he taught martial arts, he would break through other people's flesh and transfer his energy, but at Jailing's level, that would be unreasonable. Looking at the people Kyle had fought just moments ago, he came to the conclusion that Galen had used something different. All three fighters took up space between Bennett and Twilight's ally, who were on the attack while both boys were talking. Bennett, looking at them, came to the conclusion that if they were created in the usual way, he would not have felt the difference. So he assumed that Galen used either the magic of a demonic cult or the magic of earthly magicians. Twilight's ally chuckled, noting that it seemed like the head of the martial arts guild had understood everything. Jailing said that these people were slackers whom he had converted into useful ones, which cost them worthless lives. Twilight's ally admitted that the speed of his research was high with several thousand test subjects, and as a result, he managed to obtain those who were comparable to high-level hunters under his control. Turning to Kyle, Jailing noted that no matter how strange Bennett was, the guy planned to squeeze every drop of juice out of him with his formation, but Kyle didn't care about that. He only noted that it turned out that Jailing was simply using people as sacrifices. Grinning at having figured it all out, Bennett smiled, saying that it was time to end it all, and that he had enough, even though he liked the tricks of Twilight's ally. At this moment, a bright golden spark flashed above the golden magic seal. Jalen immediately felt pain in his body, not understanding where the resonance came from and what was happening. Kyle called upon his magic, saying it was time to finish. The guy explained that even when fighting the demon's followers, having torn them apart, he himself does not feel any pity, but on the contrary, such actions refresh him. And right now, Bennett was alert and ready to start hunting the demon. This characterization offended and angered Galen, who still had unpleasant feelings. Creating a new seal in front of him, he angrily asked how Bennett dared to talk to him like that. The seal activated by the mage gave strength to his fighters. They were able to move again and control their bodies in order to attack Kyle. But Bennett had no desire to share their delight, because in fact they were already in his trap. So the guy raised his legs surrounded by magic, preparing to turn the tide of events. And the next moment, Bennett kicked the seal with all his might. His magic proved stronger than Jalen's energy, and all of Kyle's blue power immediately began to spread throughout the seal. Not even a few seconds had passed before the golden glow of Jalen's magic and seal disappeared. And the Twilight ally himself, although he folded his hands in a gesture of summoning a magic formation, could not understand what was happening. His fighters screamed in pain as their bodies were no longer wrapped in the saving gold, but were surrounded by the blue incinerating fire of Bennett's magic. The artificial people cried out for help to Jailing, asking him to save them and help them stop feeling like they were burning alive. While the fighters who were about to attack a moment ago were writhing in agony, Kyle calmly and slowly advanced on Jailing. When asked by Twilight's bewildered ally, Kyle only replied that he had used fire gold, stating that fire melts metal. Bennett had to explain that he had voiced the understanding of the 5 elements, which was the foundation of the foundations, and he had merely removed his essence of energy and replaced the gold that Galen had pumped out of him, correcting it to fire. Jalen couldn't understand how Kyle did it, and he had to explain that he had also studied formations a little in Murim, but his opponent's skills were insignificant compared to Bennett. However, the head of the martial arts guild had a little fun in this fight. Jalen fell to his knees in shock, trying to comprehend that he had spent his entire life researching and experimenting, and the guy in front of him had broken everything in such a short time. He didn't understand how Bennett had reached his level, because with his words and quick solution to the puzzle, he had simply trampled Jailing's pride. Bennett suggested that he not be upset, because if the Twilight ally knew Bennett's true level, losing would be an honor for him, and advised him not to worry. Smiling widely, Kyle noted that in a field like magic, talent is needed, and without talent one cannot achieve much, no matter how hard one tries. Bennett warned Galen that he would now be killed and his form would absorb all his energy. With a smile, Kyle noted that since Galen had previously taken away the energy of many people, now he himself should not be against taking it away from himself. Bennett extended his hand and used his absolute command ability. His main question to Galen was about what was happening to Alice Libora now. At this time, the girl, covered in blood, was lying next to someone in the dungeon. Jalen intermittently reported that Alice Libora was dead. At this time, the girl herself remembered that she had been a loner all her life, both in the original world and in Murir, until she met Max Paxville, who was happy to learn that he was not the only one who had returned from Murir, and was very glad to meet her. In difficult dungeons, he protected her from monsters, sending her to flee, while he himself was going to fight the monsters, protecting her. They helped and supported each other, as in one of her memories. Alice remembers helping Paxville when he was overcome with panic due to memories of the time he was in Miram. Their relationship was very warm and soft, and they promised not to leave each other. And although it was difficult for them to rely on each other, they were grateful to each other for everything they had experienced together. And for Alice, this was the first time that someone who was a stranger, but who had become close, needed her so much. Only now Labora is sure that she and Paxville should not have met. Max looms over the girl lying on the ground, mockingly noting that it's time for her to get up. The head of the Twilight Guild was stronger and taller than her, and now he looked down at her, teasing her that she would not want to die like this in such a disadvantaged position. Alice Labora was very battered by the fight with Max, and could hardly stand on her feet when she finally managed to get up. Only her condition was at the same time deceptive, and the girl did not lose her vigilance but only waited for a break. The next moment, with sharpened blades, she rushed at the enemy, in an attempt to reach and kill. Max immediately used the most tried and tested of the night spells, activating the shield, in the center of which a bright dark red sphere appeared, full of magical energy. This sphere formed exactly where Alice was aiming, preventing her from completing the strike. In addition, the spell had a hidden purpose, since the shield was not a simple one, but a reflective one, and the next moment the sphere with magical energy exploded. The force of the blow was so great that Alice was forced to act. The girl jumped back several meters, landing on one knee. Paxville certainly noticed that she had to make some effort to land on her feet with such ease, noting that she was a bit tired. He noted with satisfaction that she had even used shadow play, which meant she was quite exhausted. Paxville suggested that she give up, to which the girl only frowned angrily, mentally asking herself when Max became so strong. Noting both the armor and the magical potential of Labora, she noted that she, of course, also did not waste time and improved herself. But she was still quite far from Paxville's strength, and besides, she was really tired. But there were still a few things she wanted to ask Max for the last time. The guy chuckled and with a joyful smile asked what exactly she wanted to know. Alice's face darkened as her question was about their shared past, and several guys who were in their group. Remembering the past, Libra could not find an answer to the question of why they died on that fateful trip to the dungeon. Paxville made a bored and offended face, noting that Alice could not calm down and stop remembering this incident, and this was already getting on his nerves because he wanted some more interesting question. The girl, whose hands were already tired and covered in her own blood, only clutched the dagger tighter as she raged at his reaction that he was fed up with it, wondering why the words that she should be saying were being spoken by him again. Alice firmly stated that Max always avoided answering when the conversation touched on this matter, and she insisted that this time she simply had to hear the answer. Max's face darkened, and for a moment he said nothing. When he finally decided to answer, all he said was that those who died were weak. The man's face took on a look of madness and his gaze became crazy as he continued the topic, saying that isn't it human nature to want to trample someone who is weaker? The answer made Libra's face darken, although she forced a smile, regretfully noting that she must have gone mad for a moment to think that this conversation with Paxil would give her any answers. The girl could not hold back tears of sorrow and regret, although she restrained herself with an evil smile offering her opponent to finally end their fight. She suddenly tore from her place, heading towards Paxiville with lightning speed. All she thought about at that moment, once again trying to get the head of the Twilight Guild, was that she would definitely kill him. Her dagger strike was blocked by a sword strike. They clashed with Paxville in a series of new blows, trying to see who was stronger and kill each other. Their power was so great that each blow caused a small explosion. At this time, the weather on Hold Island was mild and sunny, and the sea was calm. Kyle Benet sat on top of one of the rocks, still looking at his phone. The guy studied the map of the area, trying to figure something out in his head. He remembered how Jailing said that his guild served the Heavenly Warrior, which meant that among the opponents here too, there was only trash, just like the representatives of the Twilight Guild. During the confrontation with Galen, Kyle of course wanted to know more, but he turned out to be a weakling and died very quickly. Rising from his seat and looking straight ahead, Kyle straightened up. He learned that the problematic dungeon where the Dawn Guild raid was taking place, and where Max Paxville and his minions were heading, was located 450 kilometers away in a straight line, and this entire distance had to be covered across the ocean, among other things. Kyle remembered the magic of Johnny Yugos, who showed him the basics of teleportation. Benet understood that he had only one way to quickly get to Alice. Realizing his current level of power, Bennett knew he could reach Labora in 20 seconds and wondered if he should even worry about anything right now. He turned away from the cliff, heading back, thinking that he and Alice were just business partners, and even if she was in danger, he didn't really have to go to her aid. He walked steadily and confidently away from the water, knowing that in Murim it was common to kill and die, and now Kyle wondered if there was some special reason why he had to save Alice, knowing that there was no special reason. But each new step he took brought back memories of Alice and their past. Now Bennett remembered how she had called out his name and, with a smile, offered to go on a date with her, holding out her hand. This was the first memory that struck Benny, causing him to stop abruptly. Then he remembered their first meeting, when she noted that he knew about the special silver needle tea, and how she noted that she often went to that tea house for this special tea. The next memory was their meeting and conversation before the competition at the Sun Festival, when she was not at all afraid of him and even grabbed him by the collar. Then Alice was angry that Kyle could not tell the truth to his sister, and could not admit that he returned from Murim as a different person. And one of the very last memories was their conversation after the Sun Festival. Then Alice officially, as the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, thanked him, shaking his hand. All these memories took Kyle by surprise, because he didn't think that the girl took up so much space in his life. Realizing all this, Kyle froze, starting to laugh loudly. He laughed so hard that it could be heard even in the nearby bay. Covering his face with his hands, the guy said that he was probably going crazy. He began to warm up, first stretching his arms. Then he began to stretch his back, realizing that all this time he had thought that there was no one important to him, except his sister. Then the guy began to warm up his fists, smiling slightly surprised even to himself. Right now, he realized that, without noticing, another person had been added to his list of important people. He gave the first push from the spot with all his strength. Kyle Bennett ran with all his might towards the ocean, asking mentally for only one thing. The guy wanted Alice Libra to be able to wait for him a little longer. At this time, on the island where the problematic dungeon of the Dawn Guild was located, silence and harmony reigned. Two traitor hunters were peacefully resting at the entrance to the dungeon. They allowed themselves to take the places of the slain hunters, sipping drinks and thinking about how easy it had all been for them. The shooter noted that they had made the right decision by accepting Paxville's offer and joining the Twilight Guild, as they were even paid more, and the work wasn't hard. The knight replied that he still wondered what was on the mind of one crazy hunter. The gunslinger realized that his fellow knight was talking about Kyle Benet, who had so easily defeated his rivals back then during the Sun Festival, and he was glad that Paxville knew that he would join the Dawn, because now they would be able to defeat him for sure. The shooter threw away the bottle, calmly remarking to his comrade that Bennett was most likely already dead, and the knight agreed. The shooter meanwhile continued to reflect that even if Bennett had suddenly survived, he would not have been able to get from Hold Island to them quickly. It was at that moment that the sound of something heavy hitting them came from them. This sound frightened not only the traders but also the birds in the nearby forest, and they instantly rose into the air, creating an atmosphere of something terrible. The knight looked at his comrade with fear, asking what had just happened, but the shooter didn't know either. At that moment, they both felt the radiation of something terrible coming straight towards them, wondering what it could even be. The shooter turned out to be more sensitive, as the alien aura literally suppressed him. And then the realization hit him, because he had already encountered something similar. Kyle Benet, consumed with rage, was making his way through the forest towards them. As soon as he reached the clearing, he directed his hand with concentrated force at the traders. The men immediately recognized him, realizing that they had buried this hunter too early in their conversations. A cry of inhuman horror echoed throughout the island. Another sharp blow of the sword cut through the air. The confrontation between Alice Libera and Max Paxville continued, and the head of the Twilight Guild did not let his friend relax, constantly goading her. He was completely immersed in the fight, smiling madly and egging the girl on, asking her if she was going to kill him and demanding that she show her all her strength. He continued to pester her, asking where her passion had gone, making her angry, wondering if maybe she was just making fun of him. And so, in the next blow of their forces, the sword and dagger collided like this. Only it seemed that Alice's weapon was not as strong and powerful, as the dagger in her bloody hands began to crumble. She didn't expect that the blade simply wouldn't withstand this confrontation. Distracted by her weapon, she allowed herself to lose sight of Max as he prepared to swing his hand. In one powerful movement, Paxville grabbed the girl by the head, not allowing her to break free and reminding her that she must focus all her attention on the battle. His eyes burned with the red fire of madness as he struck again. The head of the Twilight Guild swung his hand so hard that he threw the girl who was grabbed by the head into the ground with all the force he had. Turning away from Alice, he repeated his favorite phrase about how everything that was happening around was very boring. Returning to the girl and hovering over her, Paxville once again asked in surprise if she was really going to defeat him with such little force. The girl was having a hard time coming to her senses, and her face was covered in blood, while Paxville gloated that apparently these were all her capabilities, and she was not capable of more. Bending over the girl, who was still barely coming to her senses, he asked her how she felt, and whether it was clear to her which of the two of them was right. The head of the Twilight Guild grabbed the girl by the neck, intending to mock her again. His crazy face was too happy about what was happening, and he said that now she should understand that following the Heavenly Warrior was beneficial, and it was still not too late for her to change her mind, because he would give her one last chance to join them. Squeezing the girl's neck, Max again suggested that she go with him, because that way they would be so strong that no one would dare to threaten them anymore. With difficulty, Alice was able to answer him, thanking him for the offer, causing surprise in the guy. But she remained determined, even on the brink of death, to be true to herself, declaring that she would rather die than follow Paxville, because then he would finally be out of her life. The man, angered by this state of affairs, trembled with anger, while the girl continued to make fun of him, asking again whether he had offered her to follow the Heavenly Warrior and whether he was still using the way that only the strong are right. In the end, Alice called Paxville a child. She ended with a grin by asking Max to know that he would simply die for following the Heavenly Warrior like a dog. These words finally angered and enraged Paxville. Alice remembered the name of Kyle Benet, whose image immediately appeared in Paxville's head. The girl reported that Kyle was the one who sought a meeting with the Heavenly Warrior, but only for the purpose of revenge since the Heavenly Warrior ruined his life. Alice asked Paxville seriously if he really thought Kyle would leave the servant of the Heavenly Warrior alive, to which Paxville only slowly said Bennett's name, as if that clarified something. Max calmed down after hearing the girl's words, calmly saying that Alice should know that Kyle should already be dead by this time. Only the girl's eyes widened in disbelief, not because of what Paxville said, but because of whose silhouette she saw. While Max was talking about how he entrusted the assassination of Benet to another guild, and that they were strong enough, like the Twilight Guild, and they also follow the path of the Heavenly Warrior, a familiar silhouette approached the couple. Of course it was Kyle Bennett, yawning in boredom as Max talked about the guild he hired, and how their leader was also from Murim, and every member of that guild was stronger than any high-level hunter. Max was so confident in his strength and rightness that he forgot about caution, letting Alice go and saying into space that no matter how long Kyle stayed in Murim, he would not be able to cope with that guild when he was interrupted by the greeting of the hunter. Paxville froze with his mouth open as Kyle asked him to continue, not to be shy. When Max turned around, Kyle was just clarifying whether it was him that the head of the Twilight Guild was burying right now in his sweet and triumphant words. Paxville turned around and saw who had interrupted him, shocked, stammering that Benet should be dead by now, and not understanding how he had gotten here to them. Benet was dragging two traitors on his back, the archer and the knight from Dawn who killed the hunters at the entrance to the dungeon, asking again if he was really dead if he was still alive, and he decided to return the guys he was dragging to Max. They fell to the ground like senseless sacks, while Kyle explained that they seemed to be for the Dawn, because he saw them at the Festival of the Sun and remembered them. But now they were in the way, so Kyle explained that he killed them. Alice happily called out to the guy, not believing that it was he who was in front of her, and Kyle was glad that she was still alive. The girl peered at him from behind Paxville's figure with a joyful smile, her face and body covered in bruises. Kyle noted this especially carefully, realizing that the girl had been through too much during the time it took him to get to her. His face darkened from what he saw, and his mood worsened. The smile and carelessness disappeared from his face, and his lips formed a straight line. His magic began to spread around the boy, while Max frantically thought about whether Jalen could really lose to him, and asking the most difficult question about how Benny managed to get to their dungeon so quickly if he was supposed to be on Hold Island. Paxville knew about both Benet's strength and his abilities, so when he called out to him, the head of the Twilight Guild tensed up. As soon as Kyle turned to him and said that enough time had passed since their last meeting, and it seemed like the last time they saw each other was at the Festival of the Sun, Paxville immediately covered himself with his shield. Paxville immediately used his shield skill, creating a dark red magical energy sphere on his shield again, and using the reflective shield skill. But for Benet, such skills did not bring significant resistance, and the guy with one fist filled with power directed all his power into the center of Paxville's shield. His blow was so powerful that the attack was completely deflected. And Kyle himself asked the frightened and panicking Max only one thing. Benet wondered if Paxville had a religion or faith he belonged to. Because if not, then Kyle advised him to take some right now and start praying to his god, while he swung his magic-filled fist a second time, suggesting he pray for his life. As he prepared to strike again, Kyle was not only surrounded by magic, but was filled with it himself, and his eyes glowed blue as he prepared to strike, suggesting that he would not survive today. These words angered Paxville, and he angrily shouted the name of Kyle Benet. Guildmaster Twilight pulled out his sword from his magic pocket, summoning his powers for the next strike. He unleashed the full force of his powers, colliding them with Kyle Bennett's attack so that a flash of light appeared again where their powers touched. A moment later, a huge energy explosion occurred in that place, illuminating their bodies with a bright light. But even after such a strong collision, none of them were injured, and Paxville swung his sword filled with his red magical energy for another blow at Benet. The leader of the Twilight Guild was a powerful hunter, so his sword strike was merciless in striking everything around, if not with its power, then with the fragments that the sword scattered. Kyle, using his magic, deftly dodged the attacking line, using energy to create a shield around himself, telling out loud that from the very beginning of his entry into Miram, he almost died there. That was why, as a sign of politeness, the boy was going to use martial arts while a round energy sphere filled with his blue magic was forming in his hand. This magic ball and the power that Kyle used there was called the 100 Descended Dragons in the World of Marima. Shocked by what he saw, Max couldn't figure out what exactly Kyle was going to use in his attack, and this scared the Twilight Guildmaster. By this point, Kyle had already filled the sphere with his power and swung it with all his might, raising it above his head before attacking, his eyes also glowing with the insane energy of the boy's power. The attack technique he used with the magic sphere was called Soaring Sky Dragons, and its power was very destructive. And now this huge wave of energy was rushing straight towards Max Paxville, who found him in the act. Guildmaster Twilight frantically tried to figure out what exactly Kyle had used in his spell, wondering if the energy Bennett had used wasn't a normal martial art that simply used the body's energy, and wondering how Bennett had managed to do it. Frightened and surprised, Max could only smile. He threw his sword aside, knowing it wouldn't help him, wondering out loud where Kyle had managed to steal such techniques. Paxville had to summon all his strength, also quickly concentrating it into magical energy on his hands and swinging quickly. With a cry that Bennett wouldn't hit, Paxville sent a wave of his power in front of him to create an energy shield and block the other's blow. The collision of the two forces created a huge explosion, filling the space around with fragments and its own force. Alice Labora, who had risen to her feet, coughed with difficulty and tried to make out at least something through the dust that had formed. She couldn't see Kyle Benet or Max Paxville, and she wondered if they had both been wiped out by the attacks, or if something else had happened. Then someone called out to the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, and the voice seemed very familiar to the girl. She turned around to see the knight Richard Faza, the head of the Dawn Guild, kneeling before her, looking very glad that she was safe. She immediately rushed to meet him, worriedly asking how he got there and what happened to the rest of the guild members. Richard Faza, his face darkened, confessed to the girl that everyone else was dead. The man said that during the battle it so happened that the others died, and only he remained. At this time, the cloud of dust from the impact began to gradually dissipate, and Max Paxville slowly came to his senses with a cough. The head of the Twilight Guild realized that he had barely survived this last attack of the enemy. But the bloody cough indicated that he had barely survived the attack, because the destructive power of Bennett's blow had exceeded all his expectations. Paxville's comrades, the fire mage Stephen Gore and the knight Dustin Hammer, made their way through the haze from the explosion, asking if their leader was okay. The hunters who ran up immediately bombarded the leader with questions about why such a huge piece of land was destroyed, and whether the deputy leader of the Dawn Guild, Elisa Labora, could have done it. The boys admitted that things looked much worse than expected when someone who recognized their voices emerged from the dust curtain. It was Kyle Benny, who had not suffered at all from the battle, with an evil smile, noting that seeing both Stephen and Dustin here, at that time, both the mage and the knight were not happy to see him, greeting him frantically and fearfully. Stephen Gore, like any fire mage, was impulsive, immediately asking how Benny the Hedgehog got into this dungeon, while Paxville noted that his opponent did not even get tired from the blow. The head of the Twilight Guild understood that in fact everything was not in his favor at all, because he had not yet had time to recover. Paxville immediately turned his gaze to his henchmen, who looked cheerful and were generally not weak, and besides, they could drag out the time that was so necessary for Max's recovery. Delighted by the thought that had come to him, the man breathed a sigh of relief and even allowed himself to laugh slightly. The next moment, he turned to the frozen mage and knight, ordering them to kill Kyle Bennett, thus causing confusion and questions in both of them. Max shouted to his henchmen that Bennett was most likely weakened by the use of the skill he used to perform the last attack, which meant that it was a great chance for both Stephen Gore and Dustin Hammer to attack. But Kyle, listening and watching the situation without any fear, simply noted detachedly that this would lead to the appearance of 2 more corpses. Paxville once again tried to direct his henchmen to carry out his orders, asking if they had gone deaf. Threatening, the maddened Paxville threatened to kill them if his henchmen refused to attack Kyle. Neither the knight Dustin Hammer nor the fire mage Stephen Gore had any choice but to activate their abilities and prepare to attack, following the orders of the head of the Twilight Guild. Stephen gathered a fire sphere in his hand, announcing that he was going to take revenge on Kyle for the Festival of the Sun, and Knight Hammer simply channeled his magic into the weapon, swinging it to strike. Both of Max Paxville's henchmen were quite a dangerous force in the Twilight Guild, and right now, the 2 of them were planning to attack Kyle Bennett, rushing towards the guy standing in the distance, and Stephen used the Fire Dragon spell. Max Paxville, meanwhile, was glad that he had managed to snatch a breather in order to recover more quickly for the next blow. True, he did not expect what would happen next, and it left him in complete shock. At this time, Alice Libera and Richard Faza were quickly crossing one of the wastelands of the dungeon. Both representatives of the Dawn Guild hurried to where they last saw the explosion. On the way, the head of the Dawn Guild asked his deputy what the head of Bennett was doing here, and shouldn't he have been on Hold Island, to which Alice suggested thinking about it later, since they were just near the place where the explosion occurred. But the girl stopped in shock, seeing something she never expected to see. In front of her lay the corpse of the knight Dustin Hammer, defeated in battle, while Kyle spoke about how he could finally feel a little relief now. Not far away was a hunched, charred figure that was none other than the remains of the Twilight Guild's fire mage, Stephen Gore. Kyle recalled that from the moment he got stuck in that cave near Hold Island and then teleported in a hurry over the sea and mountains, there was an evil, triumphant smile on his face. The guy stood in the middle of the scorched rocks, warming up the same way he warmed up his body before a series of teleportations to the dungeons in which the main members of the Dawn Guild were stuck, and Kyle said that he knew that Paxville actually wanted to recover. Alice Labora and Richard Faza stood in shock a short distance away, amazed at what they saw and not believing their eyes that Kyle was able to defeat 2 such powerful hunters in one short period of time, since only a short time had passed since the previous explosion. Kyle Benet, as if he had not wasted his colossal level of strength, grinned at his opponent, noting that the snack, which the guy considered a very short battle with the magician and knight, was not bad. The martial arts guildmaster approached his opponent, the Twilight Guildmaster, announcing that it was now time for dessert. Max Paxville felt truly scared, but besides that, the Twilight Guildmaster couldn't understand why he still hadn't recovered from the previous attack. The hand that the man held his huge sword with was shaking from his excitement and nervousness, as he was not confident in himself. Looking at Kyle Benet and his enormous, terrifying strength, the Twilight Guildmaster was not sure that even if he recovered, he would have enough strength to defeat Kyle Benet, the monster that the martial arts guildmaster had become, by using his full strength. At this time, someone's strong and confident voice sounded in Paxville's head, urging him not to worry. His whole body felt different now, and the amulet around his neck glowed an otherworldly green as the voice in his head told him that it was time for him to wake up and that the head of the Twilight Guild had suffered enough. When Paxville asked the voice if he would become stronger, it reassured the boy, saying that it was the only one who could make Max stronger. And the red mist, which was only in his thoughts so far, ordered him to show himself to the fullest and fight for his life, and then formed into a magical haze that filled Paxville's eyes. And at that moment, a huge magical force of purple color fell upon the head of the Twilight Guild, who had seen the light in this flow in a stream of powerful energy. Max Paxville, who had felt a previously unknowable power, was now completely restored, and his mood instantly improved, because now his entire body was filled with energy. His eyes lit up with murderous lust and madness again, and he screamed that with such strength he could easily defeat Kyle Benet. Paxville screamed with such force that a magical purple glow filled the entire space around him. This behavior did not frighten Kyle at all, and he even smiled and was glad that his opponent had an ace up his sleeve. Benet stared at his opponent with a bloodthirsty smile, asking if he was still clinging to his life so stubbornly, and if that was really the case, then the leader of the Twilight Guild would definitely die today. At this time, the chained Sky Warrior smiled evilly, noting that Max Paxville was his loyal tool. And looking at the yellow information signs in front of him, the man noted that they were almost there now, and that he missed his opponent, Kyle Benet. Max Paxville had never felt so omnipotent as he did now. When he realized how much power was now hidden inside him, a bloodthirsty smile spread across his face. But for some reason, instead of being scared, his opponent only laughed cheerfully. Now this battle has become much more interesting for Kyle Benet. He immediately realized that Max's rapidly increasing strength was most likely due to the unusual necklace adorning his neck. The movements of the Twilight Guildmaster became faster and more confident, and the energy enveloping his body promised big problems. Kyle's smile widened, noting that he was now even a little excited. And since Max is using someone else's power, today Benet will answer him with his sword. Kyle thinks it's a great honor for someone like Paxville, but Paxville only chuckles mockingly at this statement and rushes into the attack. Max's eyes turn completely white when he uses his origin skill. "Well then, get ready!" Kyle grins, thrusting his sword forward. And then Max also grips the hilt of the sword more firmly and raises it to strike. But Kyle easily dodges this attack. "I hope it holds up," he says quietly to himself before striking back. Without giving his opponent precious seconds to attack again, Kyle finally uses his trusty sword. And this attack turns out to be more than successful, because after it, Max's sword splits into pieces. Losing a weapon in battle means certain death, Kyle is sure. And apparently, that necklace around Paxville's neck had also begun to lose its effectiveness. Benet wonders if this guy has any other tricks up his sleeve. But apparently they are not, since Kyle's next blow hits the target without any problems. Max doubles over from the painful blow and spits the blood that has appeared in his mouth onto the floor. Kyle grabs him by the throat, determined to find the answers to all his questions. And first of all, he would like to find out who exactly is hiding behind the identity of the Heavenly Warrior. It's only because of this question that Max is still alive, because otherwise Kyle would have finished off the guy back when he attempted to attack his sister. So now Benet uses the skill of absolute control to finally satisfy his interest. Who is he, this Heavenly Warrior, whom Max Paxville follows so obediently? The answer Kyle receives is more than unexpected. The Heavenly Warrior is the one who sent them all to Murim. As soon as Max says these words, many yellow information windows begin to appear around him. What the hell? Kyle can't contain his emotions. Immediately after the tablets appear, strong iron chains appear directly from them and stretch towards Benet. This is how Kyle learns that the Heavenly Warrior lives right inside Max Paxville's body. The guy loses consciousness and comes to in a completely different place. Opening his eyes with difficulty, he realizes that he is chained to the wall. Damn it, what happened? A scream escapes his lips. This place is painfully familiar to him. Right now he is chained in that very cave from Murim. The guy can't believe that he's back in this hell again. Recognize this place? Max Paxville's voice rings out nearby. This is the world he created with the Soul Sword. And it was Kyle Bennett who first entered this world. This is his first encounter face-to-face with the Celestial Warrior, the creator of this world, albeit in the body of Max Paxville. Kyle is incredibly furious that this strange man is going to keep him here again. The entire cave space is made of sword soul, so the chains will be almost impossible to break. Having assessed Max's sword skills, Kyle had long since guessed that the person in front of him was none other than the Heavenly Warrior himself. Paxville is confident that Bennett probably has a lot of questions for him, and since this is an extremely rare meeting, he is generously ready to answer them all. Kyle doesn't even need time to think, because he's really only concerned with one question. "Did you have fun?" he asks, and the smile literally runs off the Celestial Warrior's face. The memories of how Kyle ended up in this terrible world, where death lurked around every corner, are still fresh. He lived for 140 years without knowing whether his family was still alive or not. "You saw everything, didn't you?" Bennett asks with a bitter smile. All he wants to know is whether the bastard who locked him up in Miram for 140 years had fun. With an inscrutable face, the Heavenly Warrior replies that it was actually quite a boring sight. Kyle certainly didn't expect that answer. Paxville goes on to say that he was almost bored to death watching Bennett all these years. He waited patiently just to see his subject's level increase. But what he really doesn't understand is why Kyle, after going through all this suffering, still remained human. He suffered so much in that world, experiencing all sorts of hardships, but in the end, he never lost his humanity. These words make Kyle laugh maniacally. The Heavenly Warrior waits with a bit of bewilderment for Bennett to answer him. In fact, Kyle doesn't even want to think about these words. And since the Heavenly Warrior was so bored all these years, now he learns about one regret for which the guy wants to take revenge on him until death. Kyle clenches the chains in his fists and a loud crunching sound is heard. "I'll kill you!" he screams, breaking free from his captivity and rushing into the attack. The Sky Warrior could not have imagined that Kyle would be able to overcome these chains. That's why he doesn't have time to react in time and dodge the blow. Now Max Paxville chokes on his own blood from the force of this attack. His necklace shatters into tiny pieces from the force of the impact and loses its power. Max's body is unable to survive such an attack without additional nourishment, and he slowly begins to fall backwards. "Heed my words." Suddenly, the voice of the Heavenly Warrior is heard. "Open the door to ascension and go beyond human boundaries. Otherwise, you will lose everything." Kyle clenches his jaw in frustration as Alice and Richard run up to him. The girl's eyes widen in amazement when she sees Max Paxville's lifeless body. The very next day, everyone learns of the death of the head of the Twilight Guild. As soon as the rest of the guild members learned of this, they immediately declared their surrender. It was the right decision, as most of the high-level Twilight hunters were killed, and those who remained cowardly tucked their tails between their legs. And it was precisely all these events that accelerated the process of Twilight joining Dawn. "In any case, our guild will have a hard time without me." A desperate cry echoes throughout the office. This is the head secretary of the Dawn Guild, who really doesn't want to resign. But during the last battle, he cowardly feigned death to save his own skin. Instead of helping other hunters, he primarily healed himself. But overall, the integration of the two largest guilds was quite successful. It was quite a nerve-wracking process for everyone involved. Kyle sat with Alice at one of the tables in the Dawn Guild, and snatches of conversations and discussions about the upcoming conference reached them. Bennett thought it was some kind of déjà vu. In his small mug there is a silver Chinshan needle. Drinking such tea is only a pleasure. Carefully placing the cup on the table, Bennett asks Alice what she intends to do now. In the current situation, the picture is developing in such a way that, due to the peace agreement, Twilight merges with Dawn. But there are still people with whom it is quite difficult to come to an agreement. But there is nothing to worry about and this problem can be solved. Still, Alice is a little disappointed. Max Paxville had a rather difficult and eventful life. The girl did not expect that he would die so unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Kyle remembers the words he heard before Max's death. The Heavenly Warrior said, "Open the door to ascension," which means that Bennett's current state is most likely somewhere between ascension. Paxville was sure that if Kyle did not cast off his humanity, he would lose everything he had. And these words infuriate Bennett to no end, because he is dared to be told what to do and threatened by someone who hides like a rat and lives in the dark. Alice notices that the guy has a frightening aura and decides to switch his attention to something else. The girl shows him a secret safe in the room of the head of Twilight. It doesn't open or break, which suggests that the safe is protected by some kind of magic. In fact, Kyle doesn't have a habit of touching other people's things, but it would be a shame to leave the safe unattended, because it probably contains the deceased's valuables. So Kyle directs a stream of his energy towards the castle and waits a few seconds. There is a soft click and the safe opens easily. Alice cries out in surprise. She didn't expect Bennett to solve the complex lock so easily. Without hiding his interest, the guy takes a folder with documents out of the safe and begins to read it carefully. But Alice suddenly snatches the folder right out of the hands of Kyle, who is extremely unhappy about this. The girl had seen these papers before, so she immediately recognized them as a secret agreement between the Cheongjo Guild and Max Paxville. This document stipulates the transfer of all North Korean dungeons to Cheongjo in the event of their cooperation with the Twilight Guild. This information makes Kyle think. The guy is interrupted from his thoughts on this matter by the trill of a phone call from Johnny Yugis. The leader explains that they are now in front of the entrance to the dungeon and all the Samdado members who attacked Kyle have been captured and will be arrested. Inside the dungeon, there is real chaos. Johnny is sure that something beyond imagination has definitely happened there. Lowering his voice slightly, the boy tells Kyle that his sister is terribly angry about his absence for such a long time. Bennett finds these claims extremely annoying, so he hangs up. Just at this time, Alice finds a reference to the Tenjo Guild in a document. According to these records, there are 4 more people who returned from Mirim besides Gowlin. It is known that all these people have already reached the 50th level. Most likely, these guys are exactly the same crazy fanatics. Now Kyle has a new goal, to find all the members of the Sky Warrior Guild. He plans to find them and use their poison against them. In the world of Mirim, being consumed by something stronger than you is a common occurrence, and the blonde boy with the arrogant expression knows this better than anyone. Today, a subordinate told him about the merger of the Dawn and Twilight Guilds. And this was not the most pleasant news for him. The subordinate tried to contact Galen, but 36 hours had passed and he had not responded. It becomes clear that he, too, failed in his battle with Kyle Bennett, which seems very unusual to the blonde, because Galen was not as overly self-confident as Max. The guy suspects that Kyle has been in Mirim for at least 75 years, since he has such power. This means that he cannot be underestimated. Therefore, he orders his subordinate to find out as much information as possible about this person. It is necessary to avoid direct contact and do everything carefully and slowly. The fair-haired man is confident that Kyle's external and internal levels do not matter much, because victory can be achieved not only by the level of strength. Meanwhile, Bennett returns back to Hold Island to the Tamra Guild headquarters, where his very displeased sister is already waiting for him. Becca promises that she will kill him if he dares to run away without her one more time. Johnny raises his hands in a placating gesture, trying to calm the escalating argument. And Kyle is glad of at least this attempt to calm down his sister, who is now diligently pulling his hair. In the latest news release at this time, the head of the Dawn Guild announces the dissolution of the Twilight Guild. Apparently, this is a very popular topic right now. Alice decides to dig up as much information as possible about the Cheongjo Guild, since there is a risk that they will cover all traces. Therefore, it is better to take on this matter yourself. Maybe it would be easier for Kyle if she actually took charge of it herself. But Bennett doesn't have time to decide anything about this because Klaus Yugis, the head of the Tamra Guild, approaches him. The man bows low and apologizes for the current situation. He never expected that there could be traitors in the guilds of Hold Island. Klaus asks if there's anything he can do to make it up to him, and Kyle thinks about it. The guy admits that he now doubts the guilds of Hold Island because there may still be other traitors there, and this admission shocks the leader. Kyle tried to believe in the Tamra Guild, but now all his faith has evaporated. However, as long as the guild leader and everyone else are not against him, he is not their enemy. So, to the delight of the entire guild, Kyle suggests simply forgetting about these troubles. However, Bennett has one more question. Is Tamra's guild planning to come under the leadership of Dawn's guild? This union of guilds of Hold Island may join the Dawn. Kyle reminds him that Klaus said they wouldn't take sides because of the feud, but that's all changed now. After defeating Max Paxville and uniting the guilds, Tamra can easily come under the wing of Dawn. Right now, Klaus can't give an answer, because the entire alliance needs to be gathered to make a decision. However, frankly speaking, it will be the best deal for all of them. So the man bows low again, thanking her for such an attractive offer. Kyle only thinks that if he spreads his influence to this island, it will be much easier to track down all the traitors from Cheongjo. The guy asks if the dungeons he had previously agreed on are still there. They tell him that there is only one such place left near Mount Halasan. Then Kyle decides that he will go there right now, because later he will have a lot more things to do. Quite quickly, a whole group is assembled, consisting only of warriors, tanks, and priests, which is a very unusual combination. There is a reason why the frustrated mage and archer were kicked out of the group. The thing is that in this dungeon, all ranged attacks based on vision are useless. Hollyson Dungeon is one of the worst places on Hold Island. The hunters begin to explain that all this difficulty is due to the dense, impenetrable fog. He stands above the entire dungeon, and it is difficult to determine who is who, even if they are next to each other. And the most dangerous thing is the fog monsters. Their bodies merge with the fog itself, which creates many problems. It is difficult to deal with them with normal physical attacks. Damage can only be dealt by wide-range attacks like holy magic that uses Ohm. It is also very important to know that these monsters have incredibly high strength. They attack unexpectedly at the most inopportune moment, like experienced killers. Despite all these warnings, Kyle does not appear scared or tense, which surprises and shocks the rest of the group. The guy tells his puzzled comrades that he understands everything and will simply hit these monsters with something very strong. Bennett simply intends to apply a little more force to his attacks than usual. The group was surprised that the guy didn't even listen to the end of their explanation and wasn't at all scared. And yet, they begin their journey. That feeling you get when you walk into the fog seems very familiar to Kyle. There's a light breeze, and absolutely nothing can be seen ahead. The guild leader approaches the boy closer, confident that it is better for them to stick together. If you go too far, you can easily get lost in this thick fog. The man turns to the other members of the group and gives the order to provide some light. It is much safer to move with lighting than without it. Since Klaus is the leader of the group, Kyle asks him a question. He wonders if there is any absolutely safe zone near the entrance to the dungeon. And indeed, it turns out that there has never been a single case of an attack at the entrance to the dungeon itself. However, it appears that this pattern will be broken today. One of the group members spins around in panic when he notices that his comrades have suddenly disappeared. Just a second ago they were close, and now there is absolutely nothing around. This seems incredibly strange to the guy, and for a split second he even admits to thinking that they were just playing a joke on him. But he immediately realizes that this is not the case when he suddenly feels movement behind his back. The monster appears out of nowhere, but luckily for the guy, Kyle is already flying towards him. He presses his palm to the monster's face and lets a stream of pure energy pass through him. Kyle uses the good spank skill, perfectly suited to the situation. The guild members, hearing some kind of rumble, finally notice that something is happening. But by this point, it's all over. Kyle deduces that these monsters materialize during the attack. However, it is very strange that the monsters are located right at the entrance to the dungeon for the first time. This monster was not the only one, and all the other members of the group were already forming a line, starting a battle with the huge monsters. But, to their horror, there are too many monsters. Kyle Bennett already understands that the group definitely can't cope without him, so he again concentrates the brightly glowing energy on his palm. In a split second, its power spreads throughout the entire area, striking every monster. There was an explosion, and it all ended so quickly that none of the hunters had time to understand what had happened. Having finished with the monsters, Kyle turned to his astonished comrades. "Are you okay?" he asked with a hint of concern. The guy had already managed to check the area using search magic, and there shouldn't be any more enemies here. Klaus is amazed at how quickly Bennett dealt with the monsters. He himself only had time to assess the situation and formulate a plan. Looking at Kyle, the man comes to disappointing conclusions. If it weren't for this guy, their group wouldn't have been able to withstand the onslaught of monsters at the very beginning. Bennett approaches unnoticed and distracts the man from his sad thoughts. The guy wants to ask a few more questions about the dungeon. He wonders if there were any previous attacks at the very beginning of the dungeon. Klaus confidently replies that there definitely wasn't, and perhaps today everything changed only because they haven't cleared this dungeon for a long time, and there are so many monsters that they've reached the very entrance. Kyle decides to find out more about this during the cleanup. And as soon as they plunge into the fog again and enter the cave, the monsters attack them again. Bennett immediately attacks them with his most powerful energy. The rest of the group only watch him with slight envy and bewilderment. Kyle has been standing at the forefront clearing the cave for almost 3 hours now, and the hunters are beginning to think that his power is simply endless. They're a little worried that the guy needs at least a little rest. But instead of resting, Kyle turns around and asks them if they noticed any changes since last time. The hunter girl replies that there are definitely more monsters compared to previous raids, but everything else looks the same as always. Having finished with the monsters, Bennett scanned everything around and found something suspicious at a distance of almost 5 kilometers. That's why he decides to head there. They move forward, and after an hour they actually notice something strange. The fog around them seems to become even thicker and denser. Now it just looks like a white wall. Kyle thinks there's something interesting going on here and asks Chief Klaus to throw a dagger into the fog. Bennett points to a cloud of energy next to them and asks them to aim there. With a good swing, Klaus throws the dagger. The weapon successfully reaches its target and impales itself on something. Immediately, a deafening, painful scream is heard. Kyle warns the frightened hunters to be ready. And just in time, because something frightening is already approaching their small group. And this is a giant fog monster. The guy who is the first to be attacked by the monster screams in fear. "Why me?" he mutters indignantly. The head of the guild is already rushing to help the hunter. He turns to the guy and orders him not to whine and not to be afraid of such a monster's size because that's not the main thing. Klaus is confident that by working as a team they will definitely cope with everything. So they all rush into the attack together while Kyle watches them from the side with interest. He is confident that the guys will cope and there is no point in helping them, so he decides to go a little further into the cave. Kyle was really expecting another big catch, and this was the second time if you count the monster in Buchan. Therefore, the young man is very interested in where exactly such monsters come from some huge gate or from somewhere else? From the depths of the fog, another monster suddenly rushes at him. But the guy doesn't even turn his head in his direction, destroying the monster with one blow of his fist. There shouldn't be more than 2 types of monsters in the dungeon. And if Alice finds out there are more, her hair will definitely stand on end. Walking a little further, Kyle finally notices what he is looking for. Somewhere high up, something is shining brightly, very similar to those very gates. But Bennett already understands that this is something else. He looks at the brightly shining rift in surprise, pondering what he sees. Like the status window, you can't even touch it. You can only see it, but it is simply impossible to influence it. To confirm his suspicions, Kyle brings up his own status window. This is an unknown phenomenon that permeates matter. Bennett feels dizzy from everything that's happening. At this time, Klaus runs up to him, having finally dealt with those monsters. Kyle immediately asks if the man sees anything that looks like a crack here, to which he receives a negative answer. Apparently, only he himself can see this rift. Kyle suspects that this is the work of the Heavenly Warrior again. At this time, Alice was working with documents in her office with a thoughtful look. Hearing a knock on the door, she raised her head and asked not to come in. However, Chris, her secretary, didn't even think of obeying. The girl only sighed wearily in response to such arbitrary action. In fact, Chris, like no one else, knew how much Alice was looking forward to the documents he had just brought her. The girl picks up one of the pieces of paper that was brought and notes with displeasure that lately, whenever she sees Chris, something inside her begins to boil. It's probably because he always brings her a ton of new work. However, this time it concerns the location of the incident. The man picks up one of the documents and holds it right in front of Alice's face so she can immediately see what he is talking about. Unfortunately, during the exploration of the new dungeon, some fatalities occurred. And although the guild had organized a research team of only mid-level hunters, it was confirmed that they had died without even being able to use their skills. No matter how you look at it, this matter requires Alice's personal intervention, and Chris knows it. Meanwhile, Kyle and Becca finally leave the welcoming Tamra Guild. They have completed their entire program as stipulated in the contract and want to leave this place as soon as possible, despite all requests to stay. They happily return to Seoul. Sitting in the car, Kyle looks at the stone in his hand so intently that he doesn't even immediately respond to Becca's call. She also noticed the interest with which he looked at the skill stone he had picked up in the dungeon. It dropped from a large type of fog monster as a reward. Klaus and Johnny tried their best to hand him absolutely every stone they had mined in the cave that day. Becca also remembers that a similar monster has already appeared in the Buchan dungeon. At least 2 huge monsters have appeared here recently. But Kyle understands perfectly well that the real problem is not these monsters at all, but that very crack. He remembers showing the rift to the guild members, but they were unable to see it. Kyle was the only one who could see this crack. According to Klaus, it's all about his unusually high perception. However, it is too early to draw any conclusions. Becca's next question practically knocks the air out of Kyle's lungs. The girl wants to know if the rumors are true that he is dating the deputy head of Dawn. Becca thinks that Alice is a great option because she is beautiful and talented. Returning to Seoul, Kyle's first step is to find his deputy sleeping right at the table. He settles down opposite her and patiently waits for her to wake up. Opening her eyes and seeing Kyle next to her, the girl screams in fear and jumps up in her chair. Kyle thought she was very tired, so he decided not to wake the girl and let her sleep a little longer. And indeed, the mid-level Twilight Hunters opposing the unification gave her a terrible headache. The girl leaves the table and moves towards Kyle, continuing to talk about unification as she goes. But suddenly she unexpectedly begins to fall, dropping the jacket thrown over her shoulders onto the floor. However, Kyle manages to catch the girl in time and prevent her from falling completely. He catches her by the waist, but Almost immediately awkwardly removes his hand. Confused by the situation, Kyle says that a trained warrior like Alice couldn't be so tired from some office job. The equally embarrassed girl hopes that she hasn't gained weight lately. Have you heard of the incomprehensible dungeon? She gently changes the subject. Rolling up her sleeve, the girl shows the still unstitched burn on her arm. A dungeon of impossible difficulty appeared in Chunshin, and Alice went there alone. She even used shadow play, but only managed to suppress one monster. Alice had never seen or heard of such a powerful dungeon before, and this reappearance of large monsters is truly alarming. Kyle had something he wanted to tell her separately, but decides to do it a little later. Now, he will go personally to make sure that this dungeon is really dangerous. Without wasting any time, the guy immediately heads there and goes inside. The smell there is quite unpleasant. Using his energy perception, Kyle senses that there is definitely something deep down. He looks thoughtfully at the glowing funnel ahead, already guessing that he needs to go straight into it. But before he can do this, something from the depths itself comes to the surface. A viciously growling monster slowly emerges from the fiery vortex. Kyle is glad that the monster came out to greet him, saving him the trouble. Apparently, it was a similar monster that left a burn on Alice's hand. This fire monster looks down on Kyle, which irritates him greatly. The monster bends down and reaches out its hands towards Bennett. The guy surrounds himself with an ice shield, noting that this magma is quite hot. It must be incredibly difficult for ordinary hunters to fight in such a hostile environment. Melee warriors cannot attack due to the heat, and the power of ranged attacks simply won't work due to the monster's constitution. So, this is truly an impassable dungeon for the people of this world. Kyle throws the first few punches to confirm another of his guesses. And indeed, everything turns out exactly as he expected. The regeneration of this monster is simply amazing. 15 minutes had passed during which Kyle had cut, beaten, torn, and frozen him, and the fire monster was still safe and sound. It would be worth asking Alice how she killed one such monster, but Kyle also has a guess. He looks down at the legs of the fire monster, and his confidence in this guess grows. What if this monster's body is holding something? Kyle takes another hit and finally figures it out. Looking more closely, he found the core of this fire giant. It took a bit of work to kill just one monster, but in the end everything worked out. Suddenly, a status window appears in front of the guy. The notification said that Kyle had just leveled up to 56. It turns out that for killing this monster, he received 3 levels at once. Having finished with the monster, Kyle goes outside. He starts talking on the phone, while someone is already watching him nearby. Kyle tells Alice that it was pretty fun, and that he's perfectly fine. He asks the deputy head to lend him this beautiful dungeon for a while. The spying man listens attentively to this conversation, confident that he is not being noticed. Alice, meanwhile, agrees and allows Kyle to do with the dungeon whatever he sees fit. They talk for a while longer, and soon the girl hangs up. "China, then," she says thoughtfully. It doesn't take long before Kyle brings his sister into the dungeon. The girl peers tensely into the distance to get a better look at the monster. Kyle, meanwhile, asks her to try to break the nearby core. Becca is outraged that her brother brought her to such a hot place to fight lava monsters. Kyle strokes her head soothingly, reminding her that he wouldn't do anything bad to her. Still dissatisfied, the girl pulls the bowstring, intending to do as her brother tells her. She needs to try to do this with her first attack. After Becca successfully destroys the core, a level up sign appears in front of her as well. 5 whole levels? The huntress cries out in shock. It's a little more than Kyle expected. But still, such a sharp increase in level is simply amazing, so he does not intend to miss this opportunity. He spent the entire day extracting the monster cores, and Becca destroyed them, and in the end they destroyed all 13 lava giants. Becca looks at her level and feels like it's just some kind of dream. She reached level 50 and is now a high-level hunter, all thanks to her brother. From now on, she promises Kyle to consider him the best brother and to stay by his side for the rest of her life. Becca is sure that she has the best brother in the world. Kyle is no less happy, because now his sister will have a high salary and many more opportunities. Becca asks, just in case if he lost his experience points because of helping her? To which the brother replies that everything is fine and he has also leveled up quite well. And in honor of the new high-level hunter, he has a small gift for Becca. This is the skill cube he received on Hold Island recently. Kyle believes that his sister must be resilient and strong enough to maintain her title as a high-level hunter, so this cube will definitely come in handy. He himself is going to leave for a short while. There's a rat here and it's time to catch it. The guy, still continuing his surveillance, suddenly notices that his target has disappeared somewhere. He's not too happy that Kyle cleared the entire dungeon almost single-handedly. The guy thinks that they are all in great danger since this Bennett has such amazing powers. Meow! Suddenly, Kyle's voice rings out right next to his ear. The spy immediately runs away as fast as he can. Bennett notes that this guy is quite fast. He has good reactions and speed. However, this is not enough to escape. The spy never reaches the exit, running into an obstacle. Kyle grabs him by the clothes and lifts him up, noting to himself that the heavenly harmony of pure art does not resonate. This guy's techniques are Muramu's, but they are executed rather crudely. Kyle wants to know where this guy learned such skills. The spy remains silent in response to a direct question, and Bennett begins to get irritated. He noticed he was being followed yesterday and is sure that this guy would have continued to follow him. I hope you came here prepared to die. Kyle grins, beginning the effect. The hunter in his arms begins to choke, and cloudy foam flows from his mouth. Kyle is determined to get absolutely everything he can possibly know out of him. The next day after the incident, Bennett and Alice gather together at the same table. Hunters discuss the collapse of safe dungeon zones and the emergence of new large monster species. Kyle talks about those very cracks that only he can see. Alice clutches her head, which is buzzing with tension, thinking about all this. Becca tries to cheer her up by saying that she and her brother successfully cleared that difficult dungeon. Kyle left the foggy dungeon under the supervision of the Tamra Guild, and if there was any news, they would definitely contact him. All these events happened almost simultaneously, which is a sign of the destruction of old foundations. And China is also not a happy inclusion on the list of enemies. No one knows what dangers might lie ahead. So Kyle leveled up his sister. He intends to continue their training so that she can overcome any danger on her own, and so that the girl could protect herself from those who will look for them in the future. From these words, Alice understands that something else has happened. Kyle tells her that he found himself being followed in that lava dungeon. And even though the guy was just a pawn and didn't know any valuable information, Bennett still managed to find out something. Still unaware of his subordinate's failure, Martin Williams, a member of the Cheongjo Guild, stared intently at the screen of his phone. But the call from the spy hunter never came. There was a loud knock at the door and a request to open the door for room service. "Go away!" Martin shouted, now quite angry. But instead of leaving him alone, someone kicked the door down. Martin immediately jumped up, taking a knife out of his pocket. He demanded that Kyle, who had burst inside, leave the room immediately. But in response, he received only a powerful wave of magic. After this, Bennett calmly walked inside the hotel room and looked around. "Sorry I broke the door," he said, not regretting it at all. After carefully examining the guy, Kyle asked whether he was currently talking to a man named Martin, or was there someone else in front of him? Now the hunter realized that it was none other than Kyle Bennett himself who had burst into his room. And now he wants to talk to the boss of their dark team. Martin decides that everything is not as bad as it seemed at first glance. Unlocking his phone, he presses the panic button to call for backup. Literally a minute later, Kyle already hears the approaching footsteps of other guild members. Martin still doesn't know how Bennett got here, but he definitely won't let him leave now. The hunter is sure that Kyle stepped into his own grave today. Bennett looks closely at the arriving reinforcements, wondering if these guys are warriors who have studied martial arts with the help of magic. There are too many of them, but Kyle is confident in his abilities, so he attacks right away. Martin, who was the target of this attack, suddenly realizes that he can't see anything at all and feels helpless. "Sir!" The other hunters scream in fear. Kyle is a little too lazy to interrogate them, and since they studied martial arts, they should be able to see Muram's status window. Lately, the guy has only been using his hunter skills, and now is a great opportunity to use more than just them. He orders his opponents to open their eyes wide and look out for the status window. This will show them the end of the world experience. It was no trouble at all for him to deal with these hunters. Having finished, Kyle goes out into the hallway. From the looks directed at him, he understands that the people crowded in the corridor can also see him perfectly well. And if so, Bennett will show them a lot of new things today. He had been waiting for such an opportunity to thoroughly stretch his already rusty body for a long time. And now the guy rushes into battle with great enthusiasm, throwing his opponents aside like helpless kittens. He is sure that these guys have a clear view of his status window. Martin squints his eyes in fear, trying to think of a way out of this situation. Kyle Bennett now reminds him of a real, ruthless monster. "Hey, do you want to see the status window?" the guy asks Martin. The smile on Kyle's face is a little crazy, and he is covered from head to toe in someone else's blood. Isaac Lewis, a hunter and third-ranked member of the guild's dark team, enters the hallway. The man looks around, but the corridor looks empty. It's suspiciously quiet around and not a single sound can be heard, which seems strange to Isaac. He takes out his phone to contact Martin, but Kyle suddenly appears behind him. Isaac, feeling movement behind him, turns his head sharply. Seeing Kyle, he cries out in surprise. Martin's body suddenly appears right next to him, with literally a couple of breaths left. With his last bit of strength, the guy asks his boss to run away from here. Isaac realizes that all of his subordinates are already dead. The guy's face turns red with indescribable rage. "Why are you so surprised to see me here?" Kyle smiles at him as if nothing had happened. Isaac draws his sword without further ado, and dark red magic begins to swirl around it. "What have you done to my people?" he screams in horror. In response, Kyle only grins bloodthirstily, not bothering to answer. The entire corridor is strewn with dead hunters and the floors are covered in blood. Bennett now suggests that Isaac go through the same thing himself. He is generous today, and may well share with Isaac the same fate that befell his subordinates. Out of the blue, the boss of the dark team suddenly finds himself in the very depths of the pool. He makes a lightning-fast dash upward and emerges, greedily gulping air. Kyle sits nearby and asks with a chuckle why it is customary to swim in classic suits in their country. Isaac's face grows redder and redder with barely contained rage. He tells himself that he shouldn't give in to this guy's provocations. Teleportation with a group is the most advanced technology that even in China few people have, which means Kyle is very dangerous. Isaac hopes to be able to tell others about this guy's skills, even if he himself is destined to die today. He laughs deliberately cheerfully and draws his sword again. Isaac asks Kyle not to underestimate him, as he is the third strongest in his guild. "I'll drown you in your own blood," the man promises, his eyes glowing red. The next sounds of fighting in the hotel make people on the street flinch in fear. Kyle and Isaac start fighting for real. Bennett rushes forward, not forgetting to praise Isaac for running so well. Lewis orders him to be quiet and says that he knows that Kyle is from Miram. He focuses on attacking, but each time Bennett simply dodges his blows. "Let's fight to the death!" Isaac shouts, eyes blazing with rage, finally catching up with his opponent. The tip of his sword is aimed straight at Kyle's chest, and the guy is almost certain of his victory. But Bennett easily avoids this attack. All attempts by Isaac to get it only cause Kyle to laugh mockingly. Lewis can't figure out what's so funny about him that Bennett can't stop making fun of him. Kyle wipes away the tears that have welled up from laughing so much and smiles. He liked this guy. An ant that he can kill with one finger dares to threaten him. It's really funny. And Kyle compares the guild to a zoo, suggesting that their leader is probably just an ordinary monkey. But eventually, Bennett gets tired of this drawn-out fight. He orders Isaac not to be stupid and to stand still. This guy amused him, but it was time to end this circus. Isaac thinks Kyle is just an arrogant bastard and his overconfidence will be his undoing. The enemy's arrogance gives him at least a small chance of winning. So Isaac goes on the attack again, using the skill Heavenly Tribulation. But at the very moment when he almost touches his opponent with his sword, he suddenly literally dissolves into thin air. And the next moment, all that remains in front of Isaac is emptiness. And Kyle Bennett himself ends up somewhere far behind him. Now that they had risen so high, they were clearly visible to people on the street outside the hotel. It's not often that hunter battles take place somewhere outside of a dungeon. Observers do not miss the moment, and some manage to capture this battle on camera. Isaac still hasn't lost hope of winning this battle. "Die!" he screams, aiming his sword at his opponent's chest again. But nothing works and Kyle remains safe and sound. And Isaac himself suddenly realizes that he can't move again. "Come on, attack!" Kyle laughs at him. But Lewis remains in place, unable to move and continue the fight. Only now does he realize that the man opposite has a soul sword. Kyle moves closer to Isaac and touches his face with his palm. This guy did a good job today, but it's time for him to retire. After a deafening explosion, the body of the defeated Isaac Lewis quickly falls to the ground, which is captured on the camera of one of the observers. A few drops of sweat run down the guy filming's face from tension and fear. "You were filming everything from the start, right?" Suddenly, Kyle's voice is heard behind him, and the boy flinches in fear. He belongs to the Dawn Guild, and, as he was ordered, he filmed the entire course of the battle. Kyle orders him to edit out the part where Isaac is suffering and send it to the Vice Guild leader. We need to make it so that it is not clear from this video who won and who lost. Very soon, all the news channels were talking about nothing but this incident. According to television reports, Kyle Bennett, known as the head of a martial arts guild, was attacked by an unknown assailant in the city center. The media currently knows nothing about the life and health of the hunter himself. People watch the video over and over again, trying to figure out who actually won this battle. There are rumors that Kyle Bennett is currently in the hospital and undergoing intensive treatment. This news shocked absolutely everyone in the country. Meanwhile, Isaac Lewis's body is placed on a stretcher and covered with a thick cloth. Alice is already here, a couple of steps away from Kyle himself. The days are getting cooler, and the girl brought with her a small jar of warm drink for the hunter. What she's most interested in now is whether Kyle managed to find out anything at all. Bennett tried to interrogate Isaac with an absolute order, but he died immediately. Most likely, it is some type of magic that is placed on certain words to keep information secret. However, at least now there is evidence of the Chinese guild's attack. Alice finds them to be rather annoying opponents. She asks Kyle if he has any magical way to turn the entire continent upside down and find the guild. If Bennett were to do so, she would be forced to stop him, as it was not time to raise the issue to an international level. Kyle finds it funny that this guild keeps popping up and then hiding back in the shadows. If you bet blindly, counting on a strong hand, your opponent will easily fold. But if you pretend that you are on equal terms, you can play a little and see his reaction. Kyle is a little tired today, so he's going to rest at home for a while and asks Alice to be careful. A week later, the long-awaited conference finally begins. The atmosphere in the hall is quite tense, as this event is one of the most important in the world at the moment. Many participants and just spectators pay most attention to Alice, expecting something interesting from her. The whispers and conversations suddenly stop when the door to the conference room suddenly swings open. A stunned expression appears on the faces of everyone present. Kyle Bennett enters the room, his face and body obviously quite badly injured, since he has so many bandages and plasters on him. People are starting to think that all the rumors about his severe injuries are actually true. They consider the people who did this to him to be extremely cruel. Alice can't help but smile as she looks at Kyle's unusual appearance. The hunter approaches the pulpit and picks up the microphone. He thanks all the journalists who were able to find time to attend this press conference today. The guy also thanks the Dawn Guild for providing them with the premises. With everyone left with a lot of questions about the battle that took place last week, Kyle is ready to shed some light on the mystery today. It will take him some time to recover from his injuries and mental shock, and since he cannot answer all the questions earlier due to serious injuries, he apologizes for such a delay. As soon as Kyle gives permission for questions to be asked, the room erupts in shouts. One of the reporters asks if there really were several attackers. Kyle honestly answers that there were about 20 people in total who attempted to take his life, and the man who was caught on that very video was their leader. Journalists immediately ask where this person is now and what happened to him. Kyle replies that it was a fierce battle, but he managed to win. It is difficult for him to talk about these people as individuals, but one thing unites them. They were all Chinese. Therefore, Kyle plans to formally request cooperation from China in the near future. This is now a national issue. Bennett wants to say that if the guy who is the big boss can hear him now, then directing his dogs is a bit rude. If he has enough courage, let him come and attack directly. The fair-haired boy, to whom these words were addressed, fiercely presses the tip of the smoking pipe between his lips. The news this time is really bad. He asks his subordinate if he was able to contact Martin and receives a negative answer and the assumption that either the hunter is delayed or is actually dead. Unable to contain his fit of rage, the blonde-haired man pierces his subordinate's body with one blow. Now his entire body and clothes are covered in dark scarlet blood. It's surprising that the third strongest member of the Dark Team, Cheongjo, died along with the rest. Not only did the mission fail, but now his identity has been revealed. He was going to take it step by step, but now there is no other way out. I'm coming and I'm going to tear you apart, Kyle Bennett. The guy grins madly. Sometime after the conference, events begin to develop rapidly. Someone insistently rings the doorbell at Bennett's apartment, and Becca reluctantly heads to see who it is this time. She opens the door and freezes in amazement. "Brother, wake up!" A tense Becca returns to the room. Kyle removes the book that had been covering his face and turns to face his sister. Two tall men in classic suits enter the room. They ask Kyle to come with them because someone important wants to see him. Bennett thinks that this man is incredibly brave since these people came into his house so openly. Together with his companions, Kyle goes into one of the popular restaurants in this city. He is already interested in what this mysterious man looks like. Suddenly, someone from one table starts waving at him loudly, and a surprised Kyle recognizes this person as Klaus. The man shakes Bennett's hand enthusiastically, politely asking if he is okay now after all these events. Klaus's companion remarks with a chuckle that Kyle looks much better in person than on television. The man extends his hand and introduces himself as the president. His name is Baxter Davis. Kyle can't understand why this man suddenly wanted to meet him. The man replies that the matter is very urgent, so he could not wait any longer. Kyle asks Klaus how he and the president even know each other, to which the man replies that the best guilds in Korea always have connections to the government, from which Bennett concludes that the president was also close with the Twilight Guild. "So why do you need a hunter like me?" he asks the president rather rudely. The man purses his lips, unhappy with this attitude, but still answers. A couple of days ago, he heard rumors about an attack by Chinese hunters. Kyle yawns lazily, hinting that the president should get closer to the point of the conversation. This battle was talked about in all the media, but the president knows the truth. He knows that it was actually Kyle who attacked them that day. Ironically, after the advent of the dungeons, all international relations took a new direction, all because of a common enemy, the dungeon monsters. But not everything is so smooth, and relations between local and foreign hunters are quite tense. And this incident could spark a fire that will soon spread throughout the world. Kyle interrupts the president's story with a sharp wave of his hand. He believes Baxter is judging in the wrong direction. The Cheongjo Guild, which had been bothering him recently, had ties to China. It is now known for certain that the Cheongjo Guild was also behind Max Paxville. Kyle now has proof of an open attack from China. Bennett wants to ask the president a question that requires reflection. What would happen if dawn was broken by twilight? The obvious answer is that the resources and territory would be in Chinese hands. Kyle doesn't care about this country. He only helped for personal reasons. And if we are talking about an international conflict, then it has already flared up a long time ago. Kyle can take care of himself. He asks the president not to bother him anymore and heads for the exit. But Baxter doesn't let him leave and also gets up from the table. The man promises that from now on, the government will make every effort to support the martial arts guild. The president hopes that Kyle can deal with China. Bennett listens to Baxter with slight surprise. It's not quite what he expected to hear, but it will do. The guy is confident that if he puts in the necessary effort, everything will definitely work out. At this point, the conversation ends and Bennett goes outside. Although the president contacted him in a rather strange way, he has more than enough determination. Suddenly, the guy feels his phone vibrate and hear a notification sound from an incoming message. He picks up his mobile phone and opens a message where he is offered some kind of business proposal. This piqued Kyle's interest, so he immediately decided to call the man back. The person on the other end of the line is very glad that he received an answer. He introduces himself as a hunter named Vince Walker. The guy found Kyle's contacts on the internet and is very glad that the number turned out to be correct. It is rather inconvenient to talk about business over the phone, so he would like to meet in person. It's a little suspicious that the guy didn't name his guild, but Kyle still agrees to the meeting. He has some free time today, so they agree to meet in 2 hours. Bennett ends the call and decides to call Alice. At this time, as always in recent weeks, the girl is in the office. The ringing of the telephone interrupts her from her paperwork. Without looking up from her laptop, Alice answers the call. She thinks Kyle must be having a hard time there, so she pretends she's not busy. Bennett asks her to run a search on a hunter named Vince Walker. Alice finds 4 guys with that name. All of them neutral hunters, the strongest of them is level 40. Kyle decides that it could very well be just a pseudonym. Libra had already managed to get to know the guy well and immediately realized that he was asking for a reason. But she still didn't get any clear explanations from him. Kyle still senses something is wrong, but out of curiosity, he still attends the meeting. He was already quite tired today, since this meeting was far from the first. All this is exhausting, and the guy gets the impression that he is seeing so many people for the first time. Maybe I should try him? Bennett ponders as he waits for the mysterious Walker. This seems like a good way to release all the stress and negativity that has accumulated over the week. Meanwhile, cautious steps can already be heard behind Kyle. The guy is impatiently waiting for the stranger to sneak up close enough to him. And finally, he comes right up to his table, and immediately he begins to carefully examine Kyle to make sure that this is the person he needs. Here we meet. Bennett smiles happily. He envelops Walker in a stream of his magic and orders him to tell him everything down to the smallest detail. Kyle expected anything, but certainly not what the stranger told him. I'm Vince Walker from North Korea. A man extends his hand to introduce himself. Bennett frowned in confusion when he heard such unexpected words. Vince smiles back at him quite amiably, waiting for a reaction. He sits down at the table and begins a dialogue. North Korea's involvement is really bothering Kyle, and he tells his new acquaintance about it directly. Vince laughs in response that, in fact, there is no organized system of hunters in their country, and Kyle begins to listen to him attentively. Officially, there are no hunters in North Korea. The Supreme People's Assembly banned the training of hunters, fearing an uprising. But didn't you just call yourself a hunter? Kyle asks the obvious question. Vince replies that he has a Chinese license, so technically he is a Chinese hunter. North Korea is currently handing over all its dungeons to its ally China. At first, it seemed like a good idea, but ultimately it led to their country effectively becoming a Chinese colony. And the government was no longer able to escape from this situation. People began to become poor and die of hunger. Having lost his family due to the authorities, Vince decided to move to China. There, he expanded his power and gathered information in order to somehow change the current situation. Then he returned and reached the Supreme Council. These people did not listen to their people and did not stop no matter what. So Vince made sure they got a taste of the revolution. Kyle is surprised that the man broke in there alone. After the council was destroyed, Vince tried to implement the hunter system, but it was too late. "So you've come to South Korea as the antagonist?" Kyle asks. And it turns out he's right. Vince really does plan to open some dungeons and areas for free access, as well as resume the exchange of industrial information. By strengthening South Korea's influence and pushing out China, the man hopes to sooner or later rebuild North Korea's foundations and restore stability to the country. And of course, the success of these plans depends largely on Kyle Bennett. The idea seems a little dubious to the guy, but not without appeal. This needs to be thought through carefully. And Kyle wants to ask Vince Walker one question. The hunter wonders if this man is somehow connected to the Cheongjo Guild. Just hearing this name, the man's face takes on a stern expression. His eyes glow bright red, which says a lot. Kyle carefully monitors his reaction and comes to certain conclusions. He had already seen on the man's face everything he wanted to know. And since he is so persistently invited, Kyle Bennett will definitely visit North Korea. Having made this decision, the hunter sets off in search of Alice. Not finding her in the office, he trusted his intuition and found the girl in a cafe he already knew. Alice is surprised that he did it so easily, but she is even more surprised when Kyle suddenly asks her out on a date. It had been several months since she had last been asked out on a date, and now the girl has a pretty good idea of what Kyle means by the word date. So she agrees without hesitation. The two of them go to the dungeon near Ansan. It is teeming with dangerous monster snakes. Their eyes glow with a bright red light, and deadly poison flows from their sharp fangs. One of these snakes suddenly attacks a pair of hunters, but they manage to dodge it. This is another unexplored dungeon. Its risk has not yet been determined. The snake's venom hits one of the trees and it turns to stone. If it were a person, it would have ended quite tragically. Alice suddenly and unexpectedly suggests making a bet on who can kill more monsters in this dungeon. Kyle agrees, expecting it to be a lot of fun. The huntress is no less sure of this, so she is the first to rush into attack. Full of strength and energy, she diligently destroys the arriving monsters. Kyle just wanted to have a peaceful conversation here. But killing monsters is a much more interesting activity. There are already 5 snakes behind him, and the guy is looking forward to a good workout. He intends to try to satisfy these monsters' desire to die. Fighting snakes turns out to be unexpectedly very frustrating. They're not even good enough for Kyle to warm up. Having finished with his opponents, the guy turns his gaze to Alice. And judging by the huge pile of snake corpses, the girl definitely let off some steam today. Compared to the incomprehensible, these snakes are just babies. However, Alice is still concerned about the growth of such dungeons throughout the country. Kyle thinks this is a good time to point out that North Korea is in exactly the same situation. The guy talks in detail about his meeting with Vince Walker yesterday. Perhaps this man was simply putting on a clever act, but either way, Kyle can't believe him so quickly. Alice also thinks that this is most likely a trap. Suddenly, a huge snake emerges from the lake behind the girl. From his eyes come bright flashes of power that turn objects into stone. Alice doesn't have time to protect herself from the monster's attack with her shield, but to her luck, Kyle suddenly materializes right in front of her. Bennett's silhouette is immediately enveloped in a bright red glow. The frightened girl rushes towards him, but the monster is still alive and its attacks remain dangerous. "Nasty snake!" Alice screams in fury, drawing her dagger. With one deft movement, she cuts the monster's throat, separating its head from its body. Then the girl turns worriedly towards Kyle again. His figure has acquired a gray color, and visually his body looks like a real stone. Alice hesitantly comes closer and asks the guy not to joke like that. She reaches out and lightly touches his cheek with her fingertips. Suddenly, the light touch turns into a real blow, and the girl promises to break Kyle if he doesn't stop teasing her like that. This threat makes the guy return to his normal state and become outraged by such cruelty. Alice is grateful to the hunter for saving her from the snake's attack, as she had been focusing on developing her intuition lately and had completely forgotten about physical damage, so the snake's venom could have actually harmed her. However, now that it's all over, she wants to return to discussing the situation with North Korea. The girl is outraged that Kyle accepted an offer that will most likely turn out to be a trap. "Are you worried about me?" Kyle asks with a satisfied smile. Alice hopes that he will listen to her words, despite all the jokes and teasing. Kyle moves closer to try to calm her down a little. He needs to go to North Korea, but Alice herself will have to stay here. because she is the closest person to Becky and will have to look after the girl in her brother's absence. Kyle asks that you be sure to call him if anything goes wrong. Just like that time on the island, he will fly anywhere to help. Alice is glad to hear this, although a little embarrassed. At this point, the hunters say goodbye and leave the dungeon. Quite a lot of time has passed since then, and the date of the trip to North Korea has been finally confirmed. Such agreements were rare, so neighboring countries were a little nervous when they learned about it. But thanks to Vince Walker's hard work, everything went smoothly. While waiting for the trip, Kyle and Becca devoted all their free time to training. As a result, the brother reached level 67 and the sister, level 54. But their achievements did not end there. Becca walks into the room and happily calls out to Kyle, intending to show him something new. "So how do you like it?" she asks proudly, pointing to her improved overall martial arts skills. The girl has reached the basic stage of fencing, which is only the beginning of the martial arts path. But now Kyle is confident that she can stand up for herself. After a while, Bennett holds a small meeting right on the moving bus. After checking the microphone, the guy begins with a short greeting. He gives his name and explains that he is the general manager of this project. Everyone present here is an excellent hunter, and each of them is of great importance. Kyle is confident that the hunters are well aware of the scale of this operation. But one of them suddenly interrupts Bennett's speech with a question, a little hesitantly. The guy asks Kyle to lower the microphone a little to reduce the volume. They are all still young and have excellent hearing. Kyle is a little surprised because in Muram, the louder the more effective. Having lowered the volume a little, the guy continues his story about the hunter exchange project between North and South Korea. With this operation, Kyle will make all its participants true high-level hunters. This statement comes as a real shock to the audience. Hunters find it hard to believe such promises. So Kyle decides to show them a live example of leveling up. Becca steps forward and tells us a little about herself. She will now be the leader in the North Korean raid schedule. This means that everyone will clear the dungeons on her command. This angers the assembled hunters, since, as a rule, the most experienced player becomes the leader. But Kyle Bennett is firm and confident in his decision. The surprised hunters learn that Becca has extensive leadership experience. Becca tells all the hunters gathered here today that she was a group leader in the past. Recently, the girl was able to clear many high-level dungeons and even visit the incomprehensible. Kyle moves closer to his sister and stands behind her shoulder. To dispel all doubts, he announces to the hunters that his sister's level is currently higher than any of them. This statement shocks everyone present, because just recently, Becca was just the leader of the group. Kyle explains that his sister was able to climb 20 levels higher in just a couple of months, risking her own life. He promises that, together with him and Becca, upon returning to their homeland, everyone gathered here today will become high-level hunters, and not just mercenaries. After these words, the excitement on people's faces gradually disappears. A spark of hope lights up in the eyes of each of them. Kyle's words sound so promising that they can't help but resonate in their hearts. Their looks, which until recently were full of anxiety, now show determination, reinforced by faith in success. So when Bene asks if they are ready to trust him, the answer is unanimous, yes. At this time, a storm is raging inside the Kumgasan dungeon. Noah's blonde hair flutters in the wind, obscuring his vision, but he seems completely oblivious to it. "Come on, Kyle." The guy smiles with anticipation. He is going to prove to this hunter how wrong he was in his choice. Unaware of this, Bene calmly enters the dungeon of the Port Toads, southwest of Pyongyang. He uses his energy to hold one of the monsters that lives here and tells other hunters about the characteristics of this species. Having finished with the training, he snaps his fingers and releases the monster to the ground. The hunters look at the monster hesitantly, remembering that this species' claws contain dangerous poison. Meanwhile, the toad comes to its senses and immediately pushes off the ground with its powerful paws to make its first jump. Kyle notes that these creatures also have quite a lot of jumping power, so any unwary hunters will be in trouble. The monster's eyes are obscured by a scarlet veil of rage as it loses altitude and returns to the ground. Suddenly, a shot rings out, and the body of the port toad explodes right in the air without having time to reach its opponents. Becca lowers her bow, quite pleased with such a clear hit. The thought flashed through the mind of one of the hunters that these two were definitely brother and sister. They were too similar. Kyle leaves the regrouping to the group leader, and Becca immediately calls everyone together to strategize. Now the priest will be in the center, the warriors will be in the front row, the tank will protect the team, and the reaper will kill enemies, using gaps in defense. Bene listens to his sister's instructions with a proud smile on his face, mentally agreeing with every decision she makes. He recalls Vince being shocked that the cleanup schedule would be so tight. Still, these will be unexplored dungeons with an unknown risk of danger. and operations every 2 days are quite a risk. There is no precise information about monsters, landscape, and climate, which can create certain problems. But Kyle believes that if you want to get a quality cleaning, don't complain and work hard. That's why he now watches with interest the battle between the port toads and his hunters. People are barely saved by their shields from the powerful blows of these monsters' tongues. The hunters, obeying Becky's will, act exactly as she ordered. However, even with such a good strategy, the battle turns out to be not the easiest. "He's coming towards you, be careful," Nash shouts, but he immediately realizes that his warning didn't really help. In a matter of seconds, Silas found himself trapped by the huge tongue of one of the monsters, and now he can't get out. Beads of sweat are running down the guy's face from the effort, and he feels his vision begin to darken from the enormous pressure. His fingers weakened and the weapon almost fell out of his hands. But by some miracle, Silas still manages to stay conscious and gather the rest of his strength for the attack. With a sharp movement, he cuts the tongue of the harbor toad and escapes its deadly grip. The guy falls to the ground and clenches his teeth, catching his breath. Silas hears Amelia running towards him, shouting at her not to come any closer. The girl freezes in bewilderment, but very soon understands what the matter is. Several more huge monsters had already appeared behind her. With horror, Amelia realizes that she is not able to deal with so many monsters, but just in time, someone else's arrow is already whistling past her ear. Becca arrived at the perfect time. The harbor toads didn't make it to Amelia, but Silas appears to be seriously injured. So Becca orders the focus to be on healing him, and the Reaper and Tank to change their positions. Amelia obediently tends to Silas's wounds. While the girl is busy with treatment, the other hunters also take a short break. Becca spent the entire day running, scouting, intercepting, and defending. Yet all of her shots hit their target and she herself wasn't wounded even once. The hunters don't understand how this girl can be so strong, because the difference in their levels is not that great. After some time, Becca decides that the people have had enough rest and it is time to move on. But not everyone agrees. Silas jumps up indignantly. He hasn't had enough rest yet, the monsters aren't getting any smaller, and his energy is running out. The guy believes that there is a line that cannot be crossed. He demands that the raid be stopped right here, but Becca only looks closely at his face and remains silent. Hearing the words about the edge, Kyle stands up and laughs loudly at Silas's weakness. This sends the guy into a barely contained rage. Benet goes on to say that even when you don't have the strength, you should always ask yourself, is this enough? Silas and Becky's levels aren't that different, but she's much stronger than him. It's because she never gives up in the face of death compared to the others. Kyle wasn't that strong from the start either. He had to work hard and for a long time on himself. But even so, patience alone is not enough to become stronger. The hunters hear the sound of approaching monsters again and jump up in fear. The monsters' eyes gleam with ominous anticipation of prey. Several dozen harbor toads immediately pounce on the calmly standing Kyle Benet. Completely unperturbed, the guy stretches his hand forward, concentrating his strength on it. He is confident that anyone who wants to is looking for a way to become stronger. In the blink of an eye, a terrifyingly powerful entity, born from Kyle's power, bursts forth and tears the monsters into tiny pieces. Those who don't need it look for an excuse. "But what are you looking for?" Kyle asks Silas with a smile. The stunned guy sees before him no longer a hunter like himself, but a real deity. Having come to his senses a little, Silas bows low, practically pressing his face into the ground. Now he, like everyone else, is ready to follow Kyle anywhere. A whole month of training and cleanups passed unnoticed. And finally, the group of hunters gets to the most interesting part. This is an incomprehensible dungeon on Mount Kumgang. There is anticipation and interest on Kyle's face, but the other hunters don't share his feelings. Vince isn't sure they have enough strength to clear such a difficult dungeon. With a slightly crazy smile, Bennett answers him that he will go there even alone. Together with Becca, he steps forward and is the first to enter the dungeon gate. 3 days ago, he managed to find some free time and reflect on everything over a glass of good wine. Sitting comfortably in a chair by the window, Kyle carefully studied the folder containing data on his hunters. They all tried hard and were able to rise several levels higher. Each of the hunters grew by 2 or 3 levels, even Becca. Because of the group's high level of trust after that incident in the dungeon, they didn't have any particular questions or doubts about Kyle. Benet wonders if he can continue to coach his players at the same pace. Now he managed to achieve such high results in just a month because no one interfered with him. However, it is not a fact that everything will continue like this. That day, Vince also joined the pensive Kyle. The man was amazed at how well Benet managed the group and cleared the dungeon so easily. Thanks to his efforts, the number of active dungeons has been sharply reduced. This is a bit of a bummer for Kyle, who only wanted to clear the dungeons to the south of Pyongyang, and Vince supports him in this endeavor. They just have a little bit of work left to do to achieve their ultimate goal. Kayla is glad that it will all be over very soon. Now it's time for the impassable dungeon. That's why, after 3 days, they find themselves inside the Kumgasan dungeon. It turns out to be much colder inside than they expected. Becca thought they would be fine since their gear was cold-resistant, but apparently they needed to pack even more warm clothes. Kyle is upset to note that even Becca is having problems with her temperature, not to mention the other hunters. At some point, Vince comes up to him and is already starting to think that going further would be too reckless. This is an unpleasant surprise for Kyle, because just yesterday this man was eager to accompany them as a guide. Vince himself doesn't know why he was so impulsive back then. The man doesn't understand how he could have forgotten that this dungeon is so dangerous that he himself escaped from it on his last trip. Kyle places a reassuring hand on his shoulder and gently asks him to lead them further. This is the last remaining dungeon, so you can't miss out on its reward. As the hunters move further, it becomes even colder. Finally, Becca notices the appearance of dungeon monsters. High above them, only one, but an insanely dangerous monster appears. It is a huge, bright blue phoenix as if woven from ice. Vince hoped that this monster would not show up so soon, but his hopes were not justified. And now, right in front of him, is the main culprit of his past failure. The appearance of the ice phoenix makes the already difficult dungeon even more difficult. This bird truly looks deadly, and its attack sends a multitude of ice shards flying at the hunters. Luckily, Benet manages to react in time. Only thanks to the shield he created does the group manage to avoid instant death. Becca lets out a startled cry as she realizes that the shattered pieces burst into icy flames as they shatter. Even one such piece of ice is capable of killing an average-level hunter. The monster itself flies at a height and does not descend lower, which makes any attacks against it difficult. This freezing rain is like a bombardment from which there is no escape, making melee classes like Vince completely useless in such a fight. An unperturbed Kyle suggests that his sister try attacking the monster with her arrows and bow. Becca is sure that this is a completely useless undertaking, but nevertheless follows her brother's advice. The arrow fired by the girl hits its target on the first try, colliding with one of the ice flows. But the joy of a precise shot is instantly lost when the arrowhead begins to crack immediately after impact. The explosion is so powerful that the hunters have to cover their ears with both hands to avoid going deaf. Something impossible comes to Kyle's mind again. Obeying his will, the barrier acquires elements of fire, and this once again amazes and delights the hunters from his group. They look at Benet in amazement as he is thinking about ways to destroy the monster. Vince is certain that maintaining such an unusually strong barrier requires a tremendous expenditure of energy. It's good that this won't last long, you just need to move on. As soon as they do this, they will find themselves in an area where fighting monsters is much easier. So Kyle moves further into the dungeon, and the hunters follow him. But suddenly Amelia notices something unusual somewhere ahead. A human figure was just visible on one of the snowy slopes, but almost immediately this silhouette disappeared into thin air. The girl is sure that there was a person there, but no one else noticed it. A moment later, the hunter's attention is drawn to a strange sound. Vince is the first to realize what is about to happen. An avalanche is already approaching them at an insane speed. Somewhere nearby, at this very moment, Noah smiles triumphantly. He is convinced, victory or defeat, and there is no other way out. "Run!" Amelia screams in panic. The hunters scatter in an attempt to escape the avalanche, but Kyle Benet remains standing as if nothing had happened. He laughs quietly, as if nothing mortally dangerous is happening. And behind Noah stands Adele, watching her master with admiration, because before her is the king of the dynasty and the true ruler of China. The girl does not understand how anyone could dare to provoke the wrath of such a great man. Several executives and a large number of people have already died at the hands of Kyle, so Adele is determined to catch him today at all costs. Today, Nicholas stands next to her and is just as ready to rush into battle. He steps forward and asks Noah for permission to go and check if their enemy is dead. The gentleman nods to him favorably. Nicholas turns and walks forward quickly. Besides these two, a whole army went into this dungeon with Noah today. It includes the Legion of Golden Lions, consisting of 40 people, the Lightning Arrow Legion, also comprising 40 men, and the Dragon Legion, which has only 20 warriors in its composition. All of them are ready to obey any order of their master. Nicholas doesn't have time to get to the supposed body of the enemy, because the latter finds him first. An explosion of incredible power is heard, and everything around is covered in thick black smoke. From the epicenter of this outbreak, the figure of Kyle Benio slowly emerges. A triumphant smile plays on the guy's face. Nicholas doesn't know how the man managed to survive, but Noah doesn't seem surprised at all. Kill him. He gives the command to his army. Noah wishes with all his heart that Kyle Bennett would finally show him his true power today. And the hunter is not going to disappoint him. As the smoke from the explosion clears, the hunters in Kyle's group stand frozen with their mouths wide open. An entire army is advancing right towards them. Noah's eyes glow with fury and anticipation as he looks into the tense faces of his enemies. Vince can't figure out where all these people came from in just one moment. Just now, an avalanche was approaching them, and now they stand here with a whole horde of enemies in front of them. Kyle sends everyone out of the dungeon, leaving only Vince and Becca with him. The guy smiles as if nothing is happening here that he didn't expect to see. The force with which he stopped the avalanche was truly indestructible. Vince had no idea such a thing was even possible. "Who are you to threaten us?" he shouts at the top of his lungs, trying to be heard over the raging wind. Noah quietly answers him that there is nothing that the master cannot order. These strange words and the guy's energy make Vince grab his suddenly aching head. The head of the dynasty reminds him of the promise he once made to give his life for him. Vince falls to his knees, his eyes glowing red as memories suddenly come back to him. Kyle laughs and claps his hands, acknowledging that Noah did a good job manipulating Vince's mind and memories. He also finds it surprising that this guy speaks Korean quite well. Noah proudly states his name, also introducing himself as the heir of the Heavenly Warrior. This causes Kyle to burst into another round of laughter at the boy's expense. However, there is a good chance that this guy knows where the Heavenly Warrior is now. Noah also has something he would like to hear from Benny, as he is truly amazed by his enemy's abilities. Becca thinks to herself that these two are arguing like little children. Eventually, Noah tells Kyle that he has gone too far. After his words, another deafening explosion is heard. The head of the dynasty is confident that such arrogance will destroy Kyle today. He wonders if Bennett knows why this dungeon is considered incomprehensible. That's because there's a monster here whose existence is considered a disaster, and Noah is sure that the Ice Phoenix is beyond this guy's power. With a straight face, Kyle forms a ball of energy in his palm, taunting his opponent relentlessly. Since this heir of the Heavenly Warrior so diligently prepared a trap for him, he will receive an equally stunning answer. Without wasting any time, Kyle attacks the Ice Phoenix, confident in his abilities. The guy's energy flow swirls into a whirlwind, instantly overtaking the suspiciously calm bird. Noah watches this with a smug smirk on his lips, already knowing the result of such an attack. For Kyle, this comes as a surprise, although not too big. The flow of his energy blew off the Phoenix's head, but the ice bird restored it back in a matter of seconds. The monster of the incomprehensible dungeon is not so easy to kill, and as long as this Phoenix has energy, it will never die. But Kyle has a different opinion on the matter. He hopes this fight won't disappoint him. For a hunter like him, nothing is impossible. So, to everyone's surprise, a training sword appears in his hand. At first glance, this weapon seems ridiculous, which is not the case at all. The polar sword is part of Kyle's essence. "Punish my enemies," Bennett says quietly but clearly. No one present even has time to understand what happened, and at what exact moment Kyle attacked. But the body of the Ice Phoenix suddenly splits into many fragments. Adele stares wide-eyed at the defeated monster of the impassable dungeon. Nicholas was no less shocked than the girl. None of them could have even imagined such an outcome of the battle. "Know your place." Kyle's calm voice rings out, and Noah flares up in anger like a match. Before him is a true emperor of the sword incarnate. Kyle's movements are lightning fast and elusive. His sword is like floating clouds. He himself is like a leaf that stirs the surface of the water. It seems that the involuntary spectators of this battle cannot even breathe from the tension that has gripped them. Vince and Becca know Kyle is capable of a lot, but even they were surprised by such a powerful attack. Noah was completely sure that Kyle would not be able to cope with the monster of the impassable dungeon, and now he is very unpleasantly surprised. Adele barely had time to recover from the shock of what she saw before Kyle had already finished off the Ice Phoenix. Now he stands right in front of them, clutching the hilt of his sword tightly and confidently. The guy's eyes are glowing with anticipation of new entertainment. It only takes him a few seconds for the enemy army to be significantly thinned out. Neither Adele nor Nicholas managed to stop him. No sooner had the tip of Kyle Bennett's sword been drawn than the losses became simply unbelievable. In a terrifyingly short time, Noah's legions lost 2/3 of their warriors. The soldiers themselves never understood how this man had destroyed so many people so quickly. They froze in place, not daring to attack such a dangerous enemy. "Get in line!" Noah shouted at the top of his lungs, seeing their confusion. But his cry did not achieve the desired effect. Then the heir of the Heavenly Warrior decided to take everything into his own hands. He extended his palm forward, intending to mercilessly destroy Kyle Benny. The boy used a fusion of magical skills and magic itself to make his attack more deadly. This approach sparked Kyle's interest. Noah began to give commands to his army, without stopping to attack his enemy for a second. By his order, the surviving archers must strew the sky with arrows, and the legion of golden lions must be ready for strong resistance. Kyle watched these changes with interest, easily dodging Noah's attacks. Anyone who dares to attack him will get what they deserve today. Noah breaks away from command of the army and orders Adele to provide his warriors with support using magic. And for Nicholas, he has a special task. If the guy can handle this, then the advantage in the fight will be on their side again. Nicholas's task is to catch Becca Benet and bring her to his master. Meanwhile, Kyle is having a blast with the warriors attacking him, happily commenting on their every action. The smile never leaves his face as he tirelessly mocks his opponent's pathetic attempts to get to him. But he immediately notices Nicholas approaching and flies up to meet him. They collide in the air, but this guy doesn't stand a chance against Kyle. An attempt to steal someone else's sister turns out to be extremely unsuccessful. Next, he commands with a chuckle, dispatching Nicholas with lightning speed. But instead of one enemy, the remnants of Noah's army gathered together are already advancing on him. Covered by shields, the front rows form a real iron wall. The warriors' faces are covered with masks, so it is impossible to read any emotions on these people. "Fire!" Adele cries out, giving the command to the legion. Immediately, dozens of sharp arrows fly towards Kyle. Kyle is surprised that there aren't as many of these arrows as there should be. Apparently, he really is being underestimated here. When the arrows reach his calmly standing figure, another explosion is heard. Vince lets out a startled cry, but Becca tells him to calm down and just watch what happens next. She knows that her brother is just enjoying the moment right now. Adele was unpleasantly surprised that so many attacks from high-level hunters couldn't even touch him a hair. After this attack, she suddenly attacks the guy herself in order to achieve at least some result. But this idea also fails miserably. Her blow does absolutely no harm to Kyle Benny. The girl remains on her knees in humiliation as the hunter passes by as if she were nothing but empty space. Seeing this, Noah curses and demands that Adele use all the powers she has. The boy watches in horror as Kyle disrupts the internal order of his troops. Taking advantage of Benet's distraction with Adele, Nicholas makes a second attempt to reach his sister. For a moment, he thinks he almost has her, but the guy's hand never touches Becky's body. Kyle's power envelops everything around him, preventing his enemies from even moving. It was foolish to oppose someone who knew all of Miram, Benet believes, and trying to take your sister hostage is even more stupid, because it's completely useless. Frustrated by the failed entertainment, Kyle decides to simply kill Nicholas, who has become tiresome to him. All it takes for Benet to destroy an opponent is one elusive move. Nicholas falls dead before the eyes of the stunned hunters. Only after this does Noah begin to guess who exactly is standing in front of him now. He couldn't even imagine for a second that he would come face to face with the soul of the sword. Once this realization hits him, the boy can no longer contain the rage raging inside him. After all, this level of swordsmanship is something he himself was never able to achieve. "Take that!" Noah screams in rage, pouring all his strength and fury into his next attack. Kyle just sighs in displeasure at this impulse. Noah is trying to act taller than he really is, and Benet will have to teach him a lesson for that. He easily dispels the stream of hostile energy approaching him and also playfully delivers his blow. Noah's eyes widened in silent surprise as he felt his arm being cut off. Kyle hopes he doesn't whine in pain like a child. Besides, it was high time for Noah to come down and stop talking to him from such a distance. That's why he immediately throws the enemy down from the cliff, right at his feet. Kyle believes that people like him need to be taught. Benet grabs Noah by the hair and lifts him off the ground, hoping that at least now he will understand how different they are. And indeed, now the heir of the heavenly warrior finally understood that before him was the true ascended one, about whom the master had once told him. "But you're not ready yet," Noah says unexpectedly to Kyle's surprise. Previously, the guy also hated the heavenly warrior just like Benny. But is Kyle sure that his true enemy is the heavenly warrior? After all, it was he who told Noah the truth. This world would soon be destroyed, and only those who came from Miram, who had reached the peak of mastery, would be able to stop it. With a crazy smile, Noah asks if Kyle will be able to cope with this disaster because he can probably already feel it approaching. Benet replies that he doesn't know anything about it yet. "Maybe I was a sacrifice to complete you?" Noah suddenly starts laughing. Taking advantage of Kyle's confusion, the guy intercepts his hand and pulls him towards himself. Now Noah was able to make the eye contact he needed. Kyle's pupils dilate and he freezes uncomfortably. This is the spirit magic that Noah acquired through countless experiments and wasted lives. Kyle gave him too much time to recover. He should have killed his enemy right away instead of looking him in the eye. Noah orders Benet to stand up and he immediately obeys. The heir of the heavenly warrior is confident that the boy is now under his complete control. So, without skimping on condescending ridicule, he swings hard to finally destroy his greatest enemy. But suddenly he receives a painful and humiliating slap. Benet gives the guy a few more slaps until he's distracted by a commotion nearby. He looks to the side and sees Adele, who has finally come to her senses. The girl looks up just in time to see Kyle steadily landing blow after blow to Noah's face. He is sure that a couple of bruises and contusions will not stop this guy's heart. Noah can't understand why his domination magic didn't work this time. And how could he even end up in such a humiliating situation, being the successor of a heavenly warrior? Even more enraged by such thoughts, he swings his arm with all his might and tries to reach Kyle. But, as expected, it fails. And again he receives another slap, from which blood sprays from his mouth in all directions. Without giving him time to catch his breath, Kyle hits him with another series of powerful blows. Noah had become quite boring to him after all this time, and this ridiculous chatter about the end of the world and the legacy of the heavenly warrior is already getting on my nerves. The blows become more and more powerful, and eventually Noah is simply thrown to the side and falls on his back on the cold ground. And even after being so brutally beaten, he does not stop talking about the heavenly warrior. If so, now it's my turn. Kyle flares up and takes control of the other person's consciousness. He immediately orders the defeated enemy to tell everything he knows about the heavenly warrior. Noah repeats again that a deadly catastrophe is about to come to this world. To prevent this, they were all sent to Murim. And Kyle Benny is the true ascended one who will save them all. Noah is under complete control, so the hunter is sure that everything he says is true. And this makes him think and remember again that strange clanking of chains. Now Kayla would like to know how Noah achieved such high success in magic. The guy replies that there are quite a lot of people in China and North Korea, and no one cares about each other. So they usually turn a blind eye if someone goes missing. Hearing this, Bennett wonders how many people Noah has already managed to sacrifice to his ambitions. Hearing this number takes your breath away. Any final words? Kyle asks. Noah doesn't even need time to choose the right words. He's been thinking about it the whole time. Right now, I'd like to slaughter all your loved ones like pigs. He throws his head back and laughs, and he would have continued his speech if a blow from Kyle's sword had not interrupted him. Kyle is going to cut this body up so that its parts will look like snowflakes, and he fulfills his promise in front of a shocked Adele, who has been watching them all this time. When Bennett finishes, all his clothes are soaked in someone else's blood, and his feet are drowning in a real puddle of blood. Adele approaches him and gets down on one knee, begging him not to kill her, but to accept the oath of allegiance. "Help me," the girl whispers quietly, unable to hold back her tears. Kyle looks up thoughtfully, but makes a decision fairly quickly. A month later, the inter-Korean exchange of hunters ends. Guildmaster Dawn declares this event one of the most significant in relations between North and South Korea. Besides this, there is other good news. Several more high-level hunters were born. All of them raised their power levels quite high in a very short period of time. The head finds it surprising that all of this is the merit of just one person. He proudly calls out Kyle Bennett's name and invites him on stage, not immediately noticing how the hunters are gesturing for him not to do so. One of them approaches the leader to tell him that Kyle has suddenly disappeared somewhere. At this time, Bennett himself is already sitting relaxed near one of the trees in the forest with Alice. They both deserve a little break after all the work they've done. Alice is not too happy that Kyle has been so late with these hunters, leaving in the winter and returning in the spring. Now, having finished with this matter, Bennett entrusted all the concerns to his sister, making her the manager. After the work is done, he can safely use the connections, power, and money of North Korea, while the hunting infrastructure there is only just beginning to develop. Alice looks up dreamily, enjoying the beautiful weather of the day. The only thing that darkens the girl's mood is that Kyle still hasn't really learned anything about the heavenly warrior. In response to these words, Bennett thoughtfully lowers his gaze and remains silent. Everything Noah told him that day did not clarify the situation at all, but only added new mysteries. However, if you think about it, questions about the ascension and collapse of the world do not interest him, because there are no answers to them. My eyes are still foggy, but maybe I just need to break it all? Kyle says thoughtfully, looking up at the sky. After some time, the clearing of the dungeons continues. During one of these operations, something out of the ordinary happens. Hunters, as usual, deal with the monsters and begin collecting loot. This task is also quite labor-intensive, since the rewards are scattered throughout the dungeon, and bending over to get them when you are tired after the fight is not the most pleasant experience. It's a shame there's no skill that allows you to collect all the drops at once. Suddenly, the group leader notices movement behind him. They dealt with absolutely all the monsters, but suddenly another one jumped out from somewhere. Taking a closer look, the group leader realizes that they have already killed this monster. This wolf was already dead when they killed it again. Only this time it didn't drop the magic stone. When the hunters finished with this and left the dungeon, one of them received a call from the Chiaksun dungeon. Apparently, the body of the same monster was also found there. After Max Paxville's death, the Dawn Guild was quick to offer a peace agreement to the Twilight Guild. This laid the foundation for their unification. With the emergence of new high-ranking hunters, it became known who helped them reach such heights. Now, with the appearance of Kyle Benet, people rejoiced. This became the impetus for an active exchange of hunters with China and North Korea, and the guy himself became famous throughout the world. But even being a world star, sometimes he has to make concessions to his younger sister. The girl looks incredibly happy as she devours her favorite soup. Kyle still can't figure out what she likes about this swamp noodle soup. To all his indignation, Becca responds with a hint that she has always dreamed of eating with her family in such a restaurant. After these words, Kyle has no choice but to offer her to order whatever she wants. Maybe they should get out and about like this more often. After all, they are a family and should spend more time together. Hearing the ringtone, Kyle reaches into his pocket and pulls out his phone. Looking at the screen, he tells his sister that something urgent has happened, so he will go first, and she can follow him when she finishes eating. Becca doesn't even have time to express indignation before her brother's figure disappears into thin air. Now she was left sitting at a table in her favorite restaurant, completely alone. The girl is extremely outraged that Kyle promised to buy her everything she wanted and then immediately disappeared. How dare you even call yourself a brother after that? Her indignant cry echoes throughout the restaurant. Meanwhile, Kyle is already talking to Alice in the Dawn Guild. The girl is going to show him a laboratory he has never been to before. Magical research is usually classified, but this was an exceptional case, so Alice called him. The girl reaches out to one of the boxes and lifts its lid. Now Kyle's eyes are met with something he didn't expect to see here at all. This is the frozen body of one of the wolves of the Gyeonggi dungeons. After defeating him, the magic stone did not appear from the monster's body. Kyle finally understands why he was called so urgently. Alice hoped that the guy knew something about this phenomenon, but he was also seeing it for the first time. "Why are you so worried?" Kyle asks when he notices her distress. He asks the girl to tell him the coordinates of the dungeon where this wolf was found. Alice understands that he wants to inspect this place personally. Kyle believes that if he sees something like this in person, the situation will become clearer. The information about the stone that didn't fall from the monster makes not only Alice and Kyle think. In one of the city's high-rise buildings, a man with golden hair named Alex and his assistant are also concerned about the situation. The country may face a shortage of mana stones, which will lead to serious economic problems. However, they know that there is currently close cooperation between the guilds, which gives them hope of finding a way out. Alex plans to visit these guilds in the near future in hopes of finding the talent he needs there. Having received the coordinates, Kyle goes to the indicated dungeon. Standing on one of the hills, he watches the unsuspecting monsters with interest. He's not sure he should kill them all at once, but he still decides to do exactly this and see what comes of it. Therefore, in a few blows, he easily deals with all the wolves. Kyle looks closely at each monster to make sure they all dropped the magic stone. Apparently, you'll have to kill a fair number of them to find the right one. After a while, Kyle's back already hurts from collecting stones for such a long time. Suddenly, a familiar noise is heard behind him. Kyle turns around and sees exactly the same rift that he had encountered earlier in the foggy dungeon. Once again, the guy remembers Noah's recent words. Wasn't this the disaster he was talking about then? Gradually, the rift becomes wider, as if something is about to emerge from it. And indeed, a moment later, a huge wolf tumbles out from there. With barely enough time to react, Kyle cuts him in half with a deft movement. It seems that now he has finally found what he came to this dungeon for. While waiting, the guy looks at the severed head of the monster, but the magic stone never appears next to it. This monster is completely different from the rest of its brethren. It is obvious that monsters without loot come out of such rifts. Kyle is terribly curious about what lies behind all this. Somewhere far away, a heavenly warrior chuckles quietly, watching him. They will meet very soon. Benet suggests that there may be gods beyond this rift. Be that as it may, the monsters appear from there, and the guy touches the murky surface with interest. We must ensure that other hunters do not touch this anomaly. The thought creeps into Kyle's head that the crack might be the same as the dungeon. However, then what is the point of these dungeons anyway? And then it dawns on him. Could it be that the current dungeons are some kind of training? It will take some work to confirm or deny this idea. Kyle decides to watch a little longer, in case other cracks appear. And now the guy is heading to Hold Island. As soon as they see him from afar, members of the Tamra Guild immediately rush towards the hunter as fast as they can. The guild leader is glad to see Kyle back on their territory. For a couple of minutes, they talk rather awkwardly about current affairs. Kyle immediately notices that Klaus looks tired and exhausted. Confirming his fears, at some point the man, in despair, throws himself at his feet, begging for help. During the time Kyle was gone, a 7th high-level dungeon appeared. Adele, who replaced Noah as head, also reports that anomalies are increasingly appearing in the dungeons of China. However, the public believes that this is simply the result of a mutation. She will definitely let Kyle know if she gets more information. And now he will have to try to deal with the problem of Tamra's dungeon as quickly as possible. He just hopes that this time Klaus has brought in reliable people to help him, because the previous ones turned out to be traitors and only made the task more difficult. Then Klaus had to apologize at length to earn forgiveness for all the trouble he had caused Beignet. This time, the boss swears he did everything possible to assemble a team of only those people he personally trusts. Satisfied with this answer, Kyle heads towards the entrance to the dungeon. He's going to grab everything he can from there. Entering there first, the guy immediately gets to work. He quickly deals with all the monsters that attacked their group. The members of the Tamra Guild stand behind him the whole time, their mouths wide open in shock. Klaus sincerely doesn't understand how it's possible to destroy so many monsters at once. Kyle just wants to deal with the monsters as quickly as possible to get to his goal. And finally, he finds that very rift, which has grown quite a lot since last time. The guy is distracted from looking at the anomaly by Klaus's astonished exclamation. "What the hell?" the man whispers in disbelief. He hopes that Kyle will now explain what it is they see. Beignet is surprised because last time no one but him could see this rift. Now every hunter can see the anomaly. This fault seems to be gradually cracking, and more cracks are appearing on it. Without thinking, Kyle sends a wave of his power straight into its center. But this leads to absolutely nothing. The amazed hunters see how the flow of magic passed through this rift without harming it in any way. Meanwhile, events in the Chiaksan training dungeon begin to unfold rapidly. Bored hunters yawn, trying not to fall asleep from boredom. They have been sitting here for a long time and don't know what to do with themselves. Guarding dungeons is a pretty lame job, but they only have to wait a month before they can shift the responsibility onto someone else's shoulders. Their chatter is suddenly interrupted by the television turning on unexpectedly. None of the hunters turned it on, so it's really weird. A girl suddenly appears on the screen, and her figure emits a blinding light. You certainly didn't consider this blessing in vain, but you didn't take it seriously either. She pronounces it from every screen in the world. What happened is the destiny of humanity, and the only thing she could do was put it off. The girl hopes that people will be able to avoid disaster. The hunters are amazed to realize that it was the voice of their goddess, which they had previously heard during classes at the academy. As soon as she finishes her speech, the school building literally shakes. The hunters run out into the street to figure out what's going on. In the first seconds, it seems to them that this is just a hallucination. But all this is actually happening. The entire area around was filled with rabbit monsters from the dungeon. At the same time, another wolf jumps out from a rift inside the dungeon itself. Kyle isn't surprised, but the other hunters are speechless from shock. Beignet realizes that the very principle of the dungeon is beginning to collapse. Meanwhile, the wolf is already rushing straight towards him. The monster's eyes widen as Kyle easily grabs it by the throat. The only people more surprised than the wolf himself were the hunters, who never expected to see him here. Kyle stuns the monster with a punch to the head so he can study it further. This monster is quite valuable material for research. The guy himself thinks for a second about what to do with this rift. Having made his decision, he quickly activates the soul sword. Obeying his will, a multitude of blows begin to rain down on the wide-open rift. But as soon as this happens, a golden system notification sign appears in the air. Attack is prohibited, and humanity is not yet ready for such a thing, if these inscriptions are to be believed. Kyle now knows that there are targets against which the soul sword is useless. This means he still has room to grow. Deciding that this is enough, the guy leaves. After some time, the head of the Dawn Guild gathers people to bring some clarity to what is happening. A lot has happened lately, and the whole world demands answers. Richard Fraza briefly introduces himself, stating his name and position. Before moving on to the main topic of discussion, the man, like his deputy Alice, bows low and apologizes. Due to the newly discovered dungeon breakout phenomenon, monsters broke out and caused colossal damage to the country. In addition, mutants have been discovered among the monsters that do not leave behind mana stones. With the increase in the population of such monsters, a major economic crisis is expected. Korea is rapidly trying to establish connections with external guilds, and they will all be actively working to resolve this issue. With this, the head of the Dawn Guild ends the conference. The journalists immediately start shouting out questions, interrupting and shouting down each other. But Richard and Alice are not going to answer any questions and just walk past silently. Kyle is already waiting for them outside the door. Smiling warmly, he thanks both hunters for their work. Alice is glad to see Kyle here, as she was sure he wouldn't be able to attend today. However, the guy received an interesting offer, and he couldn't refuse it. He was recently invited to a meeting in China. Kyle agreed to this proposal and arrived at the appointed place. He immediately noticed Adele at one of the far tables of the restaurant. The girl smiles shyly as he comes closer. Stone-faced, Kyle pulls out his chair and sits down at the table. He gets straight to the point and asks why Adele invited him here today. The girl immediately admits that she came to ask for a favor. She would like Kyle to represent China in negotiations with the United States, on whose behalf Hunter Alex will be present. It just so happens that China currently does not have a hunter who could officially represent his country. Kyle replies that it is none of his business and gets up from his chair, preparing to leave the restaurant. "We'll give Korea the upper hand," Adele screams desperately after him, and only then does Kyle turn around. Whether it's information exchange or benefits from cooperation, Adele promises to share any benefits that China gains. Kyle knows it's a good offer, so he agrees, intending to take full advantage of this opportunity. And now he needs to leave the country for a while. Having told Alice and Richard about all his plans, Kyle flies to China and arrives at the meeting at the appointed time. Alex, who is currently the strongest hunter in the world, asked for a private meeting. He wants to meet a hunter as famous as himself, but only in the company of his secretary or deputy. "So I'm your secretary?" Kyle asks, puzzled. Adele, in a panic, immediately assures him that she is his secretary at this meeting. Kyle thinks it will be fun. After some time, Alex enters the office with a polite smile. His deputy Anna came with him today. Kyle says his name in the same way and introduces Adele sitting next to him. Alex is surprised to see him here, because he knows very well that Kyle is a Korean hunter. So he asks Adele if she's sure she doesn't mind having someone from another country speak for her. The girl replies that it doesn't matter at all. So Alex has no choice but to start a conversation. He would like to talk about dungeon breakouts today. After all, in the future, when environmentally friendly fuel in the form of monsters runs out, serious economic problems will follow. And Adele agrees with him. Alex decides to speak frankly and tells them that they have found a way to solve this problem. To be more precise, he is simply putting forward a hypothesis, but the probability of this is quite high. Adele decides to find out what the real reason for his arrival is. Alex replies that it is China's strength that will turn his theory into reality. He knows very few hunters as strong as Adele, for example. The man thought that in China there would be people comparable to themselves in strength. Alex directly says that he is also a graduate of that very place. Now Adele and Kyle realize that this man also came from Murim. Benet guesses that the man is looking for hunters who also returned from there. And if so, then it's time for him to join this conversation and activate his power. Alex is quite surprised that this guy was also in Murim. He had met very few people with resonating power. Kyle is actively hinting that his level is much higher, and for Alex it sounds rather unpleasant. So he suggests taking a look and comparing their skills. Kyle agrees and asks Adele to prepare the nearest dungeon for them. They will begin their inspection very soon. Kyle believes that Alex's level does not allow him to evaluate his abilities. In response to these words, the man bows again and introduces himself again. He is Alex Winchester, and in Murim they called him the Sky Demon. This statement only makes Kyle laugh. This neglect makes Alex even more angry. He rose from the very bottom, killing everyone who was weaker and is proud of it. But even this information doesn't impress Kyle at all. He will give Alex 3 attempts to overcome him. "How kind of you," the man answers through clenched teeth, and immediately attacks, appearing next to Kyle with lightning speed. But Benet easily parries his attack and does not allow himself to be harmed. Alex frowns and tries again, but this time too his attack leads to nothing. Kyle easily deflects all of the man's attempts to harm him. No matter how hard Alex tries, every one of his shots misses the guy at the last second, as if he was just playing around. Benet finally attacks back, and his blow is more than successful. Alex cries out in pain and falls to the ground from the force of the attack. But then he pulls himself together and with a deft jump gets to his feet. Now he understands the reason for this guy's self-confidence. From a negotiating perspective, He is more than satisfied with the results of this review. But, as a gentleman, he would be sorry to end the fight right now, so he suddenly attacks again. But Kyle manages to dodge the sword strike. However, this hit was actually pretty good. Alex smiles contentedly, having finally achieved some result. But Kyle knows he's missing the point. Alex certainly shouldn't brag about his swordsmanship in front of him. Benet activates his skill to show what true swordsmanship really looks like. The crushing force of it forces Alex to his knees. The man gives a short, nervous laugh and suggests executing him right there. Kyle laughs at this and shakes his hand, showing mercy. But then he becomes serious and asks Alex to finally tell him what ideas he has for solving the problem with the monsters. Alex pauses for a few seconds, collecting his thoughts. Mana stones, he finally says. The man suggests that there is an inner sanctum of monsters. Kyle hadn't even considered that possibility. Isn't the inner circle a crystallization of energy accumulated by the spirit over hundreds of years? He wonders. By Miriam's standards, the guy is absolutely right. However, the formation process and the nature of the stones are different, but the essence is the same. They contain the energy of monsters. A very specific conclusion can be drawn from this. With the body of one of the mutants, you can create an inner circle. It sounds like Alex is suggesting to extract the soul from a corpse. Some martial arts are similar to the green-blooded martial arts that absorb the spirit. Therefore, there may well be such a thing as suction technology. Kyle chuckles as he points out that no one else but Alex could have come up with such an idea. Back in the office, Kyle tells Adele that he has agreed to cooperate with the United States on this matter. He asks the girl not to worry so much, promising that everything will be fine. Meanwhile, Alex sums up what was said earlier. They will split the profits 50-50 between the two parties. Exclusive development rights will also be guaranteed to China and Japan. A frustrated Adele immediately realizes that supplies could be cut off instantly if Kyle makes such a decision. I have to keep you on a leash, don't I? Bennett laughs. Alex, in turn, promises to fulfill all demands to the best of his ability. However, this condition is dependent on the success of their deal. At this point, the hunters shake hands and seal the deal. Almost immediately, they board the next flight to San Francisco. Alex takes Kyle to the lab, even though the surrounding area doesn't give any indication of it. However, it is the largest laboratory in the western United States. Alex doesn't like fragile things in the production process, so he built the lab to be very robust. And right now, he is showing Bennett the mana stone extractor he invented himself. The first thing you need to do is place your hand on the device and receive this energy. Inside the extractor, there is an artificial insert made by Alex. Looking at this, Kyle suddenly realizes the scale of the problem. A dead monster cannot feed on energy like a human. That's why Alex asks Kyle to help him with this invention. Kyle puts his arm around the man's shoulders, intending to tell him everything he thinks about this idea. At first, he becomes enraged when he realizes the hopelessness of the whole situation. But then suddenly another brilliant idea comes to him. What about artificial Naiden? He asks. The most famous of them is the Great Shaolin Temple. This proposal makes Alex think. Kyle thought about it and came to the conclusion that it was definitely a good idea and worth trying. Alex nods to him and asks if Kyle would mind if he invited another person to the lab. The man wants to call the creator of the prototype, a level 70th artisan. Having received consent, Alex invites a man named Ash. He brought what the hunters asked him for. Kyle leans over to the carrier he brought and opens its door. A small monster immediately appears from there. It is here that Kyle begins to put his idea into practice. The guy destroys the monster and a small ball appears in its place. Kyle modified the suction slightly to make it work. Now he collapses the previously formed ball of energy and feels that the magic of this monster is quite unpleasant. The guy throws the resulting fragments into the device created by Alex. Now all that remains is to wait for the results of this experiment. Ash and Alex stare intently at the device, awaiting the outcome. Finally, the extraction process is completed. Kyle picks up the resulting ball and hands it to Alex. Ash, with excitement in his voice, suggests taking a closer look at this miracle. The man adjusts his glasses on his face and uses them to carefully examine the object he has created. How can this even be? He exhales in amazement after a few minutes. The man is surprised that the resulting object looks so much like a real mana stone. Kyle proudly notes that the experiment's success was guaranteed, since the idea was his own. It remains to be seen whether Ash himself will be able to use this technique. After all, this requires a master who possesses special magic. Kyle will have to teach Ash this modified absorption technique. Benet points out to his colleagues that they will have to endure many unpleasant difficulties to learn this. Are you ready to grit your teeth for the sake of learning? He asks with anticipation. A week later, an exhausted Ash is finally ready to use the new technique. Let's do it, the man says, and a stream of his magic is carried by a new monster. Having successfully completed the process, Ash transfers the monster's energy into the device. The seconds of waiting feel like hours, but ultimately, all efforts are rewarded. Now it's not just Kyle who can use their new invention. It worked! The men shout in unison. Alex can't believe that he too learned this amazing technique in just a week. Kyle believes that violence is the best way to learn something in a short time. At this beautiful moment, he says goodbye and gets ready to return to Korea. Already? Ash and Alex ask at the same time again, to which Kyle replies that he will finish them off if they dare to take his share for themselves. But the expression on their faces tells the guy that it is unlikely that they will decide on such a stupid thing. Finally, Kyle Bennett comes home. There he is met by Alice, who is happy about his return, and Becca, still hurt by her brother's abandonment. Kyle justifies it by saying that he was busy with work and won't do that to her again. Alice leans over to a still disgruntled Becca and asks her to make a decision, because they need to tell Kyle everything. Hearing this, the guy asks what this is about. Then Alice takes out and shows him the new symbol of their martial arts guild. Not bad, Kyle replies. Alice is not entirely happy with this answer, as she had been puzzling over it for several days. Becca watches their squabble with affection. So familiar, huh? She laughs because these two don't even call each other by their first names. From the outside, it looks like they are not friends at all. After these words, Alice asks if she can call Kyle by just his first name. The guy tells her that he doesn't mind. It will even be more convenient. Their conversation is interrupted by an insistent knock on the door. The hunter who ran inside immediately reported in fear that more than 3 types of monsters were discovered in the Taebaek dungeon at once. Alice understands that this is very bad. Kyle immediately asks if anything else unusual happened besides the dungeon breakout. The hunter replies that for some reason very strong vibrations were also felt in the dungeon, and all the people who dared to go there complained of unbearable headaches. This has never happened before, and Alice is going to go into this dungeon herself to figure out what is happening. But Kyle unexpectedly volunteers to go there instead of her. Alice is a little surprised by such persistence. Benet thinks to himself that the goddess is definitely involved in all of this, so he definitely has to go there. Although it may well turn out that the problem is not with the goddess at all, but with the heavenly warrior. But nevertheless, Kyle actually goes into this dungeon and begins clearing it out. In these dungeons, real chaos begins. All monsters are constantly trying to get out. Perhaps this is what the goddess meant when she spoke of her second revelation. After looting a dungeon, monsters appear somewhat randomly. It is unclear whether this is a sign of the goddess's favor or a harbinger of misfortune. Looking closely, Kyle suddenly notices the silhouettes of several people moving towards him from the fog. As they come closer, the boy is surprised to recognize them as the very same hunters he helped level up recently. "When did you manage to arrive on Hold Island?" Amelia asks Kyle in surprise. She decides that Bennett came here because of the foggy dungeon. "Hold Island?" the guy asks tensely. Apparently, it's not just monsters mixed together, but the dungeons themselves mixed together. This discovery is truly shocking. Once the initial surprise of the meeting has passed, Kyle begins to explain to the hunters what happened. He went to investigate the anomaly, but it turned out that he entered the Taebaek dungeon. This information confuses everyone. None of the hunters can understand what is going on and why they ended up here. In addition, the dungeon has definitely become larger in size than before. The hunters installed a flag at the gate, but neither it nor the gate itself are visible anymore. Kyle realizes that it was because of the lack of a gate that people were unable to return home. The situation becomes even more unclear. Eventually, Kyle comes to the conclusion that what really happened was a dungeon unification. To the group's delight, Benna reveals that the gate he entered through is intact, meaning they can safely leave. The hunters, suddenly cheerful, set off in the indicated direction, but Amelia is in no hurry to leave. She's worried about Kyle, but the guy is going to stay here and dig into the crack that has appeared. He's sure there must be something else going on besides the dungeon merger. Lost in thought, Bennett stops at the very rift and looks at it carefully. I wonder where this crack leads, from which mutant monsters have already emerged several times. Suddenly, right before Kyle's eyes, someone's hand begins to appear from the rift with a weapon tightly clutched in it. A second later, the entire body becomes visible, and now several huge lizard-like monsters jump out. Is that a giant clothed lizard? Kyle chuckles in surprise. Meanwhile, one of the monsters orders him to get out of the way if he wants to prolong his life for even a few seconds. Kyle had never seen a lizard talk before. Meanwhile, Alex comes to exactly the same conclusions about the merging of the dungeons. He rushed to Hawaii after receiving the first report of it, and immediately I came across an amazing surprise. Directly in front of him, several huge lizards dressed in human clothing and armor are hovering in the air. "I didn't even know there were higher beings here," one of the monsters suddenly says. Alex freezes in place with his mouth wide open in surprise. But even despite the ability to speak, in front of him there are still animals, not people. The man did not expect at all that they would have such amazing skills. But nevertheless, he still doesn't understand what kind of mess is going on here. Hearing this man call them monsters, the lizards ask in bewilderment what this means. Then Alex nods to them at the monsters that also crawled out of the same rift. This humiliating comparison infuriates the lizards. The hunter is still amazed that he actually sees talking lizards in clothes in front of him. "You're a human. You seemed reasonable to me, and I tried to talk to you, but in vain," the lizard says before charging. Now the situation seems a little more familiar to Alex. "Come on." He exhales and draws his sword. The lizard laughs loudly at this weapon, which in his understanding is comparable to a toothpick. Alex calmly replies that he once pierced someone's forehead with chopsticks, and after that even dogs did not disturb his meal. Hearing this, the lizard thinks for a few seconds, and then with a wave of his hand he orders his comrades to remain in their places. He wants to kill this impudent hunter himself, without their help. The lizard and the man clash with their swords and a deafening ringing is heard. Alex understands from the very first blow that he is now facing a very strong opponent. This fight promises to be quite difficult and dangerous. The next blow from the huge lizard confirms Alex's fears that his opponent is not so simple. The lizard looks completely calm and confident. He flies rapidly towards the man, who barely manages to dodge his blows. When their swords clash again, Alex is horrified to realize that this creature's physical strength is simply incredible. The lizard, on the contrary, smirks at the fact that a person with such a level of strength will definitely never defeat him. But Alex fundamentally disagrees with this statement. He only grips his trusty sword tighter and activates one of his most powerful skills. This surprises the lizard, who was sure that there was no point in fighting because the man in front of him was too weak. However, when the blade of someone else's sword reaches his neck, it turns out that this is not the case at all. The lizards who remain nearby look at the decapitated body of their leader with horror and bewilderment. This was not at all the outcome of the battle they expected. As soon as the initial shock of what happened passes, the lizards rush forward with a loud cry to take revenge. But they, just like the leader, are overtaken by death from the sharp blade of Alex's sword. It only takes a few seconds for a hunter to deal with them. Having finished with the lizards, he leans heavily on his own sword, catching his breath. Too late, he thought that he should have left at least one of the monsters alive. But this fight turned out to be too difficult and exhausting even for him. Alex thinks with horror about what would have happened if ordinary hunters had been in his place. It would be a real disaster. Now that the fight is over, Alex is going to tell Kyle everything. Lately, after their skirmish, the man calls Benet nothing less than the executioner. At the same time, something similar is happening in the foggy dungeon. Feeling the alien power, a lizard named Morty offers Kyle to solve all problems through peaceful negotiations. In fact, this is exactly what the hunter himself proposed to them. But the lizards preferred attack to talk, which they now regret. "It's our fault," Morty screams, begging for mercy. These creatures call themselves dragon wings. They are the inheritors of the blood of the very first and greatest dragon. They were driven out of their home and are now looking for a new home. The dragon wings didn't expect to meet such a powerful person as Kyle here. Further hostility towards the hunter will only bring them greater losses. Therefore, the dragon wing invites Kyle to personally meet with their milord and solve all the problems. He believes that a person like Benet deserves a personal meeting. Kyle can't help but laugh at the idea of the dragon wings invading here to cause trouble and then beg for mercy. The lizard has absolutely nothing to say in response to this. Kyle thinks that killing this dragon wing right now would be too easy. But if you leave him alive, there will be a chance to beat useful information out of him. So the first thing he decides to do is check something. Kyle uses his lie detector skill to find out if the dragon wing was really telling him the truth. The next day, the guy video calls Alex to discuss their next steps. Alice is also present next to him, which provokes a storm of jokes from Alex regarding his overly close relationship with Kyle. Becca joins the call, and finally the jokes die down and the hunters get down to business. Alex tells the others that yesterday in the Hawaiian dungeon he encountered some very strong monsters and the fight with them was quite difficult. After listening to his report, Kyle recounts his own identical encounter with the dragon wings. He left one of them alive and sent them back to their master, so now all that remains is to wait. However, there is also a possibility that this winged lizard may return and attack Kyle again. Alice thinks that the situation is not going well. The worst part of all of this right now is that they have no idea who the mysterious master of these monsters is. Apparently, these creatures have something like their own sect. They are quite strong, much stronger than most hunters, and this promises big problems. That's why Kyle left one of them alive, so as not to lose the opportunity to negotiate with these creatures. Benet intends to use this opportunity against the lizard wings themselves. The other hunters agree that this is a good idea. Since the dragon wings have already appeared in Hawaii, Alex will remain there to resolve any possible difficulties. He hopes that if these high-ranking creatures appear again to take revenge, Kyle will help the hunters deal with them. At this point, the call ends and Kyle turns to Alice. The guy wonders if it's possible to change the rules for hunters for a while. Since fewer monsters are appearing now, he suggests sending high-level hunters into difficult dungeons to improve their skills. It's not a bad idea, but Alice is worried about what will happen to the island if Kyle takes all the high-level hunters from there. To this, the guy replies that everything will be fine, because they themselves will go to the island personally. He suggests trying to stay close to each other all the time. Embarrassed, Alice takes this as an offer to live together and blushes deeply. "Calm down, I'm not interested." Kyle laughs in response. The guy just offers to help each other until they deal with the dragon wings. No one knows what to expect from these creatures, so Kyle suggests sticking together at all times. If so, then Alice is all for it. Apparently, the girl was wrong to imagine all these strange things. "I'm sure you'll understand me soon enough," Kyle mutters quietly with a sinister smile. Now the huntress has a very bad feeling about their future work together. A few days later, Kyle, Becca, and Alice finally venture into the foggy dungeon. This place lives up to its name, and it is quite difficult to see anything through the thick fog. Kyle brought them both here for one specific purpose. He wants Becca and Alice to see and feel everything for themselves. Lately, more and more powerful individuals are attacking them, and they have to prove their strength to them. And now these strange dragon wings. That's why Kyle wants Becca and Alice to become stronger and stronger so they can keep up with them. Both girls readily agree with these arguments. The hunter suggests that they attack him simultaneously as a training exercise, and if their combined attack hits him even once, he will acknowledge their strength. Kyle is confident that even with a combined force, it will be very difficult. But it will be even more fun this way. Therefore, with anticipation, the hunter asks to attack him properly, with all his strength. The girls exchange a few awkward glances before joining forces, but after a few seconds they scatter in opposite directions to attack from different positions. Alice makes the first attempt, rushing at Kyle with her sword at the ready. But the hunter easily clamps the blade of her sword between two fingers, preventing her from touching him. And although Alice attacked with all her strength, it was still too slow. Meanwhile, Becca, hoping to take advantage of the moment, sneaks up from behind and shoots. Kyle activates her Zanpakudo, and all her arrows are shattered by the obstacle that appears. The girl indignantly screams that it was unfair because Kyle didn't even use his hands. The hunter only laughs in response, saying that injustice makes people stronger. These words make the girl remember how her brother recently abandoned her in a restaurant, and this memory makes her even angrier. She simply has to slap this impudent fellow in the face for all the past grievances. The girls attack simultaneously again, but their strength runs out frighteningly quickly, and they are already lying tired on the grass. But despite the defeat, the level of both hunters increased quite a lot because of this battle. Alice takes the opportunity to say that she enjoys spending time with Becca. Kyle, watching them, is glad that the two get along so well. And since they have already rested and are able to talk, it is time to return to the battle. A whole week passes unnoticed due to constant training, until Kyle receives breaking news. An hour ago, a call for help came from Hawaii, where more than a dozen dungeons had united. Most of the hunters are no longer able to cope, and now Alex has taken on all the consequences. The man understands that Kyle will not be able to arrive here anytime soon, and he will have to cope on his own. The dragon wings surrounding him with a nervous chuckle. The leader of these monsters has only one question which he asks the man. His relatives, who came here recently, never returned home. And the dragon wing wonders if Alex knows anything about this. Of course, the leader himself already knows who is to blame for their death. But now that he has received confirmation, he will definitely not be tormented by his conscience for killing this hunter. "Pay for your sins, human!" he shouts, and the monsters attack the calmly standing Alex from all sides. And this makes him furious. Having repelled their attack, the man attacks in response, putting all the force of his rage into this attack. The dragon wing growls angrily and clenches its jaws, but does not give in. With a sharp jerk, he dispels Alex's magic and attacks again. The two forces collide and fall to the ground, causing a terrifyingly powerful explosion. Having recovered slightly from the collision, Alex sits up and brushes sand off his face. Seeing that the man survived, the leader of the dragon wings is filled with enthusiasm. He concentrates magic around himself, preparing to continue this fight. He orders his subordinates to remain in place and not interfere with him while he catches this rat. He desperately wants to see what this little man is capable of. "You dare threaten me like that? Is a branch dangerous to a tree?" Alex asks with a mocking smile. This mockery leaves the dragon wing speechless for a few seconds. Meanwhile, Alex is already launching a new attack. He is about to cut off the head of this monster, but suddenly notices that magic is flowing around the lizard wing. Alex realizes with horror that these monsters can use magic, which makes them twice as dangerous. But it's too late to retreat. The dragon wing attacks with its magic and Alex is unable to dodge the blow. This lizard is much stronger than the previous one he killed a week ago. The two lizards left behind at this time laugh mockingly, watching Alex's attempts to deal with their leader. But this does not bother the man at all, but only gives him a little more strength. Now is the time to catch them off guard, which is exactly what he intends to do. Alex, timing his moment well, swings and attacks again. And this time he hits the target right on target, and his weapon cuts off the lizard's arm at the forearm. "How dare you, little human?" The dragon wing roars furiously, clutching his shoulder. Alex leaves these words unanswered and rushes into battle again. "Stop," the lizard suddenly says, and time seems to slow down. Alex's whole body feels heavy and he can't move an inch. Obeying the voiced order, the man actually stops and, as a result, falls down with a crash. He tries to reach for his weapon, but the monstrous pressure again prevents him from doing so. The lizard descends and steps on the man's hand, breaking his fingers with a crunch. He had to use dragon powers on such an empty and insignificant creature as this little man, so Alex will have to pay for this with his life. But at the moment when the lizard's magic almost reaches the man's face, something happens. Not feeling the expected pain, Alex opens his eyes. Looking up, he sees Kyle easily catching the dragon wing by the arm and stopping the flow of magic. "Are you completely out of your minds creating such a mess?" The guy smiles at Alex, and then he kicks the lizard right in the chest as soon as he tries to speak. The other lizards cry out in surprise when they see this. With just one blow, their leader flew back several meters and crashed to the ground, raising a pile of dust. Having recovered from the shock, the lizards immediately rush to him to help. Kyle, meanwhile, turns to Alex to find out what's going on. He sends a small stream of magic into the confused man, healing and restoring him. Alex wonders how the executioner managed to get to Hawaii so quickly. With no small amount of pride, Kyle replies that he teleported here as soon as he learned about what happened. Alex stands up, resting his hand on his knee, and warns the executioner that the main lizard has an ability similar to the punishing blade, so he should be careful with him. To the man's surprise, Kyle does not react to this information in any way and remains just as imperturbably calm. If this lizard is stronger than Alex, then most likely his level has already exceeded 80. Therefore, it is not even surprising that his arm has already grown back, although it was cut off quite recently. Kyle knows that they are dragons, the most elite of the dragon wings. Now the leader of this group of lizards understands that in front of them stands the very man who sent their brother Morty to arrange a meeting with the Overlord. And Benet is perplexed by what kind of mess they have created here if they were talking about peace negotiations. Apparently, this particular squad is extremely skeptical and, instead of talking, is going to kill Kyle right here. This means they won't be able to continue the dialogue and the hunter has no choice but to deal with them in a less peaceful way. None of the lizards have time to do anything when Bennett begins to attack. With just one blow, he deals with 2 dragon wings at once with unprecedented ease. He only needs one lizard to talk to. "Stop!" The surviving dragon wing screams, using its domination magic. And to his horror, he sees that his power has absolutely no effect on this guy. Let's start with a physical dialogue. The hunter grins, clenching his fists. After a few minutes and a couple dozen blows, the lizard finally admits that their master responded positively to the offer of negotiations. If it weren't for this, Kyle would have killed this monster in the blink of an eye. But since this is impossible to do, he only knocks him out with another precise blow of magic. As much as I wouldn't like to, I still shouldn't kill him. Alex, who had been watching the battle with admiration the whole time, admits that he had a very hard time today, but he would never die without saying goodbye to the executioner. The man is incredibly curious about the level of his new friend's martial arts, probably no less than 100th. Kyle hopes that next time he'll come across someone smarter than these lizards. Morty actually returned to his world not long ago to tell his master what happened. This lizard personally felt how great was the power of the man who defeated him. After hearing his report, the Dragon Wing Lord decides to travel to the alien world and meet with Kyle Benet. The hunter himself, having dealt with the lizards, decides to temporarily remain near this rift in case monsters appear from it again. Perhaps next time the dragon itself will emerge from it. The Lord of the Dragon Wings. Alex hopes that this will happen very soon, because, apparently, this dragon is the only one with whom he can have a normal conversation. Kyle asks the man to set up a temporary camp in the observation dungeon so that he can rest there, and the guy asks that the lizard he left alive be carefully packed. He needs to be processed a little and sent to headquarters, and he allows Alex to keep the 2 killed lizards. Even though they are cut in half, they are still quite suitable for research, and the man is completely delighted by this. They'll make excellent material, so Alex gratefully shakes the executioner's hand several times. Nowadays, dragon scales and their bones are one of the most valuable and high-quality materials. Perhaps we can make something very useful out of them. Okay, let's get started. Kyle laughs, appreciating such wild enthusiasm. He hopes that the dragon they are expecting is strong enough to be a good shield against the monsters and help him in carrying out all his plans. Alex goes off to prepare the temporary camp, and by nightfall the building is completely ready and equipped. If you look inside, you can see Alex busy working on his laptop, and Kyle lying on one of the folding beds, thinking about something important and playing with magic on his fingertips. But suddenly he freezes, listening to something. Alex does the same, immediately stopping his work. "Did you feel it too?" Kyle asks him, sitting up in bed. They both feel strange, as if some kind of weight has fallen upon them. Kyle guesses that the guest they have been waiting for has arrived. As they step outside, they immediately notice a huge magical network stretching across the sky. At the center of this network, a rift glows brightly, expanding more and more with each passing second. Benet is sure that this is what teleportation magic looks like. Together with Alex, they remain standing next to the magical network, waiting for their guest. And finally, somewhere in the depths of the rift, someone's silhouette appears. A split second later, a huge white dragon flies out, deafening everyone with its loud roar. Even though the hunters were expecting him to appear, they still froze in their places in surprise. The dragon was truly enormous in size. It looked beautiful and majestic. Seeing the people waiting for him, the white dragon descended straight towards them and leaned down lower, looking at them carefully. With a nervous chuckle, Alex noted that this creation was very different from the previous ones. From this reaction, the dragon understands that these people are already familiar with his dragon-winged lizards. He asks if they can talk, and Kyle says yes. The dragon explains that he came here to talk specifically with Kyle Benet. The hunter laughs and points at himself, saying his name. This surprises the dragon a little. The man in front of him doesn't look too strong. "So you're Orville, the master of Morty and the rest of the dragonflights?" Kyle asks, just to be sure. The dragon nods in agreement, confirming his words. Kyle has never had a dragon to talk to, so he's very excited. Orville says that if this is really Kyle Benet, he must know the location of his people, who recently also went to this world. The hunter replies that he killed them all because they were too hostile towards people, and dialogue with them was simply impossible. Orville had already guessed this when he lost contact with them, but now he was completely convinced. Even though he ordered them not to act rashly, the lizard still behaved unworthily. So Orville bows his head slightly and apologizes for the behavior of his fellow men. Kyle is surprised by the huge dragon's calm and politeness, but despite this, he is still outraged that Alex almost died fighting these lizards alone. Alex laughs awkwardly and waves it off, saying that he was not in any danger and that the executioner did all the work for him. "Are you sure you've dealt with everyone?" Orville asks. Kyle wonders why he would lie about such things. In fact, the dragon is not sure that in front of him is the same person that Morty told him about. So Kyle activates the soul sword skill to prove that he is the hunter. The dragon watches this tensely until the magic is directed directly at him. Then Orville growls indignantly and activates the shield, blocking the attacking swords. The blades touch the erected shield and disappear without harming the dragon. Kyle calmly says there's no need to worry. He simply proved that he was exactly what the dragon was looking for. Orville now believes that it is Kyle Benet and that he actually has the power to defeat the dragon. He is impressed by such skills, and the hunter laughs proudly upon hearing the praise. Orville wonders if all the people on this earth are of the same level as Kyle. The hunters respond that this is not quite true, and Bennett is currently the strongest of all living. Likewise, Orville is the strongest in his world. Now that they've finally figured everything out, Kyle thinks it's time to move on to negotiations. Orville agrees to this proposal, and then suddenly he casts a spell in an unknown language and streams of magic begin to swirl around him. And suddenly, in the place where the dragon had just stood, a man appeared before the astonished hunters. Orville realized that their conversation would drag on, so he decided to adopt a more convenient form of communication. "So you can turn into a human," Kyle cried out indignantly upon seeing this. Instead of answering, the dragon again uttered some spell in an unknown language. This immediately made the hunters tense up, Kyle immediately asked menacingly what exactly Orville had done. The dragon was quite amused by such sincere indignation. None of the three of them noticed the observer lurking nearby. The stranger listened attentively to their conversation, trying not to give himself away with a sound. And at the moment when the dragon turned into a man, the observer disappeared into thin air. Meanwhile, Orville reassures Kyle, explaining that he merely cast a translation spell to facilitate their conversation. And indeed, it has become much more convenient. The dragon explains that Morty recently came running to him, terrified, telling him about a very scary and cruel man named Kyle Bennett, who almost killed him. It was not the most useful report, containing almost no information. If Orville had faced Bennett now, without knowing his abilities, he would have died in battle. Kyle appreciates this kind of honesty. He who bears the name of the dragon never lies, for that is deceiving himself. Besides, Orville already understood that even if he bluffed, Kyle still wouldn't be afraid. That's just the way he is. The hunter already has a rough idea of what this dragon will ask of him. Initially, this people was going to invade their world, but they realized that nothing would come of it and changed their strategy. Much to the dragon's confusion, he cannot deny it. Kyle thinks the best way is to pretend they don't notice each other. From these words, the joyful dragon concludes that he and his people will be allowed to remain and live in this world. But this is not entirely true. Kyle has a much better idea for this. He will allow Orville and his dragon wings to live here, in this world. As soon as the dragon heard these words, he immediately rushed to shake the hunter's hand in gratitude. But the smile quickly disappears from his face as Kyle continues speaking. Even if he allows them to stay here, the rest of the people of this world will not agree, and the dragon wing people will not be able to integrate into society. Therefore, there is a more convenient and beneficial option for everyone. Kyle invites Orville and his lizards to stay and live here, in the dungeon. This instantly kills all the enthusiasm that the dragon had already been filled with. After all, this is not at all what he expected when he teleported here. What's the problem? Kyle asks, slightly threateningly. After all, he will allow the dragon and his lizards to move here, allocate land, and all that will need to be done in return is to kill the monsters that come. Orville had already realized that he and his people were going to be used as a human shield between people and monsters, so you should have been prepared for this. Without hiding his intentions at all, Kyle laughs. Orville grits his teeth in anger, but keeps all his indignation to himself. In the end, he has no other options, so he has to agree to these conditions. However, he will have a few requests for Kyle. The dragon knows that there have been cases where cracks inside the dungeon have widened or merged. Since food supplies may be irregular because of this, he wants to ask hunters for financial support. Besides this, there is a second request. Orville would like to be allowed access to Earth alone, at least for himself. In case there is no connection between the dungeons in which his people will be staying, he will need a way to contact Kyle or other hunters. Kyle asks Alex what he thinks about this. The man replies that everything is fine if the dragon behaves sensibly and does not do anything stupid. What happens if I say I agree? Kyle asks. The dragon replies that then the negotiations can be considered over. At this point, they shake hands and Kyle asks Orville to convey all the necessary information to his people. At this point, they conclude the negotiations and the man turns into a dragon again. The hunters wish him a good journey and Orville teleports back home. After the dragon returned to his world, the dungeons continue to open. But now they are inhabited by migrating dragon-winged lizards. And thanks to their supervision of the portals, the situation smoothed out a little. For a while, Kyle didn't have to worry about dungeons anymore. Everything was going well, and even if monsters appeared, the dragon-winged ones would definitely cope with them. Sometime later, Orville meets Kyle Benet again. He had been busy surveying new lands lately, so he had not been able to talk properly about his access to the land. Kyle became curious about how exactly the dragon planned to contact all the dungeons at once, since they were scattered all over the planet. Orville explains that he will teleport, he only needs to know the coordinates to use space travel. Kyle had never dreamed of such an opportunity before, so he jumps at the idea with enthusiasm. It's incredible that all you need to do is calculate the coordinates correctly to move. After all, his teleportation is currently limited to the visible range, and he needs to use it several times to move a greater distance. Therefore, the opportunity to significantly simplify and speed up his movements delights him. Kyle hopefully asks the dragon if he too can use this method of travel. If it works, it will solve a lot of his problems. The dragon thinks for a few seconds. Even though it's dragon magic, Orville is pretty sure Kyle can master it too, as he has great strength and advanced skills. In exchange for his help, the dragon asks the boy for support if the number of monsters invading the dungeons suddenly increases significantly. Kyle agrees without any problems because if the dungeons fall, then the next ones will be the people on Earth. Orville breathes a sigh of relief when he hears agreement to his condition, and immediately begins to teach Kyle all the intricacies of moving through space using the dragon method, until suddenly they are distracted by extraneous noise somewhere nearby. One of the hunters emerges from the nearby bushes, looking rather frightened and exhausted. Kyle immediately rushes to meet him to find out what happened. It's all about an urgent report from headquarters. The hunter breathes heavily, catching his ragged breath before explaining the problem that has arisen. In the center of Buchan, and hunters are no longer able to cope with this catastrophe. Kyle curses when he hears this news. Above the busy streets of the city, in a sky painted the color of dried blood, huge leathery winged creatures soared. Their screams, piercing and eerie, echoed throughout the city, terrifying the residents. One of the townspeople, screaming for help, tried to escape from the monster that was already diving towards him from the sky. Luckily for the man, one of the hunters arrived just in time, cutting the monster in half with a precise blow of his sword. If it weren't for him, the townsman would already be dead. Becca is right at the epicenter of what is happening, shooting with all her might at the monsters approaching the people. Thanks to diligent training, each of her arrows hits the target accurately. The monsters, as if mown down, fall to the ground, having caught the first arrow. Who would have thought that extremely dangerous monsters would suddenly emerge from the dungeon? And in such numbers, Becca spends all her available strength fighting the maddened monsters. But, unfortunately, this is not enough. There are too many of these monsters and the huntress's powers are far from endless. The problem is rapidly gaining momentum. There are still too many residents left in the city who did not manage to evacuate in time. Becca isn't sure she can hold out until they're all safe. Right now, one of the largest and most ferocious winged monsters is rushing towards the girl. She fires another arrow, her strength running low. This time, one arrow is not enough to destroy the furiously roaring monster. To her horror, Becca realizes that she can't stand it and needs to get out of here as quickly as possible. Right now, her internal energy has run out and she has no time to protect herself. As if sensing weakness, the monster flies even faster and almost catches up with the exhausted huntress. But suddenly, just in time, alien magic intervenes, easily cutting off the monster's head from its body. Becca was already preparing to take on the last battle of her life, but this time luck did not turn its back on her. Kyle arrived at the perfect time, because a few more seconds and his sister would have died. The huntress asks her brother in surprise when he managed to get here. After all, literally just now he was still on Hold Island. Kyle immediately begins treating his sister, while simultaneously telling her about a new method of transportation. The bad news reached him right in the middle of his studies, and it took a lot of effort to get here so soon. Becca is glad he arrived so quickly because the situation is clearly not going well. Kyle felt like these monsters were different from the ones he had seen before. The hunter decides to take the easy way out and get rid of all the monsters at once with fire, which is what he immediately begins to do. Becca watches the monsters being slaughtered with her mouth wide open in amazement, once again amazed by her brother's incredible abilities. Fire engulfs each of the monsters, instantly burning them to ashes. In an extremely short time, Kyle deals with a whole horde of huge, ferocious monsters. He's dealt with the biggest problem, so now he asks his sister to take care of the remaining little things. He himself, having barely said a couple of words to his confused sister, returns back, taking one of the monsters with him. Upon returning, he complains to the dragon that he needs to quickly master his teleportation method to the end, so as not to waste so much energy on movement. "But what is that beast behind you?" Orville asks in surprise. As if just remembering this, Kyle glances briefly at the bound monster he brought with him. The guy picks up the monster with magic and throws it right in front of the dragon to study it better. Something has clearly changed in the world, as for the first time, more than 1,000 extremely dangerous monsters have been released. Orville, in turn, carefully probes the brought monster with his magic. When he finishes, he is truly horrified. From what he felt, these monsters were touched by real demons. That's why Kyle felt something strange coming from the monsters. These beasts are imbued with demonic magic, and it is in this area that demons are most skillfully controlled. It's just not clear why they would do such a thing to these monsters. Kyle starts to get nervous and demands some advice or a sensible thought from the thoughtful dragon. First of all, Orville suggests making sure that this wasn't just a joke. Demons have such a way of thinking that they simply need to have fun all the time. And the scale of this fun can be so different that sometimes it even turns out to be beyond human comprehension. It is not without reason that the dragon and his brethren avoid these demons. However, these creatures are far from stupid, and if what happened happens again, they are definitely up to something. But the fact that it was they who touched the beasts from other dimensions is beyond any doubt. This means that they can pass through dimensions at any moment, and sooner or later they will definitely make their way to Earth. All this information makes Kyle grab his head. He asks the dragon and his people to protect at least the dungeons. He himself will need to periodically check existing portals and catch extremely dangerous monsters, as well as find a way to detect new portals. Orville sympathetically notes how much Kyle will now have to worry about. The skills of those who are considered hunters in this world are average, and ordinary people are even weaker. But even with Kyle's help, it will take a very long time to sort all this out. Suddenly, Orville says that Benet is too strong, as if under the protection of some divine being. These words make the guy smile bitterly. Was it really protection to lock a 20-year-old boy in a cave with only a book thrown at him? Be that as it may, he achieved this level through his own efforts. Whether some divine being was present at this time, Kyle himself does not know. At this time, the demons continued to commit their atrocities in the dungeons, bloodthirstily dealing with the hunters. These people are too weak to fight them for their own lives. None of the hunters the demon encountered managed to last even a few minutes against this creature. It was too easy for the demon to penetrate this world. Now he looks forward to the fun that is coming. All news channels are broadcasting reports that the people who went missing during the latest incident in Buchan have still not been found. The government and the martial arts guild quickly repair the damage and make every effort to defeat the remaining monsters. People sit in front of their television screens in horror, listening to this news. The US and Russia, which have level 70 hunters, are suffering huge losses. The reason for the minimal damage to the country is the presence of Kyle Benet, who put in a lot of effort to deal with the monsters that escaped. The hunter himself, sometime after this event, arrives in Russia at the international airport. There he is met by a Russian huntress named Maria. She is glad that such a friendly atmosphere reigns between the hunters, and they come to each other's aid. Kyle Benet asked her to take him to the dungeon with the dragon wings, which she intends to do. And yet, the girl is very interested in why the hunter is heading there. The thing is, the dragon wings guard the portals to the dungeon, so Kyle wants to create a way for them to communicate. The girl will find out everything else on the spot when they get there. Maria looks at Kyle with suspicion, not understanding what her friend Alex saw so wonderful about this guy. Kyle rolls his eyes at the look and wonders how much longer she's going to stare at him. Without the slightest embarrassment, Maria replies that she is simply surprised that he is stronger than Alex, although he looks like an ordinary person. She finds it hard to believe that he really has such great power. Therefore, the girl suggests that they fight at least once when they arrive at the place. From all the stories she's heard, this guy is simply a monster, so this desire to fight seems completely natural and expected to her. Finally, they arrive at the entrance to the dungeon, and Maria tells Kyle that in Murim, she was the Empress of Water and Ice. She was one of the best in the Ice Palace. Attack! Kyle smiles, giving her a head start. Maria is not going to miss the opportunity and attacks immediately. From her outstretched hand, a powerful wave of icy, deadly energy immediately extends towards Kyle. But Benet easily dodges this magic, jumping out of the line of attack. Unbeknownst to Maria, he somehow suddenly appears right behind her. The girl doesn't notice him right away, and when she feels movement behind her, she tries to turn around. But Kyle's hand was already landing on her shoulder, shrouded in the same icy magic as her own. This is where their duel ends. Maria admits that Kyle really deserves the praise she heard from Alex. The girl's desire to win also impresses and pleases Benet. I can't even imagine how strong you are. Maria laughs admiringly, because that's exactly what you'd expect from someone who slew a dragon. Kyle raises both fists and says that he and that dragon just had a peace talk, after which they came to an agreement. The right fist is peaceful, and the left fist is called conversation. Now that he and Maria have figured everything out, Kyle wants to resolve the issue with this dungeon as quickly as possible. He stretches his hand forward, performing all the necessary manipulations with the entrance to the dungeon. Turning to Maria, he asks her to watch carefully, and then suddenly he evaporates somewhere as if he was never there. The girl looks around in confusion, not understanding where the hunter suddenly disappeared to. Finally, after several long seconds, she hears Kyle's voice behind her. The guy explains that he simply activated the dragon connection across all the gates, and Orville, standing next to him, is that very method of moving through space. The dragon approaches the huntress to introduce himself and get acquainted. He hands the girl a business card with his number, which she can call if she needs help from the dragon himself or his people. Orville himself is going to return to his people to explain to them everything that is happening. Kyle thanks him for his cooperation, and the dragon leaves for the portal. Now that all the business here is finished, we can go back. Kyle plans to get some rest, but all his plans are ruined by another phone call. He picks up the phone and again receives not the best news. Benet thanks the girl for accompanying him and is going to return home right now. Something has happened in his country that requires his immediate presence. Having barely finished speaking, Kyle once again literally disappears into thin air. But Maria herself is already being called by one of her employees. The man runs up to her and hands her the tablet so she can see everything with her own eyes. Maria takes the device in her hands and her gaze opens to another attack of high-ranking monsters. This time, the disaster occurs somewhere in western Yakutia. It appears that there was a previously undiscovered dungeon nearby. Maria decides to go there right now to resolve the situation. But even so, the country faces serious casualties and multiple losses. Meanwhile, Kyle had already returned to his home country, where high-ranking fire monsters were waiting for him. Before his arrival, Alice tried to cope with the influx of these terrible monsters on her own. And although her strength has increased quite a bit recently thanks to her training, these fiery creatures are not so easy to defeat. But the girl fights, sparing no effort and wasting the last bits of her remaining strength. At the moment when another crowd of monsters rushes at her, the hunter is shielded by the materialized Kyle. Just like before, the guy shows up incredibly on time. Using ice magic, he easily freezes the monsters attacking him. Under the influence of ice magic, their bodies begin to gradually fade away and fall apart. Having finished with them, the guy turns to Alice to find out how things are right now. He learns that things are getting worse. Alice is trying to stop the monsters trying to get out of the dungeon, and the rest of the hunters have been sent to fight in the city center. Kyle orders the girl to stay here, as her skill is enough to hold back the influx of monsters. He himself is about to go to the city to help the other hunters and instantly teleports. Apparently, at least 1,000 monsters had already gathered there. When he gets there, he sees a terrifying picture. The city is overflowing with bloodthirsty monsters from a variety of dungeons. Benet glances around to assess the situation. The hunters fight with all their might, but it is clearly not enough to win. So Kyle activates his subjugation skill and gives the monsters an order. But to his surprise, absolutely nothing happens and the battle continues. These bastards refuse to obey? Kyle can't believe his eyes. This attempt to subjugate the monsters did not go unnoticed by the demons present there, and they are clearly angry at such a brazen interference in their entertainment. Having clearly identified the source of the domination magic, the demon quickly moves towards Kyle. He immediately understood who exactly had suddenly decided to interfere with their plans. "Who are you?" the demon asks, staring at Bennett. It doesn't take Kyle long to figure out who's standing in front of him. When the demon realizes that the guy is not going to answer his questions, he decides to hit him with his own weapon. "Down!" he commands, using subordination in the same way. This comes as a surprise to Kyle. Together with the demon, they actually jump to the ground and stand opposite each other. A crowd of exactly the same creatures immediately gathers next to the monster. "Are you the one who tried to control us?" the demon asks Kyle again. But in response, he receives nothing but an indifferent look and silence. Enraged, the demon starts screaming, demanding an answer and again using the magic of subjugation. But this time he doesn't get what he wants. Kyle simply calmly says that he doesn't want to answer stupid questions. The demons are surprised to realize that their magic has no effect on him. Meanwhile, Kyle decides that this creature talks too much and decides to take action. Without changing his indifferent expression, he activates his sword skill. Immediately, another explosion is heard, and this pleases Kyle much more than any conversation. When the column of dust that had risen into the air clears, the surviving demons are met with a picture of their group lying lifeless corpses on the ground. This is something they would never expect from an ordinary person. Kyle adds fuel to the fire by asking why these demons are so weak. The leader of the monsters, in a rage, gives the order to open fire and kill this impudent fellow. Demons don't need to be told twice. They themselves are happy to avenge their fallen brethren. At the ends of the arrows they fire. Dense clots of demonic, deadly magic glow. But Kyle, as always, looks completely unperturbed. The arrows reach their target. Another explosion is heard and everything is covered in dust and dirt rising into the air. When it dissipates, the demons see Kyle again, safe and sound. Now their leader begins to get quite nervous and again gives the order for everyone to rush into the attack. Without further ado, the demons obey his command and rush into battle. In their hands are sharpened spears, the tips of which are aimed directly at Kyle. But the guy with a bored face stops their weapons with his bare hands. The demon, whose spear the hunter intercepted, cries out in amazement. With his next move, Kyle simply throws the monster aside, snatching the spear from its hands. "Is this some kind of joke?" he laughs, and immediately activates his own sword-fighting skill. Now it was his turn to show what he was capable of. Having dealt with the demons that attacked him, Kyle takes out his phone and dials someone's number. He asks to tell Orville to come out of the dungeon and move here to him. Having finished the conversation, the hunter turns his gaze to the new group of demons approaching him. This time they already know that this person is not so simple, so their faces are tense and a little scared. Suddenly, Kyle asks them to wait a minute, and suddenly, it instantly disappears from their field of vision. The demons look at each other in bewilderment. A few seconds later, something starts happening again at the place where the missing person was. Orville appears and asks Kyle, surprised. But turning his head, he himself understands what the problem is. Now the dragon also really wants to know what these demons are doing here. And what Kyle, who is extremely angry, wants to know even more, is how they got here in the first place, if Orville was supposed to deal with them back in the dungeons. The dragon himself does not understand how this happened, and asks the hunter to let him talk to these demons first. And immediately he directs a stream of his dragon magic towards the bewildered monsters. This magic overtakes absolutely every one of the demons gathered here. She easily entangles their bodies, killing them instantly. And only the leader of all these demons remains alive. But even he cannot withstand such pressure and falls to the ground with a crash, unconscious. Now the dragon was convinced of his suspicions. Judging by the fact that this demon barely withstood the dragon's attack, his level is not high at all. As for the dead monsters, they are very low-level demons that can only shoot and are not capable of anything else. Now we need to understand what these creatures are up to. Orville himself did not expect that the higher and lower demons could unite and attack. Together with Kyle, he approaches the higher one, who is growling angrily at them. Even though mind control is this demon's specialty, it won't stop them from interrogating him. By the time they finish, Alice joins the men. Kyle called her to discuss the situation. He points to the dead demons to the girl and explains that they are the vanguard team, made up of the weakest creatures. They are at the lowest level and know absolutely no useful information. Most likely, they can only be reached through that incomprehensible portal from which all these controlled monsters arrived here. Alice sighs tiredly that all this is very complicated. Kyle places a reassuring hand on her shoulder and tells her not to worry about it too much. At least there's only one such dungeon, and they just have to take better care of it. Alice worries not only about her hunters, but also about other countries. Kyle is convinced that everything will be fine, and Alex will be able to take care of the US. And Maria is quite capable of dealing with security in Russia. They themselves now need to focus on this dangerous dungeon. Once again, their conversation is interrupted by another phone call. And this is bad news again. North Korea is also experiencing an influx of monsters. It's been quite a while since Kyle finished cleaning up this country. After Vince took control of the country, conflicts between North and South ceased, and relations between the two Koreas became calmer. And now, Kyle keeps in touch with the hunters here too. So when a breakthrough happens, he's the first person Vince calls. Kyle asks the man to tell him more about what happened. He learns that new monsters in human form have emerged from Mount Kumgan. Vince immediately mobilized all nearby units for defense. But the monsters have broken bridges and destroyed several villages. Looks like they are from that side too. Kyle wants to know how the hunters are doing and if they are coping with the influx of monsters. Vince replies that they don't have enough strength, so he's calling for help. Benet isn't sure he can help them, so he takes a few minutes to think. He ends the call and Alice immediately approaches the guy. The girl asks if he is going to help North Korean hunters. Kyle replies that he is not sure, as he is already too busy and does not have enough time for anything. Alice comes up with a wonderful, simple idea. The girl suggests sending the dragon wings to help, but not telling anyone anything. This idea seemed very good to Benny. So within a few days, the best dragon wings were sent to the north. With their methods, they easily exterminated all the demons. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until one moment. For some unknown reason, during one of the battles, the demons evaporated, and along with them, half of the group of dragon wings sent there disappeared. Nobody knows how it happened or where they all went. And even Kyle has no idea how this could have happened. Orville suggests that the squad may have simply lost contact with him. However, this is unlikely, since the squad was not declared missing by people, but by one of the high-ranking dragon wings. And now Kyle is going to go to North Korea to find out for himself what happened there. So, after just a short time, he is already flying there, comfortably seated on the back of a huge white dragon. Orville is extremely unhappy with this fact, but Kyle does not know the necessary coordinates, even though he has already been there once. Finally, the dragon and the man arrive at the right place. They go down and Kyle jumps off Orville's back. The dragon immediately turns into a man. Now they can finally sort out this difficult situation. As soon as they get closer, Vince is already there to meet them. The first thing Orville is interested in now is where his surviving people are now. Vince points his hand in the direction and the dragon follows him. The hunter opens the entrance to the desired tent and Orville and Kyle go inside. "My lord!" The dragons and lizards cry out with joy when they see their master. "Rastus is missing?" the overlord asks. The dragon wing bows its head politely Otis, confirming these words. When the detachment did not return, he himself went to the place where it all happened. "But I didn't find anything there except one thing. This is a protective artifact that belonged to Rastus, and if it's broken, then most likely it means that the dragon wing is already dead." Orville wants to personally inspect the place of disappearance and asks Otis to take him there. Kyle expresses a desire to join in and figure this out together. Pretty soon they reach the very place that now looks like a scene of a bloody massacre. The upset dragon bends down to one of the bodies of his dead people to examine it. Apparently, the demon stopped Rastus before he could use his full power. This is only possible with a very large difference in strength. As far as Orville can tell, it looks like a demon spirit. This is the first time Kyle has heard of such a thing. The dragon explains that this is the name given to the highest ruling class of demons, who have abilities similar to his own. Kyle is starting to get pretty annoyed that as soon as he deals with one problem, another one appears. Whoever these demons are, he suggests that Orville continue the search and find the missing Rastus and the others. Meanwhile, the missing dragons are being tortured by the demons who captured them. "What? Have you already lost consciousness?" One of the monsters mocks the body of the exhausted dragon. The demon hoped that this weakling would last at least one day. Because of him, he lost the bet, and this makes the demon furious. And next to them stands a powerful demon named Fergus, carefully watching the approach of Kyle and Orville through a magic ball. Seeing that they have gotten very close, the demon orders everyone else to shut up and stop messing around. Those they were waiting for are already here. So Fergus gives the order to deal with these guests before they do anything wrong. "Can I take on Kyle Bani?" Demon Rocky raises his hand. Fergus is not sure that this demon will cope, because Kyle is strong enough and has already defeated one of them. In response to this, the demon who had volunteered only laughs that it is natural to want to fight someone stronger. Fergus doesn't want such enthusiasm to interfere with their grand plan, but still, today he will go about his business, and Rocky will meet with Kyle, and in just a week, they will be leaving for Russia. So now Rocky boards a Chinese fishing boat and heads quickly towards Korea. Border guards notice them almost immediately. They demand that the ship be stopped immediately, as it has entered the boundaries of another country's economic zone. To their surprise, the border guards realize that this boat has no intention of stopping. And the closer she swims, the more frightening it becomes for these people. Right at the stern of the boat stands a bloodthirsty demon, whose figure is enveloped in flowing poisonous magic. "People?" Rocky smiles. Having dealt with the border guards, the demon sails to the shore in their own boat. Now he can complete the task given to him by Fergus. As soon as his feet touch the ground, Rocky immediately flies like an arrow into the city. He lands in the very center of a busy square. As soon as the townspeople see him, panic begins. Rocky reaches out to a couple of people standing fearfully next to him, and a moment later the guy's head explodes, staining everything around with blood. The demon, his eyes glowing with pleasure, licks away with his sharp tongue the drops of someone else's blood that have fallen on his face. He then loudly promises to kill every single person present unless Kyle Bani appears before him. Gumgan with the dragon in search of the missing people. Another call distracts him from this useless activity. A previously unknown number appears on the screen. The guy answers the call and immediately winces from the excessively loud shouting on the other end. It's a call from the president of South Korea, and it's so urgent that the man had to call Kyle directly without the agency's permission. Bani thought that another dungeon breach had occurred, but this time something different had happened. The president says that in the center of Incheon, a monster unlike any he has ever seen is killing citizens. Bani himself comes to him. The hunter immediately asks to send him the location and disconnects. Orville asks worriedly what happened this time. Kyle says that some kind of monster is looking for him, and most likely it is a demon. Meanwhile, Rocky continues to kill, but even such a fun activity is already boring him. He was about to deal with the next unfortunate citizens when Kyle appeared between him and the people. Rocky immediately asks the guy who appears who he is. Kyle turns to the people and orders them to run away from here right now. They don't need to be told twice, and now the townspeople are running as fast as they can to a safe place. Kyle looks around and sees with regret that the demon has already killed quite a lot of people. Meanwhile, Rocky begins to realize that this is the same Kyle Bani. Has my name really spread that much? The hunter snorts with displeasure. Rocky replies that he heard about him from the Dragon Wing. Rastus wanted to personally get to know such an interesting mutation among all these dung beetles. Kyle thinks that since the demon came to him, he could have been more polite. But isn't that why I called you? Rocky laughs madly, pointing to the piles of corpses behind him. Kyle doesn't understand what kind of nonsense this demon is talking about. But apparently there will be no conversation here, so he will have to act in his usual way. With a good swing, Kyle delivers a powerful blow to the solar plexus, and the force of the blow throws the demon upward. Kyle immediately rushes after him. Having come to his senses, the demon gathers magic in his fist to attack in response. But suddenly he realizes that he cannot move. Benet at this time swings again and strikes, this time with his foot straight into the jaw, which crunches loudly. One blow doesn't seem enough to him, so he raises his leg again to repeat. This time he puts a little more force into the blow, venting the anger and irritation that has built up inside him. The demon falls to the ground with a scream, breaking through the asphalt with his body, and only manages to open his mouth again to curse. But Kyle interrupts his flow of speech with a humiliating slap. After a few more blows, he calmly pins the demon to the ground with his foot, loudly complaining that he shouldn't have called him here since he himself is so weak. No longer wasting time on senseless beatings, the hunter uses the compulsion skill to find out everything this demon knows. Rocky gasps for air, but is unable to resist the compulsion magic. Having learned everything he needed, Kyle takes the demon to Orville. There he tells the dragon the truth that it was this demon who killed Rastus on that mountain. The dragon's face instantly darkens. Kyle gives him the right to decide whether to take revenge or pardon this demon, and he himself is going to go to Mount Cyrene. Orville thanks the guy for his help and promises to squeeze everything he can out of this demon. With that, they say goodbye and Kyle disappears. Rocky is left alone with the extremely enraged dragon. Kyle teleports to the Mount Kirin dungeon and is met by one of the hunters. Benet explains that he came because this is where the demons from the unknown dungeon came, and they are creatures that are almost impossible for the average hunter to deal with. Therefore, he orders the girl to place the guys to guard the territory, and if she suddenly sees one of the demons herself, she should immediately drop everything and run as far away from him as possible. It will be done. The huntress immediately reacts. Kyle looks at the rift and thinks that it has become too big, since spirits and demons were able to get through it. This is a big problem, and it is unknown where else such faults might appear. Meanwhile, the demons begin to put their plans to invade Russia into action. Hiding in one of the cars, they approach the exit into the city, where they are unexpectedly stopped for inspection. One of the men posted as guards looks inside to check and immediately sees a frightened and beaten hunter. As soon as the demons realize they have been noticed, they immediately pierce the unfortunate guy's body through and through. A hand sticks out of the car window and grabs the second hunter in the same way. The demons cause a massive explosion to cover their tracks and destroy the remaining people who managed to see them. They didn't think the car would be searched, but now they don't want to make any more noise and are acting cautiously. They are here today for only one purpose. These demons are ready to do anything for their master. Therefore, they deal with everyone they meet on their way with great enthusiasm. Finally, the demons emerge from the rift in St. Petersburg. One of the dragons, miraculously surviving, hid in a nearby shelter. He never thought that 4 demonic spirits would penetrate the barrier so easily. The boy is going to tell his master this news as soon as possible, but the demons find him faster. Now they have finally dealt with everyone who was here. This means that when all obstacles are removed, Fergus can invite his master here. He orders the rest of the demons to wait for him here, and he himself returns back. The greater demons watch with anticipation as their leader disappears into the rift. Returning back to his world, Fergus walks quickly towards his lord. The demons he meets along the way bow their heads in obeisance. Finally, Fergus reaches the right tent. As soon as he steps inside, he immediately kneels before the lord. Today, Fergus did exactly as he was ordered. Therefore, he is allowed to rise from his knees and lead his master to the rift. Coming out of the tent, King William XI smiles eerily, anticipating the imminent invasion of Earth. The next morning, Kyle returns to the northern dungeon. He doesn't understand what happened that made Orville call him here so urgently. Hanging his head in shame, the dragon admits that he missed that demon Roki. Kyle immediately explodes with indignation because he handed everything to this dragon on a silver platter, and he managed to lose an entire demon. Having exhaled and calmed down a little, the guy orders me to tell him properly what happened here. Orville doesn't really want to remember it, but he has to. Rocky knew where to put the pressure when he recounted with gusto how they killed Rastus. Just the words about it make the whites of the dragon's eyes turn red with rage. Unable to contain his emotions, he grabs the demon by the throat and lifts him up. But this only prompts Rocky to say even more vile things. Eventually, Orville loses all his composure. He grabs the demon by the head with one hand, holding it in place. With his other hand, in a fit of rage, with some kind of cruel satisfaction, he tears out one of his eyes. The demon screams. his voice breaking from terrible pain. But even this does not stop the stream of curses that he pours out on the dragon. So Orville, without ceremony, adds another kick to the demon already sitting on the ground. This kick throws Rocky forward several meters. The demon falls to the ground with a crash, but almost immediately rises up on his elbows. A satisfied smile begins to spread across his lips. It's only when he begins to teleport that Orville finally realizes his mistake. But it is too late, and the demon disappears right before his eyes. Orville growls through clenched teeth in frustration. But there's nothing he can do. That's how he missed this cunning demon. After listening to the story, Kyle suddenly notices something unusual. Looking more closely, he sees that Rocky is actually still there. The demon didn't teleport, but merely hid his presence with magic. Kyle decides to leave things as they are and see what this demon is up to. The next day, a meeting begins in the conference room of the Moscow bunker. The Russian Prime Minister thanks everyone who has come here today. The head of the Chinese government is interested in the current situation. The Prime Minister calls it the worst possible situation, because in less than half a day the demons have captured an entire city and are using it as a base for their troops. They are in a situation where they don't even know whether their citizens are alive or already dead. The American president believes that the longer they delay, the more powerful the demons will become. Then the Prime Minister admits that all the measures he took were unsuccessful. Almost all the hunters living in the city were destroyed. The armed forces and hunting squads were completely defeated. And to this day, no one even knows the purpose of such a sudden invasion. The Prime Minister doesn't even really know what these creatures are, let alone their intentions. Now the President of South Korea is joining the conversation. He says that Ichin was attacked around the same time as St. Petersburg. The situation was resolved thanks to Kyle Benate, and thanks to him, some information was obtained. The invasion involves the Demon King and the 5 higher spirits who obey him, and also more than 100 high-level demons under their command. In total, more than 1,000 soldiers have now come unacceptably close. And even the lowest-level demons are equal in strength to high-ranking hunters. Alex asks doubtfully if they even have a chance to cope with all this. The entire conference room erupts in loud arguments. The hunter addresses Kyle directly and asks if they can deal with the demons using nuclear weapons. This causes a new wave of indignation, but Alex is only interested in Kyle's opinion. Benet is thoughtfully silent, weighing the possible options in his head. The next blow from the huge lizard confirms Alex's fears that his opponent is not so simple. The lizard looks completely calm and confident. He flies rapidly towards the man, who barely manages to dodge his blows. When their swords clash again, Alex is horrified to realize that this creature's physical strength is simply incredible. The lizard, on the contrary, smirks at the fact that a person with such a level of strength will definitely never defeat him. But Alex fundamentally disagrees with this statement. He only grips his trusty sword tighter and activates one of his most powerful skills. This surprises the lizard, who was sure that there was no point in fighting because the man in front of him was too weak. However, when the blade of someone else's sword reaches his neck, it turns out that this is not the case at all. The lizards who remained nearby look at the decapitated body of their leader with horror and bewilderment. This was not at all the outcome of the battle they expected. As soon as the initial shock of what happened passes, the lizards rush forward with a loud cry to take revenge. But they, just like the leader, are overtaken by death from the sharp blade of Alex's sword. It only takes a few seconds for a hunter to deal with them. Having finished with the lizards, he leans heavily on his own sword, catching his breath. Too late, he thought that he should have left at least one of the monsters alive. But this fight turned out to be too difficult and exhausting even for him. Alex thinks with horror about what would have happened if ordinary hunters had been in his place. It would be a real disaster. Now that the fight is over, Alex is going to tell Kyle everything. Lately, after their skirmish, the man calls Benet nothing less than the executioner. At the same time, something similar is happening in the foggy dungeon. Feeling the alien power, a lizard named Morty offers Kyle to solve all problems through peaceful negotiations. In fact, this is exactly what the hunter himself proposed to them. But the lizards preferred attack to talk, which they now regret. "It's our fault," Morty screams, begging for mercy. These creatures call themselves dragon wings. They are the inheritors of the blood of the very first and greatest dragon. They were driven out of their home and are now looking for a new home. The dragon wings didn't expect to meet such a powerful person as Kyle here. Further hostility towards the hunter will only bring them greater losses. Therefore, the dragon wing invites Kyle to personally meet with their milord and solve all the problems. He believes that a person like Benet deserves a personal meeting. Kyle can't help but laugh at the idea of the dragon wings invading here to cause trouble, and then beg for mercy. The lizard has absolutely nothing to say in response to this. Kyle thinks that killing this dragon wing right now would be too easy. But if you leave him alive, there will be a chance to beat useful information out of him. So the first thing he decides to do is check something. Kyle uses his lie detector skill to find out if the dragon wing was really telling him the truth. The next day, the guy video calls Alex to discuss their next steps. Alice is also present next to him, which provokes a storm of jokes from Alex in the direction of his overly close relationship with Kyle. Becca joins the call, and finally the jokes die down and the hunters get down to business. Alex tells the others that yesterday in the Hawaiian dungeon he encountered some very strong monsters, and the fight with them was quite difficult. After listening to his report, Kyle recounts his own identical encounter with the dragon wings. He left one of them alive and sent them back to their master, so now all that remains is to wait. However, there is also a possibility that this winged lizard may return and attack Kyle again. Alice thinks that the situation is not going well. The worst part of all of this right now is that they have no idea who the mysterious master of these monsters is. Apparently, these creatures have something like their own sect. They are quite strong, much stronger than most hunters, and this promises big problems. That's why Kyle left one of them alive, so as not to lose the opportunity to negotiate with these creatures. Benet intends to use this opportunity against the lizard wings themselves. The other hunters agree that this is a good idea. Since the dragon wings have already appeared in Hawaii, Alex will remain there to resolve any possible difficulties. He hopes that if these high-ranking creatures appear again to take revenge, Kyle will help the hunters deal with them. At this point, the call ends and Kyle turns to Alice. The guy wonders if it's possible to change the rules for hunters for a while. Since fewer monsters are appearing now, he suggests sending high-level hunters into difficult dungeons to improve their skills. It's not a bad idea, but Alice is worried about what will happen to the island if Kyle takes all the high-level hunters from there. To this, the guy replies that everything will be fine, because they themselves will go to the island personally. He suggests trying to stay close to each other all the time. Embarrassed, Alice takes this as an offer to live together and blushes deeply. "Calm down, I'm not interested," Kyle laughs in response. The guy just offers to help each other until they deal with the dragon wings. No one knows what to expect from these creatures, so Kyle suggests sticking together at all times. If so, then Alice is all for it. Apparently, the girl was wrong to imagine all these strange things. "I'm sure you'll understand me soon enough," Kyle mutters quietly with a sinister smile. Now, the huntress has a very bad feeling about their future work together. A few days later, Kyle, Becca, and Alice finally venture into the foggy dungeon. This place lives up to its name, and it is quite difficult to see anything through the thick fog. Kyle brought them both here for one specific purpose. He wants Becca and Alice to see and feel everything for themselves. Lately, more and more powerful individuals are attacking them, and they have to prove their strength to them. And now these strange dragon wings. That's why Kyle wants Becca and Alice to become stronger and stronger so they can keep up with them. Both girls readily agree with these arguments. The hunter suggests that they attack him simultaneously as a training exercise, and if their combined attack hits him even once, he will acknowledge their strength. Kyle is confident that even with a combined force, it will be very difficult, but it will be even more fun this way. Therefore, with anticipation, the hunter asks to attack him properly with all his strength. The girls exchange a few awkward glances before joining forces, but after a few seconds they scatter in opposite directions to attack from different positions. Alice makes the first attempt, rushing at Kyle with her sword at the ready. But the hunter easily clamps the blade of her sword between two fingers, preventing her from touching him. And although Alice attacked with all her strength, it was still too slow. Meanwhile, Becca, hoping to take advantage of the moment, sneaks up from behind and shoots. Kyle activates her Zanpakuto, and all her arrows are shattered by the obstacle that appears. The girl indignantly screams that it was unfair, because Kyle didn't even use his hands. The hunter only laughs in response, saying that injustice makes people stronger. These words make the girl remember how her brother recently abandoned her in a restaurant, and this memory makes her even angrier. She simply has to slap this impudent fellow in the face for all the past grievances. The girls attack simultaneously again, but their strength runs out frighteningly quickly, and they are already lying tired on the grass. But despite the defeat, the level of both hunters increased quite a lot because of this battle. Alice takes the opportunity to say that she enjoys spending time with Becca. Kyle, watching them, is glad that the two get along so well. And since they have already rested and are able to talk, it is time to return to the battle. A whole week passes unnoticed due to constant training, until Kyle receives breaking news. An hour ago, a call for help came from Hawaii, where more than a dozen dungeons had united. Most of the hunters are no longer able to cope, and now Alex has taken on all the consequences. The man understands that Kyle will not be able to arrive here anytime soon, and he will have to cope on his own. The dragon wings surrounding him with a nervous chuckle. The leader of these monsters has only one question, which he asks the man. His relatives, who came here recently, never returned home. And the dragon wing wonders if Alex knows anything about this. Of course, the leader himself already knows who is to blame for their death, but now that he has received confirmation, he will definitely not be tormented by his conscience for killing this hunter. "Pay for your sins, human," he shouts, and the monsters attack the calmly standing Alex from all sides. And this makes him furious. Having repelled their attack, the man attacks in response, putting all the force of his rage into this attack. The dragon wing growls angrily and clenches its jaws, but does not give in. With a sharp jerk, he dispels Alex's magic and attacks again. The two forces collide and fall to the ground, causing a terrifyingly powerful explosion. Having recovered slightly from the collision, Alex sits up and brushes the sand off his face. Seeing that the man survived, the leader of the dragon wings is filled with enthusiasm. He concentrates magic around himself, preparing to continue this fight. He orders his subordinates to remain in place and not interfere with him while he catches this rat. He desperately wants to see what this little man is capable of. "You dare threaten me like that? Is a branch dangerous to a tree?" Alex asks with a mocking smile. This mockery leaves the dragon wings speechless for a few seconds. Meanwhile, Alex is already launching a new attack. He is about to cut off the head of this monster, but suddenly notices that magic is flowing around the lizard wing. Alex realizes with horror that these monsters can use magic, which makes them twice as dangerous. But it's too late to retreat. The dragon wing attacks with its magic and Alex is unable to dodge the blow. This lizard is much stronger than the previous one he killed a week ago. The two lizards left behind at this time laugh mockingly, watching Alex's attempts to deal with their leader. But this does not bother the man at all, but only gives him a little more strength. Now is the time to catch them off guard, which is exactly what he intends to do. Alex, timing his moment well, swings and attacks again. And this time he hits the target right on target, and his weapon cuts off the lizard's arm at the forearm. "How dare you, little human!" The dragon wing roars furiously, clutching his shoulder. Alex leaves these words unanswered and rushes into battle again. "Stop!" the lizard suddenly says, and time seems to slow down. Alex's whole body feels heavy and he can't move an inch. Obeying the voiced order, the man actually stops and, as a result, falls down with a crash. He tries to reach for his weapon, but the monstrous pressure again prevents him from doing so. The lizard descends and steps on the man's hand, breaking his fingers with a crunch. He had to use dragon powers on such an empty and insignificant creature as this little man, so Alex will have to pay for this with his life. But at the moment when the lizard's magic almost reaches the man's face, something happens. Not feeling the expected pain, Alex opens his eyes. Looking up, he sees Kyle easily catching the dragon wing by the arm and stopping the flow of magic. "Are you completely out of your minds, creating such a mess?" The guy smiles at Alex, and then he kicks the lizard right in the chest as soon as he tries to speak. The other lizards cry out in surprise when they see this. With just one blow, their leader flew back several meters and crashed to the ground, raising a pile of dust. Having recovered from the shock, the lizards immediately rush to him to help. Kyle, meanwhile, turns to Alex to find out what's going on. He sends a small stream of magic into the confused man, healing and restoring him. Alex wonders how the executioner managed to get to Hawaii so quickly. With no small amount of pride, Kyle replies that he teleported here as soon as he learned about what happened. Alex stands up, resting his hand on his knee, and warns the executioner that the main lizard has an ability similar to the punishing blade, so he should be careful with him. To the man's surprise, Kyle does not react to this information in any way and remains just as imperturbably calm. If this lizard is stronger than Alex, then most likely his level has already exceeded 80. Therefore, it is not even surprising that his arm has already grown back, although it was cut off quite recently. Kyle knows that they are dragons, the most elite of the dragon wings. Now the leader of this group of lizards understands that in front of them stands the very man who sent their brother Morty to arrange a meeting with the Overlord. And Benet is perplexed by what kind of mess they have created here, if they were talking about peace negotiations. Apparently, this particular squad is extremely skeptical and, instead of talking, is going to kill Kyle right here. This means they won't be able to continue the dialogue, and the hunter has no choice but to deal with them in a less peaceful way. None of the lizards have time to do anything when Bennett begins to attack. With just one blow, he deals with two dragon wings at once with unprecedented ease. He only needs one lizard to talk to. "Stop!" The surviving dragon wing screams, using its domination magic. And to his horror, he sees that his power has absolutely no effect on this guy. Let's start with a physical dialogue. The hunter grins, clenching his fists. After a few minutes and a couple dozen blows, the lizard finally admits that their master responded positively to the offer of negotiations. If it weren't for this, Kyle would have killed this monster in the blink of an eye. But since this is impossible to do, he only knocks him out with another precise blow of magic. As much as I wouldn't like to, I still shouldn't kill him. Alex, who had been watching the battle with admiration the whole time, admits that he had a very hard time today, but he would never die without saying goodbye to the executioner. The man is incredibly curious about the level of his new friend's martial arts, probably no less than 100th. Kyle hopes that next time he'll come across someone smarter than these lizards. Morty actually returned to his world not long ago to tell his master what happened. This lizard personally felt how great was the power of the man who defeated him. After hearing his report, the Dragon Wing Lord decides to travel to the alien world and meet with Kyle Benny. The hunter himself, having dealt with the lizards, decides to temporarily remain near this rift in case monsters appear from it again. Perhaps next time the dragon itself will emerge from it, the Lord of the Dragon Wings. Alex hopes that this will happen very soon, because apparently this dragon is the only one with whom he can have a normal conversation. Kyle asks the man to set up a temporary camp in the observation dungeon so that he can rest there. And the guy asks that the lizard he left alive be carefully packed. He needs to be processed a little and sent to headquarters, and he allows Alex to keep the 2 killed lizards. Even though they are cut in half, they are still quite suitable for research, and the man is completely delighted by this. They'll make excellent material, so Alex gratefully shakes the executioner's hand several times. Nowadays, dragon scales and their bones are one of the most valuable and high-quality materials. Perhaps we can make something very useful out of them. Okay, let's get started. Kyle laughs, appreciating such wild enthusiasm. He hopes that the dragon they are expecting is strong enough to be a good shield against the monsters and help him in carrying out all his plans. Alex goes off to prepare the temporary camp, and by nightfall the building is completely ready and equipped. If you look inside, you can see Alex busy working on his laptop, and Kyle lying on one of the folding beds, thinking about something important and playing with magic on his fingertips. But suddenly he freezes, listening to something. Alex does the same, immediately stopping his work. "Did you feel it too?" Kyle asks him, sitting up in bed. They both feel strange, as if some kind of weight has fallen upon them. Kyle guesses that the guest they have been waiting for has arrived. As they step outside, they immediately notice a huge magical network stretching across the sky. At the center of this network, a rift glows brightly, expanding more and more with each passing second. Benet is sure that this is what teleportation magic looks like. Together with Alex, they remain standing next to the magical network, waiting for their guest. And finally, somewhere in the depths of the rift, someone's silhouette appears. A split second later, a huge white dragon flies out, deafening everyone with its loud roar. Even though the hunters were expecting him to appear, they still froze in their places in surprise. The dragon was truly enormous in size. It looked beautiful and majestic. Seeing the people waiting for him, the white dragon descended straight towards them and leaned down lower, looking at them carefully. With a nervous chuckle, Alex noted that this creation was very different from the previous ones. From this reaction, the dragon understands that these people are already familiar with his dragon-winged lizards. He asks if they can talk, and Kyle says yes. The dragon explains that he came here to talk specifically with Kyle Bennett. The hunter laughs and points at himself, saying his name. This surprises the dragon a little. The man in front of him doesn't look too strong. "So you're Orville, the master of Morty and the rest of the dragonflights?" Kyle asks, just to be sure. The dragon nods in agreement, confirming his words. Kyle has never had a dragon to talk to, so he's very excited. Orville says that if this is really Kyle Benet, he must know the location of his people, who recently also went to this world. The hunter replies that he killed them all because they were too hostile towards people, and dialogue with them was simply impossible. Orville had already guessed this when he lost contact with them, but now he was completely convinced. Even though he ordered them not to act rashly, the lizards still behaved unworthily. So Orville bows his head slightly and apologizes for the behavior of his fellow men. Kyle is surprised by the huge dragon's calm and politeness, but despite this, he is still outraged that Alex almost died fighting these lizards alone. Alex laughs awkwardly and waves it off, saying that he was not in any danger and that the executioner did all the work for him. "Are you sure you've dealt with everyone?" Orville asks. Kyle wonders why he would lie about such things. In fact, the dragon is not sure that in front of him is the same person that Morty told him about. So Kyle activates the soul sword skill to prove that he is the hunter. The dragon watches this tensely until the magic is directed directly at him. Then Orville growls indignantly and activates the shield, blocking the attacking swords. The blades touch the erected shield and disappear without harming the dragon. Kyle calmly says there's no need to worry. He simply proved that he was exactly what the dragon was looking for. Orville now believes that it is Kyle Bennett and that he actually has the power to defeat the dragon. He is impressed by such skills, and the hunter laughs proudly upon hearing the praise. Orville wonders if all the people on this earth are of the same level as Kyle. The hunters respond that this is not quite true, and Bennett is currently the strongest of all living. Likewise, Orville is the strongest in his world. Now that they've finally figured everything out, Kyle thinks it's time to move on to negotiations. Orville agrees to this proposal, and then suddenly he casts a spell in an unknown language and streams of magic begin to swirl around him. And suddenly, in the place where the dragon had just stood, a man appeared before the astonished hunters. Orville realized that their conversation would drag on, so he decided to adopt a more convenient form of communication. "So you can turn into a human?" Kyle cried out indignantly upon seeing this. Instead of answering, the dragon again uttered some spell in an unknown language. This immediately made the hunters tense up. Kyle immediately asked menacingly what exactly Orville had done. The dragon was quite amused by such sincere indignation. None of the three of them noticed the observer lurking nearby. The stranger listened attentively to their conversation, trying not to give himself away with a sound. And at the moment when the dragon turned into a man, the observer disappeared into thin air. Meanwhile, Orville reassures Kyle, explaining that he merely cast a translation spell to facilitate their conversation. And indeed, it has become much more convenient. The dragon explains that Morty recently came running to him, terrified, telling him about a very scary and cruel man named Kyle Bennett who almost killed him. It was not the most useful report, containing almost no information. If Orville had faced Bennett now, without knowing his abilities, he would have died in battle. Kyle appreciates this kind of honesty. He who bears the name of the dragon never lies, for that is deceiving himself. Besides, Orville already understood that even if he bluffed, Kyle still wouldn't be afraid. That's just the way he is. The hunter already has a rough idea of what this dragon will ask of him. Initially, this people was going to invade their world, but they realized that nothing would come of it and change their strategy. Much to the dragon's confusion, he cannot deny it. Kyle thinks the best way is to pretend they don't notice each other. From these words, the joyful dragon concludes that he and his people will be allowed to remain and live in this world. But this is not entirely true. Kyle has a much better idea for this. He will allow Orville and his dragon wings to live here, in this world. As soon as the dragon heard these words, he immediately rushed to shake the hunter's hand in gratitude. But the smile quickly disappears from his face as Kyle continues speaking. Even if he allows them to stay here, the rest of the people of this world will not agree, and the dragon-winged people will not be able to integrate into society. Therefore, there is a more convenient and beneficial option for everyone. Kyle invites Orville and his lizards to stay and live here, in the dungeon. This instantly kills all the enthusiasm that the dragon had already been filled with. After all, this is not at all what he expected when he teleported here. "What's the problem?" Kyle asks, slightly threateningly. After all, he will allow the dragon and his lizards to move here, allocate land, and all that will need to be done in return is to kill the monsters that come. Orville already realized that he and his people were going to be used as a human shield between people and monsters, so you should have been prepared for this. Without hiding his intentions at all, Kyle laughs. Orville grits his teeth in anger, but keeps all his indignation to himself. In the end, he has no other options, so he has to agree to these conditions. However, he will have a few requests for Kyle. The dragon knows that there have been cases where cracks inside the dungeon have widened or merged. Since food supplies may be irregular because of this, he wants to ask hunters for financial support. Besides this, there is a second request. Orville would like to be allowed access to Earth alone, at least for himself. In case there is no connection between the dungeons in which his people will be staying, he will need a way to contact Kyle or other hunters. Kyle asks Alex what he thinks about this. The man replies that everything is fine if the dragon behaves sensibly and does not do anything stupid. "What happens if I say I agree?" Kyle asks. The dragon replies that then the negotiations can be considered over. At this point, they shake hands, and Kyle asks Orville to convey all the necessary information to his people. At this point, they conclude the negotiations and the man turns into a dragon again. The hunters wish him a good journey, and Orville teleports back home. After the dragon returned to his world, the dungeons continued to open. But now they are inhabited by migrating dragon-winged lizards, and thanks to their supervision of the portals, the situation smoothed out a little. For a while, Kyle didn't have to worry about dungeons anymore. Everything was going well, And even if monsters appeared, the dragon-winged ones would definitely cope with them. Sometime later, Orville meets Kyle Benet again. He had been busy surveying new lands lately, so he had not been able to talk properly about his access to the land. Kyle became curious about how exactly the dragon planned to contact all the dungeons at once, since they were scattered all over the planet. Orville explains that he will teleport. He only needs to know the coordinates to use space travel. Kyle had never dreamed of such an opportunity before, so he jumps at the idea with enthusiasm. It's incredible that all you need to do is calculate the coordinates correctly to move. After all, his teleportation is currently limited to the visible range, and he needs to use it several times to move a greater distance. Therefore, the opportunity to significantly simplify and speed up his movements delights him. Kyle hopefully asks the dragon if he too can use this method of travel. If it works, it will solve a lot of his problems. The dragon thinks for a few seconds. Even though it's dragon magic, Orville is pretty sure Kyle can master it too, as he has great strength and advanced skills. In exchange for his help, the dragon asks the boy for support if the number of monsters invading the dungeons suddenly increases significantly. Kyle agrees without any problems because if the dungeons fall, then the people on Earth will be next. Orville breathes a sigh of relief when he hears agreement to his condition, and immediately begins to teach Kyle all the intricacies of moving through space using the dragon method. Until suddenly they are distracted by extraneous noise somewhere nearby. One of the hunters emerges from the nearby bushes, looking rather frightened and exhausted. Kyle immediately rushes to meet him to find out what happened. It's all about an urgent report from headquarters. The hunter breathes heavily, catching his ragged breath before explaining the problem that has arisen. In the center of Buchan, and hunters are no longer able to cope with this catastrophe. Kyle curses when he hears this news. Above the busy streets of the city, in a sky painted the color of dried blood, huge leathery winged creatures soared. Their screams, piercing and eerie, echoed throughout the city, terrifying the residents. One of the townspeople, screaming for help, tried to escape from the monster that was already diving towards him from the sky. Luckily for the man, one of the hunters arrived just in time, cutting the monster in half with a precise blow of his sword. If it weren't for him, the townsman would already be dead. Becca is right at the epicenter of what is happening, shooting with all her might at the monsters approaching the people. Thanks to diligent training, each of her arrows hits the target accurately. The monsters, as if mown down, fall to the ground having caught the first arrow. Who would have thought that extremely dangerous monsters would suddenly emerge from the dungeon, and in such numbers? Becca spends all her available strength fighting the maddened monsters. But, unfortunately, this is not enough. There are too many of these monsters and the huntress's powers are far from endless. The problem is rapidly gaining momentum. There are still too many residents left in the city who did not manage to evacuate in time. Becca isn't sure she can hold out until they're all safe. Right now, one of the largest and most ferocious winged monsters is rushing towards the girl. She fires another arrow, her strength running low. This time, one arrow is not enough to destroy the furiously roaring monster. To her horror, Becca realizes that she can't stand it and needs to get out of here as quickly as possible. Right now, her internal energy has run out and she has no time to protect herself. As if sensing weakness, the monster flies even faster and almost catches up with the exhausted huntress. But suddenly, just in time, alien magic intervenes, easily cutting off the monster's head from its body. Becca was already preparing to take on the last battle of her life, but this time luck did not turn its back on her. Kyle arrived at the perfect time because a few more seconds and his sister would have died. The huntress asks her brother in surprise when he managed to get here. After all, literally just now he was still on Hold Island. Kyle immediately begins treating his sister, while simultaneously telling her about a new method of transportation. Bad news reached him right in the middle of his studies, and it took a lot of effort to get here so soon. Becca is glad he arrived so quickly because the situation is clearly not going well. Kyle felt like these monsters were different from the ones he had seen before. The hunter decides to take the easy way out and get rid of all the monsters at once with fire, which is what he immediately begins to do. Becca watches the monsters being slaughtered with her mouth wide open in amazement. Once again amazed by her brother's incredible abilities, fire engulfs each of the monsters, instantly burning them to ashes. In an extremely short time, Kyle deals with a whole horde of huge, ferocious monsters. He's dealt with the biggest problem, so now he asks his sister to take care of the remaining little things. He himself, having barely said a couple of words to his confused sister, returns back, taking one of the monsters with him. Upon returning, he complains to the dragon that he needs to quickly master his teleportation method to the end, so as not to waste so much energy on movement. "But what is that beast behind you?" Orville asks in surprise. As if just remembering this, Kyle glances briefly at the bound monster he brought with him. The guy picks up the monster with magic and throws it right in front of the dragon to study it better. Something has clearly changed in the world, as for the first time, more than 1,000 extremely dangerous monsters have been released. Orville, in turn, carefully probes the brought monster with his magic. When he finishes, he is truly horrified. From what he felt, these monsters were touched by real demons. That's why Kyle felt something strange coming from the monsters. These beasts are imbued with demonic magic, and it is in this area that demons are most skillfully controlled. It's just not clear why they would do such a thing to these monsters. Kyle starts to get nervous and demands some advice or a sensible thought from the thoughtful dragon. First of all, Orville suggests making sure that this wasn't just a joke. Demons have such a way of thinking that they simply need to have fun all the time. And the scale of this fun can be so different that sometimes it even turns out to be beyond human comprehension. It is not without reason that the dragon and his brethren avoid these demons. However, these creatures are far from stupid. And if what happened happens again, they are definitely up to something. But the fact that it was they who touched the beasts from other dimensions is beyond any doubt. This means that they can pass through dimensions at any moment, and sooner or later they will definitely make their way to Earth. All this information makes Kyle grab his head. He asks the dragon and his people to protect at least the dungeons. He himself will need to periodically check existing portals and catch extremely dangerous monsters, as well as find a way to detect new portals. Orville sympathetically notes how much Kyle will now have to worry about. The skills of those who are considered hunters in this world are average, and ordinary people are even weaker. But even with Kyle's help, it will take a very long time to sort all this out. Suddenly, Orville says that Benet is too strong, as if under the protection of some divine being. These words make the guy smile bitterly. Was it really protection to lock a 20-year-old boy in a cave with only a book thrown at him? Be that as it may, he achieved this level through his own efforts. Whether some divine being was present at this time, Kyle himself does not know. At this time, the demons continued to commit their atrocities in the dungeons, bloodthirstily dealing with the hunters. These people are too weak to fight them for their own lives. None of the hunters the demon encountered managed to last even a few minutes against this creature. It was too easy for the demon to penetrate this world. Now, he looks forward to the fun that is coming. All news channels are broadcasting reports that the people who went missing during the latest incident in Buchan have still not been found. The government and the Martial Arts Guild quickly repair the damage and make every effort to defeat the remaining monsters. People sit in front of their television screens in horror, listening to this news. The US and Russia, which have level 70 hunters, are suffering huge losses. The reason for the minimal damage to the country is the presence of Kyle Benet, who put in a lot of effort to deal with the monsters that escaped. The hunter himself, sometime after this event, arrives in Russia at the international airport. There he is met by a Russian huntress named Maria. She is glad that such a friendly atmosphere reigns between the hunters and they come to each other's aid. Kyle Benet asked her to take him to the dungeon with the dragon wings, which she intends to do. And yet, the girl is very interested in why the hunter is heading there. The thing is, the dragon wings guard the portals to the dungeon, so Kyle wants to create a way for them to communicate. The girl will find out everything else on the spot when they get there. Maria looks at Kyle with suspicion, not understanding what her friend Alex saw so wonderful about this guy. Kyle rolls his eyes at the look and wonders how much longer she's going to stare at him. Without the slightest embarrassment, Maria replies that she is simply surprised that he is stronger than Alex, although he looks like an ordinary person. She finds it hard to believe that he really has such great power. Therefore, the girl suggests that they fight at least once when they arrive at the place. From all the stories she's heard, this guy is simply a monster, so this desire to fight seems completely natural and expected to her. Finally, they arrive at the entrance to the dungeon, and Maria tells Kyle that in Murim she was the Empress of Water and Ice. She was one of the best in the Ice Palace. Attack! Kyle smiles, giving her a head start. Maria is not going to miss the opportunity and attacks immediately. A powerful wave of icy, deadly energy immediately extends from her outstretched hand towards Kyle. But Benet easily dodges this magic, jumping out of the line of attack. Unbeknownst to Maria, he somehow suddenly appears right behind her. The girl doesn't notice him right away, and when she feels a movement behind her, she tries to turn around. But Kyle's hand was already landing on her shoulder, shrouded in the same icy magic as her own. This is where their duel ends. Maria admits that Kyle really deserves the praise she heard from Alex. The girl's desire to win also impresses and pleases Benny. "I can't even imagine how strong you are." Maria laughs admiringly, because that's exactly what you'd expect from someone who slew a dragon. Kyle raises both fists and says that he and that dragon just had a peace talk, after which they came to an agreement. The right fist is peaceful, and the left fist is called conversation. Now that he and Maria have figured everything out, Kyle wants to resolve the issue with this dungeon as quickly as possible. He stretches his hand forward, performing all the necessary manipulations with the entrance to the dungeon. Turning to Maria, he asks her to watch carefully, and then suddenly he evaporates somewhere, as if he was never there. The girl looks around in confusion, not understanding where the hunter suddenly disappeared to. Finally, after several long seconds, she hears Kyle's voice behind her. The guy explains that he simply activated the dragon connection across all the gates, and Orville, standing next to him, is that very method of moving through space. The dragon approaches the huntress to introduce himself and get acquainted. He hands the girl a business card with his number, which she can call if she needs help from the dragon himself or his people. Orville himself is going to return to his people to explain to them everything that is happening. Kyle thanks him for his cooperation, and the dragon leaves for the portal. Now that all the business here is finished, we can go back. Kyle plans to get some rest, but all his plans are ruined by another phone call. He picks up the phone and again receives not the best news. Benet thanks the girl for accompanying him and is going to return home right now. Something has happened in his country that requires his immediate presence. Having barely finished speaking, Kyle once again literally disappears into thin air. But Maria herself is already being called by one of her employees. The man runs up to her and hands her the tablet so she can see everything with her own eyes. Maria takes the device in her hands and her gaze opens to another attack of high-ranking monsters. This time, the disaster occurs somewhere in western Yakutia. It appears that there was a previously undiscovered dungeon nearby. Maria decides to go there right now to resolve the situation. But even so, the country faces serious casualties and multiple losses. Meanwhile, Kyle had already returned to his home country, where high-ranking fire monsters were waiting for him. Before his arrival, Alice tried to cope with the influx of these terrible monsters on her own. And although her strength has increased quite a bit recently thanks to her training, these fiery creatures are not so easy to defeat. But the girl fights, sparing no effort and wasting the last bits of her remaining strength. Just as another crowd of monsters rushes at her, the huntress is shielded by the materialized Kyle. Just like before, the guy shows up incredibly on time. Using ice magic, he easily freezes the monsters attacking him. Under the influence of ice magic, their bodies begin to gradually fade away and fall apart. Having finished with them, the guy turns to Alice to find out how things are right now. He learns that things are getting worse. Alice is trying to stop the monsters trying to get out of the dungeon, and the rest of the hunters have been sent to fight in the city center. Kyle orders the girl to stay here, as her skill is enough to hold back the influx of monsters. He himself is about to go to the city to help the other hunters, and instantly teleports. Apparently, at least 1,000 monsters had already gathered there. When he gets there, he sees a terrifying picture. The city is overflowing with bloodthirsty monsters from a variety of dungeons. Benet glances around to assess the situation. The hunters fight with all their might, but it is clearly not enough to win. So Kyle activates his subjugation skill and gives the monsters an order. But to his surprise, absolutely nothing happens and the battle continues. These bastards refuse to obey? Kyle can't believe his eyes. This attempt to subjugate the monsters did not go unnoticed by the demons present there, and they are clearly angry at such a brazen interference in their entertainment. Having clearly identified the source of the domination magic, the demon quickly moves towards Kyle. He immediately understood who exactly had suddenly decided to interfere with their plans. "Who are you?" the demon asks, staring at Benet. It doesn't take Kyle long to figure out who's standing in front of him. When the demon realizes that the guy is not going to answer his questions, he decides to hit him with his own weapon. "Down!" he commands, using subordination in the same way. This comes as a surprise to Kyle. Together with the demon, they actually jump to the ground and stand opposite each other. A crowd of exactly the same creatures immediately gathers around the monster. "Are you the one who tried to control us?" the demon asks Kyle again. But in response, he receives nothing but an indifferent look and silence. Enraged, the demon starts screaming, demanding an answer and again using the magic of subjugation. But this time he doesn't get what he wants. Kyle simply calmly says that he doesn't want to answer stupid questions. The demons are surprised to realize that their magic has no effect on him. Kyle, meanwhile, decides that this creature talks too much and decides to take action. Without changing his indifferent expression, he activates his sword skill. Immediately, another explosion is heard, and this pleases Kyle much more than any conversation. When the column of dust that had risen into the air clears, the surviving demons are met with a picture of their group lying lifeless corpses on the ground. This is something they would never expect from an ordinary person. Kyle adds fuel to the fire by asking why these demons are so weak. The leader of the monsters, in a rage, gives the order to open fire and kill this impudent fellow. Demons don't need to be told twice. They themselves are happy to avenge their fallen brethren. At the ends of the arrows they fire. Dense clots of demonic, deadly magic glow. But Kyle, as always, looks completely unperturbed. The arrows reach their target. Another explosion is heard and everything is covered in dust and dirt rising into the air. When it dissipates, the demons see Kyle again, safe and sound. Now their leader begins to get quite nervous and again gives the order for everyone to rush into the attack. Without further ado, the demons obey his command and rush into battle. In their hands are sharpened spears, the tips of which are aimed directly at Kyle. But the guy with a bored face stops their weapons with his bare hands. The demon, whose spear the hunter intercepted, cries out in amazement. With his next move, Kyle simply throws the monster aside, snatching the spear from its hands. Is this some kind of joke? He laughs, and immediately activates his own sword-fighting skill. Now it was his turn to show what he was capable of. Having dealt with the demons that attacked him, Kyle takes out his phone and dials someone's number. He asks to tell Orville to come out of the dungeon and move here to him. Having finished the conversation, the hunter turns his gaze to the new group of demons approaching him. This time they already know that this person is not so simple, so their faces are tense and a little scared. Suddenly, Kyle asks them to wait a minute, and suddenly it instantly disappears from their field of vision. The demons look at each other in bewilderment. A few seconds later, something starts happening again at the place where the missing person was. Orville appears and asks Kyle, surprised. But turning his head, he himself understands what the problem is. Now the dragon also really wants to know what these demons are doing here. And what Kyle, who is extremely angry, wants to know even more is how they got here in the first place, if Orville should have dealt with them back in the dungeons. The dragon himself does not understand how this happened, and asks the hunter to let him talk to these demons first. And immediately he directs a stream of his dragon magic towards the bewildered monsters. This magic overtakes absolutely every one of the demons gathered here. She easily entangles their bodies, killing them instantly, and only the leader of all these demons remains alive. But even he cannot withstand such pressure and falls to the ground with a crash, unconscious. Now the dragon was convinced of his suspicions. Judging by the fact that this demon barely withstood the dragon's attack, his level is not high at all. As for the dead monsters, they are very low-level demons that can only shoot and are not capable of anything else. Now we need to understand what these creatures are up to. Orville himself did not expect that the higher and lower demons could unite and attack. Together with Kyle, he approaches the higher one, who is growling angrily at them. Even though mind control is this demon's specialty, it won't stop them from interrogating him. By the time they finish, Alice joins the men. Kyle called her to discuss the situation. He points to the dead demons to the girl and explains that they are the vanguard team, made up of the weakest creatures. They are at the lowest level and know absolutely no useful information. Most likely, they can only be reached through that incomprehensible portal from which all these controlled monsters arrived here. Alice sighs tiredly that all this is very complicated. Kyle places a reassuring hand on her shoulder and tells her not to worry about it too much. At least there's only one such dungeon, and they just have to take better care of it. Alice worries not only about her hunters, but also about other countries. Kyle is convinced that everything will be fine and Alex will be able to take care of the US. And Maria is quite capable of dealing with security in Russia. They themselves now need to focus on this dangerous dungeon. Once again, their conversation is interrupted by another phone call. And this is bad news again. North Korea is also experiencing an influx of monsters. It's been quite a while since Kyle finished cleaning up this country. After Vince took control of the country, conflicts between North and South ceased, and relations between the two Koreas became calmer. And now Kyle keeps in touch with the hunters here too. So when a breakthrough happens, he's the first person Vince calls. Kyle asks the man to tell him more about what happened. He learns that new monsters in human form have emerged from Mount Kumgan. Vince immediately mobilized all nearby units for defense. But the monsters have broken bridges and destroyed several villages. Looks like they are from that side too. Kyle wants to know how the hunters are doing and if they are coping with the influx of monsters. Vince replies that they don't have enough strength, so he calls for help. Benet isn't sure he can help them, so he takes a few minutes to think. He ends the call and Alice immediately approaches the guy. The girl asks if he is going to help North Korean hunters. Kyle replies that he is not sure, as he is already too busy and does not have enough time for anything. Alice comes up with a wonderful, simple idea. The girl suggests sending the dragon wings to help, but not telling anyone anything. This idea seemed very good to Benny. So within a few days, the best dragon wings were sent to the north. With their methods, they easily exterminated all the demons. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. until one moment. For some unknown reason, during one of the battles, the demons evaporated, and along with them, half of the group of dragon wings sent there disappeared. Nobody knows how it happened or where they all went. And even Kyle has no idea how this could have happened. Orville suggests that the squad may have simply lost contact with him. However, this is unlikely, since the squad was not declared missing by people, but by one of the high-ranking dragon wings. And now Kyle is going to go to North Korea to find out for himself what happened there. So, after just a short time, he is already flying there, comfortably seated on the back of a huge white dragon. Orville is extremely unhappy with this fact, but Kyle does not know the necessary coordinates, even though he has already been there once. Finally, the dragon and the man arrive at the right place. They go down and Kyle jumps off Orville's back. The dragon immediately turns into a man. Now they can finally sort out this difficult situation. As soon as they get closer, Vince is already there to meet them. The first thing Orville is interested in now is where his surviving people are now. Vince points his hand in the direction and the dragon follows him. The hunter opens the entrance to the desired tent, and Orville and Kyle go inside. "My lord!" The dragons and lizards cry out with joy when they see their master. "Rastus is missing?" the overlord asks. The dragon wing bows its head politely Otis, confirming these words. When the detachment did not return, he himself went to the place where it all happened. "But I didn't find anything there except one thing. This is a protective artifact that belonged to Rastus. And if it's broken, then most likely it means that the dragon wing is already dead." Orville wants to personally inspect the place of disappearance and asks Otis to take him there. Kyle expresses a desire to join in and figure this out together. Pretty soon they reach the very place that now looks like a scene of a bloody massacre. The upset dragon bends down to one of the bodies of his dead people to examine it. Apparently, the demon stopped Rastus before he could use his full power. This is only possible with a very large difference in strength. As far as Orville can tell, it looks like a demon's spirit. This is the first time Kyle has heard of such a thing. The dragon explains that this is the name given to the highest ruling class of demons, who have abilities similar to his own. Kyle is starting to get pretty annoyed that as soon as he deals with one problem, another one appears. Whoever these demons are, he suggests that Orville continue the search and find the missing Rastus and the others. Meanwhile, the missing dragons are being tortured by the demons who captured them. "What? Have you already lost consciousness?" One of the monsters mocks the body of the exhausted dragon. The demon hoped that this weakling would last at least one day. Because of him, he lost the bet, and this makes the demon furious. And next to them stands a powerful demon named Fergus, carefully watching the approach of Kyle and Orville through a magic ball. Seeing that they have gotten very close, the demon orders everyone else to shut up and stop messing around. Those they were waiting for are already here. So Fergus gives the order to deal with these guests before they do anything wrong. "Can I take on Kyle Benet?" Demon Rocky raises his hand. Fergus is not sure that this demon will cope, because Kyle is strong enough and has already defeated one of them. In response to this, the demon who had volunteered only laughs that it is natural to want to fight someone stronger. Fergus doesn't want such enthusiasm to interfere with their grand plan. But still, today he will go about his business and Rocky will meet with Kyle. And in just a week they will be leaving for Russia. So now Rocky boards a Chinese fishing boat and heads quickly towards Korea. Border guards notice them almost immediately. They demand that the ship be stopped immediately, as it has entered the boundaries of another country's economic zone. To their surprise, the border guards realize that this boat has no intention of stopping, and the closer she swims, the more frightening it becomes for these people. Right at the stern of the boat stands a bloodthirsty demon, whose figure is enveloped in flowing poisonous magic. "People?" Rocky smiles. Having dealt with the border guards, the demon sails to the shore in their own boat. Now he can complete the task given to him by Fergus. As soon as his feet touch the ground, Rocky immediately flies like an arrow into the city. He lands in the very center of a busy square. As soon as the townspeople see him, panic begins. Rocky reaches out to a couple of people standing fearfully next to him, and a moment later the guy's head explodes, staining everything around with blood. The demon, his eyes glowing with pleasure, licks away with his sharp tongue the drops of someone else's blood that have fallen on his face. He then loudly promises to kill every single person present unless Kyle Benet appears before him. Gumgan with the dragon in search of the missing people. Another call distracts him from this useless activity. A previously unknown number appears on the screen. The guy answers the call and immediately winces from the excessively loud shouting on the other end. It's a call from the president of South Korea, and it's so urgent that the man had to call Kyle directly, without the agency's permission. Benet thought that another dungeon breach had occurred, but this time something different had happened. The president says that in the center of Incheon, a monster unlike any he has ever seen is killing citizens. Benet himself comes to him. The hunter immediately asks to send him the location and disconnects. Orville asks worriedly what happened this time. Kyle says that some kind of monster is looking for him, and most likely it is a demon. Meanwhile, Rocky continues to kill, but even such a fun activity is already boring him. He was about to deal with the next unfortunate citizens when Kyle appeared between him and the people. Rocky immediately asks the guy who appears who he is. Kyle turns to the people and orders them to run away from here right now. They don't need to be told twice, and now the townspeople are running as fast as they can to a safe place. Kyle looks around and sees with regret that the demon has already killed quite a lot of people. Meanwhile, Rocky begins to realize that this is the same Kyle Benit. Has my name really spread that much? The hunter snorts with displeasure. Rocky replies that he heard about him from the Dragon Wing. Rastus wanted to personally get to know such an interesting mutation among all these dung beetles. Kyle thinks that since the demon came to him, he could have been more polite. But isn't that why I called you? Rocky laughs madly, pointing to the piles of corpses behind him. Kyle doesn't understand what kind of nonsense this demon is talking about. But, apparently, there will be no conversation here, so he will have to act in his usual way. With a good swing, Kyle delivers a powerful blow to the solar plexus, and the force of the blow throws the demon upward. Kyle immediately rushes after him. Having come to his senses, the demon gathers magic in his fist to attack in response. But suddenly he realizes that he cannot move. Benet at this time swings again and strikes, this time with his foot straight into the jaw, which crunches loudly. One blow doesn't seem enough to him, so he raises his leg again to repeat. This time he puts a little more force into the blow, venting the anger and irritation that has built up inside him. The demon falls to the ground with a scream, breaking through the asphalt with his body, and only manages to open his mouth again to curse. But Kyle interrupts his flow of speech with a humiliating slap. After a few more blows, he calmly pins the demon to the ground with his foot, loudly complaining that he shouldn't have called him here since he himself is so weak. No longer wasting time on senseless beatings, the hunter uses the compulsion skill to find out everything this demon knows. Rocky gasps for air but is unable to resist the compulsion magic. Having learned everything he needed, Kyle takes the demon to Orville. There he tells the dragon the truth that it was this demon who killed Rastus on that mountain. The dragon's face instantly darkens. Kyle gives him the right to decide whether to take revenge or pardon this demon, and he himself is going to go to Mount Cyrene. Orville thanks the guy for his help and promises to squeeze everything he can out of this demon. With that, they say goodbye and Kyle disappears. Rocky is left alone with the extremely enraged dragon. Kyle teleports to the Mount Kieran dungeon and is met by one of the hunters. Benet explains that he came because this is where the demons from the unknown dungeon came, and they are creatures that are almost impossible for the average hunter to deal with. Therefore, he orders the girl to place the guys to guard the territory, and if she suddenly sees one of the demons herself, she should immediately drop everything and run as far away from him as possible. It will be done. The huntress immediately reacts. Kyle looks at the rift and thinks that it has become too big since spirits and demons were able to get through it. This is a big problem, and it is unknown where else such faults might appear. Meanwhile, the demons begin to put their plans to invade Russia into action. Hiding in one of the cars, they approach the exit into the city, where they are unexpectedly stopped for inspection. One of the men posted as guards looks inside to check and immediately sees a frightened and beaten hunter. As soon as the demons realize they have been noticed, they immediately pierce the unfortunate guy's body through and through. A hand sticks out of the car window and grabs the second hunter in the same way. The demons cause a massive explosion to cover their tracks and destroy the remaining people who managed to see them. They didn't think the car would be searched, but now they don't want to make any more noise and are acting cautiously. They are here today for only one purpose. These demons are ready to do anything for their master. Therefore, they deal with everyone they meet on their way with great enthusiasm. Finally, the demons emerge from the rift in St. Petersburg. One of the dragons, miraculously surviving, hid in a nearby shelter. He never thought that 4 demonic spirits would penetrate the barrier so easily. The boy is going to tell his master this news as soon as possible, but the demons find him faster. Now they have finally dealt with everyone who is here. This means that when all obstacles are removed, Fergus can invite his master here. He orders the rest of the demons to wait for him here, and he himself returns back. The greater demons watch with anticipation as their leader disappears into the rift. Returning back to his world, Fergus walks quickly towards his lord. The demons he meets along the way bow their heads in obeisance. Finally, Fergus reaches the right tent. As soon as he steps inside, he immediately kneels before the lord. Today, Fergus did exactly as he was ordered. Therefore, he is allowed to rise from his knees and lead his master to the rift. Coming out of the tent, King William XI smiles eerily, anticipating the imminent invasion of Earth. The next morning, Kyle returns to the northern dungeon. He doesn't understand what happened that made Orville call him here so urgently. Hanging his head in shame, the dragon admits that he missed that demon Roki. Kyle immediately explodes with indignation because he handed everything to this dragon on a silver platter, and he managed to lose an entire demon. Having exhaled and calmed down a little, the guy orders me to tell him properly what happened here. Orville doesn't really want to remember it, but he has to. Rocky knew where to put the pressure when he recounted with gusto how they killed Rastus. Just the words about it make the whites of the dragon's eyes turn red with rage. Unable to contain his emotions, he grabs the demon by the throat and lifts him up. But this only prompts Rocky to say even more vile things. Eventually, Orville loses all his composure. He grabs the demon by the head with one hand, holding it in place. With his other hand, in a fit of rage, with some kind of cruel satisfaction, he tears out one of his eyes. The demon screams, his voice breaking from terrible pain. But even this does not stop the stream of curses that he pours out on the dragon. So Orville, without ceremony, adds another kick to the demon already sitting on the ground. This kick throws Rocky forward several meters. The demon falls to the ground with a crash, but almost immediately rises up on his elbows. A satisfied smile begins to spread across his lips. It's only when he begins to teleport that Orville finally realizes his mistake. But it is too late, and the demon disappears right before his eyes. Orville growls through clenched teeth in frustration, but there's nothing he can do. That's how he missed this cunning demon. After listening to the story, Kyle suddenly notices something unusual. Looking more closely, he sees that Rocky is actually still there. The demon didn't teleport, but merely hid his presence with magic. Kyle decides to leave things as they are and see what this demon is up to. The next day, a meeting begins in the conference room of the Moscow bunker. The Russian Prime Minister thanks everyone who has come here today. The head of the Chinese government is interested in the current situation. The Prime Minister calls it the worst possible situation because in less than half a day the demons have captured an entire city and are using it as a base for their troops. They are in a situation where they don't even know whether their citizens are alive or already dead. The American president believes that the longer they delay, the more powerful the demons will become. Then, the Prime Minister admits that all the measures he took were unsuccessful. Almost all the hunters living in the city were destroyed. The armed forces and hunting squads were completely defeated. And to this day, no one even knows the purpose of such a sudden invasion. The Prime Minister doesn't even really know what these creatures are, let alone their intentions. Now the President of South Korea is joining the conversation. He says that Icheon was attacked around the same time as St. Petersburg. The situation was resolved thanks to Kyle Benet, and thanks to him, some information was obtained. The invasion involves the Demon King and the 5 higher spirits who obey him, and also more than 100 high-level demons under their command. In total, more than 1,000 soldiers have now come unacceptably close, and even the lowest-level demons are equal in strength to high-ranking hunters. Alex asks doubtfully if they even have a chance to cope with all this. The entire conference room erupts in loud arguments. The hunter addresses Kyle directly and asks if they can deal with the demons using nuclear weapons. This causes a new wave of indignation. But Alex is only interested in Kyle's opinion. Benet is thoughtfully silent, weighing the possible options in his head.